If you've ever wondered what 10 months of building in Planet Zoo looks like, this video is your chance to find out. Hey, I'm ZSH Plays, and I spent 10 months building Bellemont Zoo, a beautiful European city zoo built in sandbox mode. The staff are in, we're researching our first animal, the drones are in position, it's time to start building. Let's go. We're going to start building with a gorgeous habitat for the African penguin, and it's going to be based on probably the most beautiful penguin habitat I've ever seen at Tiergarten Schönbrunn in Vienna. And while we start building that, I'll tell you all about the plans for this new zoo. The first thing to say is that, yes, you heard me right in the intro, this is a sandbox zoo. If you follow our channel, then you will know that franchise is my favourite mode to play in. But after San Bernardino Zoo and Tecton Zoo before it, I feel like we've taken building realistic zoos in franchise mode about as far as we can go. So I want to take it to the next level and make something, hopefully, even better than we've made before. The second thing to talk about is the zoo itself. So as you'll have seen from the intro, this is going to be a classic European city zoo, probably built in around 1850, something like that, but currently in the middle of a master plan to bring the entire zoo up to modern standards and create one of the greatest zoos in the entire world. That's the plan. It is going to be heavily based on the great city zoos of Europe: Vienna, Leipzig, London, Paris, Berlin. There are so many of them. I've been lucky enough to go to quite a few of them, and I'm going to be taking a lot of inspiration from all the zoos that I've seen around Europe. You might even get a little bit of influence from some of the great American city zoos as well. I've already created the city that the zoo sits in. It is the fictional city of Bellemont, which sits somewhere in the middle of Europe, around where France, Austria, etc. all come together. That is where we are, right on the edge of the city's historic centre, next to a big park. The buildings right around the entrance are based on those Zoo Leipzig, and then a lot of the others are from the workshop, because I figured you guys wouldn't want 5 episodes in a row of me building houses and shops. I wanted to get straight in with a habitat, as is traditional on the channel. And speaking of habitats, let's talk about the one we're building. So there's a couple of penguin habitats at Tiergarten Schönbrunn. There's a gorgeous outdoor one for Humboldt penguins, and that's what we're going to be building and using the African penguins instead. Now in Vienna, the habitat is built into the side of a hill, so it goes up on multiple levels, almost like a mini mountain. It's so beautiful. We're not going to have a giant hill right in the middle of the zoo, so we're going to be building a version of it that's more appropriate for a centerpiece of the zoo. This is one of the first habitats that people will come to, depending on where they go from the entrance plaza, and we'll be building the entrance next week. So I want to get all the beauty and most of the height into it, whilst still keeping the main part of the habitat on the ground. So we're going to do that by building the back of the habitat into the penguins' indoor quarters. Because the habitat's going to be on 3 levels, water, land, and then the raised part, I want a nice smooth path to take the guests up to the raised part of it. So we're using the transport trick to do that, just placing the rails for the Jeep to go on and letting that build us some nice smooth terrain. And then we'll get that looking exactly the way that we want, so we can then run paths up it, and we get these nice smooth paths without the crazy slopes that the game wants us to build. So now we can lay some paths along here. This is going to take guests from being able to see the penguins in the water, to seeing them on ground level, to seeing them on the raised part. This is also where the keeper access is going to be. And then we need to dig down and get some water in here. So we'll put some glass around this hole that we've just made, and this is what's going to hold the water in. So the side of it that we're building here will be visible to the guests, and then the rest of it is going to be covered up with rocks, and that will just make sure that the water is in the part of the habitat that we want it. Remember, when you're building curved glass, you can hold down Z, and that lets you adjust the curve as you build it. And then we'll run a bit of the glass along the side as well to provide the rest of the habitat barrier. The penguins will be kept in, aside from that, just using rocks. Just a couple more bits of glass to put in, one here, and then we'll join it up with this one here, and then we can put the water in. So we'll get the water in here, and we want to make sure that it's exactly the right height for the guests. You can see there's 2 levels it will go in at. One of them is way too high, it's almost up to the guest's head, and one of them is way too low, you'll barely be able to see underwater. So what we need to do is sink the paths down, so that when the guests are stood here, the lower water level will be at the correct height and they'll be able to get a good view. So we'll put the water back in, and now it's at exactly the right height for the guests. Always use the angry vendor or the angry archer to do stuff like this, so you can make sure things are at the right height and size. And now we can go back to the glass and drop it down so that it can't be seen behind the water. We'll get it to exactly the water level, and later on we'll cover all of this up with rocks. Now it's time to start working on the terrain and getting this habitat to look as gorgeous as it should. So we're going to start putting the levels in, and then we're going to start putting the rocks in to cover up all the glass so that the land joins smoothly onto the water. The way we're going to do the rocks is to take just this one rock, a nice flat one, make sure random rotation is turned on, and then we can start placing these around the edge of the glass, and it will get a nice random look to it. And then once we've got one row of it in, we'll start creating rows above and below it, and we'll get some underwater rocks in as well, get it looking nice and realistic. The next thing we're going to do is take this big pile of rocks and use it to create the hill that the penguins can walk down. The view into this habitat in real life is absolutely amazing. It's so good, and I want to make sure we get as close to that as possible here. So we're going to continue this line of rocks down here, and then use it again to make the sort of second level of terrain that we're going to have here, and then use just a little bit of it to finish that off, so we get a nice smooth graduation down to the ground level. And then we can start lifting the terrain up so we can get some grass in here. So we'll do that roughly with the terrain tool and then smooth it out with the smooth tool, surprisingly enough. And then we're going to put a little island into the water. This is another thing in the real habitat. It's just a tiny little rock that the penguins can climb onto, and were doing when I was there. We just need a couple of these rocks, so we'll get rid of the rest. We'll get it really low down in the water. You can see all the green rocks that we've put in as well. That just helps the graphics and makes it look more like everything's underwater if you colour the rocks green. And then we can start putting the foliage in. This was one of my favourite parts of the build. After over 18 months of building in a zoo set in Southern California, we are finally in Europe and we can get lush green grass everywhere. The real habitat is absolutely covered in it. It is so green, it looks so good, and we're going to do exactly that here. So we're going to use the buffalo grass and just completely cover all the terrain with that, making sure to sink it in slightly, mainly using the medium-sized piece, but we use a few of the small pieces as well in places like this where we need to squeeze it in. And then we can actually use the green grass tool, which we've not been using like this for a very long time. And I'm also going to put some of the Yorkshire fog grass in as well for a bit of variety. It's a lot thicker. And then we can put some bramble bushes and various other plants in as well, just start to make this look really lush. One of the other good things about being in sandbox mode is we no longer need to care at all about the animals' plant requirements. I've never agreed with them in franchise mode, as I've said many times. Animals have no idea what country the plants that is in their habitat comes from. As long as you've got the general rough amount of cover, they're going to be absolutely fine with most plants. So now we can really go to town and make this look as gorgeous as we want it to without being restricted. Any plants that look like they belong in the habitat, regardless of their geographical origin, can now be placed in. We're going to sink a lot of the fig trees in. These work absolutely amazing as sort of climbing or creeping plants over those rocks. Use those a few times in San Bernardino Zoo, but we'll be using them a lot more here. And then it's time to build us a nice fence to keep the guests out of the habitat. This little fence might not look important, but it is because we're going to be using this numerous times throughout the zoo whenever we need a generic fence to keep the guests away from the animals. It's going to be a mixture of metal and glass. I've started using the painted metal poles, but I don't really like them because of the fact that they're painted, so I'm going to replace those in a second with some better, slightly thinner, plain metal poles that I found. They're going to work a lot better for this. But we want something nice and generic where we can have the glass in it like this, or we can remove the glass if we want, and build us a fence that will be able to be used all over the zoo where it's required, which will save us loads of time building in future. There's the new metal poles, and that's the fence done. Let's move it into position. And check out that frame rate. Wow, I've forgotten what 60 FPS looks like. It is so good. This zoo is actually going to be quite a bit smaller than San Bernardino Zoo because it is a city zoo rather than one in the hills of Southern California, quite near a city. So I'm hoping that we're going to be able to get the whole thing completed and still get a nice frame rate at the end of it, which is going to be a lot of fun. And now it's on to detailing. So you can see the gap between the path and the habitat here. We're going to use some of these small concrete pieces to fill that in. We need to sink them right down into the path so they're just like 1 pixel above the path. And once we get that right, we're going to copy them and then rotate them so they follow the line of the path, and just keep placing them down until we get to the end of where the path meets the habitat, and that's going to get us a really smooth look. And then we're going to add something which I didn't notice when I was actually at the habitat, but I noticed it when I was watching my reference videos back, which is that there's actually little burrows for the penguins everywhere. So I don't know how they work exactly in the real habitat, but in this one, this is going to be how they get into the implied indoor holding area. So we're going to use one of the actual burrows. Unfortunately, they're not flexi-color, which is annoying. So we're going to have to cover them up with a load of the smallest faux rocks. Just keep playing with these until it's completely covered and we can blend it in nicely with the rocks behind it. And we'll use some plants and things like that as well to help us achieve it. That's starting to look better. We use a few different faux rocks there as well. Some down here. Get it to just meld into those big rocks at the back. And then make sure we've got a bit of a muddy path going into it as you'd have in real life. And then we're going to move on and do the indoor area. This is going to be an implied area, so we're going to build the walls and the entrance and the roof, but not the actual inside of it. Another advantage of being in sandbox mode is that the penguins don't require any hard shelter in the game. As long as it looks like they've got hard shelter, we're going to be absolutely fine. What we're going to do is use it to hide the keeper hut and staff room so that we've always got staff to attend to this habitat without having to build loads of outbuildings that you wouldn't normally see in a zoo anyway. The last thing that we need to do is turn this into a functioning habitat. The way that we're going to do that is to use null barriers to surround the habitat that we've built, and just join them up to the glass that we've already got in there, and make sure that the glass that's just holding the watering is set to not be a habitat perimeter, and that way we will have one complete habitat all around the actual habitat. And then we just need a keeper gate, so I'm using one of the small keeper gates here, and we're going to cover it up with some more faux rocks to join it in nicely with the pile of rocks next to it, and we're ready to get the penguins in. I already love how lush this habitat looks. It is just stuck in the middle of nowhere at the moment, obviously, because we haven't built anything else. But I think it's really effective, and the penguins look so cute swimming about in here. This one's just swimming out to the island that we built. There's some frozen fish on here to encourage them to do that. And this is the hill that we built. I love the view from down where the guests are up to the top of the hill with all the penguins in it. I think we've got 8 penguins in here at the moment. I haven't turned off breeding or anything like that. In terms of settings, the only things I've turned off is the space requirements and the power options. So we will be able to have baby penguins in here. It'd be great once it's absolutely stacked full of these little guys. Let's check out where we started building today. We've got a lot of space to fill. This is where we are now with our first little habitat. Lots to get done. Let's go. I love building zoo entrances. We always try and make them the best build in the zoo, and this will be no exception. So while I start building it, I'll tell you a bit about the backstory to it. Belmont Zoo was founded in 1850, right in the middle of the time period where the world's great zoos were first getting started, from London to Paris, Vienna to Berlin, all the way over to Philadelphia. From about 1825 to 1875 is when most of them began. Now, some of those zoos were built with amazing, massive 19th century entrances like Berlin and Leipzig, and some of them were built with much smaller entrances with the money that was available being spent on the enclosures rather than the entrance. Thinking of some of the more low-key ones like London Zoo or Vienna, which is basically just an iron gate in a wall, although obviously being situated in an incredible imperial park helps. So in my thinking, Belmont Zoo was like that. So the original entrance back in 1850 was pretty low-key. And later on, the zoo decided to build a more impressive one to reflect the increased number of people coming into the zoo. And my original plan was to do the sort of entrance that we've built quite a few times on this channel, a big, modernist, white concrete entrance that probably would have been built at some point during the 1930s through the 1960s. But as I got to a certain stage in the build, it just didn't fit with the surrounding city and the vibe that the zoo's going to go for. So I decided to change tack. Now, I've built this really nice curve that you can see here, which I really like, and we're going to be keeping that as the main shape of the building, but the actual building itself is going to look completely different. And what I've decided is that the zoo had a new entrance built sometime around the 1920s, and whichever architect they employed was fully embracing the new style of building at the time, kind of Art Nouveau, rather than building things in whatever style your country had, or building it as a Greek-style building or Roman or whatever. At that time, architects were starting to look at different cultures all around the world and trying to mix ideas up and make things look fresh. And that is what we're going to try and do here. Time to start making this look beautiful. So this is the classic bronze sculpture plinth, one of my favourite pieces in the game. It's really difficult to work with because it's pretty big and there are no smaller versions of it. But if we persevere, it is well worth it. We're going to cover the vast majority of the entrance in this piece because the texture on it and the colours and the sort of weathered bronze look is absolutely amazing. So we've got that top piece covered, and now we're going to fill this piece in here. I had some ticket gates in there. They have been moved around to the other side. It makes more sense around there because the middle of this curve, just on the left of the screen here, is where the actual entrance gates are going to go. We're going to drop the zoo's name onto this exterior wall using one of Christina's amazing fonts, and then we're using a different font here to get the zoo's name on the side of the building nice and big. And we'll get some lights in as well to make sure you can always see this. One of the things I want to do in this zoo is actually have lights throughout the zoo so we can see it at night. It's not something I've ever bothered doing before. So that's going to be fun. Once we've got a bit more of it built, we'll take a look at it at night time. And then we'll put these lights up on the top as well, so we get a nice symmetrical pattern of lighting on the sign. And then we'll just put some supports on these lights so that we can have them not floating in midair. And then it's onto the little ticket booths that we're going to have. I'm using the information kiosk for this because the inside of it looks like what a ticket booth would have. You've got that cute little giraffe with what might be zoo tickets in it. You've got the monitor for the staff to operate, some nice scenery inside it as well, a few sort of lanyards and stuff hanging on the wall. So that's going to look really good. We're going to start surrounding this with more of the bronze pieces. We're going to start using the edge of them as well here because that's got a really nice texture on it, and that'll sit this in nicely with the plant panels next to it. and we use some of the twilight wood just to put a little surrounding so they look more like they are part of the wall, and we'll use that sign again as well. And then we can start putting the paths in. I want to use actual paths for this rather than covering everything up with plaster like I normally do, and we need to cover this entire area and also join it up with the pavement and the road. So we're going to use a mixture of grid paths and normal paths. The actual path I'm using here is gorgeous, but it is not something you would have seen being used in the 1920s, so we'll switch that out for a tiled path in a bit. And then we're going to use some normal paths to join it onto the road so that the guests can get in. You may remember in San Bernardino Zoo that we used the animal reward statues and lots of different stone statues to make the front wall of the entrance. Well, I want to take that to the next level with this build and try and build the entrance out of the bronze statues instead. That is going to be a lot more difficult because there are so many stone reward statues that you can use, and then loads of the DLCs have stone statues as well. With bronze statues, all you have is the statues from the aquatic pack and the statues from the base game. The bronze reward statues are a completely different style of bronze. They're like the really shiny bronze that you might make a medal out of rather than the classic bronze that we're using here. So by my count, there's only 19 statues available to us, and making them look good is going to be quite the challenge, but that is what we're going to do. The look is inspired by a display at the Reptile House in Saigon Zoo, which I found a photo of, which looks absolutely amazing. Just a big old slab of bronze with all these reptiles emerging from it, all cast in bronze. It looks absolutely amazing. Similar to San Bernardino Zoo, but on a much smaller scale and a much more interesting material. I think this is going to look absolutely amazing when it's done. It's just a matter of working out how we can get the statues in and looking good without things like this lion's tail just poking out into mid-air for no reason and stuff like that. I'm not sure exactly how long it took just to build this one little wall. It was a very long time, but I definitely think it was worth it. I'm just going to show you a little bit of it here so you can see how the statues are buried in. This is my first attempt at the lion. As you can see, that tail is not looking good and there's nothing I can do this way around to get rid of it. But if we spin the lion around the other way, it'll fit in perfectly and you'll see that at the end of the video. I also want to get this guy in. I'm going to do something a little sneaky with this statue to make it look a bit more appropriate in a second. And then we'll get some nice little lights up here to make sure that the sign is illuminated. So I've actually put two gorilla statues in, one hidden just behind it and rotated it so we can have two arms rather than just one, which looks a lot better. And then we're going to move on and put an exhibit in the front so we can have an animal right at the front of the zoo. Now, one of the things I want to achieve with this zoo is to build it almost entirely using animals that we didn't have in San Bernardino Zoo to keep things nice and fresh. That isn't going to apply to this entrance animal because I think it is the perfect entrance animal, the red-eyed tree frog. They're absolutely gorgeous. I know we had them in San Bernardino, but we need an exhibit animal. Selections are limited, and one of the things that you really don't want to do in a zoo is have an animal that lots of people have a phobia about right next to the ticket office. That is not good business sense and just not very nice. So snakes, spiders and arthropods in general are out, so the number of animals that we have to choose from is pretty limited, and I can't think of anything better than the red-eyed tree frog to start the zoo off. I want their exhibit to be tall and thin rather than the big square box we get by default, so we'll use building pieces to make it that way, and then we're going to copy the big bronze pieces from the top down to the bottom so we can finally finish off getting this entire building covered in them. You can see the statue sunk into the wall is starting to look really good now. If we zoom out, I'm really happy with how that looks. And now for something a little different. One of the most important things you can have in your zoo is directional signs so that the guests know where to go. And we built some really nice ones for San Bernardino Zoo. I want to change them up and make them fit more nicely into the more classic look of this zoo. I'm just going to keep the signs covered in the art shapes because this took so long to do. But what I want to do is color code each area in the zoo to ease navigation. And then we're going to replace the pole that it's on with something more classic looking. I'm going to do that by copying this piece from the Twilight Pack upside down loads of times until we end up with a really nice looking directional sign that we can have anywhere that we want in the zoo. Back to the entrance, and we've got one final piece of detailing to do on this upper level before we start getting the actual gates in for the guests. So this piece from the Tropical Pack, if we sink it into the wall like this, it kind of looks like a fleur-de-lis, which is a really common design to use in European buildings, especially in France, which is where it comes from. We've actually got some fleur-de-lis pieces in the Europe pack, but most of them are big and gold. And then we're just going to put a little design on the front of the exhibit, and then we'll move on to the ticket gates. Unusually for base game pieces, the default ticket gates in the game are actually pretty good. Nice size, look nice. I like the glass panels on them, so we're just going to use those. No need to do too much with them. And then we're going to get some lettering up above where they are, just to make sure people people are aware that this is actually where you walk into the zoo. So we'll use a modified version of the sign before and just sink that into the archway there. And then we're going to take a fence piece from the Twilight Pack and use that as sort of the remnants of the zoo's original gates that are still here, that they've built the more modern ticket gates into. And then we can get on to some signage, and we're going to do some really interesting stuff with the billboards here. We'll start with something pretty simple that we've done before. We're going to do something more complex later. So these are banners from San Bernardino Zoo, just 3 of these square billboards on top of each other. So we're going to place these down, and then I want to get these really high up in the air. This is based on the flags they have at Leipzig Zoo. We'll put a bigger pole in and get some more appropriate graphics on them later. We're going to put a tree into the front as well, just for the looks, and use a recolored version of the North African planter. I think that'll sit in really nicely, looks pretty classic. And then opposite the wall with the classic bronze animals on it, we're going to have a much more modern display. So we're going to use the best of the sign pieces and do our usual trick of making them look three-dimensional. And we're going to build a little scene here with loads of the animals all along this wall and place them really carefully so it looks like they're actually sort of in and amongst the foliage. It takes a lot of spinning them to get it to do that, so that they are sometimes behind and sometimes in front of the plants without ever having the plants clipping through them. So it looks nice and natural, but we'll get there. And then it's time for the really interesting stuff with the billboards. So what I want to do is make one of the advertising hoardings that you see in Europe, which is a sort of 6-sided shape. I don't even know what that's called, a septagon? Who knows? But 6-sided shape with different advertising hoardings with the pictures spread so you can see it from any angle. So I've put 6 billboards here. We've all got the same image on at the moment. We'll update that in a second. And then we're going to use some of these tropical brick pieces to make a base for it. So get these in the right position. I want to get this as close as possible to my reference image, which again, I think was at Leipzig Zoo. Once we've got this to the right level in relation to where the billboards are, we can copy it round and form a nice solid base for it. I love all the moss you get on these bricks as well. Really helps to sell the feeling that this has been here for quite a long time now. While I finish that off, let's quickly discuss the new updates coming to Planet Zoo very soon. The free anniversary update is going to include the African leopard, and then we don't know yet what the theme for the new update will be, but we're going to be getting the Pallas's cat, the Markhor, and the Hamadryas baboon, which is an animal I've been waiting for a very long time. So very excited about that. These billboards are starting to look really nice now. Very happy with how those are coming along. You'll see them completed at the end of the episode. What I want to do now is just start to get a plaza in to join the entrance onto the first habitat, which we built last week. This is going to be very broad strokes. We're going to do a lot more work on this probably in the next episode. I just want to make sure that the entrance and the habitat are joined up so that we can get the guests in and everything looks nice at the end. So it's probably going to look similar to this, but we'll be doing a hell of a lot more work on this in future. I'm just using these pieces and recoloring them so that they blend nicely with the more intricate tile work at the front. The rustic pieces that I'm using work really well because we can combine those with the rustic path and cover up any path gaps that we inevitably end up with when we're building stuff. One final thing to do before the entrance is complete, and that's get the actual entrance for the guests in. So the zoo entrance is right over the other side of the map because we built the zoo backwards so that we don't have the giant hills with the farmland in the background. The hills are much smaller if you build everything backwards. So what we need to do is put an entrance in here for the guests. So we're going to hide this under the pavement and use one of the coach pieces so that you can't see where they're appearing. And then again under the pavement, we're going to put some paths in so the guests walk past the coach and then across the road to get into the zoo. We should probably put a road crossing in as well to stop them from getting run over. We'll do that at some point. And then the coach itself, I want to customize this as well. So after a bit of research, there's a company called, I think it's Eurocoach, which is the biggest coach company in Europe. So I'm going to slightly base this on their livery just so we get a nice realistic looking coach. So it's basically all white with black trim, and then there's this big red stripe along the bottom of the coach. So we'll put that in so it looks like some people are being dropped off here. And we're just going to use this girder piece because it comes in lots of different lengths so that we can paint this stripe along the bottom of the coach. One more piece to go and we're done. I think it's time to get some guests in and check out the finished entrance. Here we go, the coach is in. The ticket booths are staffed. You can see how excited they are. All the billboards have been prepared and added. Everything is looking perfect for the arrival of our guests, and the first ones are arriving now. Let's follow them into the zoo. I love how this city street looks. I've not finished detailing it yet, but just the little imperfections on the wall and stuff start to make it feel real. We're going to go through the ticket gates and head to the first habitat that we built last week and see the penguins, and we can check out the finished entrance. Ooh, Mum, I'm really happy with this. It looks like nothing we've ever built before on the channel. It took a lot of work and a lot of different ideas to get it to this stage because it is so far away from what we normally build, but I'm so happy with it. I think it nicely evokes a time gone by without being your typical castle-style Victorian zoo entrance. We've got our little tree frogs in here. I think that adds a nice extra dimension to the entrance itself. I am so pleased with this advertising hoarding. There might even be a little clue as to one of the zoo's future inhabitants on it. This is where we started today, and this is where we are now with the entrance complete and the plaza started, shall we say. I really hope you like it. Hey, this isn't Planet Zoo. Today, for the first time ever, I'm going to be showing you the real habitats that have inspired today's build. This is Elephant Valley at Prague Zoo, which is hands down the best elephant habitat I've ever seen in a zoo. You're just seeing a small part of it here. There's another part here, and then there's an even bigger part here. We're going to be trying to replicate this, and we're also going to be replicating this view from Zoo Leipzig. I love the juxtaposition of the elephant with the amazing buildings in the background. Let's start building. First up is theming. The habitat at Prague Zoo is covered in all sorts of little Indian shrines, statues of Ganesh, things like that. I want to get something like that into this zoo, but we don't have any Ganesh statues, so we're going to have to build our own. So that's going to be fun. That's what we're going to do first. So I'm putting a little shrine together here, and then I'm going to use some of the Indian and the tropical pieces to try and make our own Ganesh statue. The torso of the statue in the tropical pack is very Buddha style. It's pretty beefy. Not really what I'm going for here. So I'm actually going to use the Red River hog to make the body. Just use the legs from the tropical pack statue, and then we're going to put some arms on, get these all to the right colour so they match up with what we've got there. We've got the little classic Indian statue to start making the head, and then I'm just going to play around with the tropical pack pieces, get something that looks pretty decent. I think there's a lion statue hidden away in there as well, and some of the snake statue, and we want all of this covered in foliage, make it look like it's been there a while and sit it in with the surrounding environment. There you go, looking pretty good considering we had to make the Ganesh ourselves. Let's move on to building the habitat itself. We're going to start by sinking the whole habitat down into the ground. We're going to be keeping the elephants in using a dry moat, so this means that we don't have to have the moat as deep, and then the guests will be up on the path on the higher level on the right hand side. We're going to have 2 water features in here as well. And once we've got those basics in, we're going to start putting paths in so we can see where the guests are going to be and get the final shape of the habitat done. The grey walls that you can see, which will be going in a minute, show the basic size of the habitat. We're looking at around 10,000 square meters here, so it is definitely going to be the biggest single habitat we've ever built on the channel. It's going to be almost as big as the elephant complex at San Bernardino Zoo, which was actually 2 habitats next to each other. And we're going to be using this natural path for the guests to come in here, which means we can cover up any gaps just by putting some more sand in. And just so you get an idea of how big this habitat is, let's jump up into the drone cam and take a look at it. You can see it fills the whole left-hand side of the zoo from here, so lots more building to do. The best way to build a habitat of this size is to build it in a modular style, so we build one piece, and we're going to be using a hell of a lot of this one piece to finish the habitat off, so it's really important that we get it right. So what we're going to do is combine the dry moat, which is what we're starting to build here, with the edge of the guest path. We're going to make sure that this is super detailed so that when we combine everything together, we can copy and paste this down the length of the path. And with a few alterations here and there, it's going to look really good. With the moat in position, what we're going to do is just roughly dig down into the terrain so that we can see what we're dealing with here. You can see on the right-hand side that we've got a slope here. The reason for that is elephants are far too intelligent to just fall off the side of a moat and injure themselves, but they are not above purposefully pushing other elephants off the side if they annoy them, which is not good for the elephants because when you weigh as many tons as they do, falling off anything is going to cause you some serious damage. So the edge of the moat is going to be a gentle slope. They can actually walk down here if they want, although there's some rocks at the bottom just to make them less likely to do so. And then we've got the big wall that's going to definitely prevent them from getting out. And then what we're going to do is decorate in between the wall and the path so that we don't have to do 2 loads of work here. If we can fill in the gap between the path and the moat with some plants and some rocks, then this one piece is going to fill in both the elephant side of the habitat and the human side of the habitat as well, which is going to save us loads of time. We're using a mixture of the buffalo grass, the Yorkshire fog grass, and the creosote bush, which is probably the best bush in the game, I think, with all its varieties that it has now. We'll dig out the rest of the moat, and then we can start moving this one piece. We just need to rotate it so that it matches up nicely with the path, and that'll be a big step towards getting the edges of this habitat completed. Next up is the fence for the guests. This is going to be modelled on the fence at Prague Zoo. I'm going to be building this with the North African painted wood beam. It's got a really nice shape to it, so we'll be using that a lot going forward. Mixing it with some netting from the Oceania pack. There we go, nice simple but realistic wooden fence. We'll start copying this down the path, and there we go, this is starting to come together already. Now we need to deal with the inside of the moat. Though we've used basically one piece to do everything, we're now going to make a second piece, which I'm going to make a different length to the original piece that we used, so that when this piece is repeated, it's going to be repeating at different points to the other piece, and that will prevent the whole side of the habitat looking like it has been copy and pasted. We've got a whole load more buffalo grass here, and then some nettles at the top as well. So when we sink this into the moat and get the angle right, it's going to give us a really natural transition between the edge of the moat and the main part of the habitat. And we're also going to sink some of the periwinkle leaves as well, just to provide a further little join. Onto the trees. You got to be really specific with trees in elephant habitats, because if it's a live tree, the elephants will try to knock it down. So they've got to be protected with rocks or some sort of barrier. As you might have noticed in the shots from Prague Zoo, the way they do that at Prague is to have massive boulders in front of them and then grow some more plants in and things like that. It's a really attractive way of doing it. Some big logs. We'll put some bramble bushes in as well and just make this a nice little feature that sits really well into the landscape, but is also protected from being eaten or knocked over by an elephant. One of the other things I noticed in my footage from Prague was a big dead tree with a chain on it. And I think that is one of the places where they would put the elephants' food on certain different days. They tend to put food in different places on different days to enrich the elephants, to give them something to go out hunting for. So we're going to build that here. We're going to use one of the broke trees and then use some of the climbing branches to get a specific branch coming off of it, and one of the little chain pieces to make the chain itself. And then it's time for a second fence. So we've built a fence for the people. Now we need one for the elephants. For obvious reasons, that's going to be a very different design. So we've got these big concrete pillars here, and then we're going to use some metal bars to keep them in, and then we're going to fix the metal bars onto the pillars using this piece from the Europe pack, which I've definitely never used before. So I think it's a mooring post. It looks pretty fabulous when you look at it in the menu, but it's actually FlexiColor. So we can turn this into just a sort of big solid steel fixing that's going to keep those steel rods in place, make sure the elephants aren't going to go outside of the habitat. And then we're going to use this enormous beech tree as a bush. I've just discovered how good these do as bushes. As long as they're at the back of the habitat rather than the front, they are really effective. So we're going to get loads of these along here, and you can use the 3 different sizes of the tree to get the bush to whichever size you need it to be, depending on where you're putting it. It just kind of looks like a big, non-specific kind of bush, bundle of vegetation, and fills areas in really nicely because it's so big. As you can see from up here, this first part of the habitat is quite sandy. What we're going to do now is move on to the middle part of the habitat, which is going to be beautiful and covered in grass. So we've got the lake here, and then we're going to start putting in some elephant grass. If you sink it down, it does a really nice job of looking like some reeds. And while I finish that off, some exciting things have been happening over on the other side of the zoo. Let's go and check them out. We've had our first zoo babies. The African penguins have had chicks. I think there's like 5 of them already. These are the cute penguin chicks. I'm always disappointed by how ugly the king penguin and little blue penguin chicks are. So great to have some African penguin chicks at last. And the very rough and ready plaza that we threw together last week is being replaced by a much nicer one. So I've smoothed out all the terrain, and now we're using actual path pieces to start filling this in rather than what we were doing last week. This path, I know I use it all the time, but it is so good because you can cover up all the gaps with decals. And you can make the gaps work to your advantage. So this one here, we're going to turn into a little bed for one of these trees. We'll line it with some faux rocks, and then the thinner ones like this we can just cover up with decals, get the colour of the decal exactly matching the path, and you can pretty seamlessly get rid of them. And then any final remaining gaps will be turned into little bushes with more of the creosote bushes. You can see we've got some lockers for the guests in there as well. This plaza is really starting to come together. Let's take a look at it. I love this massive ash tree. It looks so good. We're going to be using these trees a hell of a lot more throughout the zoo. But let's get back to building the elephants. First job is to line this pool with the aquatic rocks. I'm trying to get this really close to how it looked at Prague. So we're going to sink these down into here, copy them around the edge of the pool, and then work on getting a really kind of sun-bleached kind of colour into them. So we'll just play around with both of the FlexiColor options on this until we get it right. And then it's time to put these guys in. These little Easter Island head-style statues will make a really interesting rock. So we're going to put one in and then copy it around the other way so that it no longer has a face. And with a few adjustments, sink a few other rocks into it. We're going to get a really unique looking rock there. There was a really tall kind of rounded rock at Prague that I like the look of, so we'll model it on that. And then we're going to get some elephant trails in through the grass to show where they normally walk. And then we can start splitting off the third and final part of this habitat. This is the part of the habitat that is going to be based on a little bit of Zoo Leipzig. You can see the big red-roofed classic European architecture in the background there. I want to make sure the elephant stands out against those buildings and gets us the exact view that we're looking for. This is going to be another sandy part of the habitat to match the view at Leipzig, and we'll put a few dirt patches in as well to make sure it looks interesting. We're going to use the smallest beech tree this time to make some little bushes just behind the elephant fence here. and then we'll do the same on the other side as well, so we can start getting this little artificial stream behind the habitat looking good. Drop some of the rocks that we used earlier in there, and then just a little bit of terrain painting. This is visible from where the guests stand, so we want it to look good. This was my favourite part of the elephant habitat at Zoo Leipzig, so I want to make sure that we do it justice. You can see it's really starting to come together with the classic houses in the background and the habitat in the foreground. Now we need to move on and build a third and final fence for this habitat. We're going to race through this because we've already built 2 of them. What I want is a movable fence that can be used to keep the elephants in certain parts of the habitat at certain times, and then not in certain parts of the habitat at certain times, etc. Split the bull up from the cows, and just generally give us a nice realistic elephant habitat. And that's the outside of the habitat pretty much done. Let's move on to the inside. So I'm building here a fairly realistic interior for an elephant house. It's going to have everything split up into different holding cages for the elephants for when they're in here, along with some staff areas as well. I've taken the sizes for this from the Elephant Animal Care Manual. Because we're in a nice warm part of Europe, and because of the way the habitat is designed, they would not need to be spending large amounts of time indoors. Elephants are happy in temperatures anywhere down to 0, really. Only if it gets below freezing do they start to get cold. They're quite happy playing in the snow. So the intention is that they wouldn't be brought in at night. They'd be able to spend the majority of their lives outside in various different parts of the habitat, and then this would be here for poor weather and when particular elephants need to be separated, veterinary procedures and things like that, rather than them spending all night every night in here. I want this to be a pretty utilitarian building, so it doesn't need to be particularly beautiful, and it's not going to be something that is particularly visible either from the habitat. Most of it will be behind trees and things like that, but we still want it to look good because it's going to be in the zoo and we will be seeing it. So I've come up with a pretty simple design, but with an interesting roof on it, lots of light inside for when the elephants are in there. We're going to drop one of our jeeps from San Bernardino Zoo in as well. I've just removed the branding. This is still one of my favourite little builds I've done. I just put these on the workshop last week. If you want them in your zoo, you can go and grab them on there. And then the final thing that we're going to do is for the entrance to the area itself. Bellemont Zoo is an old zoo, and we would have been keeping elephants here for many, many years, probably since the 1800s. So I want to make it look like the zoo has saved the facade from the original elephant house from, 1850 or whenever it would have been built. So I built this classic kind of looking sign, and we're going to put this on some ruined temple pieces and just play around with it until it feels like a big chunk of an ancient building that the zoo has preserved and used as decoration for the new habitat. This was inspired by something I saw at London Zoo. The centrepiece of the zoo for many years was the Lion House. Classic bit of 18th century, looks absolutely awful to us now, but was a really good way of seeing every species of big cat in a very small space. And when the zoo finally replaced it at the end of the 1960s with a much more modern habitat, they kept the Lion House sign and built it into the concrete facade of the new habitat. And even today in Land of the Lions, which is the zoo's latest lion habitat, which is absolutely amazing if you've never seen it, you can still see the original Lion House sign there. I love little touches like this, trying to give the zoo a sense of history, even though we're just building it as we speak. We're going to put some more rubble in here as well, just really start to make this look old and like it was part of a building that no longer exists. They're so big, these temple pieces, I hardly ever use them, but when you've got something that requires this kind of size, they do look really good. This is pretty much all the same temple ruins piece, by the way. I think it's the steps. Just depends on which way you rotate it. You get different broken bits, and then we're just highlighting the broken bits and having those to the fore. We're just going to add one decal to this as well, just to further enhance the decrepit kind of look. I almost forgot. We just hit 50,000 subscribers on the channel. That is absolutely amazing. I did not think that that would be something that would be happening when I started this channel. Thank you so much for subscribing if you have, and if you haven't already, then you know what to do. And now we finish the sign, we can sit it next to the path and build a little forest around it, so that as the guests walk into the elephant habitat, they emerge through the forest, past the old elephant sign, and then see the splendor of the new elephant habitat in front of them. And that's it. Let's take a look at it. I wanted this entrance to be really peaceful, and I think we've achieved that here. And then as you get closer to the habitat, the similarity to Prague becomes more apparent. There's our little Ganesh statue. With apologies to any Indian viewers, we've done the best with the pieces available to us. Now let's check out the whole habitat. We're going to do a big fly through past our herd of cows, and then into the final part of the habitat where our bull is currently residing. This is the part of the habitat modelled on Zoo Leipzig, and as the camera spins around, I think we've done a good job of replicating that view that we saw at the start of the video. Very pleased with that. Here's a little shot of their indoor area as well. This is where we started today. And wow, that is a lot of building in one episode. If you're wondering what the even bigger habitat marked out at the back of the map is, Well, you just have to keep wondering. Yes, it's baboon time. I am really excited to get these animals into the zoo. I didn't used to be a huge fan of baboons. They're not the most attractive animals, but then I went to Singapore Zoo and saw them in an amazing habitat there. They've got an enormous troop of 80 baboons, and seeing them all running around and getting up to their crazy hijinks was so cool. I've been a big fan of them ever since. And we're going to replicate that here today with a habitat that's going to start with 50 baboons in it, with space for more once they all start having babies. Not only do we have a brand new animal today, we've got a brand new area as well, because we're starting the zoo's African area. This is going to be highly themed, and it's going to be called the Great Rift Valley. It's going to begin at the Ethiopian end of the Great Rift Valley with this habitat for the Hamadryas baboons, and then it's going to move to the Kenyan end of the Great Rift Valley, where we're going to have an enormous mixed savanna, which is the habitat I teased you with last week, and there's going to be various other habitats scattered around the area as well. It's going to be really immersive, and it's going to be based in the main on the African areas at Leipzig Zoo, along of course with a bit of Singapore Zoo as well. The main ingredient in this particular habitat is rocks. Lots and lots of lovely rocks. We've got so many rocks in this habitat. We're going to be building it using 3 different sets, mainly the savanna rocks, with quite a few of the desert rocks and some of the tropical rocks as well. It's going to give it a really nice flavour, and I want to get as close as possible to the habitat in Singapore in this build, because we're going to have 50 of them to keep happy. Now, the way baboons live is in what's called one male units. Each male baboon will have up to 15 females in his harem, and then lots of those groups live together in a big troop. So the way I'm going to have it here is we're going to have 3 males, and then we're going to have 45 females. That should be enough to keep them happy, and they'll be breeding as well, so we'll get some baby baboons and we'll build the troop up that way. It'd be good to have 80 or thereabouts once we're finished. It's going to be a lot of fun. Now we're not in franchise mode to be able to just have 50 baboons in a habitat. I shudder to think what the food costs of that would be in franchise mode. The way the habitat is set up is we have these big rocky outcrops that I'm building here. This is where the tropical rocks come in, so we get this nice 2-colour effect on it. The baboons will be able to climb all of these rocks, and then there'll be a big sandy area in the middle. The whole thing will be surrounded by water, and then they've got a cave that they can go into as well, with 2 entrances and exits to it. A big one that the keepers can use, and then a little hole in the rocks that they can jump through. That's really cool. You'll see that in the cinematics at the end. We're going to use some of these faux rocks as well, just to get a second level onto these rocks so they can climb up there. The effect that I want is that there are baboons everywhere. Wherever you look, you're going to see loads and loads of baboons up on top of the rocks, climbing the rocks, on little ledges on the rocks, on the floor, and in the cave. It's one of the most dynamic habitats I've ever seen in real life, and we're going to see how close we can get to that in Planet Zoo, which with 50 of the baboons, I think we should be able to do a pretty good job. I'm just making one section of this ledge here with the faux rocks, using a few different faux rocks and then spinning them round so we get a nice smooth look to it. I've changed the colours on a few of the rocks as well, just to make it all sit in nicely together and not look too like it's the same 4 rocks over and again. We'll copy in some of the real rocks as well, and then start mixing the new faux rocks back in and make this look like a real man-made lump of rock. While I finish that rock off, let's just take a quick look at the real habitat at Singapore Zoo. This is what I saw when I was there last year. That rock work is absolutely gorgeous, and that is what we're trying to achieve today. And we're going to try and achieve the absolute madness of having this many baboons in one space. Next up is the water. You just saw that beautiful waterfall, and that, along with a moat, is what's going to line the edge of this habitat. Now, baboons can swim, so the moat alone is not going to keep them in here, but we need a moat to keep them low enough that the wall at the edge of the moat will be too high for them to be able to get across it. Then we're going to put all the sand that we need to put into the habitat, and then it's onto a fence. This is going to be nice and simple, similar to the one that we built for the elephants, but instead of using mesh underneath the wood to keep people out, we're actually going to use vegetation for that. So we just need a few bits of wood, get it to the right height, and then we can place this all along this path here, and we'll come back and do the vegetation in a minute. But first, let's line the bottom of the pool that we've put in here. This is going to end up being almost like a little man-made river that goes around the whole habitat. We'll put some water in, we'll recolor the water, get it looking good, and then finally we're going to chuck a few more rocks into this band of rocks at the front to make it look a bit more exciting. And speaking of exciting, we're about to place a brand new piece into this habitat from the Zookeeper's Animal Pack. There it is, an apple. Okay, maybe I could have picked a more exciting piece, but it's really good to have some more realistic food to put into our habitats, rather than the plastic ones from the Indian pack. Let's take a look at how the habitat is coming along. That is starting to look really nice. What I want to do now is move on to the fence where the guests are going to stand and start getting all the foliage in there to sort of block off the space under the fence going into the moat. make sure nobody crawls through there or anything like that. We're going to use some of the wild hedgerow pieces and some of the creosote bushes, and then we'll move on and build that waterfall. We'll get the tallest waterfall piece in first of all, recolor it so it matches up nicely with the rocks, and then we'll start grabbing sections of that rock face and moving it across over the waterfall until we get it to sit in, and then finally we'll put one more waterfall at the bottom so the water's got somewhere to go, and a few effects pieces, and then time for the cave. So the way this works at the habitat in Singapore is that for half the habitat, the guests go into a cave where they view the baboons through glass. That was the second of the two shots that I showed you earlier. So the baboons are still outside, it's only the guests that are in a cave, and then the glass enables you to get closer to the baboons than you can when you're looking at them over the moat. Now, we're in Europe, and even in a nice warm part of Europe like this, there's still winter, so I decided to reverse that for this habitat. So the baboons will be in a cave, and the guests will still be outside. That way we get a nice indoor area for the baboons, which we need, without losing any viewing, because the guests will still be able to view them through the glass. We'll put a big skylight in to make sure there's lots of light in here, especially in winter. Like I say, the baboons are going to be spending quite a bit of time in here probably, so we want to make sure it's nice and light, and then we'll start dressing it up with some more rocks. We'll do our usual trick with the signs to get one of the new baboon signs up here. In fact, we'll have two of them up here. I think that looks really cool, them just sort of hanging out on top of these rocks as the guests walk past to get to the indoor area. And then it's time for the enrichments. So we'll do our little path trick to make sure this enrichment item doesn't destroy the terrain, and then dig up around it so it just looks like a nice natural little bit of wood chippings on the floor where the keepers can put some food for them. And we'll drop some rocks in as well just to tidy that up. Bit of terrain painting, some soil down here as well to merge it in better with the sand. There's the rocks. And then we'll do another enrichment item. I'm going to put some of the, I think it's the Indonesian wood over this bamboo enrichment item. I don't like the bright yellow colour on the enrichment item, so we'll put a bit more subtle wood. It still works even if you cover it up like that. I tested that with the Red River hogs at San Bernardino Zoo. And then it's onto a big sign for the habitat. I'm copying this sign directly from Singapore Zoo, so we're going to experiment with a lot of different wood pieces to get it as close as possible. So we've got some wood to surround it, and then we've got some different pieces of wood for the backing. And then we're going to go in and put the signs in. So as well as the name of the animals, I want the name of this general area, the Great Rift Valley, Ethiopia. Like I said with the little signs in the new update, if you get clever putting spaces before and after the words, you can control the size of the font, and we can make sure that the word Ethiopia is the same size as the Great Rift Valley despite having way fewer letters in it. There we go, looking good. I want to do one more thing to the rocks in the habitat, which is to take this layer of stacked rocks that we built for the elephant habitat back in San Bernardino Zoo and just mix this into these rocks. It just adds a splash of colour and a different texture to the rock face. It looks really good. And we're almost done with the habitat now. I've taken these rocks, which are actually from the Panda House at San Bernardino Zoo, just to start building up this African area. These are the rocks that are going to line the paths where the guests walk down. Just makes the area feel like one whole area and prevents cross views into other areas or outside the zoo or anything like that, because we want this to be super immersive. Just putting some air plants and a few creosote bushes on top of this sign and we are done. Let's check it out. It's time to release the baboons. This is one of the females. The model's absolutely amazing. And there's one of our males in the background. This is Leo, the biggest of the males. I managed to get 100% size, which is no mean feat in sandbox mode. And somehow the keepers are able to put food up on top of this rock. No idea how that works, but it's absolutely amazing because it means they're up here all the time. And the whole habitat is just so dynamic. There are so many baboons in here. This is my favourite habitat in the zoo immediately, just from the sheer amount of stuff that is going on in it. There's all sorts of different areas, most of which are visible for the guests, but there's a few, like this little water spot here, which aren't. This is the view of the inside, the little cave, and a final overview of the whole area. I'm pretty happy with how close this is to the Singapore Zoo habitat. Let's check out where we were when we started today. This was the zoo as of last week. And this is it now. The baboons is on the right, and that huge yellow box in the middle is a massive 19th century palm house for the brand new Shifaka. It's inspired by the Grand Palm House of Vienna. It'll be the zoo's centerpiece. Let's go. I've wanted to build one of these for so long. I'm so excited to get started on it. If you're not familiar with a palm house, it is pretty much the pinnacle of 19th century engineering. A huge house made of glass and raw iron, typically housing palms. The two most famous in the world are probably the Palm House at Kew Gardens in London Berlin, which was built in 1848, and the Palmenhaus Schönbrunn in Vienna, which was built in 1882. This is mainly inspired by the one in Vienna because it sits right next to the zoo at Vienna. I'm lucky enough to have been there, and even today it's pretty awe-inspiring when you see it, and it must have been even more mind-blowing back in 1840 and times like that when people first saw these. Now we've got a zoo started in the 1850s. It's the perfect time to have a palm house in it, and our palm house won't just have plants in it, it's also going to have the new cockerel shifaka and the little exhibits as well. More on that later. Building a decent looking palm house in Planet Zoo is pretty easy because the classic glass pieces were designed for exactly that task, but building a really good looking one, well, let's just say the exterior of this building has just over 50,000 pieces in it, and that's before I started putting any of the plants in. And the way I want to build it is to build one slice of this, get it absolutely perfect, and use that to build the entire building. The issue is, as you can see here, it's going to be on 3 levels, all curved, and each curve is a different height, which means all the custom detailing we do on the lower 6-meter curve can't just be copied up to the next curve. It needs to be done again at a different angle, and then done again at another different angle to get the 2 meters in. So let's get started on that now. One of the main things you notice when you get close to the Grand Palm House in Vienna is it's not just these simple bits of raw iron. It is beautifully curved and absolutely covered in these enormous iron rivets that hold the whole structure together, and that's what I want to get done here. So we're going to use hinge number 1, one of the best pieces in the game, and this is where the majority of the 50,000 pieces come from, to be honest. The problem is each piece has got to be exactly angled so that it fits onto this little piece of curve that we're doing here, and then when we get up to the top of the first pane of glass, the angle then changes, so we need to manually adjust the angle of the rivet and then put some more in. And to make sure it's nice and level, what I'm going to do is place each rivet touching the rivet before it, so they're all exactly the same width apart. And then when they're all in, we'll go in and delete them in a pattern so that you end up with rivets that are more widely spaced but exactly the right distance from the one before it. So we're just going to go up this entire building making a line of rivets that exactly meet the curves on this 6-meter piece of glass. This might be the most pieces we've ever used in a single build on this channel. I don't normally keep track of how many pieces I'm using, but because of the amount of grid pieces in this build, I actually kept the whole thing in one group for the majority of its construction and just built little sections of it until I'd built all the different sections that we need to get the whole building, and then I was able to join them back up really simply. We ended up with 2 groups that comprise the whole exterior of the building, and when I checked, they were both just over 25,000 pieces. So we started deleting the rivets now to get them the right space apart from each other, so now we can start copying them across this piece of glass. So we want 2 rows of rivets on each of the iron supports, so we'll get that in the right place. There we go, that looks good, and then we'll copy both of these across to the other side. Accidentally selected our little angry vendor there as well, so don't worry about him, I'll get rid of him in a second. And there we go, that is the bottom of one of the slices done. All the rivets are in. Now we need to do all of that again twice for the other 2 angles. I'll spare you the hour or so I spent doing that, and we'll move straight on to some more detailing. We've got various pieces here, mostly from the classic set, a flower box, some fence posts, some girders, and now we're going to drop in the lockbox from the Twilight pack and use these to add some more detail on the front of these classic glass pieces. This piece from the Twilight pack's awesome because it's flexi-color and really detailed. We're going to use 2 rows of these to get rid of that keyhole on the bottom, just to get a really solid ledge underneath each of the panes of glass. And then we'll get right up to the top and put some of the glass panels in to start making the roof. The section that we're doing here is going to be the main section of the main center of the building. So the structure of the building itself is you've got one big sort of atrium in the middle, and then 2 thinner corridors running off either side of it, and then 2 miniature versions of the main atrium at either end. Each one of those is going to require its own slice to make, and then some corner bits as well. I started this build the day I finished the elephants about 2 weeks ago. Worked on it for, I think, 2 full days, and then stopped when Frontier sent me the Zookeeper's Animal Pack to get our baboon build done, and then came back to it. So I've spent a lot of time with this because there are so many different pieces in this build. But having been looking forward to building one of these and not really being able to build one in San Bernardino because it didn't make any sense with the time period or the location, I was quite happy to spend a lot of time on it. You can see the corner piece there, so we're making good progress on the outside of the build. Next thing I want to tackle is the roof. So we'll move these pieces in to make the corridor between some of the sections, and then we'll move on to the roof of one of the smaller sections. So I'm going to use that Twilight pack piece again and use that to make the entire roof. Gives us a really interesting texture, I think. One of the main issues with this build was finding enough metal pieces to work with, and this is definitely one of the best. This is going to be so far off the ground, you're barely going to see it from down there, but I wanted a nice shape, and we'll put a finial on top of it as well. There we go, looking good. And that is one of the ends done. Really happy with how that's shaping up. Let's move on to the roof of the main section. Despite the basics of this build being entirely grid pieces, because of the different curves used, the gridded roof pieces don't actually fit. So we're going to make it in 4 quarters and then move them into place so we get something that looks cohesive. And that's the shell of the building done. Let's move on to the entrance. This was a real struggle to build and get it to look as elegant as I wanted, but with a mixture of the classic canopies, the canopies from the Africa pack, just coloured so they no longer look like stained glass, and some more of the classic glass pieces, managed to get something which I'm pretty happy with. We're going to put the habitat barriers in now. We only need null barriers for this because we've got glass everywhere. And while I do that, let's check out a new development in the zoo with the Indian elephants. It's time to let the male elephants see the female elephants and let nature take its course. Pretty sure this is a bit more supervised in real zoos, but I've opened the gates and our male here can access the rest of the habitat, and hopefully pretty soon we will have a cute little baby Indian elephant in the zoo, and I'll keep you updated on that when it happens. Onto the interior of the habitat, and time to talk about how that's going to work. So this is going to be called the Madagascar House. It would originally have been a palm house, of course, but that's what it's going to be now, and it's going to mainly house the new cockerel shifaka and ring-tailed lemurs, and it's going to be a big walk-through habitat. There's also going to be a little tortoise in here, which I'll tell you more about when we get to that. I did toy with the idea of having all 4 of the lemurs that we have in the game now in here, but I realised that even with 2 groups of lemurs, I have no idea if the plants would survive in a building as big as this with 2 troops of lemurs in it. Maybe as long as they're well fed with their favourite leaves every morning, that could work, but with 4 troops of lemurs, I think the suspension of disbelief would be too much. So we're just going to have 2 of them in here, and we're going to wind these paths all the way around the habitat, so it's really immersive for the guests. The exit for the building is exactly opposite the entrance of the building due to how symmetrical it is. So one of the things I want to make sure is that when you walk into the building, you can't see the exit. It will be completely blocked by plants, and then there'll be all these winding paths going everywhere. And we're going to build the paths out of sand so that we can also put in little mini paths that are only 1 or 2 meters wide. And although they won't function for the guests, they'll look exactly the same as the main paths, and that'll give it a really cohesive look as well. Time for the planting. So each section of the building is going to be planted slightly differently to represent 3 separate areas in Madagascar. This end here is going to have a slightly drier, slightly spikier forest to simulate the parts of Madagascar where the ring-tailed lemurs live. The central part is going to be based around a mangrove swamp, which is a habitat that the shifaka quite enjoy, although it's not their main habitat. And then the other end of the building is going to be a much drier, more deserty environment, which is home to one of Madagascar's unique reptiles, the very rare spider tortoise. Now, we don't have any spider tortoises in the game, but we do have the little Herman's tortoise. And the reason I want to put a spider tortoise in here is because knowing that we don't have any Madagascan exhibits in the game, I looked through all the reptiles I could find that lived in Madagascar to see if any of them looked very like the exhibits that we do have. And the spider tortoise is very similar indeed to Herman's tortoise. So with a new sign, we're going to have spider tortoises in here. This is the middle section of the building where the mangrove is going to go. So what I want to do is cover up all the places where there aren't paths with mulch pieces, and then separate them off from the paths with some of the faux rocks. And we're just going to use this one piece along with a load of mulch and copy this around the building so we get a nice separation between the paths and the planted areas. You can see how it lies exactly between the entrance and the exit so that we can block out that sight line as well. Now, if this is going to be a mangrove themed area, then we're going to need some water. So we're going to make a little ornamental pond, just so we've got some visuals of water in this area. So we'll make that using some of the tropical bricks. These have got that nice moss on the side, which looks really cool. And we'll rotate each brick as we place it to make sure that we get different moss patterns, and we'll sink it down into the ground a bit and then dig out some of the terrain and get some water in there, and then we'll surround it all with more of the mulch pieces. We use the different sizes of mulch pieces just to start tying this all together, but it doesn't need to look perfect because this is going to be absolutely covered in plants. There we go, that's done. Let's get some more plants in. Back in the spiky part of the forest, we're going to put some of these doom palms in. These are really useful because they look great and they're really small. We'll sink a few ponytail palms in, of course, and then get some scavola bushes in for ground cover. And then it's time for one of my favourite blueprints, the Giant Palms collection by Romano Palacios. Can't have a palm house without palms, and these are absolutely amazing, so they're going to be going all over it. And then we can start getting a mangrove in using an upside down umbu tree, which is the little trick we first did back in the Panda House at San Bernardino Zoo. And like I said back then, full credit to Drac for discovering that technique. We'll hide the top of the trunk with some more trees. We'll put some little normal mangroves in by the water as well, and just generally start getting this looking nice. And then we can move on at last to the animals. We'll start with some climbing structures. Normally I make these really interesting and try to make them as visual as possible, but in this habitat it's going to be the opposite. We want them to be super simple and just hidden away in the background because the plants and the animals should be the focus here, not the climbing structures. So we're going to use some basic wood covered in leaves, put those in various different places inside the Madagascar house, and then we can get our little tortoise exhibit in. So like I said earlier, we'll be using Herman's tortoise. I'm going to drop in the little tortoise house that we made in San Bernardino Zoo as well, and then get some rocks around the bottom, some of the new marquee wood pieces and the marquee side pieces as well, just to cover up the side. I think this makes it sit in really nicely here. It looks like something you might see in a plant house rather than a zoo. The cone on the top's a bit much, so once I've recolored the exhibit, we'll get rid of that. And then it's onto the rocks. We'll scatter this faux rock piece all around the habitat. In the more deserty area here, we'll use a sort of sandy coloured one, and then we're going to go with dark grey with some green moss on it in the other parts of the building. And then we've got one more bit of building to do, which is the structural supports. The lack of visible structural supports is one of the most amazing things about these old palm houses, but they do have some, just nowhere near as many as you would think something of that enormous size and weight would need. So we're going to build a few that we can put in certain places. We're going to use this piece from the Africa pack and just rotate it around and recolor it and get something that fits in nicely with the rest of the building with the all metal that we've used to build it. And then we can place these inside the building so that they join up with the ceiling, and then we'll put some vines growing up along them as well so they sit in really nicely and don't stand out amongst all the foliage. And with that done, we can turn our attention to the last thing that we're going to do inside this building, which is adding in loads and loads of climbing for the lemurs. So I want there to be routes throughout the whole building so that IRL they could get from one end of the building to the other without ever touching the ground. Obviously, this being Planet Zoo, they're going to do rather more touching the ground than we would like, but especially with the shifakas, the animations of them on the ground are so cool, you can forgive them for being on the ground for once. And with all the climbing in, there is just one more thing to do before we can see this massive building completed, and that is some landscaping on the outside. Now this massive area around it is going to be a huge lawn, and there's going to be all sorts of cool stuff on here by the time the zoo is finished. But for today, what I want is the classic striped lawn that you see in formal gardens or football pitches, that kind of thing. The way they do that in real life is with different lengths of grass, and we're going to do exactly the same thing here. So I'm setting up a grid with these plaster pieces, and then we're going to get the terrain tool to exactly the right width, and then we are going to draw short grass under the plaster pieces and then long grass in the spaces between the plaster pieces. This took absolutely ages. There is no quick way I could think of doing this, but I'm hoping when it's finished that it's going to give us a really cool striped lawn effect. In future episodes, this area is going to contain an ornamental lake and possibly a restaurant. I'm not 100% sure on that yet, but for now I'm going to put some topiary in here, which will exactly match the way they do it in Vienna. Now, I've seen a striped lawn in a zoo before, but I think it was done with mods. Not entirely sure how. I want to see if you can do it without using mods. And there we go. Turns out you can. Really happy with that. Let's check out the completed Madagascar house. Oh, that looks so good. I haven't done any designing on the outside of this, so I feel like I can say that. This is going to be such a cool centerpiece to the zoo. Let's take a look inside. The shifaka look absolutely incredible running around here. I don't think they climb like that in real life, but I'll forgive Frontier. And when you see them down on the ground, they really do move exactly like shifaka. You can see a couple of them down here. Here's one bouncing along. I'll put some misters at the top as well, just to give some more added atmosphere in here. It would be very humid in this house. I'm really happy with how the paths worked out. It feels nice and open in certain parts, and then like you are really surrounded by plants in others. And this is a beautiful view of some of the spikier plants. We got the shifaka here as well. There's one of them actually on one of the spiky plants. Now he's up on the vine. And here we've got our spider tortoise exhibit. Here's one of the little guys now. And there you go, that's the Madagascar house. This is what the zoo looks like now with this as the centerpiece. That lawn will be filled in with all sorts of other stuff. Next week we're going to be adding another brand new animal into the zoo, back in our Africa section. Just in front of the baboon habitat here, with two habitats for meerkat and the new African spurred tortoise. Let's go. Alright, this is what we're going to be building today. In the background you can see the Ethiopian Rift for the baboons. That will continue round to the Kenyan Rift, which we'll get to in a future episode. And today we're going to be building the entrance to the African area itself, with a big habitat for meerkats and another habitat for the African spurred tortoise. Really looking forward to that. The last time I built a dedicated tortoise habitat was a very long time ago, but we're going to start here with the meerkats. Now, meerkat habitats are normally pretty small because, well, meerkats are pretty small. But on a recent visit to Yorkshire Wildlife Park, I was reminded that they've got probably the best meerkat habitat that I've ever seen, and also probably the biggest meerkat habitat I've ever seen. It's split into multiple areas with little tunnels that the meerkats can get between them, and the sheer size of it just means there's always something going on. They've got loads of meerkats there, and they are always getting up to mischief. There's loads of different viewpoints for the guests. You are really close to them, and I was there for absolutely ages watching them getting up to all their hijinks. So that is what we're going to replicate here, and then sit it in an area that is going to be influenced by the entrance to Zoo Leipzig's African area, which is really cool. Loads of standing stones, really immersive. They've got dwarf mongoose and porcupines in there. So we're going to use the meerkats instead of the dwarf mongoose, and I'm going to go with the African spurred tortoise instead of the porcupines, A, because they're new and I'm excited to see them, B, because porcupines are nocturnal, so they're not the best exhibits anyway. What we're building here is a little meerkat house. It starts off as a direct replica of the one at Yorkshire Wildlife Park, and then we're going to make some changes to it. But its function is to join the two habitats together, so the meerkats have an indoor area and a way to get between the two habitats. It's got a door for the keepers right at the front in between two viewing windows, which is pretty weird. So I'm going to move this inside and to the back. Not really a design choice I would have gone with myself. Not sure why they've done it like that. I've never seen a keeper access door slap bang in the middle of the viewing area. But we start it there and then we'll move it back. We're going to put some rocks down in front of all the mud walls here, just for looks. I've got a thatch roof on there. I'm not happy with that one, so we're going to change that out. I think that's the African thatch, and we're going to change that for, I think, the palm thatch later, just because I think it looks better. And then we'll put some more detailing in. I love these mud walls, the sort of extra details in them with the way the mud's cracked, and there's little bits of grass and stuff if you look closely. They're a really cool piece. Probably don't use them enough, so definitely using those here. We'll get a sort of double effect on the wood here to get a bit more detail into the viewing windows. There'll be two viewing windows next to each other, both identical, so if the meerkats are inside, the guests can see them. And we'll just put some glass in there. Here we go, this is the better thatch. Now it's all flexicolour. You've got a really good choice of thatches in this game. So we're going to use this palm thatch, and then later on we'll darken it so it looks more like, there we go, so it looks more like the reference image that I'm working from. And then we'll position the house in between the two habitats here, and then start getting some cute little doors so that the meerkats can get from one habitat into the indoor area and then into the other habitat. And then we'll start getting some glass in for guest viewing. There's going to be three different types of barrier for this habitat. Firstly, the glass, which will give the guests a really good view of the meerkats and be able to get down and see the meerkats at eye level if they want. Then we're going to have short little walls, which we're making here. So we've got some corrugated iron on the back, which is the meerkat side. And then we're going to have logs on the guest side to make it look more attractive. And we'll vary the height of all of these logs just to give it a unique look. Later on, we're going to make some hot wire and put that on the back of these bits of the barriers using a brand new piece. Excited to get to that in a minute. And the final type of wall that we'll have is some big rock walls, the same ones that we're going to use throughout the African area, just to tie everything in and make everything look cohesive. We'll use these smaller walls as the main barrier on the guest part of it, and just have some glass windows there. And then we'll join those up and then bring those back to join up with the house. The grey breeze blocks you can see here are just my sort of rough guide of how big I want each section of the habitat to be. They'll be going once we've got the basic shape of the habitat in. Then we can start putting in the rock walls. Obviously these will be a lot lower than they are throughout the rest of the area. Don't need a particularly high wall to keep the meerkats in. These rock walls are going to be really useful because it'll enable views into the rest of the area when we want there to be views into the rest of the area, or we can raise them up and prevent views when we've got staff buildings and things like that. There's possibly nothing more useful in Planet Zoo than having a few nice sets of rock walls in your blueprints. This was originally built for the giant panda habitat at San Bernardino Zoo. A couple of weeks ago, it became the area walls for the African area here, and now we're using it to build the back of a meerkat habitat as well. You just need to recolor it and make sure the original blueprint is good and looks really varied, and you can basically use these everywhere. And now for something new and very cool. So only a few weeks ago I was thinking I wish we had more hanging plants in Planet Zoo. because we've basically got ivy, a couple of others, and they're not always suitable. And then a few days ago, somebody on Bro Nation called Marvin discovered that if you turn the Netaria bush upside down, it becomes a brilliant dry-looking hanging plant, which is absolutely perfect for this African area. So thanks to Marvin, I am stealing that idea immediately, and we will be using that throughout this area. They look so good if you just spin them upside down and then have them hanging over rocks like this. Amazing for desert areas or just variety when you don't want to use an ivy. And then from one new idea to another, it's time to make some hot wire. If you saw the baboons episode, then you will know that we now have a new thinnest piece in the game, the string from the Zookeeper's Animal Pack. And we're going to use that and one of the other new pieces, the satin barrier rope, in order to make some hot wire to go around the bottom of this habitat. This is the third time I've made custom hot wire in this game, and each one has been better than the last thanks to the new pieces. I think I used the marquee beam back in the days of Tecton Zoo, then it was the grasslands pole in San Bernardino Zoo, and now we've got the string. We can finally get super thin hot wire, which just looks like a little wire running around the bottom of the habitat to make sure the meerkats don't climb up the walls and escape. Next up is probably one of the most important things from the meerkats' perspective, which is somewhere high for them to get up to and do their sentry duty. So they need a higher place in the habitat so they can climb, stand up on their hind legs and look around, make sure there's no eagles or anything like that coming to eat them. And these are always really tricky to make in Planet Zoo because in the game the meerkats can't climb, they can only walk up stuff, which makes building something like this that looks good really difficult. So what we're going to do is make sure that from the front this looks pretty much identical to the one they have at Yorkshire Wildlife Park. And then at the back we'll make some changes to make sure that this works just as well in the game as it does in real life. They get up here by climbing up a little log that leans against it in the real zoo, and we're going to replicate that. And then to the side we're going to build some tiny little meerkat steps so that they can actually get up here in the game. And these will be hidden by some more of this elephant grass. This is replicating some big sprays of reeds that they have at Yorkshire Wildlife Park, and it adds a really nice splash of green to the environment as well. Now we can't just enable them to get up here, we also need to give them a reason to get up here. So we're going to put this enrichment item in, the little water fountain. And then I always think these are weird because where does the water go? So we're going to put a little vent in as well, so it looks like the water sort of draining away through this rock and then recirculated and put back out through the fountain or something along those lines. We'll recolor it as well just so it sits in a bit nicer with these rocks and doesn't really stand out from where the guests are. Now, there's a difficulty with the setup that we've got here. We've got two habitats, and the join between the two habitats is a house, but the little doorways are only meerkat size, not keeper size. So in real life, there's loads of different ways you could combat that, but in Planet Zoo, it leaves us with an issue. The keepers will only be able to get to whichever side we put the keeper gate in, and that's going to throw up all sorts of errors if we have stuff like this termite mound in here, because the keepers won't be able to get to it. So we need to make sure that this side of the habitat only has toy enrichment items in it, because the keepers don't need to actually physically touch those to reset them, and the keepers will also magically clean habitats from anywhere. So as long as we get rid of any food related items, they'll have no need to come in here. So what we're going to do is build our own termite mound using the stalagmite pieces. I'm just placing these over this termite mound until we get an approximation of the shape of these pieces, and we get something that looks pretty good. Quite happy with that, sat at the back of the habitat. And then we can move over to the other side of the habitat and start getting some of the food in and some more enrichment and climbing and stuff like that, and get this habitat towards finished. And then I'm going to try and solve the problem that I always find with habitats where the floor is just sand. It just looks really bare. And what I found is if you sink in the Oceanian rocks, so there's just like 1 or 2 pixels showing above ground, you get this really random look where it's almost like bits of slate and little bits of rock, and it really helps to bring the habitat to life. I'm going to be doing this a lot more in future. And that's the meerkat habitat done. Let's check out the zoo's latest new arrivals. Our troop of 48 baboons has been very busy, and we have finally hit the magic number of 50. The babies are impossibly cute. I really like them. I think we've got 53 baboons in here now. I want to get up to 80 like they have at Singapore. It's going to be an absolute riot in here. On to the main guest area. So we're going to do a little bit of work on this, and then we're going to move on and start building the tortoise habitat. There's these big standing stones at Zoo Leipzig in their African area, and I want to replicate those here because it's really effective the way they have these just stood around and you sort of walk between them to get into different areas. So we're going to mix loads of the natural rocks together to get some interesting shapes and textures. starting with one of the darker rocks at the bottom and moving up to savanna and desert rocks near the top, so we get a nice graduation of colour. So I tried all of them out here, and what we're going to end up with is tropical rocks at the bottom as a base, and then moving up to, I think it's either the tiger or the temperate rock in the middle for a nice splash of grey, and then moving up to the orange of the savanna rocks towards the top. And finally, everything topped off with some of the desert rocks. I want these to be really tall, much taller than the guests. They're going to add a sort of grandeur to the area, which makes a really effective contrast to the tiny little meerkats and the tortoises. We've made a couple of these, and we're just going to use these over and again, spun in different angles to start filling out this area. And then we'll fill some of the gaps between them with the bigger rocks that we've been using everywhere. And then we can start building the tortoise habitat. So we're going to use the same elements we used for the meerkats, and get a decent size for them. We'll roughen up the terrain and then smooth it to get it more interesting in here. Make sure it dips down a bit so they can get into their house. They're not actually going to be able to get into their house because this is Planet Zoo and they need an absolutely enormous door, which I don't want to build. But we're in sandbox mode now, so they have no actual need for shelter, and as long as it looks like they can get in there, then I'm happy. And you can see we've already got a really nice looking habitat here. Next up is everyone's favourite activity, pathing. Now we've got a massive natural advantage in this area, and we're going to be using it to make sure that the pathing is absolutely perfect, and that is that the floor is made of sand. What that means is we can use the natural path, which is also sand, and put the pathing wherever we like. Now to make it easier when we put it in, I'm going to use the tarmac path so we can see exactly where the pathing is going. And what I want to do is make sure that the guests can get absolutely everywhere in this area, but without walking through any of the rocks and without clipping into any of the habitats. So we're going to use different sizes of path and put paths down almost but not quite touching the habitats, so that the guests, when they step forward up the path slightly, won't end up going through the fence. And then we'll join each of those up to the main path that goes through the area. And we can even make little windy paths that go round these rocks. You might see them intersecting with the rocks at the moment, but I'll just simply move the rocks so they are in the little gaps between the paths once we're done. And we'll just keep doing this around here. We'll get another path going through there. There'll be a little education area there and some seats and stuff. And with that done, we just need to join it on to the baboon area, add in a couple more little bits, and that's the pathing done. We'll keep it tarmac for the moment so that we can see where the gaps are, and we're going to turn these into little plant displays to spruce up the area a bit. Some of the fake rocks to create a flower bed, a little palm, and then it's on to the final part of the build. This is the entrance to the African area, which is going to be absolutely huge when it's finished, so we need to set the scene. So we've got a sign in already in some nice African colours using one of Ricey's fonts, and then we're going to build a little garden here to get everyone in the mood to enter the African area. So again, this is that same set of rocks just sunken down into the ground, and we've still got the upside down Nitaria bushes on it as well, and it really helps to set the African vibe. And now we need to plant it up. So I've got a section of plants here that we built for our Madagascar house. You can even see the ring-tailed lemur sign still there. We'll get rid of that in a second. This has got that sort of dry African vibe that we want. And once we get rid of the sign, we can start moving these plants around, get some nice dry grasses in, a few reeds, got a few more European plants in there as well, because we are in Europe after all. And once we've finished putting all of this together, getting a nice little garden, we don't want anything too crazy, just some yellows and some greens, then that's everything we need to do to open the African area. Let's check it out. Here's one of our meerkats up on the enrichment. I love the way you can still see the European houses in the background across this African area. There's our sign with our tortoises. You can see how the meerkat can get up onto that rock and then back down again through the little steps that we made. And from here you can see across into the other side of the meerkat habitat and the baboon habitat. And here's an overview of the whole area. Very pleased with this. There's a lot of yellows and browns going on in the colours, but I think the splashes of green here and there really bring it to life. Let's check out the tortoises. The models on these guys are so good, so much better than the tortoises we already have in the game. Kind of makes them look a bit embarrassing, to be honest. And here's our meerkats. I don't know how many meerkat habitats I've built, quite a lot, but I always enjoy doing it because I just love watching them run around in the habitats that we make for them. Here's where we started today, and here is where we are now. Next week, we're going to be returning to the Madagascar house to start building something on the huge lawn in front of it. The massive palm house here is based on the real one in Vienna. and that sits in a massive lawn like this that just has some paths and topiary and a few flower beds here and there, with nothing to block the view in order to better show off its magnificence. But that's built in the grounds of a palace, and zoos don't have that luxury of space, so I figure it would have had things built around it, and we're going to build one of those today, an ornamental lake, which is going to have swans and a viewing area for guests and various other things. In my plans for the zoo, I'm imagining that the other things that would have been built around that time have since been replaced by more modern builds that we'll get to in future episodes, but I want one of the original things remaining, and because we've got swans to play with, an ornamental lake seemed like a good idea. As this is a formal ornamental lake rather than a natural one, we're going to be building the sides out of these beautiful tropical bricks, and the lake itself is going to be a perfect circle, and then there's going to be a circular viewing spot for the guests next to it, which will be raised off the ground, and that is going to be functioning, as is the lake as well. So the swans will be in the lake and the people will be up on the viewing gallery, and there'll also be a path around it that the people can walk around, and the swans will be able to get up onto the path as well if they want. Now we're in sandbox mode. Stuff like this is super easy to do. We don't even need to put in any barriers because we can just turn escapes off and the swans will just chill out around the lake as you would want them to. We're going to have a kind of stepped effect on the side of the lake. So we'll take this piece, attach it to the mud column, copy it onto the other side, and then we can spin it around and get a beautiful circle going. And then we're going to do something similar for the guest viewing, but because it's raised off the ground and I want it to actually work, what I'm going to do is actually size up the paths first of all and make sure we can get a beautiful circular path in, and then we'll make sure that the walls fit that path exactly. So we'll use the angle snap on the path tool to create a circle here right next to the lake, and then we'll take the new piece that we've created that's slightly different to the one we used to create the lake, and then we will spin this one round so that it exactly fits onto that path. What we need to do is get the mud pillar exactly in the middle of this circle of path, and then make sure that the wall is in the right position compared to the curb on the edge of the path. So what I want is for the bricks that you can see on the left to be far enough out that you can see the curb, but not so far that you can see a gap between the curb and the bricks. So we'll adjust it until we get it to exactly that spot. We just need the brick selected for this, not the mud pillar. There we go. And then we'll duplicate it to the other side, and then as usual we'll delete the second mud pillar that creates, and then spin that round until we have a beautiful circular wall. Okay, it's starting to come together. I don't know what we did before we had these tropical pieces. They're so perfect for classical builds as well as tropical builds. Let's get back to the lake. So we're spinning these pieces into a much larger circle. I've switched out the bricks for a larger piece just to get us a smoother look. And when we get to the center, there's a bit of an overlap here which is going to flicker, so we're just going to adjust these pieces and get the moss that grows down the sides to match up nicely. Make sure it's a pixel or two up or down so we don't get any flicker. Then we're going to get a really nice circle. There we go. Now we need to dig down into it so we can get some water in. This is going to be pretty shallow. I want it to have an effect a bit like a reflecting pool. I did consider just a long reflecting pool right in front of the palm house so that you could see the central part of the palm house reflected in the water, but I've decided that a path going straight there would be better for the zoo, lets people know where to go. And if you're going to have a big sort of weenie like the palm house in the centre of the zoo, probably better to let people walk straight there rather than have to go round a lake before they get there. So I'm going to build it off to the side here, but we're still going to make the water nice and shallow so that we get a nice reflection in it of the palm house. We're going to cover up the bottom of the lake with some of the tropical brick pieces and colour them grey. So we'll just get two halves of that together here. That'll give us a nice formal look to the bottom of the pond as well as the sides. Now you can see already we're getting some nice reflections in there. I'll do some adjustments to the water later just to get it perfect. And then we need to concentrate on getting our guests up into this viewing gallery here. So we're going to use this beautiful tropical path for that, and then we'll cover up the sides of the paths with some more of these bricks. The reason the viewing gallery is raised is so that it gives our guests two amazing views from the same location. So if they look one way, they'll be able to see the palm house completely unobstructed by any foliage or anything like that. And if they look the other way, then they'll be able to look down into the pond and at the swans and the water lilies and the big statue that we're going to have in there. That's starting to look good now. Let's move on to some more pathing. So we're going to run paths right the way around the lake so that people can walk all around it, and then we can build some little alcoves for them to sit in and things like that. And then it's time to head into Africa. This is the meerkat habitat that we built last week, and if you remember, there was one thing about it I wasn't quite happy with. So it's split into two parts, as you can see here. And in-game, that is working absolutely perfectly, which is great. The issue is, this side, you can see the keeper gate, but on this side, there is no visible way for the keepers to get into the habitat, because you can't have two keeper gates. And that has been annoying me over the past week, so I've decided to fix it. We're going to build a fake second keeper gate that matches as closely as possible the real keeper gate and put that on the other side of the habitat so everything looks like it makes sense. I'm going to put this on the workshop as well. That should be up there by the time you watch this, so if you want your own fake keeper gate, you can just grab that on the workshop. And with the fake gate in position, we can start deleting these rocks. So we'll just get rid of a few of these and then move the remaining ones so they join up nicely with the posts. We'll run a road behind it so it looks like the staff have got access, and then for the moment we'll just drop a bush in there to block out the view, and there we go, almost indistinguishable from the other side. Much happier with the habitat. Back at the lake, it's time to get things ready for the swans. So what I'm going to do is build a couple of little islands so that they've got somewhere to go where they are on dry land but away from the guests. So we're going to use the stalactites to create a sort of fairly natural looking little island for them. We'll have a couple of these. So we're going to go around in a rough circle. I don't want it to be perfect. It's supposed to look quite natural. And then we'll drop some mulch into the top to give it a nice platform for them to stand on, because the hitboxes on these stalactites are crazy. They will be about a meter up in the air if we use these as the base. And then we'll get some reeds behind them and a little bit of plant cover and just try and make a cozy little spot for the swans to get onto. We'll copy one over there. And then it's time to deal with something that I got a lot of comments about, the stripy lawn. When we built the Madagascar house, I spent a very long time making alternate stripes of long and short grass to get the stripy lawn effect. And lots of you in the comments and Iben on Bro Nation pointed out that actually you can just alternate the grass path and the short grass because they have slightly different colours. Yeah, wish I'd realised that at the time, because that would have saved a whole lot of time in that build. So what we're going to do now is start replacing the stripes with the grass path. It does bring its own problems though, because the end of it is really visible, so we'll have to use some foliage and stuff like that to cover that up. And it also means that the guests are going to spend lots of time walking on our beautiful lawns, but we can use the barriers hidden underground to stop that, so that's not an issue. Here I want to create an area for the swans that's just out of reach of the guests, where they can chill out, have their food, maybe nest here as well. So we're going to put a feeder there and some leaves, and then we'll start putting the barriers in. So this is going to be 100% null barriers, this habitat. And like I say, we've turned off escapes in the options menu, and the great thing about that is the animals will stay where you want them to stay with no visible barriers, and they won't just go wandering off somewhere. So this will force them to stay around the lake and in the lake. I originally put the barriers right around the lake itself, but later on I went back and moved them out to the sides of the path so that swans can wander onto the path as well if they want to. And then we need to sort out the keeper access. So we're going to use a small keeper gate and put it right next to the path. And later on we can place a big willow tree right on top of it. I've used a bush there for the moment, and that'll take advantage of the fact that for the first 2 meters inside a habitat, there is no collision detection for the keepers, so they will walk right through any items you put there. Time for some landscaping now. So we're going to use the wild hedgerow, which I think is from the Barnyard Animal Pack, or maybe it was the update that came with it, I can't remember. And we're just going to circle that all around here and then delete the bits that we don't want. Again, get a really formal look. And then we're going to plant a tree slap bang in the middle of this viewing gallery, so we need some earth for that. And then we're going to use the single faux rocks with random rotation on and use those to make the border. This is a really good technique for making thinner borders like this. I discovered this when I was playing the console version of Planet Zoo, actually, desperately trying to find a piece that I could use because there's no faux rocks in the game. And then I discovered that the single faux rocks are on the console version because they came in an update rather than a DLC, and they actually work really well as long as you've got random rotation turned on. Now, there's not a lot of choices in terms of enrichment for the swans, so what I'm going to do is take the mirror mobile and pretty much hide that in a load of vegetation here to encourage them to come up onto those islands. And then we're going to put a vista point in to encourage the guests to come up onto the viewing gallery. Just a couple more things to do now. We're going to make some alcoves in the hedgerow so that we can put some benches and a bin and stuff like that in there, so the guests have got somewhere nice to sit down, just take in the view if they want, get out of the hustle and bustle of the rest of the zoo. And then we're going to build a big statue in the middle of the lake to act as a focal point. So again, this would be 19th century, same as the Palm House. So I want to go with the classic animals for that: a stag, a lion, and a gorilla. Belmont Zoo was opened in 1850, so the gorilla was only discovered by Western scientists a few years before that. So this was the newest big animal on the planet at that point, and an excellent choice for this sort of statue, I think. And then we're going to use lots of copies of the lion statue so that we can use its mane as a base. I think that works really nicely. I'm having a lot of fun with statues in this zoo. And that is our formal lake complete. Let's check it out. Here we go. I love the animations on these swans, that sort of slightly jerky, ungainly walk that they have, and then how smooth and effortless they are when they're gliding through the water. The viewing gallery is working nicely as well. You can see the guests up there looking down at the swans, and the Madagascar House looks amazing in the background. I put some benches and one of Lion's awesome signs up here as well, just to fill that out and make it more realistic. Let's see what the Madagascar House looks like with the beginnings of the surrounding area done. The new lawn stripes look so much better, and the viewing gallery is just coming up on your right. But it's all about the swans for me. They are so graceful. I love them. Really wanted them in San Bernardino, but it didn't make sense geographically. So great to get them into Belmont Zoo. This is where we started today, and this is where we are now. Makes a huge difference to that area of the zoo. Today's habitat is based on a habitat called the Koala copy at Zoo Leipzig, and it really does mix cheetah and black rhino. It is absolutely amazing, one of my favourite habitats that I've ever been to. They've got patas monkeys in there as well in the real habitat, although they're not technically mixed, they're sort of separated by some mesh. But we don't have patas monkeys anyway, so we're just going to go with the cheetah and black rhino. Both animals inhabit the same space. It's a really big habitat, and it's just been cleverly designed so that the cheetahs tend to spend more time in certain areas, and the rhinos tend to spend more time in different areas, and you can see them both at the same time. Sometimes their paths cross. You can pretty much always see at least one cheetah and at least one rhino. If you've seen my tour of Zoo Leipzig, then you would have seen this already. We're going to get as close as possible to it in Planet Zoo today. The first thing we need to do is get some height into our habitat, which is where the little transport trick comes in. So this is going to be the guest path that enables them to see into the habitat. And in the habitat itself, there's going to be several hills for the cheetahs. Cheetahs love to be up high so they can look out over the surroundings, and the hills will enable them to do that. Rhinos, on the other hand, weighing on average about 1.5 tons, are not big fans of hills. So it's a great way of making sure the animals don't spend too much time under each other's feet, because rhinos can get aggressive, and it also makes for a really interesting view for the guests. The guest path we're building here comes out just behind the meerkats and the baboons, and it's going to take people down to this habitat and then onto the giant savanna that we'll be building in a future episode. This is the first half of the path in here. And then at the beginning of the path, we're going to connect it to this little building for the meerkats here, so that the staff can get between them. And then we're going to start working on a viewing gallery for the guests. So this bit of terrain here is going to be both one of the hills for the cheetahs and the first viewing gallery for the guests. And this is taken directly from the real habitat at Zoo Leipzig. While I was there, the two cheetahs were literally sat about an inch away from the glass that we're going to put in here. And you could see a rhino just strolling along the path at the bottom. It was so cool. We want to replicate that view as much as possible in this habitat. We want the hill itself to be nice and natural looking, so we're going to smooth off the sides here and get it to join up with the lower level. And then we'll build a gate. So there's going to be a gate between two parts of the habitat. It'll permanently be open, so the animals will always have access between the two of them in the game, of course. This just replicates one of the things that I saw in real life. The first part of the habitat that we're building is more sort of wooded, with paths between the trees for the animals. And then the second part of the habitat is a lot more open. Both of these animals IRL tend to live in grasslands, which are quite open. I imagine the trees and the ground cover and things like that provide visual barriers for the animals and keep them happier. I think in real life, the habitat's been there for quite a few years now, maybe 15 years, something like that. So it seems to be working well. It's such an interesting mix. It's not one I've ever seen in a zoo before, and that's one of the things I really liked about it. These planks are like the outside of the gate, and then we've got a piece of metal for the inside, because a bit of wood is not going to stop a rhino. And then we're going to use the transport trick again to get this path smoothly down to join on with the main path that will also lead into the savannah. We want more than one path for the guests to choose from as they go through the African area. And then we're going to put the piece of glass in, so we get a nice long bit of glass, and then use Z to bend that into place. And then all the rest of the barriers in this habitat are going to be the log barriers to prevent people from trying to see through walls and things like that, but they'll all be sunk down so that you can't see them, and they'll all be covered up by rock work. This is the rock work that we're going to be using. It's the same piece of rock work that we've used throughout this African area, because I want it to all look continuous. And then we're going to curve these walls around here, so that the back of the habitat has got a nice curve on it, and again, just to avoid any straight lines. So we'll keep moving this along until we join up pretty much to the viewing gallery we had at the beginning. And then we're going to adjust the heights of these as well, just to make sure we've always got sufficient height to stop the cheetahs from jumping out. And we'll copy it across to the far side of the habitat in a second as well. This is the path that the staff will be able to go down to get to the habitats. And then I put all the log walls in, and we lowered those down so they can't be seen. And then we're going to start working on a second hill for the cheetahs. So I've got this little rocky outcrop here, and we're going to bring the terrain up around that. So it's like nicely sloped grass on some sides, and then the rocks on the other side, just to make it look a bit more interesting. And we'll smooth all this down, make sure that the cheetah can get up here. There's nothing to stop the rhinos getting up here. They just will tend to avoid it IRL. Not sure what they're going to do in game. We'll see. Onto the terrain painting. So what we're going to do is have some areas of sand, mostly grass, and then what I also want to do is paint in little trails for the animals around the habitat. And then we're going to do something with the planting to tie it all together. So we're drawing in some trails where the animals will walk here with the dirt texture. We'll have one going along here, and then we'll have another one going around this tree that I've put in. Always have the intensity down on about 20% for this, so that you still get some of the grass showing through as well. Makes it look much more realistic. We'll drop one more rock wall in to form the other side of the viewing gallery. And then we're going to jump over to the other side of the zoo to check out our latest new arrival. The Asian elephants had a baby. I don't think I've seen the baby Asian elephants in this game since London Zoo 1985. They're so cute. The animations on them are amazing, with the little wiggles of their trunks and stuff, the way they just sort of wave it around. So the male elephant has gone back into his little section of the habitat. No need for more than one elephant baby at a time, I don't think. Let's get back to the build. What I saw in Leipzig was that half of the habitat was pretty thickly wooded, and then half of the habitat was really open. So we're going to replicate that here. What we're going to do is use the arrangement of forest trees that we originally made for the elephants, which I've been using throughout this zoo. It's really worth making one really nice little bit of forest that looks really natural with all the ground cover and everything, and then you can just keep using that. And then those trails that we made earlier, I want to have the forest actually grow around it so they look realistic. So I'm just going to drop these wall pieces in all the way along the trails so they're really visible. And then we can start copying in that bit of forest all over the habitat. Because of the walls that we've put in, we can really easily see where the trails need to be, where the vegetation needs to not be. And then we can just start moving that around and clearing it away. Makes it nice and easy to do that. I've never thought of doing it this way before, but it really makes it so much easier than trying to get paths in there once you've put all the forest in. I'm definitely going to be doing it like this going forward. So we'll get a couple more of these in, one on the left and then one over on the right by the hill as well. And then we can simply click on those walls and delete them. What we end up with is a forest that's got trails in it already made for the animals to walk through that they'll actually be able to walk through. We need to go in and do a little bit of adjusting, of course. It's not going to be perfect, but all we need to do is just drop down a bush here, move a tree there, and we've got the whole habitat filled in and looking really good. And when we get the camera in there at the end of the video, you'll see what it looks like. I'm really happy with it. Now we're going to sort out the fences. So the guests are going to be able to see into the habitat all the way along this path, but there's going to be sort of limited viewing for most of it. And then we're going to carve out another little area where they can see into this bit, and then there'll be a main viewing area for the next part of it as well. So we'll just run this fence all the way along here. I mentioned back in episode 1, I wanted to get a library of pieces to use throughout this zoo rather than having to build a new fence for every habitat. So this is the wooden fence from the elephant habitat. And then we'll go in and just make some final adjustments to that gate that we built earlier and open it, of course, so that the animals can get from one side to the other. And once we've got that lined up, we can just drop that in there, and that's the gate dealt with. And then we can move on to some detailing in the habitat. So I get some nice rock piles and logs and things like that scattered around the habitat. And then I want to concentrate on making sure that the animals spend their time where we want them to spend their time. So up on this first viewing gallery, we're going to place down a path to make sure the terrain doesn't move, and then put down a blood scent marker, which is going to encourage the cheetahs to come up here. This is exactly where we want them. And we'll cover that up with some grass, because I'm not a big fan of the piece itself. There we go. And then we'll put some more enrichment and stuff in the more open part of the habitat for the rhinos to encourage them to spend more time here. So this suspended feeder, and of course our old friend the mud bath, and as always we'll lift the terrain up around it to make it look more natural, and then we'll drop some more rocks in and arrange them so it makes it look like they are sort of holding that area of mud in place. Need to make sure there's enough room for a rhino in here, so we'll move the rocks a bit further out, make sure they can definitely get in here. Tiny bit more painting, and that's the enrichment done. Habitat's starting to look really good now. I've just got a couple more things that we need to do. Starting with the glass in the viewing gallery, you need to make that so it's not just magically appearing out of the ground. So we're going to use some rock work along the bottom of it here. And then we're going to add some birds to the glass to try and stop the birds from flying into it. These are a workshop item. I can't remember who made them, but they are really good. And we'll put some concrete pillars on the side as well to join it more securely into the rocks. We'll quickly jump up into the drone cam, see how we're getting along. This is starting to look really nice. The area you can see between where we're working now and the meerkats on the right hand side, I think that should be big enough to squeeze in an African leopard, so we'll look at that in a future episode. And now let's move on to building some indoor areas for the animals. Again, I want to try and build something really generic that is going to be hidden away at the back. The guests will never see these, so we can use pretty basic breeze block construction, and then we can use these buildings throughout the zoo where we don't particularly need indoor viewing for the animal at that point. We're building this on the grid, which means once we've got this little bit of trim at the bottom here, we can just have this one grid piece and use it to make buildings of any size that we need. So we put it where we want, go into the grid, and then we can just start duplicating this all around. As long as we spin it in the right direction, the only thing we need to do is adjust the roofs, and we've got a decent looking building that will just sit behind habitats. You'll be able to see them in aerial shots. They make the zoo look more realistic. But now we're in sandbox mode. We don't need the animals to actually go inside them. And then we're going to drop in one of the new style of banner signs that we've been using in this zoo. Really enjoying using those. And some new habitat boards based on one of Lion's blueprints that I've just modified to take a screen so we can get our own graphics in there. And then it's on to the final part of the build. So I'm going to be trying a new technique with putting grass into the habitats here. I imagine this is probably how everyone does it, and I've just been doing it in a really stupid manner for the past few years. But the way we're going to do it is to make sure that random rotation and align to surface are on. Place down 2 pieces of grass and then put them in the same group. And then we're going to go into the group, and then we just start duplicating that one bit of buffalo grass wherever we like. We don't need to sink it down into the ground or anything, just let the game do that for us. And once we finish covering the habitat, we just select the group, and then we can drop the group down all in one. How good does that look? That's the habitat done. Let's check it out. Here's one of our cheetahs stalking through one of the trails that we made. And this is the main viewing gallery. Awesome seeing them both up here. You can just see a rhino away in the background as well. This is exactly what I saw at Leipzig. It is so much fun to see it in Planet Zoo. The cheetah models in this game take a lot of flack, but I've got to say I really like them. I think they're really effective. I think they're beautiful. I love the way you can see the rhino's head just poking out through the door there as well. I also love the way you can just about see some of the houses in the city peeking through the background as well. Here's the rhinos. This is the first time we've ever seen the black rhino on this channel, I believe. Never built for them before. They're actually quite a distinct model from the white rhino, which is interesting. We'll head up to the viewing gallery on this side of the habitat to see what the view's like from there. And then we'll take a fly through of the whole habitat. Here we go. I love making shots like this. This is my favourite way to view a habitat. And there we go. That is where we started today, and this is where we are now. We are really filling in that Africa section. The next episode of Belmont Zoo, we're going to be building in between the cheetah and black rhino habitat that we built in the last episode and the meerkats. And we're going to be doing something in this build that we've never been able to successfully do before, which I'm excited about, which is build a habitat where one of the viewing windows uses the guitar string style of viewing. It's something we attempted once in San Bernardino Zoo at the Arctic fox habitat with what was the thinnest piece in the game at the time, the grasslands pole. But now, since the Zookeeper's Animal Pack, we have the string, which is even thinner, and we're going to be able to do a much better job of replicating that style of habitat barrier here, and we will get onto that later. To begin with, we're going to get our paths and our terrain sorted out. That box there is give or take about 800 meters, which is roughly what we need for one African leopard, which is what we're going to be having. And we're going to join the terrain on down to the path that goes into the Africa area. The path on the right of the screen where the guests are walking at the moment will be removed. We're not going to need that. That'll be reconfigured to move around the habitat. So we'll just lift this terrain up, bury a few of those guests there. They'll be fine, don't worry. And then we'll start getting some walls in. The habitat's going to be based on Leopard Valley at Zoo Leipzig, which is a really nice looking habitat, really well themed. And we're going to be using a lot of their theming ideas in this build. Now we're going with the African leopard here. Normally in Europe, you see the Amur leopards in zoos, even if it's in an African area. And the reason for that is that the subspecies of leopard, the Amur leopard, is really endangered. There's only 1,000 or so, I think, left in the wild. Whereas the African leopard is one of the few big cats that isn't particularly endangered at the moment. And there are numerous worldwide breeding programs for the Amur leopard to try and save it from extinction. So zoos tend to have those rather than the African leopards. But seeing as the African leopard is one of the newest animals in Planet Zoo, and we were in an African section, I decided that we'd have the African leopard rather than the Amur leopard here. They are held in a few zoos in Europe, and I figure that this habitat will just hold one leopard. It would be like an overflow habitat. Zoos often do that where they don't intend to breed a species. So when other zoos are breeding a species, or in this case, a subspecies of animal, obviously once they have the babies need to go somewhere rather than just stay in the same habitat with their parents. So they will normally try and be placed with other breeding zoos. Sometimes other zoos in the breeding program don't have space, or there'll be a particular genetic line that's overrepresented at the moment and they don't want to breed it anymore. And that is where zoos come in, who will just have one of the animals so that it's got a home and give it a nice habitat to live in, and it might be moved to a breeding facility in future, might spend its whole life in the zoo. It depends on what needs to happen with that particular species. That's what we're going to do here. What you're looking at is the first viewing gallery in the habitat, and this is the part that's most heavily based on Zoo Leipzig. So the way it works is we've got a fence here which keeps the guests back, and then there's an area of soil, and then behind that is the guitar string barrier that we're going to build in a minute. So we'll put some rocks in here to separate off that viewing window, and then we're going to have a glass viewing window on this side as well. So there's two different types of viewing for the guests, and then we'll start building the guitar string. If you're not sure what a guitar string barrier is, then you're about to find out. It's basically sort of like mesh, except it only goes vertically. There's no horizontal parts, and it is really, really thin, but really strong. So it gives a much better view for the guests, because without the horizontal parts of the barrier, you can sort of look between the wires, which are, like I say, really thin, and that gives you a really good view. And this new string piece from the Zookeeper's Animal Pack enables us finally to do a really good job of making a guitar string barrier. So I've placed one piece of string down, recolored it. We're just going to use this egg piece to give us some spacing so we can make sure each piece of wire is exactly the same distance from the others. So I've grouped it together. We'll put one in there, and then we can start copying them along this piece of wood here until it's all filled up. I love how this string looks now that it's thinner. I was semi-happy with our attempt at this in San Bernardino Zoo, but it did look a little bit prison-y when you looked at the habitat, because the wires look more like bars. And then we can just go in and delete the eggs, and we have ourselves a guitar string barrier. We'll get this one section of it into place, and then we'll copy it and get it all the way across this area here. So we're going to move it back so it's quite some way behind the fence. That prevents people from being able to stick their fingers through the bars, or the leopard from doing the same from the other side. Both the viewing galleries are going to be sort of semi-indoors. We're going to have a roof over it, and then loads of big logs and rocks and things like that to theme it all. Always good to do that so you get the lighting darker for the guests where they're standing and brighter in the habitat. We're going to copy this piece of rock over here to start tidying up the left-hand viewing gallery, and then we'll put the glass in for the right-hand viewing gallery. We're going to do all the barriers now. This one here will be glass. All the ones that run underneath the rocks will be wood to stop people from trying to see through the rocks, and then the barriers across this part here will be null barriers, so they're invisible. So we'll just do them out of glass first of all. I always find it easier just to use one barrier when I build it all, and then once we've got them all in, we'll go back in and change them to their respective barrier types depending on where they are. We'll also replace the glass with a nice curved one a bit later on, and then we're just going to fill in this gap with some more rocks. This mossy rock, or the dynamic mossy rock I think it is, which is like the almost like a tropical rock with a bit of moss on it as well, goes really nicely with the faux rocks that we've got in here. It's a really nice contrast, and once we've got enough of these in here to get a realistic looking rock pile, it's only a tiny little detail, you'll barely notice it once everything else is put in there. I am really happy with that pile of rocks. Nice. Okay, let's move on and create the big logs that are going to be a big part of the theming in this area where the guests are. So we're going to take one of the big Planet Zoo logs, and then some of the faux tree trunks as well, and then get loads of the strangler fig roots to start making an interesting looking log which we can use a few times, suspended over the paths so that the guests walk underneath them as they go into and out of the viewing area. The cheetah and rhino habitat that we built last time is pretty much on the main path through this area, so it's important that the leopard habitat has its own little paths going off the main path for viewing so that we don't get congestion, and it also just helps separate things, give them their own identity. So we're going to take some dead trees as well and put those inside this log so we can get some branches coming out, and just generally throw as much stuff as we can to get it to look really interesting, and then we can start placing them into the area leading up to the habitat. So we got 2 of them here. I think we're going to have 3 altogether, and we'll put a load of foliage and stuff on them as well, grow some plants on them, just get a really nice lush look as people come into the habitat. We'll put some actual sort of planted trees in as well, And then we'll move on to building the structure that the guests are going to be inside when they're viewing the leopard. This shelter is going to be really simple because it's going to be mainly covered up with rocks, foliage, those big logs we just built, etc. So it's going to have quite an organic feel when you're in there. So I want it to be made entirely or almost entirely out of logs. And we'll get some simple slate roofs on as well, and just build a really simple building in one little section like this, and then we can use this section to create the full shelter that the guests will go into. I get a lot of comments about the city backdrop in this zoo, so just to reiterate what I said at the start, almost all of those buildings are just from the workshop. I didn't build them, I just placed them in a nice arrangement. Only the buildings are right in front of the zoo entrance, which are based on the staff buildings at Zoo Leipzig, were built by me. Everything else is workshop, so if you want your own city zoo backdrop to build in, it is so simple to make it yourself. I think I spent a couple of evenings doing the entirety of this map. It is so easy to make, you can just do it yourself. Now we're going to start covering this in foliage. We're going to use one of my favourite plants in the game, the hosta. This is so good for doing creeping plants that go up walls, even though it's not really designed for that. If you just sink it in a little bit, you can start doing it like this, and it avoids having to use the ivy like we're using here for everything. We've got some variegated ivy as well, and seeing as we're in Europe, we can mix some of that in as well to start to get a really organic look to this building. You'll barely even notice the actual build itself by the time it's finished. It'll all be covered up with foliage. Got some of these vines on here as well. It just gives us a really overgrown, natural looking kind of area for the guests to come into. We'll do the same thing on this big log here with the hosta, and then more of these liana vines, and start getting it away from just being one piece. You can see it looks a lot more interesting now. Going to drop a few of these dead trees around as well. Just shift Lion's amazing info sign a little bit so everything sits together nicely. That is starting to look really good. Let's get on to the habitat itself. Big cats, especially leopards, who are probably the best climbers out of all of them, need mesh over the top of the habitat to make sure they can't get out. And as far as I'm concerned, you've got two choices when you're building mesh. You can use Haribo's mesh from the workshop, or you can use Goron's mesh from the workshop. Building it yourself, not so much fun. It takes so long, weeks of work just to get one piece of mesh done. We don't have that kind of time. So for this build, we're going to use Haribo's mesh, which we've not used for a while. We've certainly not used that in this zoo. I'm not sure if we even used it in San Bernardino zoo. It might be Tecton zoo the last time we used this, but it's such a nice piece. And because it's modular, you can just put two of them in and start rotating them to get them to the shape that you want. And then you can just go in and start deleting poles here, adding poles there, moving the mesh around and getting it to exactly fit your habitat. All right, let's move on to the inside of the habitat now. We're going to start by covering up some of the support poles with some trees. The main thing I want in the interior of the habitat is cover for the leopard. So leopards are really shy. They will not be happy in a habitat where they are in full view of the guests all day long or anything like that. We need to make sure there is loads of foliage in here, loads of little spots that they can hide behind. This will not be a habitat where you are guaranteed a view of the animal, that is for sure. And that's pretty standard for any good leopard habitat. The nearest leopard to me is the Amur leopards at Yorkshire Wildlife Park, and I'm pretty sure it was maybe my 4th or 5th visit before I ever saw a leopard. But that's fine, that is what leopards want, and the animal welfare is the most important thing. So we're going to replicate that here, get a really busy habitat together. We're going to use some of the stacked rocks that we used in the baboon habitat to put a little centerpiece in, and then have the back half of the habitat higher than the front half of the habitat to try and improve the chances of the guests getting at least a glimpse of it. We're going to have some logs and various other bits of climbing as well to get the leopard from the lower part to the higher part, so they've got loads of different ways to get between the two. So we'll rotate one more of these bits of rocks and get that in there, and then we can start doing some more planting. So we're going to get loads of elephant grass and reeds and use that to cover up the remaining support poles. And then we'll get dring grass and buffalo grass in as well and start making the floor look a lot more interesting. You can ignore that awful looking terrain there. We'll sort that out before the build is done. And then like we did in the last episode, we'll group everything together and just drop it down a little bit. And then we'll get some rocks in. And this is starting to look really lush now. We'll make sure the rocks don't clip through the plants as always. And then it's on to the climbing. So we'll get one of the climbable logs, and we're going to have that suspended between this big rock in the foreground and then the stacked rocks in the background, so the leopard can climb over that if they want to get up there, or obviously they can just walk straight up the rocks, whichever they'd rather do. And then we're going to put our generic backstage building that we designed in the last episode in, just to make things look more realistic. No need for the animals to actually be able to get into it in sandbox mode, but it just makes the whole zoo look better when we've got things like that in it. And we'll put an animal door in here as well, so we can see how they would get from the shelter into the habitat. I'm going to recolor that so it sits in nicely with the rocks. Use 2 of them so we can get a more sensibly sized door, and then we'll finish off the climbing. So this is one of the standard wooden climbing blueprints from the game. Very rare that we use a Frontier blueprint in any of our zoos, but the all-wood climbing frames are pretty much exactly what I would build myself. So these are one of the few blueprints that we ever use. We'll just make a few adjustments to it so it fits perfectly into this habitat. I'm really happy with that. I'm going to switch out that tree for something a bit more interesting looking, and that is everything done. Let's check it out. Here's the entrance to the habitat. You can see the leopard just jumping into the background there. And here he is through the glass viewing, inspecting his little fire hose ball. Love the African leopard model, it's really good and quite distinct from the Amur leopard model, which makes it even more useful. There's the log that he put in so he can get between each side of his habitat. I'm watching him here spending an awful lot of time climbing, pretty much all his time climbing. I think he climbs more than the monkeys do in this game, which is kind of annoying. But good to have some realistic animal behaviours in the game, and just look how gorgeous the model is. They're absolutely amazing. You can see how good the view is through the guitar string that we put in. I'm really happy with that. It's just so much closer to real life than what we achieved back in San Bernardino Zoo. Let's check out where we started today. And this is where we are now. One of the smaller additions to the zoo so far, but I'm really happy with it. Today we're going to be building a realistic reptile and amphibian house for 9 different species. The build is going to be called Life in Cold Blood. We're going to build it just behind the Swan Lake, and while I was laying it out, I happened to catch our pair of swans mating, so we'll get an update on that later on in the video. But let's start building. We're going to start by raising the ground where we're going to build Life in Cold Blood, just for a bit of variety, and then we're going to do some experiments. So with this being a sandbox zoo, what I want to build are some really realistic smaller habitats for some of the reptiles, such as the Asian water monitor and the spectacled caiman, and then mix that up with exhibits for other reptiles and amphibians, and make sure that each habitat and each exhibit is unique and looks really realistic. So what you're seeing there is the smallest possible habitat that we can get an Asian water monitor in, where they still have a traversable area and can actually walk around it. That's the first habitat we're going to build. Before that, we're going to put the layout in and all the paths to make sure our guests can get around here. As well as the 2 habitat animals, we're going to have 7 exhibit animals in here, and one of the most important things that I want to do is make sure that all the exhibits look appropriate for each animal so we can get away from these huge boxes. So some of the exhibits are going to be made to look much smaller using the building pieces, and some of the exhibits are going to be made to look bigger by joining more than one of them together. Once we've got these basic first exhibits in the right spot, we'll start building our first habitat for the Asian water monitor. We've worked out the smallest possible habitat that we can make for these guys where they'll still be able to walk around it. So what we're going to do is put that in here, and then once we've got that part of it in, and we'll join it up with one nice long piece of glass at the front, we'll move that habitat as close to the paths as possible. And then next to it, what we're going to have is a little glimpse into the behind the scenes for the guests, which is something you see a lot of at the Reptile House in London Zoo, and I really like that. Tried a few different buildings out, and the keeper hut works best, so we'll incorporate a little window there so that the guests can see into it, and we'll detail that later. Opposite it, we're going to have a habitat for the boa constrictor, so we're going to have 2 exhibits next to each other to get that to a more suitable size. And then finally at the back, we're going to build a habitat for the spectacled caiman. So again, this is going to be about as small as it's possible to get for them to still have a traversable area. And then we'll put the last of the paths in, and we can move on to creating the habitats themselves. We'll start with the water monitor, and I want this to be an ultra-modern reptile house habitat that is absolutely full of plants and branches and trees and water for it. So I've expanded the size of the habitat and then put a wall in so it looks like it's still its original size, but the actual habitat's slightly larger so that I can get some water in. And then we're going to start decorating that wall so it is completely covered in rockwork and looks really natural. We're going to primarily be using the faux rocks for this, with a few of the natural rocks mixed in. And I want the end result to be that every habitat and every exhibit in this building doesn't have a single visible bit of plaster or wall or anything like that. It's going to be completely just rocks, plants and branches. So we'll get a nice pattern going here that's going to go along the back of this wall and most of the other walls in this building as well, using lots of the different faux rocks until we get a pattern. And then we'll move this to the back, and then we can drop it down and use this as the base of the walls because it protrudes quite a lot, and then we'll get some flatter rocks above it to make the top of the walls. You can see this is already starting to look like a decent pile of rocks at the bottom of the habitat, so we'll get 2 of them in, and then we'll start putting some other rocks above it, so some rocks that protrude slightly less here, and then later on we'll put some completely flat rocks above that so that the floor joins onto the ceiling really convincingly. And then we can just group that, spin it around, and start filling in the rest of the habitat with these rocks as well. We use some rocks here to create a corner, so it's got even more rocks there, just so everything looks natural and supported. And then we can put a door in for the keepers, which will go in front of where the real door is at the back of the habitat. So we're using a sheet of metal for the door to begin with, or I'm going to switch that out for more rocks later, just so it sits in a bit nicer. And then we'll use some of the twilight wood pieces to create a door frame. The habitat is not very deep at all, so this door is going to be visible to the guests, so we want it to be as subtle as possible. We use that piece there to make a door handle. And then we'll move on to making the viewing window at the front. I've gone with one big bit of glass here because the dividers on the glass barriers are kind of dull. They don't really fit the vibe here, so we're going to make our own using some of the marquee beams. We're just going to have a line of these going up to the top, and we're going to duplicate that a few times so we end up with a slightly three-dimensional effect on it. Just looks a bit more interesting than the standard ones. And then we can turn that into a surround for the whole viewing window. And just copy this across to fill up the space, and then we'll put some plaster up the top as well. This is the beginnings of the walls that will go all the way around this building. And then something I saw a lot of in the London Zoo Reptile House that I really liked was the lighting panels that they have up in the roofs of each of the habitats. So I wanted to replicate those, so let's get one of those made. I'm not sure I've ever used these light panels before, but they're exactly the right shape for what we need. We just need to turn them into a more realistic light. So we're going to use this little piece here and create a surround. So we've got two of the panels together, and by copying this piece we can turn them essentially into one light. Just need to make sure it's in exactly the right place so that it covers the bottom of the light slightly as well, and then once we get it all the way across we can copy it upwards so it covers the top. And then once we've got those, we'll just clone those around the other side of the lights. And then a few pieces so that the lights actually look like they're hanging from the ceiling. And that's our little lighting panel done. And we can just duplicate that across the rest of the habitat. Once we've got the ceiling completed, we can start putting in those flatter rocks I mentioned for the top of the walls so they join onto the ceiling. And then we can deal with the terrain in the habitat. We're going to bring some of the natural rocks in now to line the edge of this pool. I'm basically just going to use this one rock with the random rotation turned on. It's a nice small size, fits in well with the size of the habitat here. And just by varying the height of it, the random rotation will take care of the rest. And then we can start planting. You know what that means? It's time to sink some ponytail palms into the floor. Still the best tropical looking plant in the game, I think. Certainly the most versatile. So we're going to have quite a few of these, making sure that they're not poking through the glass or the ground, so they are completely contained within the habitat. And you can see I'm doing something we don't normally do, which is I've actually got an animal in the habitat while we're building, because I need to constantly keep checking that traversable area and make sure that these things I'm putting down aren't going to stop them from being able to move. When we get to the spectacled caiman, I came up with a new technique for doing that, which makes things a lot simpler. We're also going to put some branches in. Sadly, in the game, the Asian water monitor doesn't climb, but in real life, they do quite a lot of climbing. Not as much as they do swimming, but still quite a lot. In fact, the first time I saw an Asian water monitor in the wild, they were sat on a branch in the botanical gardens in Singapore. And then we're going to use some of the tropical plant panels to add a little bit of foliage to those back walls, and use some more to add some more foliage into the habitat without affecting their traversable area. And then it's on to our first set of exhibits. These ones will be for frogs. We're going to have the golden poison frog, the Goliath frog, and layman's poison frog. And then we're going to get some plaster and start turning these into a realistic size. So all we're going to do is use these plaster panels to make little windows, and then we're going to make sure that the exhibit is the right way round and has the correct optional objects on the inside selected so they fit really nicely into there. And with some rocks at the back, they're looking really nice now. Let's move on to the boa constrictor. So this is the two exhibits next to each other, so we need to come up with a slightly different design for the plaster panels here. So we'll move various parts of it across until we've got this much wider, much larger viewing window. And then we're going to do something sneaky in here. I only want one boa constrictor, but we want them to look like one habitat. So we're going to put one snake in each, rotate this one round so that it lines up perfectly with the one next to it, and then we'll remove one of the snakes, and that means that we've still got the right background in there, but there's only actually a snake in one of them, so we're never going to see two snakes at once, which is what we don't want. And then again, we'll start adjusting all the optional extras for the habitat until we can get it to look really beautiful like that. Time for our next animal, the axolotl. So I've got an issue with this habitat. That little bit in the middle with the land on it makes no sense for an animal which never leaves the water. So what we're going to do with these windows is adjust them again, but this time we're going to do something different. We're actually going to move the exhibit off the floor to get the water up to guest eye level, and then we can adjust the surround that we've put in here. and then bring the ceiling down as well. So we end up with a really thin looking tank that's full of water, just like you'd see a real axolotl in. With that done, it's time to move on to the caimans. We're running an extra piece of glass across the habitat here in order to hold the water in, so we can place the water in at the correct height and then just move this barrier down, and then we can cover up the join with more rocks. And that gives us a nice deep pool for the caiman to swim in, and then we'll use even more rocks to start tying everything together, making it all look natural. So that's pretty good. We'll get some more along here. We'll put some more at the bottom of the water as well. And then we'll use tropical plant panels and some of the mud panels recolored to look like sand to build the back of the habitat. We'll use this group of rocks that we've used throughout the building to build a back wall. Make sure we've got a little ramp so the keepers and the caiman can get up into it. Once again, we've got a caiman in here while we're building so that we can observe their traversable area. But what we're going to do this time is select it. And whilst it's selected, we're going to fill all the parts that they can't walk into already with some log placeholders. And once we've filled the whole habitat with these, we can come back and replace each of them with a tree or a branch, a shrub, a big palm, whatever we want to use. And we know that everything we're putting in isn't going to affect their traversable area, and they'll still be able to cover the whole habitat without having to constantly check on the animal. It's going to be much easier. We're almost done with the foliage now. We're going to be using a lot of the basket ferns. They are so versatile. You can use them on the walls as intended, and you can just bury them into the ground, and they work really nicely for ferns down there as well. And then it's on to finishing the interior of the building. All the walls inside this building are going to be the really dark shade of blue that you see here. And the reason for that is we're going to have minimal lighting in here and then lots of lighting in the habitats. So the animals are the main focus throughout the building. We want them to be the stars of the show. Once we get the roof on, you will see what that looks like. Going to have a lot of signage in here. We're using the little version of Lion's original sign that we made for this zoo. And what we're actually going to do is recolor the little dots on the sign so that it corresponds with the conservation status of each animal in here. The reptile house at London Zoo I'm basing this on is exclusively for very rare animals, and they breed pretty much all of them. It's an amazing place, definitely one of the best reptile houses I've ever been to. We don't have that many endangered or critically endangered reptiles or amphibians in the game, so not all the animals in here are super rare, but each one of them will have the correct rating on their sign, which I thought was a nice little idea. Time to get the roof in. So I can't show you the building of this interior roof here because I actually built this about 2 years ago for the Moonlight World. It's one of the most complex things I've ever built. I think it's about 25,000 pieces. It was originally going to be the entrance to the Moonlight World Zoo, but I just couldn't get an entrance I was happy with. I ended up just deleting it, but I kept the blueprint. And it happens to be exactly the kind of thing I'm looking for the inside of this building. Very modern looking. So finally, 2 years after building it, I get to use it, which is cool. And then we're just going to fill it in with these really subtle lights here. And then we can move on to the outside of the building. This is the final stage of the build. And we're going to switch up our influences here from London Zoo to Prague Zoo. One of my favorite buildings in Prague Zoo is called the Indonesia Jungle. It's a Indonesian jungle building, if you haven't guessed. And I really like the outside. It's got these stone walls, an overhang, it's covered in plants, it's really atmospheric, and to be honest, I much prefer it to the exterior, to the reptile and amphibian house at London Zoo. So we're going to build this here using these rustic pieces and then some plaster pieces as well, just to make it look more realistic. The edges of these brick pieces aren't great because they're not three-dimensional, which they really should be if there are stone walls like this. And we're going to do some more work on those later to make them look even better. We'll start running the walls around the building, and then we'll do some tidying up on that ceiling that we just placed so that everything sits together nicely. And then we're going to put in a bio roof, so using more of the tropical plant panels, these will cover the whole top of the building, along with some air conditioning ducts and some solar panels. And once that's done, we'll start planting it up. We're going to use the upside down Netaria bush trick here. We used it with the dry version of the bush in the Africa area. We're going to use the normal version of the bush here to get some fronds of plants going down the front of the building. This is exactly what it looks like in Prague. It's so nice. And this little trick is going to enable us to get really close to the look of the real building. There we go. And then we'll fill the rest in with some arrowwood bushes to get a bit of variety at the top. And then we can move into these two big planters that sit in front of the building. To get the realistic, temperate-looking bushes that we want in here, I'm going to use some sunken beech trees and then loads of the bramble bushes. And then on the other one, we're going to have some brighter greens and even some flowers in there as well to get a contrast. And we'll fill it in with the wild hedgerow piece. Then we're going to do our little hoster trick to make some climbing paths going down here. Just got random rotation on. We'll do one straight column, and then we'll do one column where we move each one in a little bit as we go up, so we get a nice spread. And once that's done, we'll move on to the final thing that we're going to do today, which is sort out this little extra wall above the entrance. So as I said before, the edges of these pieces don't look great because they should be three-dimensional. So we're going to fill it in with some of the smallest of the faux rocks, get those into a group, and then lower them down so they're just poking out through the top. And then any pieces that are still sticking up a bit too much, we will move those down. And what we end up with is a really realistic looking stone wall. Once we've moved the last of those rocks down, that is Life in Cold Blood complete. And Bellemont Zoo finally has a reptile and amphibian house. Let's check it out. Thanks to Christina for the fonts and Lion for the bin and the sign. Really happy with how the front of this looks. It is so close to the original in Prague. And on the inside, here's our first habitat, the Asian water monitor, with that little peek into the staff area as well. Here he is, still able to fully move around his habitat, despite how small it is by Planet Zoo standards. Here's the boa constrictor habitat, and the boa constrictor themselves. And the little frogs area, the models on these tree frogs are absolutely amazing. It's a shame, despite our disguises, that the habitats are so massive for them, so you can't see them in more detail from outside. We got our axolotls swimming around in their little tank, and then the spectacled caiman at the back. We've got two of them in here. It's Philippine crocodiles rather than spectacled caimans at London Zoo, but they're a similar size, so I think they'd do really well in here. And that's Life in Cold Blood. Let's see where we started today. And this is where we are now. Pretty sizable addition to the zoo. And I said we'd catch up with the swans at the end of the video, so here are the little cygnets. They are so cute, swimming around in their lake. Next week, we're going to return to the African area of the zoo to build the enormous savanna habitat that we've been planning since day one. It's going to be called the Kenyan Rift Valley, and it's going to feature 5 of the species that live in that habitat. Let's get building. We'll start by turning this giant flat rectangle into something a bit more interesting, using the roughen tool to add some more contours into the ground, and then smoothing it off with the smooth tool, and putting a little bit of a hill in as well. And then we'll move on to the first part of the build itself, which is a big faux rock mountain, which is going to sit towards the back of the habitat, draw the eye, look really impressive, and hide the animal stables, etc., which will be right at the back of the habitat, so we get a really natural looking savanna. The way that we're going to do that is to use pretty much just this one rock to build the entire mountain. It's got a great texture on it, and the shape tapers towards the top, which is really useful if you're trying to build a mountain. So we're just going to place it down, make sure random rotation is on, and use loads of them. Once we've got 3 or 4 of them in, we'll copy that 3 or 4, and then we can use this as a big chunk, and then just start rotating this. And really quickly, we're going to have a big, impressive looking mountain that we can put towards the back of the habitat, and then we'll hide all these stables behind here. Once we've got the top of it done, we'll put a few different rocks in at the bottom to give it a base, and then we'll just start selecting big chunks of it and moving those around till we get the final shape that we want. And then we'll move the terrain up as well, just so the terrain goes up slightly as we get to the mountain. And then we'll move on to the fences. We're going to build what looks like a simple wooden fence to go around the habitat. We're going to build it on top of this wall piece, so it's on the grid, which means we can copy it around this huge area much easier. IRL, this would be made out of steel or some sort of metal and just painted to look like wood to keep some of the animals in, because we're going to have some big animals in here. And I should probably tell you what they're going to be. So there are 7 animals in Planet Zoo that live in the Kenyan Rift Valley, and we're going to have 5 of them in this habitat, including 3 animals that we've never had in a zoo before. We're going to have the blue wildebeest, which is one of the most requested animals on this channel, Thompson's gazelle, and the common warthog. And then you can't build a savanna without giraffes and zebra, so obviously we're going to have those as well. There's 2 more animals that we could have chosen, the common ostrich, and then the new Kirk's dik-dik, which we are definitely going to have in this zoo, but I've got some special plans for those, which we will look at next week. In terms of the fences, I want to avoid straight lines as much as possible in this habitat, so we're going to create a little curved section here. And then the reason it's on the grid is so that we can now just do this, where we do want a vaguely straight line, and we'll have this going diagonally in towards the habitat, and then we can go back in and make some edits here and there so we don't have any particularly long areas of straight lines. Everything looks quite natural. You don't want it to look square. There's a little bit of tidying up to do where areas of fence meet, but if we zoom out here, you can see that is the fence almost done already. There's a big straight line there, so we'll just cut that in half and just put each half of it at a slightly different angle to get rid of that. And then we'll take a look at one of the other things that's really important about about this habitat, the sightlines. This is one of the viewpoints into our cheetah and rhino habitat, and you can see the savannah in the distance. And as we build, I want to make certain that we keep this sightline because it's going to look absolutely amazing from here when the savannah's finished. Speaking of guests, it's time to get the main viewing for the savannah itself built. So we're going to use the transport trick here to get a nice smooth path going up around the back of the cheetah and rhino habitat and down here. I want a pretty sizable viewing area here and a feeding point for the giraffes. Rarely see a giraffe habitat these days where you don't have the opportunity to feed them, so we want to get that in here. More on that later. And with the track done, that looks nice and smooth, not too steep, and we don't want it to be too high because we don't want to spoil that view that we just looked at. So we can get rid of this now, and that'll leave us with this terrain that we can work with, and then we'll use the flatten to surface tool to widen this out so we get a sizable raised area that we can put our paths on. Just smooth it out as well, and then we can start running the paths up here. Really enjoying using the natural paths for this Africa area because gaps in the path are no longer an issue. You can just use the sand tool to paint them in and they become invisible. Once we get to the top here, we're going to run the path down this side as well and then join them up so it's wider and we've got more room, and then we can put the last few pieces of fence in and start decorating. We'll take our African rock walls and use these to start decorating this end of the area, start making it sit in nicely with the rest of the area, and disguise this staff path that goes down towards the cheetah and rhino habitat there. We'll spin it round and place it at the base of itself, and that gives us a nice natural look to it. And then we'll build some fencing and railings going up into the giraffe viewing area. So we're going to use these new poles from the Zookeeper's Animal Pack along with the poles from the Grasslands Animal Pack to make just a simple metal fence that's going to go up these stairs and along the top of the viewing area and just make sure the guests are safe when they're up there feeding the giraffes. This would be a paid experience, so there wouldn't be too many people up here at once. And we've got a few tricks that we can do to make guests actually come up here so it looks like they're feeding the giraffes as well. We'll get onto those a bit later. For now, we're just going to perfect this fence. I really like these Zookeeper metal poles. We've not had one like this where it's not a painted metal pole before, so that's really cool. And then we'll get onto the planting. We'll drop one of our little sections of forest onto this edge of the habitat where it comes in a bit. The main real-life inspiration for this habitat in terms of zoos are the savannas at Prague Zoo and Zoo Leipzig, and we're going to replicate the way the terrain looks at Prague Zoo here. So there's big patches of lush grass, but then in between them is dirt and sand where the animals have worn the grass away. I presume it's replanted periodically, and I want to replicate that look here. So having covered everything in the short grass, we're then going to draw in some sand and dirt, and then we're going to place all of the buffalo grass. I don't know how many pieces I ended up using, but having put a few scattered pieces sunk down here, which is what I was seeing in Prague, we're now going to go around the entire edge of the habitat with these buffalo grass pieces. And then we're going to fill in the middle of the habitat with the buffalo grass pieces as well. Everywhere where you can see the grass texture is going to be covered in buffalo grass. It'll all be in one group. And once we have finally covered everything that we need to cover, we can just select it and drop it down a bit. And we're going to get this really realistic look and a beautiful contrast between the grass and the sand. Right, let's start turning this into a proper habitat. So firstly, we need an entrance, and I really like the dead logs going over the top of the path and the rocks that we created for the African leopard habitat. So I want to continue that here. So I've broken that up into chunks. I'm bringing that across here. Breaking it up means that we can make sure it's exactly the right size. And then I'm going to place that in such a way that it doesn't ruin this beautiful sightline here. It's intruding on the sightline a little bit too much for me here, so let's just move it back a little bit more. There we go, that's better. Let's finish off the entrance. So because it was designed for a different habitat, there's little bits of it like this, which don't exactly look perfect. We'll tidy that up with some of the creosote bushes. We're going to use loads of them to make one really sizable bit of foliage that's going to cover up the ends of the trees and things like that. That looks really nice. A few more arrowwood bushes as well, till this starts to look good. We'll get a nice sign on that later. And then we can move on to the animals' food and enrichment and things like that. We need a giraffe feeder next to the giraffe feeding point, of course, so we'll put that in here. We're going to cover the main body of this up with some of these big, thick Australia tree trunks to make it look more interesting, a little bit more natural, sit it in more, because that's going to be right next to the feeding point, as you can see. And then we're going to create some big sunshades based on the ones I saw at Prague Zoo, which are placed over all the feeding and water points for the animals, just to make sure the food and the water stays viable for longer and provide the animals with some shade while they're using them. These are really cute, very simple, so I'm going to drop some extra bits of thatch in here just to give them a bit more of a unique look. We've got one over this standard giraffe feeder here as well. I'm actually having an issue with the giraffe feeders in this habitat, i.e. the giraffes aren't using them. It's not because I've covered them up with these pieces, because it doesn't work if I just put the plain feeder in on its own as well. I'm assuming it's a bug at the moment, but let me know in the comments if you're getting that as well or not. It just seems to affect the giraffe habitats. Basically, the keepers just end up throwing the food on the floor for them instead. We've got 5 species in here, so we need lots of feeders, and we'll put some foliage in as well and keep checking that sight line. And then we're going to build a feeder for the medium-sized herbivores in here, i.e. the zebra, wildebeest, and the Thompson's gazelle. This is again based on one I saw at Prague, but this is pretty generic. You see feeders like this in herbivore habitats all over the world. There's a nice little African flavour to this one, so I thought I'd use it. Just a simple thatch and log arrangement, and then we're going to use the European marquee beam and the grasslands animal pole to make the actual feeder itself. While I construct the metal framework where the food is going to go, let's talk about last week's habitat. So I got quite a few comments asking me what were the 9 species that were in the reptile house, and I realised I didn't actually show them all in the cinematics. So as well as the water monitor, caiman, axolotl, boa constrictor, and poison frogs that you saw in the cinematics, there was also the diamondback terrapin to the right of the caiman habitat, fire salamanders to the left, and then there was Goliath frogs in between the poison frogs as well. Back to this build, we're making the basic framework of it using the European marquee beam here. And now we've got one side of it done, we'll copy that and rotate that in the other direction so that we can get that sort of V shape that this kind of feeder has. And once we've got that in the right position, then we can move it under this shelter and start filling it with hay, or to be more precise, the dry common saltwort, which is absolutely perfect for this. So we use some of the larger ones here and just place them upside down and then spin them around and just start copying them until we get a nice sort of bale of hay going on here. I know we've actually got hay bales in the game now, but they are really neat. They don't really look like it how they look in these kind of feeders where they're suspended and the animals are nibbling away at them all day. And then we'll bury some in the ground as well and use that to make a kind of fallen straw underneath it, and just put loads of these around, especially under the legs of it. And then finally we'll add in the grassland pole for the kind of internal dividers that the animals put their heads in between to eat. And then we can move on to the final part of the build, which is the animal stables. We're going to do something we very rarely do here, which is build a building almost entirely on the grid. There's a couple of reasons for that. Firstly, from the main guest viewing, this building is going to be completely obscured by this mountain, and it's not really going to be particularly visible from anywhere else in the zoo. And if something isn't particularly visible, the zoo doesn't tend to go crazy in terms of design because they don't want to spend money where it's not going to be seen. And secondly, basic buildings like this are exactly what the grid was designed for in the first place. So we're going to have some massive doors at the front so that the giraffes can get in. I love giraffe doors. Doesn't matter what the design of the building is. I always like seeing them. There's just something really appealing about doors that tall. And then we'll have some smaller doors next to it for the rest of the animals. And then we're going to turn these archways into actual doors. So we're going to use the animal door. And I realised after I placed it in, if we place it the other way up, it actually looks way better. So we're going to create a kind of divide in the door using the grasslands animal pole, and then use some of these planter supports to make handles like we did in the reptile house last week. And we'll do that for all of the smaller doors. We can't use this exact piece for the giraffe doors though, they're too big. So we're just going to use some of the corrugated steel pieces, place those in, and then get them to the same colour as the animal doors that we've just used, and then hide the tops of the animal doors at the bottom for consistency. Then we'll put a basic roof in, just using the asphalt roof. Again, zoos aren't going to have any amazing roof design when the building can barely be seen. And then we're going to put some more forest in front of it, which will further hide it away. And we'll just end up with a fairly utilitarian basic building that would be the correct size for the giraffes. The other reason I don't want to do too much work on the outside is that we're going to do something sneaky with the inside, and the animals aren't ever actually going to go in there. We'll get to that in a second when we put the animals in, but firstly I just want to make sure that everything's looking nice before then. Now there's going to be various different viewpoints into the habitat. Down that edge of it you just saw there. One of those will be done today, and the rest of them will come in future episodes. And then I want to finish off the giraffe feeding point. So we put an animal talk point in, and once we assign an educator to it, that is going to get guests to actually come up here. And then we're going to cover it up with a habitat sign, which we just need to make a bit taller. Ignore the cheetah you can see on it, that'll be a giraffe when we're finished. And then we'll put some of the smallest display screens along here, so we can have a sign for each of the species, and use some of our favourite piece, hinge number 1, to attach those to the fence. These are one of my favourite things about not being in franchise mode, the fact that we don't have to use the massive habitat signs everywhere. We can use these smaller display signs that look much more realistic. Alright, let's get into the building and get this habitat working. If you've ever tried to build a massive habitat like this in Planet Zoo, you'll know how hard it can be to get it working, so I'll show you exactly how I did it. We've got null barriers running right up to this building, and I'm actually going to put all the staff buildings inside the building, so the keepers have only got about 1 metre to walk until they're in the habitat. There'll be a little keeper gate in the side of this building. I'm going to have 2 keepers for the habitat. The important thing is to make sure that one of them is set to not clean the habitat, because with a habitat this size, they start cleaning it, and by the time they've finished, well, let's just say it needs cleaning again, and they end up stuck in a constant cycle of cleaning. So if you make sure one of the keepers doesn't do any cleaning, then when the one who is doing the cleaning finally finishes after about 3 months of in-game time and is exhausted and heads straight to the staff room to relax, you've got another keeper raring to go. He's going to go straight in there, fill all the feeders and water, make sure that none of the animals starve or dehydrate, and he won't be wasting any time cleaning. That's the habitat done. Let's check it out. It looks really gorgeous at sunlight here. Here's the entrance. I've themed it to fit in with the Baboon Rift, which is the other end of the Rift Valley in Ethiopia. And here's the habitat. It looks so amazing with all these animals in it. I've never had this many different species in one habitat before, and it's such a classic African vibe when you look at it. Those of you who've been asking for a blue wildebeest to be in one of my zoos for about 2 years now have finally got your wish. And the warthogs are great as well. They're so active, they're always running around the habitat. There will be more animals in here eventually. We'll be breeding all of the species in here to get more of them. If we get any more suitable animals in future that live in the Kenyan Rift Valley, we'll certainly add them into this habitat. Look how majestic the giraffes look here, walking away from the feeding point. You can see the guests up there as well. Here's one of our warthogs, trotting away across the plains. And we'll take a look at the stables building as well. One of our Thompson's gazelle walking towards it. Here is the sightline that I've been waiting for since we started building. It looks absolutely incredible with the rhinos in the foreground. And that's the Great Rift Valley, Kenya. Here's where we started today, and this is going to be a big difference. That is where we are now. The Africa section is getting really huge, but we've got a couple more habitats to put in there, starting with a really cool idea that we're going to do next week. This little wooded area right next to the savannah is where we're going to be building, and what we're going to be doing is a study in trying to make the perfect little habitat in a fairly small space. And we're going to be doing something new this week. I've installed this camera right here, and this is going to give us a guest's eye view into the habitat, which we can keep referring back to as we build, like this. And we'll use this to try and make a beautiful habitat for the dik-diks. The first thing we're going to do is delete these trees and these bushes here to give us some space to work with. We've already got fences at the front and back, you can see them here. And we want to preserve this beautiful view into the savannah without obscuring it with the habitat. That's going to be one of the main things we're concentrating on today. So this fence here at the front needs to be at least 1 meter high to keep the dik-diks in. They are absolutely tiny. And then this fence at the back needs to be at least 2 meters high to make sure that the larger animals back there don't get into this habitat. We'll quickly put some markers down so we know how high to build the new fence is. So 2 meters at the back and 1 meter here. Now we know what we're doing. We'll start building a more attractive fence for the guest side of the habitat. So I'm going to use this little plank from the Twilight Pack. It's just some alternating wooden planks like this, one in front of the other. And then we've got a concrete base for them to go on. And then we're going to put this round fairly closely following the fence that's there at the moment before we replace it. I've already got the paths in here, so we want the fences nice up and close to the paths. We're going to place each little section in manually and rotate it so we get a really smooth curve that goes around the front of the habitat until we get to the fence that marks the end of the savannah, and then we'll take a look at it. Looking good. It's only 1 meter high, so the guests will be able to see right over the top of it, won't be obscuring any of the view of the habitat. So let's deal with the fences at the back now. So because these need to be 2 meters high, what I'm going to do is raise them, and then we're going to have to make a few changes to it because I didn't really notice this when I built the savannah because the fences are so far away from you at all points, but some of the smaller animals and especially the babies could probably actually walk under the bottom of these fences, and they especially will be able to now it's a bit higher. So we'll put some mesh in just to make sure that that doesn't happen, keep the animals where they should be, and then we'll move on to the barriers. So all we need to do is place null barriers down this one side of the habitat here, make sure they're nicely lined up with that new fence that we've built, and then put in a keeper gate, and that's it. So we use the small keeper gate, and then we can make some adjustments to the fences we just placed so they line up really nicely with the gate. If we move it back a little bit, and that little control panel will actually stick through that piece of wood, and it'll all look like one seamless whole. We'll do the same thing to this piece here, just rotate it a bit more so it lines up nicely with that gate, get everything looking perfect. And then we'll move on and do some more animal containment measures on the savannah side of the habitat. So what I'm going to do is place some large rocks down just behind the fence here, just to give another reason for the animals not to cross over this fence. I mean, not that this should be jumping a 2 meter high fence anyway, but giraffes are pretty powerful and really tall, so anything to dissuade them from walking over here. I'm going to do this just using 2 rocks. I've got this one rock that I really like. We're using rotate all for this, so that's sort of the next level of random rotation where it rotates on every axis. I don't really use it apart from rocks. Not sure what other use it would have, but it's great for rocks because it makes them look much more unique than just using the normal random rotation. So we'll put this one big rock right next to the fence, and then we're going to take a smaller rock and fill in the gaps and just add more of these in, so we've got a more sort of formidable barrier that animals aren't going to want to walk on. Once we've got this third layer of rock in, then we'll go and check on our camera and see how the habitat's shaping up. There we go, so it hasn't really obscured it at all. Still make out the giraffes and everything else. Looks really good. I'll probably drop a couple of the bigger ones down off camera just to make absolutely certain, and then we can get back to the inside of the habitat. We're going to do something similar next to the guest fence, just much smaller because of the size of the animals. So we're just going to run these rocks along the fence here just to discourage the animals from getting too close to it. Dik-tiks are pretty shy as well as being tiny, so providing them with some cover and things like that is going to be important in this habitat. I don't think they'll need too much persuading to keep away from the guests, but I'll put those in just to be on the safe side. And then we're going to bring them a little bit closer to the eye line of the guests with them being so small by raising the terrain in the center of the habitat and then just smoothing it out to make sure it looks nice and realistic. Now it's time to move on and build some shelter for dik-tiks. This is not a dik-tik, this is a statue of a fennec fox, but with that base on the bottom, it's about the same size. So this is going to be our scale model for building the shelter. So we're going to make it as small as we possibly can while still having room for them to get in and out and spend time inside as well. So we'll place a wooden floor down and we'll use this as a base. This is pretty much going to be the footprint. It's only somewhere they need to go if it's super cold outside. We want it to be nice and snug for them. So we'll put some posts in. I'm actually going to switch this exact post out later for one that looks a bit better. And then we'll get some planks in and start building the walls. This shelter is based on one I saw a photo of at Hamerton Zoo here in the UK in their dik-tik habitat. So it's just really small, really simple. It is basically just a shed, but it's small. It's got a pretty low profile and it's going to sit very nicely just in the corner of this habitat here, just in front of the keeper gate. And we're going to get loads of detail into this. It's not really going to be that visible, but if you were to walk right past it where those guests are stood at the back, then you're going to be pretty close to it. So we want it to look good. So we're going to alternate these planks to get different textures on them, bring them down, and then we'll start putting some smaller planks in so that we can build a door. We'll put a door frame in as well using the Twilight door frames. With this building being as close to the fence as it is, it's really important that we get a lot of detail in here. So we're going to be going all out with this. I love building out of wood. It's something I've not done enough of in our zoos, I think, and I'm trying to change that and do it as much as possible in Belmont Zoo when it's appropriate. As well as putting a frame around the door, we'll put a further piece of slightly thicker wood along the bottom of the building as well, just to sit it into the ground nicely. And then we'll check the sizing with our substitute fennec fox. So it looks like the dik-tiks would actually fit through here, but this is Planet Zoo, so I think we're going to need to make it a little bit taller than that. We'll make it as low as I think we can get away with, and when the habitat's up and running, they actually can get in here, which is really pleasing. We'll see that in the cinematics at the end. Let's move on to the next wall. So this is basically the same technique, but we're going to have a window in here, put some glass in there, and then we need a door as well so the keepers can get in here. I like this sort of old, very cheap looking door because it's got these metal details on it which are really cool. So I'm going to sink that into the wall so that the metal details are still visible, and then we'll put some more planks over the top of that so it fits in seamlessly with the rest of the building. This grass panel and the plant panel as well are some of my favourite pieces in the game. They're so useful. Use the plant panel a lot more than the grass panel, but when you need some grass, it's pretty much the best piece in the game. Time for some more intricate detailing now. So I've got trim in on the top and the bottom of the window there, but the smallest trim piece is 1 meter long and the window is a lot shorter than that. So what we're going to do is take this piece from the Zookeeper's pack, which is 0.5 meter long, which is just slightly longer than it needs to be. If we sink that in there, so just the sides of it poke out, so it's about as thick as the rest of the trim. And if we get it into exactly the right position, there we go. Matches up pretty closely with the trim above it, apart from the fact that it's sticking out the top a bit. So we'll just copy it over to this side as well, and then move this one plank at the top just a tiny bit forward to cover up the bit that sticks out. We've got the full trim in, it looks really nice, and you can't really see that it's a different piece there. Now, last week I told you that we had an issue with our savannah habitat. I asked you to let me know in the comments if you were having similar issues, namely that the giraffe feeder here and the other giraffe feeder over here that I ended up getting rid of were not working. Lots of you told me that you were having the same issue, but one of you told me of a potential solution. HZ Serzi, I've got no idea if I'm saying that right, said that the issue is caused if the animals can't reach the habitat door. I have no idea if that's correct or not, but we're going to test that now. So if we head over behind the mountain, this is the habitat door here, built into the side of the stables, and apparently if the animals can't make it there, that for some reason stops them using the enrichment feeders, even though that makes no sense at all. So if we take a look at one of our smaller animals here, like this warthog, you can see from the heat map that they can go right up to the habitat door.
But if we check out one of the giraffes, you can see that they can't get there, and those are the only feeders that aren't working, so maybe there's something in this. So I'm going to check it out now. We're going to make some adjustments to this mountain and just keep deleting bits until the giraffes are able to get to the habitat door. So we'll just delete a few of these rocks, and then we'll go and check out one of the giraffes again, hit play, and update the heat map. Okay, there we go. So now they can get up to the door. This should make the feeders start working. Let's see. Wow, okay, so it actually says accessible when I click on it now, and it was saying inaccessible before. And I think this keeper is heading towards the feeder, so that is looking very promising indeed. Wow, I can't believe that worked. That is such a strange bug. But finally, our giraffes can eat from the feeders, which is awesome. So thank you so much to HZ Serzi for fixing that for me. Wow, it's like a Franchise Masters all over again. Let's get back to the build. Time for the grass. So we're going to do this the same way that we did it in the savannah. So we use the buffalo grass, although we'll be using some of the medium pieces as well as the large pieces. And once we've covered the habitat, we'll just select it all, drop it down, and then check it out. Alright, this is starting to look good now. I think we need a little bit more grass, but I'll add that in off camera, and we'll move on to putting in the enrichment items. So we've got these pathways in the grass, similar to the savannah, but a bit more subtle considering the tiny little feet that will have created them. And we're just going to put some of the enrichment items at the end of the little grass paths. We use the path trick to get one of them down right in the centre there without spoiling that hill that we made. So we use the bark rubbing pad, which is a really nice enrichment item. And we're going to make a little centerpiece around that using some logs and branches and rocks. I want a couple of spots in this habitat aside from the shelter where the dik-diks can't be seen by the guests. Like I said earlier, they're pretty shy, so they won't want to be on display all the time. Luckily, we can do that without spoiling the view because they're so small. So we'll just get some rocks in and make sure that they're not going to be high enough to spoil the view into the savannah behind it. I also want to get a tree in this middle part here. So I've been through pretty much every appropriate African tree that I could find. What we're looking for is one with a really thin trunk so that it doesn't spoil the view at ground level, and with the leaves pretty high up so it doesn't spoil the view of the giraffes. We want a nice gap between leaves and ground so that we can still see through it. And I think this is the tree for the job. Yeah, unless one of the savannah animals is standing directly behind the trunk, it's not going to spoil the view at all. We'll get some bracken and a few other bits of plants in here as well, just to get a slightly different shade of green in here and a little bit of height, so it's not just bare rocks and the log. A bit more cover for the dik-diks as well. And then we'll move on to the rest of the planting and start making it look really beautiful in here. We can't go too crazy with the planting because something interesting about dik-diks that I learned when I was researching this episode is that they live pretty much exclusively in either savannas or semi-deserts where the grass is short enough that they can see over the top of it with their tiny little bodies. Once the grass is long enough that they can't see over the top of it, they are not happy and they don't stay in environments like that. So we don't want any really long grass in here, and we don't want to fill the habitat with plants either. So we're going to create a few areas of elephant grass that they can hide behind, and then we're going to use some longer grass to cover up the mesh in the fences, and that would also prevent the dik-dik from wanting to get too close to the fence either, because they won't be able to see over the top of the grass. This is the second little area that they're going to have to get out of sight of the guests, just using this little group of elephant grass here. And here we go, this is starting to look really beautiful now. There's just one more thing I want to do, which is to improve the guest viewing fences. So what we're going to do is firstly just copy the fence on top of itself to make it higher all the way along, and then we'll cut bits out so that the guests have certain areas where they look over to see the dik-dik and certain areas where they can't really see in, and it gives the dik-dik a bit more privacy. And if we just make some adjustments to the individual planks, we can make that look really nice as well. And then lastly, we'll just do a little bit of signage on this middle part here. So a couple of the dik-dik signs, one of Lion's amazing sign blueprints. Can't build anything without those. And that's the habitat done. Let's check it out. And here they are. These guys are absolutely adorable. I think the models and the animation on these is just an absolute treat. They are so close to real life. I saw these a few months ago at London Zoo, and yeah, they're as adorable in-game as they are in real life. The little noses. The guests are even standing in the right place to view them, which is nice. I think the habitat fits in really nicely next to the savannah, and the view across it, the way you've got these little guys pretty close to you, and then the larger animals in the background works really well. And they can actually use their shelter as well, despite how small the door is, which was a surprise. This one's just heading in there now for a little sleep in the evening. I'm already excited to see the babies that they're going to produce, because they are going to be even cuter than this. Doesn't spoil the view from the savannah either, fits in nicely there as well. Let's check out where we started today. Here we go, and this is where we are now. Next week, we're going to build what for the moment will be the final habitat in Africa. Let's go. I'm really excited about this build. I think when it's done, it might be the best build in the zoo, but I'll leave that up to you guys to decide when it's finished. The overall design is mine, but it's based on 3 of the best pygmy hippo habitats that I've seen either in real life or on Zoo Chat. Park Overloon in the Netherlands, Krakow Zoo in Poland, and Singapore Zoo. And one of the things I liked about Park Overloon was a little viewpoint into the outdoor part of the habitat, or one of the outdoor parts of the habitat. And we're going to start by trying to replicate that. So we're building this little viewing point here, which will look into the outdoor habitat for the female pygmy hippo and the baby. There's going to be 3 of these altogether, another one on the side of this part of the habitat, and then one for the outdoor habitat for the male pygmy hippo as well. And then in between the 2 habitats is going to be an indoor house. Pygmy hippos live in very hot rainforests in Africa, so they're not normally kept outside all year round in Europe, and I wanted to build a really good indoor house. This is looking really nice already. Let's move on to the layout. This is a size guide for the indoor part of the habitat. It's actually going to be 2 habitats when we're finished, but it's going to be designed to look like one, so that we've got the male on one side and the female and the baby on the other side, and it's all going to be joined up by one body of water. So a little body that we're designing here with a little island in it on the outside, and then a larger body of water on the inside, and then basically the same thing that you see on the left replicated on the right as well for the male. I'm just using sound to draw in where the water's going to go so we can start getting these viewing points set up and make sure that the building's in the right place, so there's enough room to get the guests in as well. And with the basic layout done, we can start terraforming. So we're going to dig down about 1 meter for the water. Water should be deep enough for the pygmy hippos to be able to walk along underwater, and they're just under 1 meter tall. Once we've dug it all out, we can put the water in, and then we can start putting the rest of the fences in. We created this little log fence for the meerkat habitat originally. I like how it looks, and the logs are pretty solid, so they look like they'd be good enough to keep a pygmy hippo in, so I thought we'd use these again. I'm just using a really little section of them so we can get a really organic look for the barriers as they go around the habitat, just to avoid any straight lines as we do normally. So we'll just carry this around in a nice shape until it joins back up again with where the hippo house is going to go. Then we'll make some adjustments to the heights of the individual pieces as well till we're happy with the look of it, and then we'll move on and put a path in for the guests. So we're going to have a straight path leading down to this viewing point. There's going to be foliage all around, so it's like a real centerpiece, and then we can move on to building the house itself. The concept for this is that the hippo house would have been built at some point in around the 1930s probably, and at the time that would have been the entire habitat. So you'd walk in, and in front of you would be probably a rectangular pool with a couple of hippos in it. And then what the zoo have done recently is built 2 external habitats on either side of the building and replaced the rectangular pool with a long body of water that goes from outside the building to inside the building and then out the other side again, and gives a much more natural and much larger habitat for the hippos. And it'll be designed in such a way that there's a split down the middle, so the hippos can be separated when necessary or kept together when necessary, i.e. when you want them to breed. If you saw the little baby hippo at the start of the video, that's because another zoo had an accidental pregnancy and didn't want to have all the hippos, so they decided to move them to Bellemont Zoo. Rumours that I did this just so we could have a baby pygmy hippo in the video thumbnail are entirely unfounded, and I resent the accusation. So I've built everything out of glass panels, but most of it's going to be covered with plaster. I've just got all the glass in there because it gives us ready-made windows, and I like the classic glass pieces. They set the vibe of a building that was originally built quite a while ago really nicely. We're going to put a bio roof in, mainly because it gives us this nice wooden panelling underneath, which is a little detail I saw in Krakow Zoo that I wanted to incorporate. This would have been a later addition to the building, and we're going to finish that off with some wooden planks, and we're also going to have lighting up here as well. We'll spin each second plank round so the texture lines up better, and then we'll move on to the plaster panels. Using panels over glass like this enables us both to keep the glass pieces where we need them and also to have more control over the look of the building, because these pieces are a lot smaller than the standard wall pieces. You can get a lot more detail in, and then there's places like this little gap here where the hippos are actually going to be able to walk underwater in between the indoor and outdoor part of the habitats, so the plaster panels will enable us to get that to exactly the right shape to allow them through there. One of the glass pieces at the front is going to be the door, so we're going to use a few bracket pieces to create door handles, and then the rest of them are going to be windows because we want a lot of light in here. This is my favourite method of making door handles. It's so simple, but it looks so good when it's finished. You just need 4 brackets really. And then we'll move on and get some arch pieces in so we can start making the shape of the front of the building. And then we're going to run loads of plaster trim around the sides, except these octagonal pieces, which are less than 4 meters long, where we'll use little bricks to basically create the same thing, but on a slightly smaller scale. Where they meet, we can just slide them together until they're in the right place, and it starts to look seamless. We'll just move the one on the left until it's lined up perfectly, and then we move the one on the right until it's lined up perfectly, and there we go, looking good. And we'll run that around the entire building, and we'll end up with something that's looking pretty good. We take a look at it. A nice start. Time for some more detailing. We'll use my favourite new piece, the string, to create a little gap between the two doors, and then we'll start putting the pathing inside. So we're going to use the crazy paving, which I'm pretty sure I have never used in all my years of playing Planet Zoo, but it just feels like the kind of thing that might have been around in the 1930s and would probably have been preserved along with some of the rest of the building when the zoo modernised it. So we'll go with that. And then we're going to join up the gap between the end of the path and the start of the water with some concrete blocks, and use our glass fence that we originally built for the penguins as the barrier for the guests, which I think will look really nice here. People ask in the comments and on the Discord all the time, what DLC should I get first? Which DLC is the best for Planet Zoo? And whilst I have made an entire video on that, I've got to say this building demonstrates why the Africa pack was so high on that list, because almost all the plaster pieces you see using here come from that pack. It's so useful for making buildings of pretty much any style. I would definitely recommend getting that one. All right, let's do some decorating on the guest side of the habitat. So we're going to put some benches in next to these windows here, and then we'll get some plants in as well. A few ferns and things like that. I'm going to have quite a few plants in here. Most of certainly the indoor pygmy hippo habitats that I've seen don't have a lot of plants in them. I'm assuming that the hippos will happily munch away on them, so it's difficult to put them there. So we want a lot of plants in the guest side of things. So I'll put a few pots in there, and then we're going to make a little bedding for plants on one side of the building. So we'll just put a load of mulch down, and then we can fill this with some nice looking African plants. Because we're inside, we don't need to worry about the weather or anything like that, so we can use pretty much any plants that we like here. So what I normally do is filter it to the continent and biome that I'm using and see which of the plants that are definitely suitable I like. And then once I've got a few of those in, I'll just go with any plants that look like they would work in that area. Even if the exact species of plant that you're using comes from a different continent or whatever, there's always other plants that look very like them that do grow in that continent, as long as you're in the right biome, I think. So we'll get some of these basket ferns up on the wall, and then we'll make a little basket for them using this African box and just recolor that so it fits in. And then on the other side, we're going to make a little education display of the size difference between the hippo and the pygmy hippo. We've got a number of hippo signs in the game, but no pygmy hippo signs. But I think the main hippo sign is pretty much to scale, and then the smaller hippo sign is a little bit smaller than a pygmy hippo, but I think it will be close enough to suit our purposes. So we'll just get some writing on using the sign trick. The small Australia sign, which I normally use, is a little bit too big for the pygmy hippo, but that's fine because in the last update we got these tiny little flag signs which you can use for text. They're designed for you just to have one letter in each sign, but if you put a load of spaces in before and after the word, like so, you can actually get words small enough to fit into the sign, so it's brilliant for making really little signs like this. There we go. We'll get another sign in for the next word. Once we've sunk them both in, it looks pretty good. Let's do some more modernising. So we're going to take the river mural arch and use that to create a sort of, well, a mural on the inside of the building. To make these walls look a bit more attractive, we'll use some of the side pieces as well. And we'll put some lights into the gap between the mural and the plaster as well in a minute. And then we're going to make an implied keeper gate so there'd be a way for the keepers to get into their habitat from in here, as well as on the outside, which we're going to do later. We'll do that by reconfiguring the last glass fence piece here. We'll get some more of these poles in going down to the bottom. We'll put another pole in at the side. And then we'll get hinge number 1 and use that to join it onto the fence. And then one final little detail is a little clipboard on the wall. Obviously, we need some way for that to be stuck to the wall, so we're going to use hinge number 2 to achieve that. Just get that in the little hole there, and then it will actually look like it is stuck on the wall. And that's pretty much it for the guest part of the building. Really happy with that. Let's move on to the animal part of the habitats. This is the little access door that's going to enable the hippos to get from inside to outside. And we're actually going to use a door to create it, just spinning it the other way around and hiding it away up here. And then we're going to start making the outside look really nice. So this is the part that I am taking inspiration from Singapore Zoo. I really liked the outdoor part of the habitat there. We're going to use these stalactite pieces to make some sort of faux rocks that are creating a little island in the river here, so that pygmy hippos have got some land on the outside as well as on the inside. And we'll just keep copying these around and use all 3 of the stalactite pieces to create the edge of this bit of land here. Once we're happy with the arrangement, we'll move on and start making the land part look better, so it's not just bare terrain. The heavy soil texture on this temperate map is not one I'm a big fan of. It seems kind of a bit anemic. It's kind of really light considering it's supposed to be heavy. So I'm going to replace most of it with mulch. I just keep using different mulch pieces to cover that up and make it look really natural and much darker. And then we'll sort the water out. So I'm going to change this to the dirty option to begin with, and then we're going to play around with the transparency until we get something that looks like what it should look like in a hippo habitat. Then onto the foliage. I want the outdoor portions of these habitats to feel like their own little worlds, so we're going to be almost completely cutting off the view to the rest of the zoo using bamboo and some elephant grass and various other plants. We'll lower them so you've got the leaves of the bamboo rather than the stalks or whatever they're called there to help to block off the view. It also means we've got some leaves hanging over the fence, which breaks that up and makes everything look really nice. Once those are in the right place, we can fill in the rest of the gaps. Just a few bits of buffalo grass in this episode after going grass crazy in the last couple. That is all of it, I promise. And then we'll move on and get some ponytail palms in, always the best plant for this kind of stuff. We'll have loads of these just peeking over the fence and a few in the habitat as well, just selling that tropical vibe. And you can grow plants like this in Europe, especially warmer parts of Europe like this, really easily, so they still look realistic. And then we can cover pretty much everything in fallen leaves. That again just helps to merge the mulch into the mud. And with a few ferns at the back as well, this is starting to look really nice. The final touch design-wise will be to get some decals on. So we've got some grunge going up the side of the door here and all the parts where the plaster touches the water. And then we just need to get the actual barriers and the gates in as well. We'll have a gate at the back of each of the outdoor parts of the habitat, and then the null barriers will meet in the middle of the building so that it's 2 separate habitats as far as Planet Zoo is concerned. And then we can move on to the final stage, doing all the detailing. Firstly, we need an outside to the building, so I'm going to use just the tops of some of the limestone pillars to create some paving slabs. If we get those to the right colour, then we can just group those and start copying these across. And when you put them in the right position, you get the little line between them without being able to see the floor underneath. We'll be able to copy this all the way around until it joins up with the path. Ignore that fountain there, we're going to replace that with a planter. So I'm going to make one using the top of another one of the limestone pieces, and then just put some mulch on it. And we can fill that with some nice flowers. Looks like the kind of thing that you'd have outside the building. Back in the 30s, they were big on decorative flowers in zoos back then, rather than trying to make everything look more natural. And with the outside of the building finished, we can start detailing the hippo side of the indoor part of the building. We've got 2 of the mud bath enrichment items hidden away under the soil here, or partially hidden away, to make like little islands for the hippos, 1 each. We're going to cover those up in the same way that we did with the little island on the outsides of the habitats. And then we're going to create the barrier that keeps the hippos apart. So we're going to have some big solid logs here with not enough of a gap between them for a pygmy hippo to get through. We'll continue that at the back with a little rock archway, and we'll build a little wall as well. We're going to have a gate in here so that this could be opened when the hippos are supposed to be together and closed when they're not. Once we've made a nice little wall, then we'll copy that over to the other side, and then we'll use one of the I think it's the Australian gates to create the gate in the middle. We'll just put it in here and then turn it on its side. And if we get the position right, it'll look like a little gate that can be opened. And then we'll put some foliage around it as well to make it look nice. And finally, we're going to increase the immersion with a backdrop. So these windows at the back are going to have big billboards put in front of them. We're going to get a jungle scene using just one big image. So it's one continuous whole. And then the habitat's complete and we can take a look at it. Here's one of the viewpoints that we created. You can just see our male hippo there. I love how the bamboo frames the view. That's exactly what we wanted and why we started with those bits first to make sure they were perfect. And we're going to watch Horace here make his way inside the building. It took so much fiddling to get these doorways to work, but they do, and I'm very, very happy with it. I think the view's really nice. Here he is plodding along underwater here. And you can also get a view into the other side of the habitat where his son is, along with his wife. Not sure if hippos have wives. Here's the little one. They are so adorable. Glad I was cynical enough to make sure we had hippos in the zoo when I was building so we could get a baby. And here's the whole building. It's definitely one of my favourite places in the zoo immediately. This is where we started today. This is what it looks like now. The main body of Africa is pretty much finished. We've built stuff in Africa, Asia, and Madagascar, and now it's time for South America. What we're building today is a sizable indoor South American themed land that will take guests from the rainforests of the Amazon up to the cloud forests of the Andes. And today specifically we're going to be building the first half of it, which is an Amazon adventure for the guests, featuring capybara and capuchin, where the guests will actually be able to walk over logs floating in the water in the habitat. We're going to be taking advantage of the interactive experience habitats that were added in the Barnyard Animal Pack, because they are not only for domestic animals, there's a few of the wild animals in the game that you can use them with, and that includes the capybara and the capuchin. We'll discuss the inspiration for this in a minute, but firstly, you can see the layout here. What we need to do first is build the big half dome that is going to cover this and keep it nice and tropical on the inside. The habitat isn't going to be contained within an actual dome, it's just going to have a curved roof over it. So the way we need to build that is a little similar to how you build a dome though. What we're going to do is build vertically upwards with these glass panels. I've measured how long the habitat needs to be, and once we get to the top we can repeat this pattern along the floor, because this is all going to be spun round into the right position eventually, but the circle trick that we're going to be using only works in one axis, so we need to build it this way to get it to work in the end. So once we've got all of these pieces going along the floor here, I'm using these triangular glass panels, they look really nice and they're often used for roofs like this. Then we're going to copy the pieces that we've just placed along the ground up to the top, and then we're going to select all of it, duplicate it and drop it on top of our mud pillar, and then we can start spinning it into position. So we've got everything selected now, and we're going to spin these round until the glass panels line up nicely with each other like that. There's a little effect where they're slightly raised, which I didn't actually intend originally, but I'm really happy with how that looks. So we're going to keep that, and we'll just keep spinning until we've almost met up with the other side. And then we'll simply select half of it and delete it, because we only need half of it. So once we've got rid of this bit here, then we can select what we've got left, spin it around the other way, and there we go, a beautiful curved roof which is going to cover the whole habitat. We'll be putting some walls in as well, but for the moment we're just going to have the roof here so we can see how much room we've got. There will be an area of the building which isn't covered by that roof. I'll have a separate roof on it at the start, which is where the guests will enter. So we'll space that out so we know where it's going to go, and then we can start putting the paths in. So we're going to have some winding paths around here. This is where the Amazon adventure is going to go, and we want this whole thing to be sloping up towards the Andes part of the habitat at the end. So we'll use the transport ride to create a nice smooth gradient here. So we start it off about 2 degrees, then go up to about 4 degrees, and just have that climb up to the back of the building here, and then we can flatten it out. Once we've got that in, then we can just use the flatten to surface tool to effectively copy that gradient all the way across where we're going to be building, and then we can use the other tools to start getting it how we want. So animal wise, we're going to start off with the capybara and capuchin, and then go up to a habitat for the jaguar, and then we're going to end right at the top with a habitat for the spectacled bear, which I'm really excited about. I have never even seen the spectacled bear in this game, let alone built for it, so that's going to be really cool. But the bear and the jaguar will be coming next week. Once that's done, we can start getting some water in so that we can get the logs that the guests are going to use to cross here. We'll dig the water out using the terrain stamp first of all to get a basic shape in, and then we'll tidy that up and get it to the exact shape that we want. We don't want it to be too deep, we don't want anyone drowning, so once we've got the water in, we'll use our little capybara model to make sure that they'll be visible as well, and then we'll get the first guest gate in. Once we designate this as an interactive experience, then the guests won't need to walk on the paths, they can walk anywhere. We're going to make sure that the most direct route to get from the entrance where that guest gate is up to the next part of the habitat is straight across the water, which will encourage the guests to use the logs and make the habitat look really cool. Alright, with the addition of a keeper gate, we now have a functioning habitat. We're going to have another guest gate on the top left as well to get up to the spectacled bear, and now we can start decorating and making this habitat look good before we move on to making it into an interactive habitat. We're going to use the smallest faux rocks to make a sort of pebble effect on the sides of the water, and we're going to do that underwater as well. And then we'll get on to the most exciting part, the log bridge. I did extensive testing on another map to make sure that this would work, but these logs here and the Giant Planet Zoo log as well, if you sink them into the water and you get them into exactly the right position, then the guests will be able to walk over them despite the fact that they're only a few inches above the surface of the water, which is pretty cool. The animals can as well. So having built a very rough version of it just on a random map, I'm now going to recreate it here. We'll mainly use the Planet Zoo logs because they've got a nice flat or fairly flat surface on them, and then some of the more exciting looking logs as well. And I decided to put a little island in so we can have a log going over there as well. This is such an amazing feature. When it was added in the Barnyard Animal Pack, I was just thinking about guests being able to pet the goats or crouch down next to the chickens or whatever, but I hadn't really realised the scope that it gave us to build more interactive exhibits. Couldn't really think of a use for it until I saw the concept art that inspired this. And speaking of the inspiration, it's inspired by some concept art I just saw a few days ago for the new Rainforest Wild Zoo at the Mandar Wildlife Reserve in Singapore. They are always at the absolute forefront of zoo design, and I saw a concept art of guests walking over these logs in the middle of a jungle river. I'm basically going to recreate the concept photo that I saw here, and trust me, when it's finished, this might be the coolest thing we've ever built. Getting it to work requires an animal encounter, so you can see we've got guest gates and no dangerous animals, but we need a hygiene station and some interactive animals. So I'm just dropping a hygiene station in there just to test it, and then we can keep playing around with the logs until the traversable area shows us that the guests will be able to get over it. There we go. And we'll put some proper hygiene stations in a bit later on in the build. But now we know that the logs are going to work, we can get back to our decorating. We're going to extend the pebble motif under the water as well. It's really easy to forget to decorate underwater, but despite the fact that you can't see it very clearly, it is still important. So we're going to have a whole load of these all around here. And once we've got that filled in nicely, we'll move on to the planting. So going to be using a lot of these bushes in this build. They're so good for this kind of tropical stuff. And I want to get some flowers in as well. So rarely use flowers on this channel. We've got some nice orchids here that I'm going to put in there. This little bit here where you can see the logs and the plants, this is basically a direct recreation of the concept art that I was looking at, trying to get really close to it. And then we'll start filling in the rest of it as well with Cecropia trees and Swiss cheese plants and all stuff like that. Get some bracken in there as well to start to make this look really beautiful. It needs to be really lush and really dense in here. Don't want you to be able to see sort of the edge of the building at any point. Later on, we're going to cover all of that up. It should just be jungle and then the curved ceiling, and that's all that you can see. All right, that's a nice start. Let's get some more work done on the water. So we're going to choose the transparency and the color and get a much more Amazonian feel on it here. Don't want to go too sort of brown and murky like the Amazon is. Just suggest it with a bit more of a greenish tinge. I want a centerpiece for the habitat as well. So we're going to use one of these Wimber trees, which got a really nice tropical look to them. And there's one that usefully fills right the way up to the ceiling without going through the top of it. And we're going to dress that up with loads of roots and vines and stuff later on. We'll place a few more statement trees as well. I love the Cecropia trees. They are so South American, and that bizarre sort of super thin trunk, and then the leaves at the top almost looking like roots. They're so good and so evocative. We definitely want some of those in. And then we can move on to the walls. This is one of the sections of rock walls that we built for the Africa area. We're going to customize this and get it a bit more Amazonian in feel. We're going to change a few of the colors just to mix it up a bit and make it a bit more interesting, and then start covering it in vines and tropical plants. So we'll get some of the ponytail palms in there. We'll get some of the big strangler fig roots, a few other bits and pieces just to start bringing it into a more tropical kind of vibe. We'll get some other types of vines on here as well and just start running those down the front of it, get it looking nice and natural. And then once we've got one piece that we're happy with, we can move it inside the South American area and start using it to plot the layout of the area. This is where the jaguar habitat's going to go. So we'll lay out this little bit of wall using the piece that we created. So once we've got one in the right place, we can just start copying it across. It looks really natural if you vary exactly where it joins up with the piece before it. It's looking a little tight in there in terms of where the guest gate is, so we're going to move it back. Make sure that there's a decent amount of space for the guests to walk in. The jaguar and bear habitats are going to extend back past the end of where you can see the roof here, because they're going to have some covered parts of the habitat as well, so they're going to be bigger than they appear as you look at it here. And then we're going to take the wall down the other side and into the Amazonian adventure as well. It looks really nice hidden away behind the plants there. Just stops the views out into the rest of the zoo and increases the immersion of the whole habitat. And then we'll go up to where the bear is going to be and start putting them in there. A lot of these are going to be replaced with some more mountainous looking rocks next week when we build that habitat, but there's going to be a bit of a join where it connects to the jaguar habitat, so we want a mix of walls there. And then finally we'll use it to cover up the staff buildings that we added in earlier. They are 4 meters high, so we need some high walls to block those out so the guests can't see those and it doesn't ruin the view. And once we finish getting all the stuff in for the guests, we can start getting some stuff in for the animals. The first thing we're going to do is create a raised feeder for the capuchin. So we're going to put this forage box in, and then we're going to surround it with some of the mud walls that we just made, and we'll make some adjustments to them so they fit nicely around the enrichment item and just work like a platform that it's sat on. Move a few of the plants around as well, just make sure everything looks nice and unique. Normally we sink these into the ground, but with it being for capuchins this time, I thought it would be fun to actually raise it off the ground, and that'll ensure that they spend as little time on the floor as possible. We're going to get a whole load of climbing in for them in a minute as well, and then we'll start doing some terrain work. So what we need to do is get the terrain to meet the feeder so that the keepers can actually get up here and get onto it. So we'll adjust the terrain upwards, leading from the path and from the little hill behind it, so everything's nice and flat. And we make sure the keepers can get over here and actually fill it up. Doesn't matter if they can get to the toy enrichments or not, but they do need to be able to get to the feeder enrichments or they won't be able to fill them. We need to delete this little bit of fence as well, just so the keepers can get in there. They just climb over it IRL, but they can't do that in Planet Zoo, so we need to make a little hole for them. And that's the enrichment item complete, and we can move on to some more detailing. So this is where the habitat gate is, hidden away behind this rock, and I'm going to turn the rock into a door. So I've sunk one of the doors in there so we can get the handle, and then we can use our new favourite piece, the string, to create a sort of crack where the door would be. So the rock's a really irregular shape, but obviously the door would be square or rectangular, I guess. So what we're going to do is create a rectangle using the string pieces. So we'll get it as far left as it can go, and then go straight up from there to the top, and then we'll do the same on the right hand side as well. So we end up with a rectangle, and then we can just recolor that to a sort of dark grey, and that will give the impression, with it being so thin, that there is a door there. There we go. Speaking of doors, we need to sort out these enormous guest gates as well. I've never been a fan of these. They are so enormous and so hard to detail. Yeah, it was great that they gave us a smaller guest gate in the Barnyard Animal Pack, but that is quite literally a farm gate. So it doesn't really help us here. So what we're going to do is cover most of the wood up with some more of these faux rocks, so it sits in really nicely with all the rock walls that we've got. We'll leave the actual door uncovered, obviously, because it's animated, so that's going to look really weird if we cover that up with anything. And I've got to say, I'm pretty happy with it once it's finished. The wood kind of suits the tropical theme, so we'll chuck a few more roots and things like that on it, just to really meld that in to the walls on either side of it. And then we can move on to the final stage of the build, which is getting the climbing in for the capuchins. We're going to have a mix of climbing elements in here, some of these natural vines, and then some man-made climbing structures for them as well. So we're going to join all the climbable trees in the habitat together with vines, and with this man-made, more sturdy kind of vine that is made out of the bamboo pieces. We're going to build it in 1 meter sections and then just spin it into place so it looks nice and natural, like it's dangling down. And once it meets up with this other tree here, we'll recolor it. I think a woody kind of brown is going to be a lot more effective. And that is the habitat done. I am looking forward to seeing the guests in here. Let's check it out. Here's our capybara coming into the water to use their hot pipes. And the capuchins using our brand new climbing. Let's see if the guests can get across those logs. That is one of the most pleasing sights that I've seen since I started playing this game. I never thought we'd be able to do stuff like this in Planet Zoo. It's amazing that after all this time we've still got new things to do and new habitats to build. This raised area at the back of the South America house is where we're going to be building the habitats. An Andean habitat for the spectacled bear, and then a habitat for the sloth to bridge us from the Amazon to the Andes. I originally planned to have jaguar here, but I didn't actually have as much space as I thought I did. So we need to use something that's going to take up a little less room. So I decided to swap it for another iconic South American animal, the sloth, and that's what we're going to put in here. So I've just sunk the exhibit down slightly so that the mud starts to meld into the terrain, and then we're going to use the terrain painting tool just to tie everything together and disguise the straight line of the path there. Last time we built for the sloth, we did use it as a walkthrough habitat, so I thought it'd be fun to use it the other way this time. So once we've finished getting all the terrain done, making this start to look a bit more natural, we're going to completely fill it with foliage, and then we'll sort out the paths on the guest side of things. So this is just coming out of the Amazon experience that we built last week, and we'll add a few more paths in and then cover it all with sand so it's all tied together nicely. And then we'll use the walls that we've used throughout this area to make the guest side of things look a lot more attractive. We'll just drop them down, get rid of some of the plants, and that'll make a really nice little edge for the path so that the guests can see above it and into the habitat. And then we're going to start making the ditches, which is what's going to keep both the sloths and the bears into their habitats. So we're going to have a dry moat for the sloth, and then later on we'll have a water moat for the bears. So what we need is for one side of it to be a nice smooth slope so they don't fall in, and then the other side to be a flat sheer wall that they can't climb. That'll keep them nice and safe in the habitats. We just make one ditch, and then we'll align each piece of it to the rocks behind it, and then move it forward so that the smooth part is in front of the very climbable looking rocks, and then we can dig the terrain out, and that'll give us a ditch to keep them in. And then we'll use these same walls again on the other side to cover up the join between the terrain and the concrete and just make that look really attractive as well. When it's all done, what we'll end up with is, from the guest perspective, all you can see is nice looking rocks and plants, and then in the middle, hidden from the guests, is the concrete ditch that's going to stop the sloths from climbing out. Although I figure with a sloth, even if it tried to escape, by the time it had got anywhere, you'd probably notice and just pick it up and put it back in the habitat. Although apparently sloths can be pretty dangerous. Despite their slow speed, they've got some serious claws on them, and they can do quite a lot of damage if you were to annoy one. Seeing as Planet Zoo's keepers are quite happy wandering around habitats full of lions and tigers, then I don't think that's going to be a problem here. Let's carry on with the foliage. So we've got these nice little groups of foliage that we made for the Amazon exhibit, and they're still relevant here. We're going to use those and some rhubarb, and then the giant Planet Zoo log as well, which is such a nice piece if you've got room for it. We want all the foliage in this habitat to tie in nicely with the Amazon adventure area at the start, because it's basically the same environment. We're just not doing it right next to the river here, so it's a bit more suitable for the sloths. They can swim, sloths, but it's not something they do a huge amount of, especially not in South America. We'll also scatter some of these pebbly kind of rocks around to join the path in the habitat onto the terrain, and just generally scatter them around and get the habitat looking really attractive. And then the final thing that we're going to do is create a big fake tree as a centerpiece for the habitat around this part of the climbing frame here. We'll start it off with some of the biggest strangler fig roots. These are one of my favorite pieces. They're so good for anything vaguely tropical. They always liven up any build. So we'll wrap these around the poles, and then we'll get the big fake tree in the center of it. And once we've recolored this, that's going to sit in nicely with the roots and just provide a nice centerpiece for the habitat, which the sloths will still be able to climb around. We'll add some misters in as well. They're vital to the look of this habitat. And then we can move on to the spectacled bear. I'm really looking forward to this. We've never built for the spectacled bear before, and I saw them quite recently in Chester Zoo. They are really cool animals, quite unique looking among the bears. And in Planet Zoo, they've all got individual facial markings as well, which is really cool. And this habitat is where the Andes part of the building is going to come in. I saw a really cool reference photo of a spectacled bear in the wild. They live in quite a few different environments across South America. The major one is cloud forests up in the Andes, which are really beautiful, sort of almost like a temperate rainforest, but still a little bit tropical. But then with the height that they're at, they're a lot cooler, and spectacled bears are happy in temperatures ranging anywhere from 13 degrees below freezing up to 42 degrees above freezing, according to the Zoopedia anyway, and I can well believe that with all the different environments that they live in. But we're going to get a slightly more mountainous environment in here. We're just going to get the viewing area for the guests in first. I thought we'd go with some logs for this. These log wall panels look really good, as long as you can't see the edges of them where they're not as round as they should be. So we're going to use these, and then we'll use one of the Planet Zoo logs as a border, and this will hide the ends of them, which look a bit janky. We'll get them as close to the ground as possible. We don't want people tripping over them, just enough to cover up those logs. And then we're going to take the walls that we've used throughout this habitat and modify these to fit more of an Andes theme. So we're going to make them grey rather than brown, and we're going to replace the tropical plants with plants that more closely match the reference photo that I was looking at. And then we're also going to add a little glass fence to make sure that the guests don't end up in the moat. This one will be filled with water, and we'll get that in a bit. And with the fence in and the walls looking good, we can do basically the same thing we did in the sloths and just line the whole area with those. And then we can get some glass barriers in so that we can put water down in that moat. And then it's on to the rocks, which is my favourite part of this habitat. I want these to look like nothing we've ever built before, so rather than using the mossy rocks, we're going to use the, I think these are the tiger rocks, if I recall correctly, and then cover them in the little moss pieces, and then add loads of plants to that as well. And we're going to get a really unique looking little bit of terrain, which we can then copy around and build a raised area, almost like the slopes of a mountain, which is going to make up the majority of this habitat. I spent a long time just building this one little piece here. I wanted it to look really good, so when it's finished we can use multiple copies of it to build a really dynamic looking landscape in here. I always like to give the bears in our zoos lots of space, so the part of the habitat that you see here where we're building is going to be the public facing part of the habitat. And then if you look at the glass behind where we're building, you can see a sort of black box back there. That is going to be the off-show area for the bear as well. So the actual habitat's going to be about 50% bigger than the portion that's viewable to the public. And that will ensure that the bears will have lots of space. There's going to be a lot of height variations and climbing and enrichment on this side of things, and then there'll be an implied area at the back where they will have more of that. That's also helpful because trying to get the habitat barriers in here was an absolute nightmare because we're really far off the ground. There's not a lot of room. We've got that glass roof there, the way that's being rotated into position. If you start deleting bits of it, it looks really bad, and we don't have the pieces to fill in gaps. So the off-show area for the bears is mainly going to be implied. It's basically going to be there to hide where the keeper comes into the habitat, because that was a real struggle. Speaking about the roof, I uploaded that to the workshop on Wednesday, so if you want to build your own tropical houses, or you've got anything in mind where this sort of curved glass roof would be useful, then you can go and grab that now. The whole building won't be going onto the workshop, I'm afraid, well, not until it goes up as part of the final zoo file when it's finished, because it contains 2 habitats, an exhibit, water, null barriers, all the things that make turning stuff into a blueprint in Planet Zoo a nightmare. At best, it's going to take an enormous amount of work for anyone who downloads it to get it working, and at worst, it just won't work at all, which is what normally happens. So it's just the roof on the workshop for the moment. That's pretty much all the terrain done. We'll just get some buffalo grass in, and then we can move on to the climbing and the enrichment. We're going to have 3 major elements of climbing for the bears in this habitat. Firstly, we've got the rocky outcrop that we just built. Then we're going to have this big fake tree. We'll surround it with ferns, really sit that into the rest of the habitat. It's got some branches coming off of it that they could climb. And then we're also going to have a more traditional kind of climbing frame for them as well, to make sure that there's lots of opportunities for them to climb and somewhere that they could rest. We're going to use a tyre for that. I saw this might have been in Zoo Frankfurt. I thought it'd be a cool thing to build here, seeing as we've got this big tractor tyre in the game now. So we'll put that into the climbing frame, and then we'll use some of the chain pieces to attach that to one of the climbing logs. Add a few details in. I really like this when it's done. It's a really kind of zoo-y looking climbing apparatus. That's the bears done. It's time for the building. As you can see, right now the building is basically just a roof and an interior. So we need to get all the external walls in, start making the outside of the building look really nice, get an entranceway for the guests and all sorts of stuff to turn this into a finished habitat. So we're going to start just by laying out the walls. Just going to use plaster panels for this. I just want to get the basic shape of the building. We don't want it just to be a solid rectangle. We want a more interesting shape for the building to go around that roof. The building is on 2 levels as well, remember, so we need 2 levels at the back and then 1 level at the front, and everything needs to be slightly wider than that roof so that the roof will sit on top of it rather than going all the way down to the ground as it does at the moment. We'll have some towers at the front of the building just because I thought that would look interesting, and then all the parts that can't be seen by the guests will be super utilitarian, nice and simple, no money spent where it doesn't need to be. We also need to get the roof to actually join on to the walls because it just ends at random points depending on where the pieces were rotated. So we're going to use some of the roof pieces upside down to give us a long straight section of white metal that exactly matches the roof, and you can see it in the background there. It really looks like the roof is a solid roof that connects onto the walls rather than just being a collection of pieces. We'll do some detailing as well, nothing too crazy because this is just going to be visible in the distance, but some air conditioning, doors to get people and animals in and out of the habitats, maybe a ladder so the staff can get up onto the roof, and then we can move on to making this look nice. You can tell how happy I am with the walls that we made for this habitat because I'm going to use them again in for the outside of the habitat. This time we're going to remove some of the tropical foliage and put some slightly more temperate foliage on there, seeing as we're outside now, and then we'll start covering up the front of the building. This is inspired a little bit by a mixture of Gondwanaland at Zoo Leipzig, which is an amazing indoor rainforest, and Penguin Cove at Bird Paradise in Singapore. There's a nice archway at Gondwanaland, and the rockwork on the front of Penguin Cove is amazing, so I thought we'd just do a sort of Amazonian version of that. The whole front of the building is going to be covered in these rocks. One of the reasons I put the towers in is just to give us an excuse to get some higher rocks either side. Makes it look more imposing and more interesting. We'll do a little bit of detailing, and that's the exterior pretty much done. Only the front of it will have the rocks on it, because the rest of it isn't something that's going to be viewable to the guests in any major way, so no point in the zoo spending money on putting anything on there. We'll do a little bit of work on the entrance hall, so the guests will come through a main door, and then they'll go through a PVC door and then through the guest gate into the habitat, so that the temperature control will work. Need a sort of airlock arrangement for those kind of habitats. And then we can move on to the final part of the build, the graphics and signage for the entrance. So normally I like to use big billboards for this, but I thought for a change we'd actually build it ourselves out of the decals and signage that the game provides us with. So once we've got this basic wall and some glass doors so that the guests can get into the entrance, we'll start making a mural out of signs and decals. To represent the Amazon to Andes theme, we're going to have a little Amazon themed display on the left-hand side of the doors. We'll have a family of capybara here, and then we'll have a little family of spectacled bears on the other side. We'll decorate the right-hand side to look like the Andes, so we've got a mountain decal there, and then we're going to use some of the moss decals to make grass for our bears to stand on. We'll do the same thing on the left-hand side, but we'll use a different piece instead of the mountain. We'll put that in a second. We'll get some butterflies in, flying between them to connect the two together. A few other pieces, you'll see the finished result at the end of the video, and then we can move on to the sign. I'm going to use one of Wyatt Andrews Workshop's fonts for this. We'll put the name of the building up there, and as always we'll copy the pieces in front of each other to make them three-dimensional. We'll have the ones at the back black, and then the ones in front of them the colour that we actually want. I think a nice brown that ties in with the rocks, and white will be really striking. We'll use some of the new cable pieces from the Zookeeper's Animal Pack to hold them onto the wall. A capybara statue up on the top with a rock just to make sure it's sitting on it perfectly. And From Amazon to Andes is finished. Let's check it out. I'm pretty happy with that mural. We've got the sloth in there as well. And here is the spectacled bear and his tree feeder. They are so gorgeous. And the mossy, rocky outcrop that we made looks really good behind them. I'm really pleased with how the mesh looks in the background as well. I thought that was going to be a lot trickier to get in than it was. Here he is playing with his fire hose ball. Let's check out this whole area and head on over to the sloths as well. Here they are. They're so cute, the way they move so ridiculously slowly. Looks great with the two of them in here as well. And that is From Amazon to Andes. I wasn't planning a South American house in this zoo, but I'm really happy that I changed my mind, because I am very pleased with this finished build. Here's the whole zoo as it stood before we started this build. And here is what it looks like now. It is pretty big. I think we'll be back in South America next week, because I've got one more animal that I really want to add in that we have never built for before, the maned wolf. This is where we're going to be building, directly in front of the From Amazon to Andes building that we just finished. You can see I've already got a couple of habitats laid out with null barriers here. We're going to have the maned wolf on the left and the giant anteater on the right. And what we're going to do first is pick a plant palette that we're going to use, because these habitats are going to be based much further south than From Amazon to Andes, down in Argentina. So we want a much more grassland kind of feel here. And we're going to use these plants to create some pampas grass, which is something that is really prevalent in Argentina. All right, let's make some pampas grass. It's a species of grass which grows throughout the areas in South America known primarily as the pampas, and that's where the grass gets its name. It is really tall and has these kind of fronds on it, and I think we can make a good approximation of it with these plants here. It's something you'll see a lot of in the natural habitat of the maned wolf. In fact, it's potentially why it has such long legs. The grasses where it lives are so tall, and in these areas you get a lot of tall grass and then some really, really tall grass. That little wall there is about the height of a maned wolf, so I want to make sure we can get some grasses that are tall enough for them to have some privacy in the habitat, and then some tall but not this tall grass so that we can actually see them. The giant anteaters tend to live where there is slightly shorter grass and termite mounds, so we'll use less of this in their habitat. So I'm just playing around with loads of different plants here, trying to get one arrangement that looks good. We'll create a couple of variations of it. and then we can just place these throughout the habitat, and we'll do it in such a way that there's areas where the wolves have privacy from the guests and areas where they can be seen, and then they can choose where to spend their time throughout the day. I absolutely love maned wolves. They're so beautiful. I recently saw an entire family of them at Yorkshire Wildlife Park here in the UK, which was absolutely amazing. I cannot believe that we have never built for them on this channel. With them living right in the south of South America, they've just never fit any of the themes that we've built before. We normally tend to go with the Amazon, like we did a couple of weeks ago, but it is high time that we had them in one of our zoos, and so really looking forward to building this and getting them in here today. We've pretty much finished the first arrangement of grass here, and now we're just going to make a little variation of it that's a little drier and a little lower, and then we're going to create one more little tuft of grass using this brilliantly named plant from New Zealand. If we turn it upside down, get some nice dry looking grass here, so we can just have a few tufts of these around. You might even use the in-game long grass in this habitat, which we pretty much never ever do. And there we go, that's the plant palette done. Let's start building the habitat. First up, we're going to move this arrangement of plants out of the way. Just put that there to make the front of the building look more attractive for the cinematics last week. But we don't want those. It's not really a very grasslandy kind of arrangement of plants, that. So we'll put that behind here. And for the moment, that will separate the South American area from our elephants. And then we'll put the barriers in. According to the Zoopedia, you need 3 meters or over 3 meters to keep the maned wolf in, which is really high. I did some research, checked out the maned wolf care manual, and they advise at least 2.3 meters, which is a bit more manageable, so we will go with that. We're in sandbox mode, so I've got escapes turned off. They're not going to jump over this. But I'm also going to lower the terrain on the inside of the barriers a little as well, just to give us a bit more height. Doing it on that side of the habitat means it won't be any higher from the guest perspective. And then we're going to start decorating these. We're going to make heavy use of the temple pieces in this build. They're really nice, but a lot of them are really specific. I don't want to build a cheesy South American style temple, but some of the broken pieces and the single stones like this are really useful for doing builds that are slightly South American in feel without going over the top with cheesy theming. So we're going to use these to line the bottom of the glass. I'm just using the glass to kind of lay out where the barriers are going to go for the moment. There will be a main viewing area that uses glass. The rest of it is going to be fencing and rock work. I originally put these temple pieces here for decoration, but we're actually going to use them to create the viewing gallery because they look really nice. I think they look really fitting. We'll build a viewing gallery here. So the way it's going to work is on either side of the path there's going to be habitats, and the guests will be able to choose between those, and this will complete the full South American journey that we're going to take guests on from Argentina in the south up to the Amazon, and then the forests above the Amazon, and then finally the Andes. Should be really cool when it's all finished by the end of the episode. What we're doing here is just obscuring some of the edges of the habitat with these grasses. I want to have certain places where the wolves can be seen and places where they can't be. So this kind of corner here will be filled with grass. And again, we'll just put loads of these little piles of grass here, make sure we're rotating them and varying the heights and things like that. Get it looking nice and natural. All right, that looks good. Let's move on to the main viewing area. What I want to do here is have the path raised slightly. So I'm just using the shift key to move that up a little bit. And then we will join this on to the big path that is leading people into the from Amazon to Andes area. It takes a bit of doing, but we'll get there. There we go. Don't mind about those curves. We'll cover those up in a second. Just want to give the guests a slightly better view by raising the path. And then once we got the path in, we can move these temple blocks to properly define the edge of the viewing area. So we got a load of curbs and some twilight pathing there. We need to cover those up. So we're going to use more of the temple blocks just to join the main sandy path onto this little path here. We'll have those slanted up so that you can walk up them, or you can get a wheelchair up them so it's fully accessible. And then we'll move on and cover up the path because we don't want to drop there. So I'm going to use one of the larger temple blocks to create some paving slabs. We'll just put one of these in at the right height, and then we can start cloning this and rotating it so it doesn't look the same. And we'll just get these along until they join up to the habitat barrier at the front. And then once we've got arrangement of those, we can just copy that across fill in this whole area. Doing this will cause the guests' feet to sink into the ground a little bit when they come up onto the viewing platform, but that's pretty much unavoidable in Planet Zoo unless you want to use the same few paths all the way throughout your zoos. Next, we'll build up the sides using some more of the temple ruins, and that'll also enable us to put some planters in so we can get some grasses and stuff in here and just really make it so we have like a wall of plants and then just a little very obvious area that the guests can go into to get a proper view of the maned wolves. We'll add a few more of the largest temple rubble pieces to the bases of the side parts here for visual interest, and then we can move on to the rest of the barriers. So we're going to use our trusty stone walls from the main South American area here, sink them down a lot more and use these to cover up the glass. And once they're sat in behind all the grasses that we just added in there, they look really nice. And then we're going to move on to the rest of the barriers. So these glass ones here are going to be replaced with chain link. Wouldn't often see a glass viewing area as long as this, especially with the glass being this tall. It's very expensive, and we've already got a main viewing area, which is where we want to sort of drive people. But as they walk down this path to get to the elephants and the rest of the zoo, this will still enable them to have a view into the maned wolf habitat. Now, with it being chain link, that means that the wolves could potentially scramble up it, so we need to put some anti-climb on the top as well. And sadly, the anti-climb barriers in the game are really poor. They are so small, there's absolutely no way they'd stop anything getting over the top of them. So we'll have to build our own. It's been a while since we've built custom anti-climb barriers, actually, because we don't use chain link very often. I'm not sure we even had the Twilight wood in the game back then, but that makes a really good little attachment. And then we'll just put some of the smaller pieces of mesh on and a bit of string to top it off. And we've got a good looking anti-climb barrier, much more realistic than the default one that we can place down the rest of this fence. And once we've got all of the anti-climbing barriers done, we can move on to the inside of the habitat. First thing we're going to do is make a little raised area in the centre so that we can improve the visibility of the maned wolves when they're up here and also make it easier for them to get out of sight if they want to. And once we've dug the terrain up, we're just going to surround it with more of these rocks. We'll sink them down into the ground as a starting point and then start raising the individual rocks until we get a smooth and realistic surrounding to this area. We'll recolour them as well, get a nice kind of sun-bleached look to them. Yeah, like you'd expect to see on the grasslands of Argentina, and then we'll just copy it round till it's all looking good. The amount of use that we've got out of this one pile of rocks is absolutely amazing. I can't recommend highly enough spending a lot of time building one really good generic thing and then being able to use it throughout a whole area. Let's do some terrain painting, get it a bit more dry and dusty up here, merge the rocks nicely onto the rest of the terrain, and then it's time for the long grass. We'll start with the two pieces of really long grass that we created earlier, start putting those in the most important parts of the habitat, start creating places where the wolves can go to get out of sight without completely restricting the view for the guests. We'll put some of the smaller little tufts that we created in as well, start to get some really varied looking vegetation in here, and we'll put a couple of proper trees in as well to give it some height. And then we'll cover the whole thing with two types of buffalo grass, so the normal buffalo grass and then the dry buffalo grass as well. Again, just to get a more varied look in here, sink that down a little bit as always. I actually think it's a little bit too much of the dry stuff in here, so I'll rework that later. And then we'll create some little areas with enrichment items and stuff to get the main wolves to go where we want them to go. Got the sleeping log in there with a little scent enrichment. And then the final stage for this habitat is to put a little indoor area in for them as well. So we'll use our generic indoor area that we've been using throughout the zoo. I think we created this first for the cheetah and rhino habitat, but it's so useful. Just one piece of building. We can put that in, it's on the grid, so then we just copy it a few times and we've got a basic building there already. We'll put some doors, one for each wolf, and then as so often in zoos, we will cover it in wood cladding so we don't have this awful looking breeze spot building at the back of the habitat. It is a little bit visible from the main viewing area, not very much, it's right at the back, but we'll cover it in wood to make it a lot more attractive. As we're in sandbox, we don't actually need the main wolves to get in here, so we're free to design a building that looks the way we want it to look without having to put massive doors on it. And then it's down to details. So what we're going to do is put some patterns on the glass at the bottom so that people don't walk into the glass or kick it accidentally. We're going to use these stalactite pieces for that, just recolor them, gives us a sort of almost like a little landscape at the bottom of each piece of glass. We'll do that twice so it's not exactly the same. We'll put some final temple block pieces in here to cover up the divide between the glass and a bit more rubble to make it more interesting. Always got to cover up the basic glass dividers. And that's the main wolves done. Let's move on to the anteaters. The trick here is to build a habitat that feels like it's the twin of the habitat opposite without it being exactly the same. So what we're going to do is copy the viewing area over from the main wolves habitat and just rejig that so it fits perfectly onto this path here, and then we can get the rest of the walls in and start decorating. I'm going to skip anything which I've already done in the main wolf's habitat so you don't have to watch it twice. So we're just going to put that there for now. I'll rejig that off camera, and then we'll put some walls in. Going to use these rocks again. This joins right onto the penguin habitat here, as you can see, so we want to make sure we don't spoil the view there. And you'll see this in the cinematics at the end, but I think it actually enhances the view when it's finished with some more plants and things like that behind the penguins. We'll drop that building in again and just adjust it a little so it fits perfectly for the anteaters. Due to where the habitat gate is, it's going to be at the back by the indoors for the penguins. The anteaters actually need to be able to get into this building, or more accurately, the staff need to be able to get through the building and out into the habitat. So we'll do some work on that to make it a functioning building. And then obviously we're going to cover the whole habitat with termite mounds, seeing as we've got anteaters in here. We'll give them a forage box as well, do our usual covering up of that, sink it into the terrain. This is the first time in the zoo we've actually built something that joins onto another area. All the areas have been separate so far, so it's really cool to see this starting to come together. We've got a lot more work to do on the entrance plaza, of course. We've only got penguins in there at the moment, but I really like seeing how the penguins join onto this anteater habitat. We'll put some more of the grass in, along with this giant bamboo that we've got lining the back of the habitat. That's a blueprint that we've had since San Bernardino Zoo, always useful and something you see a lot of in zoos to fill in backgrounds. We'll cover the entire habitat in the inevitable buffalo grass, can't forget that. And we can't forget the off-show area either, so we're just going to do a little bit of tidying up here from where the penguin building joins on to the anteater building, just using some plaster panels to cover up the gaps in the paths and things like that. Make sure this all looks neat, even though probably we will never see this area again. And then the last thing to do is get a PVC door onto this building so that the staff and the anteaters can get in and out, join it onto the path leading back to the entrance, move some of the fences so that the staff can get in, add some signs so people know what they're looking at, and that's our little Argentinian area done. Let's check it out. The main wolves look absolutely gorgeous in this habitat. I'm pleased with how all this grass looks as well. Something about the way the light hits this habitat works really nicely. I still can't believe it's taken so long to get these guys into one of our zoos. And here's the anteaters. Love watching these guys just plod around their habitat. They're pretty impressive when they run, actually. I've seen them running in a zoo once, and those guys can move at a fair clip. Here is the whole thing seen with the From Amazon to Andes in the background. I think the area hangs together really well. Should definitely take people on the journey that we've been designing for them. And as the zoo grows, we're starting to get more and more views like this. We can see the buildings in the background here, and you can see the Madagascar House in the background here. I love how that looks. This is where we started today, and this is where we are now. The zoo is starting to come together really nicely. Next week, we're going to be somewhere completely different. I found out something absolutely mind-blowing when I was researching this episode. I assumed, seeing as we were building incredible glass houses from about 1850 onwards, that we would have had butterfly houses from about that time. But apparently the first ever dedicated butterfly house was built in England in 1970, which is absolutely crazy. I can't believe it took us that long to think of putting butterflies in here. So this build is going to be something that was added to the zoo in around 1890, and it originally would have just been a tropical house, a bit like the palm house, but probably for slightly smaller plants. And then at some point recently, the zoo has converted it into the butterfly house that we're going to build today. We've got the walkthrough exhibit in, and we're just building the outside now. It's going to start off looking pretty similar to the palm house we already have, but it's going to look very different by the end of it. It's going to be much more ornate, much smaller, and there's going to be a lot more work going into the limestone surround. It won't just all be glass like the palm house. And the entrance to this is really grand, and it's probably one of my favourite things that I've built. We'll get onto that in a second. Firstly, we're just going to start putting the sides in. We're going to use a lot of pieces that I have quite literally never used before in all my years playing Planet Zoo doing this. It was a lot of fun to build. I've never really done this sort of white limestone 19th century kind of build before, I don't think. We've done a whole building out of glass, of course, and a few classic brick builds in other zoos, but nothing like this. It's really interesting exploring all the pieces in the classic set that we have and getting them to work. So there's probably about 5 or 6 pieces in this little section here that we're creating, and this will just go all the way around the bottom of the glass. We're going to recolor it to a cream, which I think is a lot more attractive than the standard white, and differentiates it from the green palm house that we have already. And then we get onto the first of the brand new pieces, this enormous glass arbor which I have tried to use on many occasions, but never found a use for it that I was happy with until now. This is going to sit on top of the entrance of the butterfly house, just to add a really impressive dimension to it. And you're going to see something pretty rare in this episode, which is me building something with basically no idea where I'm going when I start, because I originally envisaged this as a little greenhouse that would have been in the zoo since probably about 1850 or something like that the zoo would have converted into a butterfly house at some point. And I was away last weekend, so I designed it all away from my PC, just drawing it out. And then when I came to actually build it and put the walkthrough exhibit in for the butterflies, I realized I had remembered it being about half the size that it was. It's so enormous, there was absolutely no way I was going to get a simple little brick and glass greenhouse to work at the size that the walkthrough exhibit demanded. So I ended up coming up with a completely new design as I was building. So you're going to see a lot of changes in the course of this video. But like I say, the end result is one of my favorite builds ever, I think. To set the build in context, we're building here in between the main wolf habitat that we built last week and the huge Indian elephant habitat that was built back in, I think it was episode 3 of the series. So this is going to bridge the gap between the South American area and the little Asian area that we've got here. And because it's something that's been here in one form or another since the 1890s, it's going to have its own little area. We're going to surround it with gravel and some beautiful limestone walls. And once the guests get past here, they will get to the sign for the elephants that will introduce them to the Asian elephant habitat. Let's get on to making the big dome that's going to sit on top of the entrance, which is what's going to tie those big arbor glass pieces into the front of the building that we've just built. We'll get our African mud pillar and put it in the right position so it's just touching the edge of these arbor glass pieces here. And then we'll take the gorgeous limestone leaves piece, this one here, and we're going to build pretty much the entire dome just out of this one piece and use it in various different ways. So we're going to get it in this way round and make it cover up the metal there. The arbor glass pieces aren't flexi-color, so if I could make them cream so they matched, I might be tempted to leave them, but because they're only available in a sort of really dark grey, they don't work, so we need to cover those up. And then we're going to spin it round to make a T-shape. Position this part of the T underneath the first piece that we placed down. Just move it back a little bit so there's no Z fighting there. And then we're going to use the other side of the piece, which is plain, and firstly place this at the bottom so that we've got a base to the dome, and then place it next to the pieces that we've already placed so that we have a pattern of leaves and then just plain limestone. And then once we've got everything in the right position, we can select it all like so. Go in, deselect the mud pillar, duplicate it, spin it round and put it on the other side, and then delete the extra mud pillar, select all of it, deselect the mud pillar, it's so simple, and then we can start rotating it. This is going to perfectly cover up that dome there, apart from the very top bits, which we will sort out in a second. And all we need to do is rotate it to get like a half circle, so this sits on top of the entrance that we built and joins it back up to the glass behind it. So a couple more pieces, there we go, that's the last one. And that is the beginnings of that dome there. We'll take it and just copy it down a couple of times because we're going to use little bits of the second and third copy just to tidy up those walls. And then we'll start deleting so we can see that entrance that we built. And then we're going to use another piece that we've never used before, this classic door top, to just create a long piece of limestone that goes across the top. Just makes it look more seamless and brings it all together. And once we've done that, we'll copy it on top of itself to get rid of those glass holes that are in the middle of it. We'll put some statues in here because we always have to have statues sunk into our buildings on this channel. We've got some lovely little elephants and gorillas, etc. in the classic set that go really nicely there. And then we can get onto the gravel that I mentioned. So we're going to use this as the actual path that runs up to the entrance, but we'll use a grid which is based on that one floor piece we put down right at the beginning to get everything nice and tidy. And then we can go off grid to get some nice curves that go around the side of the building and also give it a curved rather than a straight front, which is just going to look a lot more attractive. Once we've done that, we're going to take one more piece and use that to cover up the last remaining bits of metal. So firstly, we'll do the African mud pillar trick again, just so that we can cover up this top bit here. We'll create a few, select them all, and then we can start spinning them. It'll be much quicker than doing it one at a time. So just a couple more of those to copy in, and we are pretty much done there. And then we're going to have to do the next bit freehand, but we're just going to take that same piece and go over the metal arms that keep the glass in place and just go over and over, adjusting it a tiny little bit each time until we get to the top. and that will cover up the first of the arms and look really nice. Blends it in really well with the rest of the building. And once we've created one of those, we can just copy the whole thing and spin it around a couple of times to cover up the remaining 2 arms. That's the one on the left covered up. And then spin it around one more time and move it across, and we can cover up the one on the right. And we've got a beautiful glass dome that covers the top of the building. It looks really nice. We'll add a couple of the butterfly decals to the doors to give it a slightly more modern flavour. Those doors will obviously be a new addition as well. And then we're going to use one of the Twilight Pack pieces and some string just to add some detailing to the glass house. These will be copied all the way around the building, but I'll just show you this first panel here so you can see what we're doing. The piece from the Twilight Pack makes it look more solid, and this piece makes it look more attractive. And then we can move on to the inside of the building and the butterfly walkthrough itself. The inside of the building, like the outside, is pretty much going to be an original design. It is influenced by the butterfly house at Chester Zoo. That's probably my favourite butterfly house that I've been to. And what I like about that one is that you are just completely surrounded by foliage as soon as you get in there. There's a little path that you're walking on, and then from the edge of the path, it's just plants, bushes, and trees. You basically can't see the edge of the building unless you look up. We want to replicate that here, and we're going to concentrate mainly on blocking the view out of the house to make it more immersive, and getting loads of plants in and around the default items to make them a bit more unique. It's starting to look good. I'll do the rest of the planting off camera because we're going to move on to the final part of today's build, which is something that I've wanted to build for quite a while actually, which is one of the pupae displays that you get in butterfly houses. We're going to make our own little place where the butterflies hatch out of their pupae, which is going to be quite a challenge, but I think we can do it. This little display is based on a reference photo I saw of a zoo somewhere. I forget what zoo it was. It might have been in Australia. It was a while ago that I saw the picture, but I like the general design. This isn't going to be in a sort of 19th century style, because obviously this would be a much more modern edition. So we'll just get something fairly natural looking that's covered in lots of fake rocks and plants and things like that. And then we'll start making some pupae. We've got some glass at the front so the guests can see the butterflies as they hatch out. And then we're going to use that same glass piece at the back to make dividers in the wall at the back, so it looks like the staff will be able to open those and get in there when they need to get butterflies in and out of there. And then we'll use these plant panels to create the bottom of this little mini habitat. I don't know if you'd call it a habitat, but where the butterflies are going to hatch. So we'll get a couple of those in to make the floor of it, make sure they're not clipping through the glass, and then we'll start making it look a bit more attractive. These leaf panels, they're kind of realistic, and I wanted to use them, but I decided they were way too cheap looking for this zoo, so we're going to replace those with billboards with something much nicer on them a bit later. We're going to create a display of roots and soil at the front, so it almost looks like it's under a tree, which is the design that I saw in the reference photo that I liked. So we use some of the strangler fig roots, some of the faux rocks and tree trunks. We'll put some lights in there as well to make sure people can see them, and then we're going to sink these mulch pieces in for the soil. So the way it works is that we want these below the roots. So we've got one in there, and we'll start moving them down so that you can't see any mulch above the top root, if that makes sense. It'll make more sense as I start to build it, but we'll sink these in and make sure that the roots are visible through them. And you've just got this effect where it looks like a cutaway of the roots underneath the tree, and a few more faux tree branches and roots and stuff like that. That'll look really nice. And then we're going to replace those leaves with this billboard. That's the little jungle scene that we used for the back of the Pygmy hippo habitat. We'll just reuse that here. It's got the kind of vibe that we're going for. And then I'm going to find the thinnest wooden pole that I can, which is this one here, and use this to create the long piece of wood that the pupae hang from. So we'll get this into the right position. We'll replace these glass ends with something more solid as well, so it looks more realistic. And we'll get rid of that earlier attempt at a thin pole there. And then we can make our little pupae. So one of the best pieces in Planet Zoo for making things like this is the egg pieces. There's quite a few of them, and this last one here is Flexicolor, and probably the smallest as well. You can see a couple of earlier attempts there, but we're going to use this Flexicolor egg to do it. So we'll make it a bright green, which is what they look like in the photo I was looking at. And then we'll position this underneath the little log that it's hanging from. And then we're going to clone it and copy it below itself so that we can make something that looks less like a tiny egg and more like a pupa. So we will spin this round, and then if we get this in the right position, we can get that sort of jointed effect that they have. And that looks really nice. We'll copy this down the length of this piece of wood here, and then we will clone it and make the other ones brown, so it looks like we've got more than one species of butterfly here. And that's the little pupae display done. You'll see the finished result in the cinematics in a minute. We just need to tidy up the path and start joining the foliage onto the path that the guests are going to walk on, and the habitat's done. The way we're going to do that is to take these faux rocks, get a sort of two-tone grey and green effect on them so they look kind of mossy, and arrange them around one piece of mulch. And if we get that right, then we can just use that one piece to create the entire edge of the path. This is going to meld the path into all this foliage really nicely, and with the mulch at the back, that will tie it in with the plants so you can't see the join. And this also enables us to get away from the straight line that is the default path, because we have to have that straight path running through the middle. That's the way the walkthrough exhibit works. This enables us to make it look like it isn't a straight path and is going around various little bits of interest and the plants, and a more winding natural path that's going to lead the guests through the exhibit, past the butterflies, and down to the exit. And that is our butterfly house done. Let's check it out. I love how it looks, just nestled in amongst the trees there, and with the gravel in front of it, it's got a really impressive look to it as well. Here's the entrance. I should give a shout out to Christina for the gorgeous Art Nouveau font I've used to put the 1895 on the front of the building. And here's the inside. I've got the maximum amount of butterflies in here. We've just got the one walkthrough exhibit. There wasn't space for more, but it looks really good. There's so many of them flying around in here. Once there's more of the zoo to see through the glass as well, it's going to look even better. And one of my favourite additions to the game, the butterflies, they just allow you to build something completely different to what you've done before. And speaking of completely different, here is our little pupae display. Really pleased with how that looks. Considering the materials available to us, I think we've done a good job there. Let's check out where the zoo started today. And just to the left of our South America house, here is what it looks like now. Very rare for me to build something just off the top of my head like that, but I'm really pleased with the final result. Today we're going to be building a habitat for an animal we have never built for before, the gorgeous Indian rhino. The most important thing in this habitat is going to be preserving this beautiful sightline here where we've got the Indian elephants in the background, and we're going to have the Indian rhino in the foreground. And I'm going to be basing it on one of my favourite habitats at the Tiergarten Schönbrunn in Vienna, which features an amazing viewing platform built around a huge tree, and that's what we're going to build first. In a zoo full of beautiful buildings, this tree really caught my eye when I was at the zoo in Vienna. The way it works is there's a set of wooden stairs that take you up to a platform, and growing through the middle of the platform is a big tree. We're going to use this eucalyptus, which is not exactly a classic European tree, but it's the closest looking tree in the game to the tree that they have at Vienna. And to be honest, I wouldn't have known this was a eucalyptus if I hadn't seen it in the description in the game, so I think we'll get away with it. And in Vienna Zoo, from the platform, you look down into one of their Asian habitats, which features Indian rhinos and a whole load of a smaller Indian hoofstock. We're just going to have the rhino in here because the view into the elephant habitat in the background is going to mean two of the most iconic animals in India can be seen from the same spot, which I think is going to be really effective. So once we've got the paths up here, we're going to cover up the stairs with some pieces of wood. These are, I think, the East Asian timber from the base game, and they've got a really deep brown tone with some nice textures on them that I think is going to be really effective here. I'm going to experiment with different path types to find out which one has the best looking barrier for this habitat, because the paths themselves will be covered up with more wooden planks as well. I started with the grass path, which has got this really interesting wooden barrier, but in the end I decided I wanted dark wood everywhere, and this light wood here wouldn't really work, so we're going to switch that out for a different path later. And basically we're just going to cover this whole platform with these wooden planks, and then we'll use something smaller to cover up the little gaps that remain. So we'll take a smaller wood piece and we'll use the mud pillar trick to rotate this around the gap where the tree is, and then we're going to use some of the log pieces, which I really like, to make a border for them as well, and that's just going to sit in there and look really good. With that done, we'll change the path underneath it to get the railings in that we actually want, which are these brown ones here, which are still a bit lighter, but they sit in much nicer, and we'll cover up the pillars with some of these logs and get everything looking seamless. We'll do the same thing going down these stairs as well and just extend them all the way down to the ground, and then we can get some bamboo in and start surrounding this with foliage to get that really beautiful welcoming look that we want as people walk up these steps towards the tree. And then you can see into the habitat. We're going to use some of the mud panels as well. I love the texture on these. They do really well as a sort of rough plaster or concrete if you change the color of them so they're not the default orange. And then finally, we'll use some more of these bark pieces to create a border to join the planks onto the railings. And those bark pieces enable us to then take the planks and start moving them back inside. That gives us a bit of leeway so that we can make everything look good. And that's the viewing platform done. We're going to move on now to the flags, which you would have seen in the intro, which extend down from the giant tree, which is one of the highlights of it and one of the things that I like best about this particular viewing gallery. I checked out all the flags and bunting in the game, and this set here is the only one that's actually animated, and that's really important. I want these gently waving in the breeze as we look at the habitat. So we're going to create our own set of bunting using the individual flags. We're going to colour them some Indian-style colours, majoring on yellow, green and red. We'll have some white and blue in there as well. This is exactly what they've got at Tiergarten Schönbrunn. And then we can arrange them to start coming down from the tree. We'll tie that on with some of the big rope pieces later. And we're just going to create them in sets of 3 and then slightly rotate each set so we get a really natural looking curve of this coming down from the tree and then connecting to much smaller trees on the pathway, and it's going to look really effective. The actual habitat itself at Schönbrunn isn't one of my favourites. It's very dusty, which is a perennial problem when you have hoofstock habitats anywhere outside of the tropics. If you have grass in it, they'll eat it all. So you mainly need to go with sand and dirt and provide them with food in specific feeders. You can't just have a nice lawn unless you've got an enormous habitat. And we don't really have room for that in Bellemont Zoo, other than the savannah, of course. That's taken up a huge amount of the zoo. So the habitat itself isn't going to be a direct recreation of the one at Vienna. It's going to be my own design, and it's going to have a fairly sizable indoor building that you can see into with a large water area for the rhinos as well. All right, there we go. That's the flags pretty much done. Let's take a look at how it's shaping up. Yeah, that looks really good. Let's move on and get the actual habitat done. This is the view that the guests are going to have from this viewing platform, and what I want to do is preserve that view along there so we can see the elephants whilst hiding the path where the guests are going to be looking at the elephants. So if you raise this temporary barrier up to here, that is where we need our habitat barriers to go up to make sure that the view is absolutely perfect from here. So we're going to make some mud walls for this habitat. We're going to make them from scratch rather than using the ones we use throughout the South American area. And we're going to use the plaster cone pieces for this. We've got the large plaster cone upside down and recoloured, and then we're going to take some of the small plaster cones and use this to create a curve that goes up from the ground towards the top of the wall, so it's thicker at the bottom than it is at the top. We'll get those in the right place, and then we'll clone the whole thing and copy that across there to give us a bit more wall to play with. And then we'll take the large cone again and lay this across the top, so we get a curve at the top as well. And once that's in the right position, we'll copy those bottom bits across again, and we can use this to start making the mud wall. I'm going to colour it lighter later on. It sits in really nicely once we match it up with the colour of the path behind it. It's almost like an invisible barrier so that you don't get distracted from the rhinos and the elephants. And then finally we'll use some of the mud panels to cover up some of the joins so we get a really smooth look to it and get something that looks similar to the mud walls that you get in a lot of zoos. With that done, we can get onto some terrain painting. So we're going to cover the whole thing in sand and then add some highlights using the dirt so it's not all the same colour and the same texture. This here is going to be the main outdoor area, and then above it, as you look at it here, is going to be the indoor area as well, with a little yard connecting the two with those gates that I've put in there. Those are from the Barnyard Animal Pack. And then we'll dig some terrain out, get a nice large pool in here for the rhinos, and there'll be another pool in the indoor area as well. We'll drop one of our protected trees in from the elephant habitat for continuity, and later on we'll make some new ones to keep it fresh. And then we'll start lining this pool. So this is a technique that we've used before. I think it was another great creator, Romano Palacios, who taught me this, using the plaster towers on their sides to create a really smooth concrete edge to the pool. You just place one down and then rotate it manually so it follows the line of the water and copy it across, and keep doing that until you've got the whole thing surrounded. And later on we'll change the colour of it and then cover it in decals to make it look more realistic. In the end that will seamlessly go from the sand down into the water. And then we'll drop one of the mud baths in. Always happy when the animals use the mud bath, and as always we'll bring the terrain up a little bit, paint it in with some soil, drop a couple of rocks down, and that'll look really good. And then we'll get on to some new trees for the habitat. These will need to be protected. Rhinos are immensely powerful, and especially fairly thin trees like this will get knocked down very quickly. So we're going to do something else based on Tiergarten Schönbrunn, which is some sort of old rubble pieces, pretty sizable old rubble pieces around the tree to protect them. I was going to use the individual temple rubble pieces for this, but I thought we use those in the South American area, so it might be fun to use the big pieces and just find the edges where they're all decayed and ruined, and use those instead to give it a bit more of a unique look. There were some big old pieces of rock in the habitat I was looking at, so I thought it'd be fun to use some really sizable bits here. Once we've got that done once, we can just copy the whole thing over and spin it around, put it around this tree as well. Took ages to find the right tree for this. I want one quite bright green to give a splash of colour to the habitat, but it also needs to be quite small so it doesn't spoil the view into the elephants. I'm actually going to raise them up a bit. Now we've got these big rubble bits as well, just to make sure that the branches don't start until above the eye line into the elephants. And then I've recoloured the mud walls, as I said earlier. We're just going to put some decals on this. That really is sort of the finishing touch. You have to be really careful with positioning them so that they cover all the different depths of the walls, but once you get them in the right place, they look really good. Really happy with those walls now. Just a couple more things to add into the outdoor part of the area. We've got this feeder here, and I'm going to drape this branch over it, which is something else I saw in Vienna. And then we're going to make it a bit more substantial looking. I feel like a rhino would have this over in a matter of seconds. So once we've got this branch up here, we're going to customize the feeder itself. So we're going to get some concrete at the bottom of it, and then just use this little metal piece to join the concrete onto the wood. And that just makes it look like it would actually stand a chance of remaining in the ground. And then if you remember the herbivore feeder that we built for the savannah, I've taken that and got rid of the African theming that surrounded it, and we're just going to use this as a wall feeder filled with hay for the rhinos, and then add some final decals to the bottom of the wall. And then it's on to the final part of the build, which is the indoor housing for the rhino. This is going to be one of the more complex builds in the zoo, because what I want is a building that is circular on the inside but not on the outside, with lots of different levels and a sizable pool for the rhino as well. So we're going to build it in different sections, with one main section which is then going to be broken into little mini sections which are then going to be rotated around until we get the effect that we want. So we're going to start with some pretty shallow steps here which are going to lead down to the pool. The guests are going to be able to see through a large glass viewing window that will be right next to the pool. So on colder days when the rhino is in here, they're still going to be able to see him. We're in a nice warm part of Europe here, so that's not going to be very often, but we want to make sure that the visibility is there in winter. This section that we're building here is going to be sunk down into the ground so that the floor that we're building right now is going to be level with the actual ground, and then those steps are going to lead down into the sunken pool. We've got a wall at the back, we've got a ceiling in, and once we've recolored it, then we can start spinning this round to create the building itself. We'll copy the larger pieces to the back to give us something to spin round, and we can start moving those around. So we've just got the bottom of the pool, the floor, and the ceiling here, and we'll keep doing that until we get the shape that we want, and then we'll select the smaller pieces, mainly these steps here, and rotate them individually so they all line up perfectly, and we end up with a really smooth set of steps going down into the pool. This is going to be very close to the indoor habitat that they have in Vienna. It's definitely functional more than it is beautiful, but that's often a consideration, especially with very large, very powerful mammals like the rhino. The current school of scientific thought on this is that most animals really don't care what the habitat looks like. It's how it functions and what behaviors it enables them to display and how they can live in it. But we will be adding a few decorations and things, mainly for the guests more than the animals. But the multiple levels and the big pool for them is going to be really good for keeping them happy on colder days. But of course, they will be spending most of their time in the outdoor part of the habitat. These big blocks here are what's going to join the terrain onto the water. There we go, and we'll build the external wall of the habitat along here. So we're going to go in with the glass straight away. We'll get some curved glass here for the viewing window, just 3 pieces, and we'll stretch these all the way up to the ceiling. That is where the guests are going to stand if they want to see the rhino indoors. And then it's time for detailing. So we're going to get a PVC door in, although I discovered after finishing this that the rhinos can't fit through the PVC door in this game, so that'll be removed. But luckily I'd already built this around it. We're going to have what looks like a sliding door, so that this can be slid across to open and close this opening here, so even without the PVC door it still works. And then we'll get some moss along the sides of the water. You'll always see that in habitats like this. And then we'll get some big sturdy wooden posts up against all the walls to stop the rhino accidentally hurting itself against the concrete or anything like that. These will go around the whole interior of the habitat, and they also look kind of nice. It makes a nice contrast to all the concrete. It won't all be white, by the way. We're going to recolor that in a second. We'll get some designs on the wall as well, just to make it look a bit nicer and stop it all from being just one big block of color. There we go, that's those in. We need some lights in as well, and I like how these lights look if you actually sink them into the ceiling like that. We'll get some deadfall along the side of the pool here as well, just bring a bit of nature into the interior. We'll put some random brackets on the wall, that always looks good, and then a couple of boxes for food that are just outside the door that the keepers left there. And then you can see I've decorated the outside of it with the few Flexicolor Indian pieces that we have. And that's the habitat complete. Let's check it out. I decided to have some statues to start the area off, leading up to the viewing platform. I think it looks so pretty with all the flags dangling down. And here is our rhino in his indoor pool, about to check out his habitat. Considering the amount of space we have to play with, I decided to go with just the one rhino here. So I figured this will be an overflow zoo where animals that aren't needed for the breeding program will live. And it's the perfect size, I think, for this guy. It's just under 2,000 square meters altogether. He looks so cool wandering around here, and the view from the viewing platform, you can see the elephants moving past in the background. Works really well. And I just love Indian rhinos. They really do look like tanks. They're my favourite species of rhino. Well, maybe they're more the Sumatran rhinos. They are even cuter with their little hairy bits. And there we go, there's the whole Indian rhino habitat. I wasn't sure that we'd have room for it, but I'm really pleased that we did. Here's where we started today, and here is where we are now. The Asian area is filling out very nicely. I'm going to leave a tiny little space in case we get any more Asian animals that I want to add in there in future. I thought I'd show you a proper top-down view as well, because we've never seen that before. This is where we are at the moment. I'd say the zoo's about 60% done. Welcome to a brand new area at Bellemont Zoo, the Eurasian Steppe. Inspired by the plains and the hills of Central Asia, we're going to be building all sorts of cool stuff today, including a habitat for Przewalski's horse. This is where the area is going to be taking shape, just behind the viewing tree for the rhino that we built last week. And while I start laying out the paths and getting the basic layout of the area done, I'll tell you about the plans. This is an area of the world that we've never explored on this channel, so I'm really excited to start building this one. We're going to have 4 different species in here, and 3 of them are animals I've never even seen in Planet Zoo, let alone built for before, so that's really exciting. And the first step after laying out these paths is to start getting the Przewalski's horse habitat laid out. It's going to be like a clearing amid all the forests that we have in the zoo, which is the vibe that we want for this Eurasian steppe. But then the backdrop to the habitat is going to be a fairly sizable mountain, which is what you often see off in the distance when you see shots of Przewalski's horse and animals like that. And that mountain is going to contain 3 habitats, which we'll be getting to in future episodes. We'll come back to building this habitat shortly, but first, we're going to build a stupa. I have no idea if that's how you pronounce it, but what I really want to do in this area is set the scene for this unique landscape. So we want some items outside the habitats that the guests are going to walk past, and a stupa is essentially a little mini temple of Buddhist origin. I'm not sure what religions they have in this part of the world now. We're talking Mongolia, Kazakhstan, that kind of end of the Eurasian steppe, but I got a picture of one that I really liked. It looks like it's been there for hundreds of years, and we're going to recreate it and make it look like this has been here for hundreds of years as well, despite the fact that the zoo will have only just have built it. I'm using a mixture of the South American temple pieces, Indonesian temple pieces, and the mud panels here. They've all got really cool textures on them, and with a lot of Flexicolor options, so we can really get this to the right colour. It's going to look white, but like it was painted a very long time ago, so it's really weathered. And we're just going to build this up until we get a perfect replica of the little stupa that I was looking at. And we can then place these at the entrance to the area and on this path here, which is the path that's going to take people out of India and into Central Asia. So these 2 areas are going to join together to form one enormous Asian area. I'm not going to tell you what the other animals are going to be in here. Let me know in the comments if you've got any ideas what they might be. But we're going to have 3 more animals in here, all of which live in this part of the world. We can save time as we build the different levels of this shrine by just building half of each layer and then flipping it around and copying it. So we end up with the different sections that we need like this. And then we're going to put some mud panels in. As I've said before, a great texture on these. Once you recolor them, they don't need to actually be mud. They look really good as sort of plaster or old rock and stone that's decayed a little bit. And then we'll copy up one of the bits from the bottom to form the top of it. And then we can get the top on. I'm going to use one of the African huts, which I'm not sure I've ever used before, to create the shape that's on top of this. I don't really know what the shape represents in real life. It's sort of slightly egg-shaped, but with a flat top. And then we're going to cover the whole thing in decals to really get that weathered look done properly. We'll use a mixture of this plaster one here and some of the grunge decals as well, because even though all of this stone already has weathered features on it, we want more. So we'll copy loads of these on here, make sure they're in the right position to cover up some of the joins and really start getting this old kind of flavour that we want to this build. Now, one of the things I noticed in this little stupa or shrine is that people place pebbles on top of it, presumably as offerings. And I'm going to replicate that using some of those Oceanian rocks And then we'll just take the smallest faux rocks and sink a load of those in as well to get a more random and more three-dimensional look. And then finally, we're going to have a little scarf tied to it, which is something else I saw in the picture. One of my favorite things I ever see in the comments on these videos is when I build something from another part of the world and people from that part of the world tell me how much they enjoyed seeing it in the zoo. It's always really important that I get those as accurate as possible. I don't want any lazy theming in here, so hopefully this is accurate. And there we go. I think we've captured its stark beauty pretty nicely. We'll place a couple of these down by the entrance, and then we're going to move on and build a yurt. A yurt, or ger to give it its native name, is the classic Mongolian tent, beloved of posh festival goers and campers everywhere, and that's what we're going to be building. This was a real challenge to do. I'm basing it on an identical one at Prague Zoo. Prague is a really important part of the Przewalski's horse breeding, the Przewalski's horse of course being one of the most famous animals that was extinct in the wild until being reintroduced from zoo populations, and they have this beautiful yurt which has a photo gallery inside of the entire history of their Przewalski's horse breeding project and photos of the animals that they've returned to the wild. So we're going to replicate this here using the marquee pieces. I tried loads of different combinations until I got the one that worked, and it is just the thinnest marquee piece for the sides and the roof, and then some of the, I think it's the Indian or Indonesian fabric to create the more detailed part at the top, and then some rope pieces as well, all just spun into position using our favourite mud pillar technique. You can see the mud pillar there. And then we're going to add some more details like little rope knots where it ends. And this is already looking really good. Next up, we're going to do some fabric that hangs down from the top and then put a wooden door in. These wouldn't normally have wooden doors. Trees are in fairly short supply on the plains of the Eurasian steppes, so pretty much everything they build there is made from products derived from yaks. They drink yak's milk. They ferment yak's milk. If they want a bit more of a potent drink, they eat yak meat. They make everything out of yak's wool. Wood is not a big part of their building materials, but because I'm basing this on the one at Prague, they have a wooden door there, presumably because they need some way of keeping it closed in inclement weather. And you don't want just the flaps of a tent with all the guests walking past it all the time. That is not going to last very long. You can see I've used raised paths and steps to get the guests in here, and we're going to cover that up with some more wood. But these entrance steps are way bigger than I want them to be. So what I'm going to do in a second is replace the raised path and steps with terrain, and then we can just draw paths directly onto them, and that will enable us to get the entrance stairs much smaller. And then we'll put some wood pieces down inside and spin those into place to create a floor and start getting the inside of this to look as good as the outside. You can see we've still got the mud pillar that we used to create the yurt itself there, and one of the best tips I can give you for building, and something I accidentally ignore all the time myself, is never ever delete the mud pillar until you are 100% certain that you have completed the building. That way, if you ever decide you want to add something more like this floor, you can use that same mud pillar to make sure everything fits together perfectly. So we'll just drop some fabrics in to make it look nicer, some benches so the guests have got somewhere to sit. You can see the screens, which we're going to put screenshots on of the horses in this habitat and the horses in the wild, so to speak. And finally, we'll drop in a vista point so that guests will actually come in here. Next up, let's build the habitat itself. You can see the finished yurt in the background there, but now it's time to build a fence. We're going to build the whole fence out of the African painted beams, because once you change the colours on them, you get a really nice natural wood effect. And this fence is going to go around the whole habitat. This is going to be the main fence. And we're also going to have a secondary standoff barrier as well, so that the guests can't get all the way up to the fence. So once we've created one of these, we can just place this around the whole habitat, and we've got a lot of habitat to place it around. You can see I've raised the ground slightly in from the fence. Reason for that is that enables us to have the fence a bit lower. We don't want it too high, but at the same time, these are horses and they can jump. So we need at least 1.25 meters in height. So if we drop the ground down just in front of the fence, that means that we can have the fence a bit lower than that. And we're going to have some rocks on the animal side of the fence so they can't get too close to it. And then we're going to have a standoff barrier in front of it, which we will build here, just using some more wood pieces and the rope piece from the Zookeeper's Animal Pack. It's got a nice curve on it. That'll suit our purposes nicely. And then again, we can just put this around the main viewing area, which is going to be where the entrance to the whole of this area is as well. Later on, we're going to have some more viewing areas, but this is going to be pretty open, this habitat, to reflect the horse's natural environment. This little bit here is heavily based on Prague Zoo as well. The combination of the standoff barrier on one side of the fence and then rocks on the other side of the fence means that we can actually get that fence really low, because the horses aren't going to walk on the rocks in front of the fence, and they're certainly not going to want to jump over the fence only to land on the little standoff barrier behind it. So we can actually keep them in with a really low fence. So this is all we need. Next up, we're going to create a secondary area within the habitat using this piece of fence here. We would of course be part of the Przewalski's horse breeding program, so we're going to need more than one area for them for when there's more than one male in the group. So we'll just put that down there and then put a gate in as well so that we can get the animals from one area of the habitat to the other. Just delete a few pieces of fence so we can get that gate fitting in nicely there. And then we can finish off the habitat with some more foliage and rocks so that we can get onto building the stable. Of course, we'll have buffalo grass in here, but we're also going to be using the Yorkshire fog grass to give it a bit more of a temperate feel. We're going to mix the two of them together, get something that looks really unique, some dusty areas as well, and then we'll just place a few trees in. There really are so few trees outside of the forests in this area, so we don't want too many in the habitat, but we'll put a couple in for interest, get some tree guards around them, and then we can build the stable. This is again going to be based on Prague Zoo. There were some really unique uses of wood in the stable for their Przewalski's horses, and I want to replicate that here. You can see a crane looming over the top of this stable as we build it, and there's going to be a mountain looming over it when we're finished. Let's put a roof in. We're going to have a bio roof on here, a really interesting one, which is what they've got at Prague. We're just going to use these pieces as a base, and then put this lip on the side to keep the soil in, and then later on we're going to fill this in with soil and some grasses and get something really attractive. And then, having built the part of the stable with the vertical wood planks, we're now going to use the reverse side of the bark pieces to make a little horizontal area. Once we've got a nice little group of those bark pieces, we'll arrange it to make walls and windows. I really like the texture that we've got combining these pieces together. It makes a completely unique texture, which doesn't look like anything we've ever used before, which is always good. And then we'll turn some of the planks into doors for the horses. We'll pick a plank which looks like it's in the right position to be a door, and then we'll use some of the hinge pieces and add those in, a couple of those, and then we'll find some suitable pieces to make handles. We'll have two doors, and we're actually going to spin them to open because the animals are going to come into the habitat via the gate at the back, and then they'll be able to walk through their stables and come out into the main part of the habitat. And as always, we'll use the plaster trim to create a trim at the bottom of the building for realism, and then we'll move on to getting the habitat gate in exactly the right place. It can be tricky getting this right, so I'll show you exactly how to do it. What we need to do is grab a piece of the habitat barrier and position it where we want it, and then grab the other one as well. Make sure the two are exactly straight so the door doesn't go in as an angle, and then move them into place. So we got one there, and then we'll get one in there. And then we need to make sure that height-wise they are exactly on the floor, they're not dug down at all, and then we can just move the habitat gate into the middle. And now if we get some of these wood panel pieces, we can line these up with the wall and surround the door exactly. And once we're finished, this door will be a completely seamless door into the habitat, like so. Alright, time to finish the roof. So we're going to put some mulch in here. We're going to use the big 4-meter squares and just place these all along the roof. Don't worry that they don't join up very well, we will soon fix that using these circular pieces. So if we just sink these down to cover up the spots where the square pieces join, and then we can just copy these around, and eventually we'll end up with a really beautiful piece of soil that just sits on that roof and looks really good. And then we can start putting the plants in. We're going to use a mixture of buffalo grass, dry big blue stem grass, and even a few flowers as well. It doesn't have to be completely covered, it can be quite sparse. And you just get a really natural looking roof that sits nicely in the habitat with some golds and greens in there. Looks really good. Now on to the habitat items. We'll drop in one of the wooden water troughs that we always use, sink one of the suspended feeders into a tree, we'll add in one of the scratching trees and just use the path trick to stop that from ruining that nice little slope that we've got there. And I thought it'd be cool to add one of the stupers in as well and make like a ruined version of it. So we'll just take the top off it, recolor it so it looks like all the paint has gone, do the same thing with the decals, and that'll just sit in the habitat and tie it in with the rest of the area. It's always good if you can to have something that's on the outside of the habitat also be present on the inside of the habitat. And then we'll use a similar design to make some horse statues for the entrance to the area as well. That's something I saw a lot of in my reference photos of Mongolia, and I thought that would be cool to add that into here. And that's the build done. Let's check it out. Here's the first of our horses. It's been a long time since we built for these guys. Great to have them in a zoo again. We're going to have 4 in this habitat to begin with, a male and 3 females. And all in the background, you're going to be seeing a huge mountain once we're finished with this area. At the moment, you can get some glimpses into India and Africa, but we'll purposefully be blocking all of that out with rock work later on. And here's the whole area. Got the guests coming in through the entrance here. The horse statues, the yurts and the stupa set the scene nicely. As the guests come down that path, I want the whole area to sort of open out. So instead of being surrounded by forest like you are in a lot of this zoo, you just get this big plains in front of you. And with the mountains in the background, I think it is going to be really, really cool when it's finished. More on that next week, but before we check out the whole zoo, let's take a close-up look at the yurt. Here's the outside. I've added some flags to it as well. And then on the inside, you can see photos of the horses in this habitat, the horses in Tecton Zoo, one of the other zoos in the breeding program, and them out in the wild, which I took from an episode of Planet Wild. And that's the habitat. This is where we started today. This is the beginnings of our Eurasian Steppes area. We've got 2 new animals coming in next week's episode, a mountain for Markor and for Tarkin. We're going to be building it just behind the Przewalski's horse habitat that we built last week. Today's habitats are going to form a backdrop to the Przewalski's horse build. So what we're going to do is place down a wall piece here, and then we're going to take ourselves all the way over to the other side of this area and get ourselves into Explore Cam so we can get down to guest height and see what the guests will see as they stand in front of the habitat here. And then we're just going to lower this until we can just see it peeking up above that fence in the background. And now we've got our sight line, we can raise the terrain here up to the level of the top of that piece, and then we know the guests are going to be able to see the animals in the distance past the Przewalski's horse habitat, and then behind them there's going to be loads of rock work that we'll build in a second and give us what we wanted and what we spoke about last week, which is to be able to see the horses in the plains with what looks like a mountain range in the background. Now we need to get our guests up to these raised habitats, so we're going to use the transport trick to get some smooth paths up there. So we'll do what we've done many times before. We're going to curve this round here. We'll get the angle to about 4 degrees and then just build ourselves a nice smooth path that will take people from the horses up to the Markor here. This will curve all the way around the back of the horse habitat, and we'll leave a little flattened area in there where the keeper access to the horses is going to be, and then the Tarkin habitat that we'll build later. And then we'll just delete all the track and place paths over our new smooth terrain. Now it's not quite smooth enough at this point, so we'll just use the flatten to surface tool to get that completely smooth, and then we can draw the paths in going right the way around this area and leaving that little gap that I mentioned so the keepers can get down the hill and into the Przewalski's horse habitat. We'll just temporarily put some staff paths in there for the moment. Don't worry, we're going to make this all look a lot more attractive later. And now we can start the rock work. So the main inspiration for this whole area really came from a really nice bit of rock work in the Przewalski's horse habitat that I saw at Prague Zoo, with a mixture of different coloured rocks, soil, gravel, plants. It was really nice, not just the sort of big fake rocks that you often see in zoos. So I wanted to recreate that for this habitat, and then I decided to basically use that for the majority of this area, just to give it a really unique look. So we're going to have a mixture of these dark grey rocks, and then some of these more sort of orangey rocks, and we'll also use a mixture of the faux rocks that we've got here, and some of the natural rocks that we've got in the game as well. And then in a minute we're going to incorporate some actual terrain in here as well, which is not something that we do very often. It is difficult to make it look good, but we are going to achieve that once we've hidden it in amongst these rocks, and it gives us a little platform to sort of grow plants in, and it's just going to make this rock work look really unique and get it as close to the rock work that I saw at Prague as possible. We're going to drop some of the smaller faux rocks in as well, just to make sure we've got lots of different textures going on here, and also to make sure that it joins nicely into the ground rather than just having these big fake rocks sticking up. We've got random rotation on, of course, and we'll just keep putting these rocks in here until we get something that we're happy with, and then we'll start dropping some of the natural rocks in. We're going to use a mixture of desert rocks and savanna rocks to match up with the more orange coloured faux rocks, and then we'll use the temperate rocks to match up with the grey ones, and we'll basically just drop them in so that little bits of that texture can be seen. It just makes it look more interesting and more realistic. And then we're going to start raising up the terrain behind the rocks so that it actually peaks out over the top of the rocks. We're going to make this be like a little pile of gravel and shingle and dirt that's been piled up there. We'll put some more rocks behind it later as well, just so it's like an island in the middle of it. And then once we've shaped this using pretty much all the different tools in the terrain menu, then we can start putting some plants in it. I've used the roughen tool to give it some texture, and now we're going to use flatten to surface to get various parts of it to extend so that it's going to meet up with the stable on the right and then the rocks at the front. And then we can use the push tool to just start getting it to kind of naturally curve up from those rocks till it forms a bit of a platform above it, which is where we're going to put the majority of the plants. and then we can start painting it. So we want some of the rough rock texture around the sides, and then the dirt texture at the top, which is going to make it look like a pile of sort of earth and rocks that's been piled up behind the larger rocks. And then we can start putting the plants in. So I've got a little palette of the kind of plants that grow in the Eurasian steppes. We've got some sage, some grasses. These aren't particularly species that grow there, but they do look like the kind of thing that grows there. It's going to give us the correct kind of look that we're going for. And then we'll sink some smaller rocks in, like pebbles, to give it a bit more texture. And finally, some of the large natural rocks, just to fill in the gaps. This one here is probably my favourite rock in the game, the really long one. It's got some amazing textures on it. It's really versatile. That joins the front rocks onto the pile of terrain really nicely. And then finally, we'll drop in one more bit at the back, and that looks really good. On to the Macaque habitat. We're going to take that pile of rocks that we just built and use that to construct the foothills of a mountain, which is what's going to go all the way around this area. It's going to form the Macaque habitat, and it's going to form the Tarkin habitat. I want them to have a continuity in terms of the look. We have some different elements on the inside of the habitat, particular for each animal. And then next week we'll build the final habitat in this area, which is going to be very different and something I'm really excited about. So we finished the Macaque rocks. These are the Tarkin rocks. Now we can start building the actual inside of the habitats. What I want for this habitat is a series of rocks going from the ground up to about halfway up the rocks at the back, so that the Macaque are really visible and they've got loads of different heights to walk around on. So what we're going to do is make one piece of rock using a few of these faux rocks here, and then we're going to attach it to our mud pillar and then spin this into place so we get a kind of semicircular arrangement. So if we just spin this round like this, get some interesting shapes going on, and we'll keep going around until we've covered the width of the habitat in these rocks. You can see that nice semicircular shape there. We'll get it a little bit higher at the ends as well. And once we've got one in that we're happy with, we can simply make another one, maybe use a slightly different angle so it looks a bit different. We'll do this one manually just so it's a little bit different to the one in front of it, and just keep rotating and adjusting until we've got a fairly natural looking pile of rocks. And we'll just keep doing that until we've got this progression of the rocks getting higher and higher, with a sort of platform at the end on the right hand side. And that is where we're going to put the goat climbing mountain, which obviously we've got to have in the Macaque habitat. It's one of the best enrichment pieces in the game. It's always cool to see them stood on top of that. So we'll prepare a little platform for that. I always want as much height as possible in habitats for animals like this. You remember the dull sheep habitat at San Bernardino Zoo? That was incredibly high. And then we'll move on to a fence. Macaque are pretty good climbers, so I've put this in a place where I don't think they'll be able to get up to the rocks on the back, but just in case, we're going to have a fence in here to make sure if they do get up there, they're not going to get any further and they'll just jump back down again. And we're going to make a custom fence because I want it to be as unnoticeable as possible. So we're going to use a mixture of these aquatic fences and the grasslands pole to get some really thin fencing in there so that it will prevent them from getting any further if they get onto these rocks without being too visible from where the guests are. And then we can get the goat mountain in. This mountain is pretty huge, so we're going to put it at the back and then just keep playing around with the position until it looks vaguely natural in that pile of rocks there, and then we can start playing with the rocks that we placed to lead them up to the goat mountain. This is probably about half an hour compressed down to about 15 seconds, because getting it to look natural whilst also making it so it was actually accessible to the Macaque was not easy, but we got there in the end. And now we're just going to put one of our mesh and wood fences in front of the habitat to keep the Macaque in and the guests out. Now you can see it's not that high, I don't want it to be, so we need to do something else to make sure the Macaque aren't going to get out as well, which is lower the terrain at the front of the habitat and then slope it up to the back. So to help us do that, we're going to put these concrete blocks in. This is what the fence is going to sit on, and this also gives us a flat surface on the animal side of the habitat, which is going to make digging down the terrain and making it look good a lot easier. So we'll run these all the way along the fence till we get to the end, and then we'll probably copy it so we've got a bit more to work with, and then we can use the terrain stamp to start digging down on this side of the habitat. Once we've got it low enough where I feel like the Macaque aren't going to be able to jump out, we'll flatten all the terrain to that level. Don't worry about some of the janky bits at the side, I just need to remove the path so we can fix that. And then we're going to use the slope tool to get a nice gradual slope from the guest side of the habitat, where it's as low as possible, up to these rocks here. And once we've got a slope that looks good, then we can just move this along and start replicating that slope with a slightly different angle to get it all the way around the habitat like this. We rarely use the slope tool. I find it quite difficult to use, to be honest. It's kind of hard to see what it's going to do, but we've got a nice big area here, and we definitely just want a simple slope from the lowest part to the top part, so it works quite well here. What it does leave us with, though, is a huge chunk of terrain. I don't want to fill it with grass because we got herbivores here, and it's not that big a habitat, so they're just going to eat it all. So we're going to keep it as dirt and then make it look more interesting by sinking these Oceanian blocks in, so we can just get the tops of them poking out, and these will form like little bits of slate and rocks and stone and pebbles that are just going to make it look a lot more interesting. Such a good piece, this. We've got one little section there that I'm happy with, so now we're just going to span this over the entire habitat and do the same thing again. And then to make it even more interesting, we'll just randomly put some of the smallest faux rocks in as well, similar to what we did with the stupa last week. And then we can just sink these in as well in various different positions, just spin them round, plop them down wherever it's going to look good. And we'll end up with something that looks a lot more interesting than just having the dirt texture all across the floor. There we go, we'll fill in those bits that looked a bit janky before and put the paths back. And then we need to make sure that the keepers can get up to these rocks, because the Markhor can jump, but the keepers in this game can't. So we'll just put one more rock sloped up there to make sure that the keepers can easily get up onto those rocks. We'll drop in one of our herbivore feeders and customize that so it looks less African, and that is the Markhor habitat done. Let's move on to the Tarkin. Now, we don't want this to be identical to the Markhor habitat, so what we're going to do is take that pile of rocks that we created, move that over to the Tarkin habitat, and we're going to place it in a different position. So we're going to sink it down more so it's smaller, and there's a different way for the Tarkin and the keepers to get up there, and then we'll recolor it so we've got some different rocks. And straight away we've got something that matches up quite nicely with the Markhor without being exactly the same. Now, we're not going to dig down the terrain here. What we're going to do instead is have a standoff barrier in front of the fences to stop the guests from poking their fingers through it. And then we're going to build a shelter. This is based on the Tarkin shelter that I saw at Prague Zoo. It's really simple, just a roof and a few logs, but I want to make sure that it fits exactly into this habitat and it's actually usable by the Tarkin so that we get them sleeping in here. And that's going to take a bit of doing, so we'll do the easy stuff first of all. So we've got that roof in, that's just one of the standard slate roofs, and we'll get these slanted logs in to support it, and then we'll move it into the position that we want it to be in. I'm going to add more roof in on the back so it sort of slopes away down behind the rocks, and then we're going to put a line of gutters along the front as well, which is just something that I saw on the real shelter, which I thought was a nice little detail. I'll never understand why we have a realistically sized but square set of gutters and then a realistically rounded but huge set of gutters in the game, but we'll make do with what we've got here. And then we're going to use some of the African painted wood to create the back of the shelter, just so we're not seeing that rot work at the back. Look a lot more realistic if we can get a line of these down here. We'll make them darker as well, so they just look more like they're in the shadow of the shelter than they do in the light colour that we've got here. There we go. Spin that into the right direction, then we can just clone that along the back. Start tying this together. And while we finish that off, I don't know if you saw on the community wall a couple of days ago, but something pretty major happened. Our channel hit 10 million views, which is absolutely insane. And it's quite a milestone for our little channel, so thank you so much as always for watching these videos. And we also had a new baby in the zoo recently, and I thought I would show you them because they are absolutely adorable. The maned wolves had a pup. There he is. He's the first maned wolf pup to be born in one of our zoos. I've never seen a young maned wolf IRL, and now I really want to. We've just got one more thing to do now, which is to get some of the habitat bedding in here. We're going to sink this down so it fits really nicely into all the little nooks and crannies in that rock so that we can encourage the Tarkin to sleep here. And that is both of today's habitats done. Let's check them out. Here's our male Markhor with those spiral horns and giant beard. He's really distinctive. And our Tarkins, they are such bizarre looking animals, but I really like them. Let's take a look at the whole habitats. I added some more ruined stupas on the outside of these habitats, and you can see the little shelters for the Markhor there as well. And then the larger shelter for the Tarkin here. Let's check out the male Markhor climbing the goat mountain. He looks even more impressive than the dull sheep do when he climbs up here. It's so cool. I love this shot with the male in the background and the females in the foreground. He looks really majestic. There's such a cool animation on here, the way they climb there and jump off it as well. And this is what it looks like behind the Przewalski's horse habitat. Really fills out the background nicely. This is where we started today. And you can see in the top there, this is where we are now. We've got one spot left in the Asian area, which you can see on the right here, and that's where we're going to be building today's habitat. What I want to build is something that IRL would be the best Pallas's cat habitats in the world. Simple as that. So I've only seen them in one zoo, and they're not that commonly held. When they are held, from what I've seen, they tend to be in fairly small habitats. Being a fairly small cat, and not a particularly famous one, although they are getting a little bit more well-known over the past couple of years. So I want to go all out and build a really big habitat for them, where we keep a pair of them, and we're going to build it as an aviary-style habitat, so it's completely enclosed, and then we're going to go absolutely crazy with the landscaping in here. It's going to be full of rocks for them to play on. We're going to have a waterfall, a little stream, and just loads of stuff to keep these cats happy. So we've placed down a chain link fence to mark out where this habitat is going to go. This is going to be replaced by null barriers later on. It's not actually going to stay there. This enables us to visualize where we're going to be building and make sure that everything matches up. And now we're going to build the structure of the aviary itself. We're going to use this tiny little metal block here and spin this into position to form a circle, which will be one end of the aviary. So we use the mud pillar as always and get this spun round until we get the full circle. We're only going to need half of that circle, but we're going to need two of it. So we need to make a whole circle, and then one half of it will be at this end of the aviary, and the other half will be at the other end of the aviary. The shape of the habitat and the way it works is loosely inspired by some aviaries I saw at Bird Paradise in Singapore. But this style of habitat is becoming more popular even for non-birds, any animal that's good at climbing. They have some similar ones to this in San Diego Zoo. So you can see we've copied that circle down to the other end of the aviary. And now we're going to join them up with the straight part, and then we'll go in and delete the extra bits of circle that we don't need in the middle. This is all just made from that one tiny little metal piece. It fits together really seamlessly, and it's pretty much the perfect size for this. This is going to form the base of the aviary later on as well. And now we've got the straight parts in on both sides, we can just select them, and then we're going to drop them down so they fit together seamlessly with the circular parts that we just built. There we go. Let's move on and get the mesh in. The reason we're going to put our own mesh in rather than use the mesh that's already on those chain link barriers is that I want it to be curved. So it's going to curve inwards from the top, and then hang down fairly straight and then curve outwards at the bottom. That's how it worked in the aviaries I saw in Singapore, and it's just a much more interesting look than just having a straight chain link fence. So all we need to do is build one section of this, which is what we're doing here. We'll take it down and we'll curve it out again at the bottom, line it all up, and then we'll just put one of the grasslands animal poles at the top of this little section so it looks like it is attached to the ceiling here. There we go. And then once we've got one of these in, we can just do the same thing that we did before, spin these round to form the circle at the end, and then copy the straight bit across the middle, and we'll have a seamless aviary. Takes a bit of doing to line it up right, but once we've got it all in there, we can then turn the chain link barriers into null barriers, and you can see that is starting to look really good already. All right, we've got the roof in, and what we're going to do now is get some supports in so this looks like it would actually stand up, and then we'll drop the habitat gate in down here, and we'll make some changes to the surrounds here so that it joins in nicely with everything else. So we'll get a staff path in there so the keepers can get in here, and then we'll make some changes to the concrete and the mulch that we've got here so we get a nice path, and finally we'll drop one more bit of concrete in there so everything joins together seamlessly. With that done, let's take a look at where we are now. This is starting to look really nice, but it would look even better if it had some plants in it. There we go, now it's starting to look like a habitat. We've just got a little bit more work to do on the door, and then we can move on to the interior. All we need to do is surround the door with some metal poles so it sits in better with the rest of the outside, and then it's onto the inside. Alright, so this here is probably the most important part of the habitat for me. It's the rock pile where the cats are going to spend the majority of their time. In fact, it's so important we're going to have two of them, one at either end of the habitat, and we'll make sure we've got lots of enrichment items in between to encourage them to walk from one to the other. It's inspired by a sequence in the BBC Nature documentary that I watched a couple of years ago where there was a Pallas cat and her kittens who lived in this little pile of rocks out on the steppes somewhere. I think it was Mongolia, but I might be wrong. And the kittens would spend their days playing around on these rocks, chasing after the little pikers that the mother would bring back for them to eat. It was such a gorgeous little sequence. I thought it would be great to try and recreate that as closely as possible. I want a burrow in here, which is going to encourage them to spend some time in here. So we need to incorporate that, which is why we've raised the terrain here to make sure we can get the burrow at the right height. And we also need to make sure that the cats can get up here. So we'll need to incorporate some climbing elements as well as all these rocks. And one thing I noticed when I was building this, seems to be a bug in the game at the moment, where none of the climbing pieces are actually marked as appropriate for the Pallas's cat. So if you're building your own Pallas's cat habitat and it doesn't seem like they have any climbing, all the usual climbing for small animals does work for them. They've just not been tagged as usable by them for some reason. But we'll get onto the climbing in a bit, because first we need to make the perfect little pile of rocks for them to call their home. So we're going to do this mainly with the natural rocks. Might put a few of the faux rocks in here and there just for interest, but we want this to look like a pile of actual rocks that the zoo has built here. And we'll cover up the burrow as much as possible so it just looks like a little gap in the rocks that they can go into. Just spend a lot of time getting this to look as good as possible, because like I say, we're going to have 2 of these. We'll make a little modification to the one that we end up copying onto the other end of the habitat, just to make sure they're not both exactly the same. Now we're going to take the smallest of the faux rocks and use a line to surface so we can just place these onto the larger rocks in the terrain, and then we'll individually sink each one of these down so just the ends of them are poking through, makes them look like little pebbles that are just scattered on the rock pile. We'll just do this last one up here. There we go. And once we've got the beginnings of the rock work in, we'll start playing around with the terrain as well. Once we paint that with the rough rock texture, that's going to sit in really nicely with these temperate rocks. And we'll put a few sage bushes sunken into the ground here and there as well, just for a little splash of vegetation. Trying to get this as close to the sequence in the documentary as possible. We'll extend this sage outwards as well, so it starts going into the main part of the habitat, which will be filled with grass. In fact, let's put a few bits of grass in here as well, just to make sure that that ties in nicely with the grass that we add in later. And now we've got the centre of the rock pile done, where the burrow is. We can start building up the rest of it and make this a lot larger and more impressive, and get some areas up on the top where the cats can play as well. We're going to build this side here all with just one rock. If you use random rotation all, you get really different looks just from one rock, because this is the kind of size that we want to be working with. And then we'll use some flatter rocks to make sure we've got enough terrain on the top that the cats are going to be able to walk around here. We'll help them up here with this larger rock. And then finally, we'll start putting the climbing in just to make sure they can definitely get up here. So we're going to use a few of the different natural climbing branches to get a pathway up here. This took a lot of experimenting. I've cut most of it out, but we have a palace cat in here temporarily so we can keep checking the traversable area, and eventually, there we go, the cats can get up here onto all the rocks. Alright, we'll finish this off with a couple more bits of sagebush, and then we can move on to doing something else. Firstly, we're just going to blueprint that and drop it down at the other end of the habitat. If you ever want to copy a group and you're not able to because there's too many pieces, or it contains something that you can't group, like a burrow, remember you can just blueprint it and pop it back into the zoo that way. What we're going to do now is start working on the rest of the landscaping in here and making this as beautiful as we want it to be. So we're going to drop in our rocks that we always use for things like this at the back of the habitat, and then we're going to create a new rock pile using the faux rocks. I wanted a bit more of a jagged kind of look to the rocks, which is something I saw a lot of in the documentary I was watching, and this faux rock does a good job of that. It's got some really deep kind of fissures in it. We're going to use that to make another rock pile here, just for a different kind of flavour to this end of the habitat. And I also want something to cover up the habitat gate that you can see there. It's always tricky to try and cover up a habitat door like this, because you don't want to put something right in front of it, because that's going to restrict the keeper's access into and out of the habitat. So you can't just put something right in front of it. The big pile of rocks will do that, and then we'll place a large bush pretty much in the centre of the habitat, in that line of sight, and that is going to help with that as well. And then it's onto the grass, because we are quite rarely recently building for a carnivore here. We can put as much grass in here as we like. Now, you've seen me place a lot of buffalo grass in this zoo, so I'm going to skip through this really quickly. Just want to show you one thing, which is once we've covered the whole thing in grass, we're going to choose a little path, because as you'll always find with cats, they like to follow a little path that they make. They always take the same route between one point and another. You'll see that if you've got your own outdoor cats. Your lawn will soon have a long flat bit on it where the cats always walk. So we're just going to select those bits of grass and drop them down lower than the others to create our own little cat path for our palace's cats. The next thing to take care of is the background. With this whole habitat being built from mesh, that means when you stand at the front of it, you can see right the way through to the back of it. So we need to make sure that behind it, we've got some more impressive scenery. It still gives the feeling of a natural environment out on the steppes. So we'll fill that in with some of the rocks that we created for the GEFORCE's horse, and then we'll make the stream and the waterfall that I spoke about earlier. We'll push the terrain down in the shape of a stream, widen out a bit at the end, and then put the water in. And then we just need to move the grass out of this area so that we've got this beautiful little kind of mountain stream effect. Now, I only discovered this during my research for this episode, but palace's cats can and often will swim. This was discovered by a researcher in India when a palace cat with kittens moved into someone's house out on the Indian part of this terrain, and the family actually moved out and moved in with relatives to let this female cat and her kittens go about their lives until the kittens were old enough to fend for themselves, which is an amazing thing to do. And the researcher discovered there was a stream in between the house the palace cats were staying in and their hunting grounds, and they would actually swim through this stream to get there. So I figured it would be cool to have some water in this habitat so they can do that if they want to, and then I've placed a couple of little stepping stones in so that if they don't want to get wet, they can just hop across those and keep perfectly dry. We're also going to have a branch that spans this little stream here using one of the climbing branches. I'm not sure the cats in the game will actually be able to get over here, but it does look cool. And then finally, we will build the waterfall itself. So we're going to use the big waterfall piece, sink that right down so we've just got the sort of the water bubbling over the top and going down into the stream. And then we'll cover up the edges of it with more of the rocks that we've used throughout this habitat, so it melds in nicely with the wall of rocks at the back. And once we've got enough of those in to make it look seamless, we'll drop one of the water special effects pieces in just at the level of the water so that you get a bit of movement in there as well. And then the final thing that we're going to do is drop in some enrichment items for the cats and make sure that those are on both sides of the habitat so they have a reason to walk between the two rock piles that we put in. Palace cats are crepuscular, so they're mainly active at dawn and dusk, so we want to give them as many reasons as possible to be out and about when our guests are here. That is our palace's cat habitat complete. Let's check it out. Here's one of the kittens exiting the rock pile. So cute. And here's Mum walking across the little stepping stones that we put in. They're quite happy in the water in game, so they don't always walk right the way across it. And here's the whole habitat. I'm really pleased with this one. It's the first time I've built a more modern style aviary habitat like this. I think it works really nicely. And the kittens are just adorable as they walk around this habitat. I've had them in a holding pen while I've been building to make sure that we had kittens in time for this episode, because the shots with the kittens up on the rocks was my main inspiration for this whole habitat. And both the burrows work perfectly. The cats can get in there and sleep in their burrows. You can see them in here now. Here's Dad coming in to join Mum for a bit of a snuggle. Here's where we started today, with that little gap between the Tarkin and the Markhor, and here's where we are now. I've done some work on the back of the Przewalski's horse habitat as well to make sure that all fits in nicely together. And that's our Central Asian area complete. Today we're building a restaurant and playground inspired by something gorgeous I found in Austria. We're also going to be checking out some major improvements to our elephant house. This is where we're going to be building today, just behind the Swan Lake. I think it's going to be one of the prettiest things that we've built in the zoo so far. Now you're probably wondering what Der Huriger means. Well, a Huriger is an Austrian tavern. A lot of my favourite zoos in Europe have old style pubs in them, like a sort of Bavarian style pub or an old English pub. It works really nicely in this kind of setting. So this isn't based on anything in a zoo. It is something that I saw that's actually somewhere in Austria, in a little village, I think. And we're going to take it, build pretty much an exact replica of the first part of it, and then convert the rest of it so it makes a really nice and fairly sizable restaurant with lots of outdoor seating for the zoo. And we're also going to build a playground, because every zoo needs a playground, and if you can have a playground, then really you need to have it within eyeshot of a restaurant or at least a cafe, so that parents can sit down with a drink and keep an eye on their kids when they're on the playground. We're going to be creating 3 buildings today along with the playground, and this is the first of them. This is the part that's taken from the reference photo of the Huriger. I started building it out of just the basic plaster grid pieces, but it's a little big. I want to make this exactly the right size. So what I'm going to do is go over the grid pieces with plaster panels and basically make the exact same shape that we've already made, but at the right scale. So we can just use this as a guide, and then we'll place these plaster pieces in the shape that we've built, and then we can get everything to the correct size. So we've got the plaster panels up to the top. We just need to fill those in now, and here we go. We've got the front of the building the exact right size. Next we'll put a roof on. As we do quite often, we're going to use 2 roofs for this. I really like the vertical wooden planks. They're flexi colour, so we can get that nice green in, which goes really well with the sort of mustardy yellow. And then we're going to use the Arctic roof underneath them, because that's got a much more defined supports and more wood in it. And when you combine the 2 of them together, you get a nice rustic look to the front of it. And then we're going to build our own door. So this wall that you can see here with this door, I want this to be identical to the inspiration that I'm taking it from. So we're going to go all out with this. We're going to make a custom door, loads of foliage and stuff on the walls, custom signs, everything until we get it looking good. There's a window in the door. I'm going to use the one-way glass so that we don't basically have to build an entire interior for this building just because you can see into it. And if we hide this Indian door behind it, get this really nice wooden lattice effect, really brings to mind the sort of Austrian kind of architecture that we're going for here. We're also going to make a door handle just with a gate post and one of these little support pieces. And there we go, looking good. And we'll move on and get a window in. We want a beautiful white window with a green surround. So we're going to use this classic window, color it white, and then duplicate it so we can get a sill at the top. And then we'll put some wood pieces in as well, just to get the proper frame on it. And then we're going to copy it again and spin it round so we can get some glass in there as well without ruining the effect that we've just made. And with one more copy of it, there's about 5 windows here, we can now individually colour the wood on the outside to green, keeping the white in the middle and getting it exactly the way we want it. And then it's onto a sign. We're going to use this amazing Germanic font by Weiser, who's one of Planet Zoo's best blueprint makers, to create the sign for the front of the building. This looks really good. There was a really cool old barrel style flower bed on the front of the building, so we're going to recreate that here using some metal pieces and a few brackets and our old friend the mud pillar to spin everything into place. Trying to get as much detail as possible into this, using the one of the pole pieces to create a little circle on the metal there, and then we can start spinning the whole thing. You can see we get this really rustic looking barrel effect here. For once, we're actually going to leave the mud pillar in there rather than delete it, because it'll actually work pretty well as soil. So once we've got that in the right place, we'll recolor the mud pillar to a more of a brown, sink it down a bit, and then we can squeeze some plants in here. We use all sorts of the meadow flowers, and we can start detailing the rest of the wall. We'll start putting some decals in as well. We want a really weathered look to this building. Should have probably been there since 1850 when the zoo was built. And then we'll put the name in there as well. That's one of Christina's fonts. And then we can start covering it with plants. We're going to use the grapevines. There's a couple of pieces we don't have any grapes on them, which are really good for climbing plants like this. We'll mix in a few different kinds of vines as well, just to get a really varied look. And we're going to grow these across the front of the building and then up the sides as well. So we'll use some of the ivy. And then another thing I noticed in the reference photos was there was a really cute set of table and chairs out the front. And we don't have anything this small or in this exact style in the game. So I decided that we're going to make our own. So we're going to make a table using these wooden pieces, which is really easy to do with this beautiful, I think it's the Twilight wood here. Unfortunately, if the table is just a metre square, then the chairs will need to be half a metre at most, although they're going to look ridiculous. And there are hardly any half a metre pieces in the game, so the chairs are going to take some doing, but we'll get onto those in a second. We're going to use the same wooden pieces again to put some legs in for the table. I've built this whole thing on the world axis, so as I've explained before, if you place your first piece down, if you make sure you don't rotate that piece at all before you place it, then you know that you are building on the world axis. And then later on, if you need to do stuff like where we've spun the legs so they're diagonal, if you switch back to the world axis, you can still move them left and right and up and down in relation to the way that you're building, as well as moving them on the normal axis. You need to be able to switch between those a lot when you're building stuff like this, and that makes it much easier to do. We'll add in hinge number 2 to join the 2 pieces of wood together, and then copy across the final set of legs, and then it's onto the chairs. We've got these tile pieces from the Africa pack that are the right size, and they're recolorable, and we can start to get a little chair together here using mainly these pieces. It's only the middle of the tile that's recolorable, but luckily because the other part is white, and we want these chairs to be white to match the table anyway, that's going to work absolutely fine. So we'll just make sure that the seat of the chair is in the right place, and then we can get this to the right size. And then we're going to drop in one of the cushions from the Euro pack. And then finally, we're going to use various rope pieces, which we can recolor to create the backs of the chairs, and then some of the lighting cables to make the legs of the chairs. We'll make a few variations of the chairs in different colors, set them around this table. Let's get one of them in a more natural wood style, so it's brown. Keep the 2 blue ones. We'll take a look at that in a second, and then we're going to take a look at the latest improvement to Bellemont Zoo at the Elephant House. Our elephant habitat we built back in episode 3 suffers from the same problem as the savannah did, namely the elephants can't get to the habitat gate, so they can't use their enrichment items. So I asked my friend Robin Birds to give it a bit of a redesign, and it looks absolutely amazing. Not only has she redesigned it so that the door is big enough for the elephants to get inside, but she's put in a whole load of extra detailing. Check out the staff area here. And then the interior of the building for the elephants as well. It looks absolutely amazing. It's so much better than what we had before, but it still keeps the exact footprint, and all the stuff that we built is still there. It's just had more and more detail added to it. And because the elephants can now get to the habitat gate, it means they can actually use the enrichment items out in their habitat, like this feeder here. So a big improvement all round, and a big thank you to Robin Bird for doing this. She definitely went above and beyond my request for a larger door. Anyway, let's get back to the build and move on to the restaurant itself. What we want is a sizable courtyard so we can get lots of tables in for the guests. We're going to have two different types of tables, these actual dining tables that work with the restaurant, and then some of the picnic tables as well. And then we'll put the restaurant piece in and some food counters in here as well. That way we can cover up most of the restaurant and then have the food counters being a part of the building that the guests can actually get to as well. And then we can sort of see them ordering stuff from the food counter, and we'll also see them sat at tables in the courtyard eating the food. This building's going to look very similar to the one that we just built, but a lot bigger. So I'm not going to show you most of the build on this because it's very similar to what we've just done, just on a different scale. Going to use some slightly different windows here. These are the Planet Zoo windows, but we can make these look like wood by recoloring them, and then we will cover everything with more plaster panels so we can actually recess those windows into the wall so they're not just stuck on the front. And then we're going to use these new tables, or newish tables, from the Zookeeper's Animal Pack. They're a bit garish originally, but once you recolor them, they're actually a really good table there. That fits in really nicely. I want some curved text above this door, so we're going to use this huge sign, get the text in, and then use the trick where we add spaces before and after the letters to get the text as small as possible. And then we can just drop that into the wall, get it into exactly the right place, and recolor the letters, and that will fit in quite nicely actually. Now drop it down a bit, and we just need to recolor it so it matches that wall. There we go. For the floor, we're going to use the Oceanian weaved palm or something, I think it's called. If you get the colour right on this, it actually looks like an old wooden floor, which is really useful, so we can get that in there. And then we're going to use some of the mud panels to get a really rustic look in here. We use that to cover up some of the roof pieces that are sticking through. There's going to be a lot of details on these walls later. And then we can make the kind of serving bar where people go to get food and drink. Use some pretty simple wood panels to make this, and use two different shades of brown for the wood just to make it look a bit more attractive. We can make a little door for the staff to get in and out, just with a couple of hinges and a few more bits of wood just to tie it all together. And then we're going to turn to something that we've used before back in San Bernardino Zoo, which is the coffee shop pack by Toves, which is one of the best blueprints on the workshop for my money. It is absolutely perfect for creating stuff like this. It's got some stone walls, a coffee machine, all sorts of things. We've got some great new vending machines, which Iben on Bro Nation just made, so we'll pop some of those in there as well. Got some optics made by PS Vision Gaming on the bar as well, so that our guests can have a beer while they sit down. That archway you can see there leads to the actual restaurant piece, so the guests will be able to go in there, but we're going to set it up like that would be a serving hatch for the staff rather than somewhere where the guests would actually order their food from. And there we go. Thanks to some good workshop items as well. It's starting to look really nice. We'll just drop some lights in and make some final improvements, a little bit of trim on the bottom of the bar, and that is the inside of the restaurant done. I just want to make a little improvement to the kitchen. This is a blueprint that I actually made back when we built the entrance. These beautiful tiles, which I made by combining many copies of the North African shopfront together and turning it upside down. I really like them, but they didn't suit the entrance, so I've been keeping it ever since, and I think they're going to be perfect for the walls of the kitchen. They've got that kind of classic tile look, so we're going to have a white copy and a black copy, and then we can drop these into the kitchen and just start to make this look a bit more realistic, like a modern kitchen. Really like how that looks. One more finishing touch is a little spike with receipts on it. I'm not sure what these are actually called in the trade. I've never worked in like a coffee shop or a restaurant or anything, but you always see this, the little kind of spike that they stick all the orders on so they know which orders have been filled and which haven't. We're just going to make the receipts or the orders with some comma pieces, and then put one of the classic lampposts in to act as a spike. And there we go. That's the restaurant finished. Let's get on to the playground. We don't have a playground in the game, and building a realistic, complete playground from scratch would be a whole episode in itself. I did actually debate whether to devote an episode to building a playground, but I figured after a restaurant episode, another episode with no animals in it would probably be pushing it a bit. So instead, I have called on the blueprint services again of the brilliant PS Vision Gaming, one of Planet Zoo's most intricate and brilliant builders. So we're going to drop their blueprint piece in, recolor it to suit the vibe that we've got going on around here, and then we're going to use use the wood chippings path to create a realistic base for it to sit on, something nice and soft so the kids aren't going to hurt themselves if they fall off anything. This is such a great path texture. We've even used it in habitats before. We'll just go around to make a nice shape, and then we'll put the largest pieces of path in possible and join them all together so we get a seamless texture, and then we'll build a cute little log wall to surround it. We'll alternate the height of each log to give it a bit of variety, and once we've got a few of them in, we can group that and then just use this to surround the whole thing. And then we'll put a fence and some of our tree arrangements behind it to give us a nice backdrop for our playground. And that's the whole restaurant area done. Let's take a look at it. Oh, that really captures the vibe that I wanted here. I think it looks really cozy, even though it is big enough to realistically serve at least a part of this zoo. Zoos will tend to have maybe 3 or 4 sizable food places in them. I think Belmont Zoo is probably just going to have this one because I don't want to devote 4 episodes to building restaurants. If this was the only restaurant in the zoo, it'd have to be quite a bit bigger than this, but I think this looks realistic for this area. I'm really happy with the finished result, especially as, with the exception of the playground, it's all actually used by the guests. This is where we started today, and this is where we are now. This is our South America area at the moment. We've got the From Amazon to Andy's house, and then in front of that the maned wolves and the giant anteaters, and between them and the zoo's main entrance is just 2 temporary paths. Today we're going to turn that into a sizable new habitat for the amazing little bush dogs. We're also adding another one of the new animals into one of the existing habitats, but more on that later. I've deleted the 2 temporary paths and replaced them with one path that splits into 2 to give us this nice bit of open space here where we can build the bush dog habitat. And we're just going to run a thinner path next to the main path so we can branch off to some viewing for the guests without causing congestion on the main path through the area. Chuck some null barriers in just so we know how much space we've got to work with, and then we can start building the habitat. Bush dogs love water, so we're going to have a sizable water feature in the middle of the habitat, and we're going to spend a lot of time making this look absolutely perfect. I want to go crazy with all the vegetation and everything else around here to make a beautiful little scene, which will be the main kind of thing that the guests see when they're looking at the habitat, and then we can build the rest of the habitat around it. I want the bush dogs to be able to cross the water as well as swimming in it, so we're going to build a log bridge for them. We'll need to combine quite a few different log pieces together to get one that's going to be long enough to bridge this gap and actually enables them to walk all the way across it as well. So we'll just keep playing around with the longest log pieces until we get something that looks good and something that spans the whole area. This habitat is based on a real bush dog habitat, one of 2 I think that I've seen, and the one I'm basing this on is certainly the best that I've seen. It's at Knowsley Safari Park here in the UK. It is really big. It's actually about twice as big as the one that we're building here. It's massive, and it's just beautifully landscaped and planted, and a massive body of water in the middle of it. Bush dogs are great to build for in terms of foliage because they won't eat it and they're too small to trample it all, so you can have all sorts of plants and even flowers in the habitat and they will actually stay there, which is really good. So we're definitely going to take advantage of that in this build. We're going to decorate the edge of our little pond here with the smallest buffalo grass pieces just so that we can have little tufts of grass peeking out there. Might not look like much now, but once this is joined up with the full size buffalo grass that'll cover the rest of the habitat, it'll make the pond look really natural and tie in really nicely with the rest of the habitat. So we'll fill the rest of the habitat in with the buffalo grass. We'll do this end and then we'll do this end. It's quite an unusual shape, this habitat, because it follows the path around. I like habitats like that. Gives lots of viewing opportunities for the guests, and then we can just add some final grass in to join up the bits on the bank of the pond with the main habitat, and then we can move on to get some more interesting foliage in. So we're going to use the pampas grass that we made for the main wolf habitat. This is on the workshop if you want to grab this and use this in your own habitats. I actually made it using quite a lot of the reeds, because that's one of the closest pieces to pampas grass that we've got, so it'll actually work really nicely for some more interesting looking reeds around the side of the pond here. So we'll place a group of these at the back. We've got some water lilies in the water for interest as well. The bush dogs are so cute, and I really want to build a habitat that gives them the perfect little place to live. And then we'll drop in some giant rhubarb. This is a tropical plant from South America, but you can successfully grow it in England. In fact, the first time I saw it growing in England was in the bush dog habitat that this is based on, so definitely wanted to get some of that in there. I want loads of different types of grass in this habitat, and also something we very rarely put inside habitats, which is flowers. We're going to have most of the longer grass and the flowers around the sides of the pond, and then the rest of the habitat will be a mixture of the buffalo grass and a few rocks and other bits of grass and stuff like that as well. I want to concentrate on getting the pond looking perfect first. We'll put a few tufts of this big blue stem grass in, and then we can move on to the flowers. So this is fun. Never put flowers in habitats really, so I've selected a few species which grow in South America, and then we're going to start placing them around here. All the flower pieces in the game have their own kind of grass with them, it looks like. Along with the stalks, it's pretty bright green, so I find if you sink it down slightly into the terrain when you place it, you get a more natural look. Also going to put some of the Yorkshire foggrass in around this log here and in a few other bits of the habitat, just for a bit of variety. If you get the different stalks of grass coming up there. A few more along this backside of the pond as well. Need to make sure it all looks good. And then we'll put one of the ash trees that we use throughout the zoo in here. It's a bit of a statement piece. And then we can move on to the habitat enrichment. So I put one of the logs in. They're so cute when they go through there. I decided we needed 2 of those, so later on I added another one. And then we've got the blood scent marker, the skittle feeder, and the bamboo feeder, and then just a normal tray as well. And then we can draw paths between them where the grass has been worn down a bit as they travel between the most used parts of their habitat. Always makes it look nice and natural when you do that. We'll also go in and shift a few bits of grass so none of it's growing through the enrichment items. That doesn't look good. And then finally for the landscaping, we'll drop some rocks here and there to cover up some of the terrain and just sit that pond more naturally into the surrounding environment. I think that should do it. Let's take a look at it. Oh yeah, that looks really good. A really natural looking water body. Like how you can see the zoo's boundary wall in the background as well. It's a really distinctive colour, which I've stolen wholesale from the Tiergarten Schönbrunn, so nice to catch a glimpse of that. Next up, we're going to build a little shelter for our bush dogs. This shelter is going to be tucked away at the back and basically in the opposite direction that most of the guests are going to be viewing this habitat from. So we don't need to go crazy with the details on this one. We're just going to use fairly basic log walls and then just put in a little window and a little door so the dogs can get in and out and the keepers can access the habitat. Nothing fancy. Put a basic concrete floor in as well. We just need something so that the dogs have got somewhere to go if it gets particularly cold. Again, the habitat I'm basing this on only has a fairly small shelter for them. I think they're pretty much okay in most temperatures in the UK. And there we go, that's the shelter done. Let's move on to the barriers. So we've already established the style that we want to use in this area for the maned wolves and the giant anteaters. So I want to bring that across here. So we're going to have chain link fences at the back, and then the mixture of stone and glass viewing at the front. So we'll change all the panels at the back to the chain link, and then at the front we will alternate between glass, where we want to put the viewing areas, and then the wood, which is the I think the thinnest barrier for where we don't want viewing areas, and then we can cover the wood up with theming in a second. So we'll get the glass viewing in. We're going to have 3 viewing windows here, 2 along the front, and then this curved one here. Once we've got the glass in there, we can put the final bits of wood in. That also stops our guests from trying to look through the theming that we're going to put in there. If we hide some actual wooden barriers, never good at watching your guests just stood there staring at a rock. This first wooden part will be covered up with more grasses, but for the rest of them, we're going to explore some of the new pieces in the America's Animal Pack and see what we can do theming-wise with those. So to begin with, we're going to grab the walls from the maned wolf habitat, bring them over here to cover up the glass so that everything matches together nicely and the area is cohesive. We need to change a lot of the angles on the pieces and copy a lot more of the floor pieces along so that we can fill this entire area. And then we'll move on to the fences at the back, because one of the new pieces in the pack is absolutely perfect for fence detailing. Let's take a look at it. This is the Fiesta Ranch Gate. It's a really nice piece. I love how there's actual nails in the wood. But what I discovered is if we just sink it down so you can mainly only see the tallest part of it, you get these brackets in the gate which look like they're then tying that into the ground. It's completely flexicolour, so if we change that, we've got a really interesting looking fence post here. It's only a little detail, it's right at the back of the habitat, but I'm really pleased with how that looks. Let's move on and check out a few more new pieces for the theming at the front of the habitat. Firstly, we're going to build a little wall using the same temple ruins that we've already sort of established as the style of this area, and then we'll take a look at the new pieces and see if we can find anything suitable to do some decorating here. I think this fabric works really nicely. It's flexicolour. If we can get this into some more South American style colours, we can get that on this wall here. That adds a really nice splash of colour. And then we've got some new kind of brackety type pieces. And as you know, any new tiny pieces are always very much welcomed by me. So we're going to use those to attach the fabric onto the bricks. There are a few pieces like these, which I think are going to be really useful for all builds going forwards, really. You can see I've dropped all of the barriers down as well, much lower so people can see over them. As always, I did my research on this episode. I discovered that there's not actually been a care manual written for the bush dogs yet. They are pretty popular in European zoos now. I don't think think they're particularly well represented in American zoos. But yeah, no one's written the manual yet, so according to the game, you only need 1.25 meters and you don't need any anti-climb barriers to keep bush dogs in. So I think these are about 1.3 meters tall. If you happen to be a zookeeper or anyone with expert knowledge of bush dog care, then please let me know in the comments if this would be sufficient to keep them in. I would love to know. Okay, so this theming's coming along really nicely. Got loads of plants and strangler fig roots in here. We're going to drop a couple more new pieces in here. We've got some really nice leaf details. They go pretty well with the ones we've already got in the South America pack, but they're a lot smaller and they're also flexi-color, so we can really match that up to one of Lion's signs there, so it fits in nicely. And then we'll move on to another bit of theming. With the addition of our bush dogs and the other new animal, which we will be getting to in about 2 minutes time, our South America area is complete. It's not just adding the animals, we need an entrance sign to announce the area, and we need some themed fencing so that the entrances and exits really set the scene for the guests as they get here. And it's the fence that we're going to work on first. This is inspired by some fencing at Zoo Leipzig in their South American area. Just some basic wooden planks, and then we've got some of the South American temple pieces to get a design on there. Because they're flexi color, we can pretty much make that look like paint. We'll drop a larger wood beam in as the fence post, and then we're going to take one of those new bracket pieces and spin this the other way around, and we can use this as a nail to hold the fence together. We finally have something other than hinges 1 and 2 to do detail work like this, which is a lot of fun. So I'll put that in there, and then we can start building a fence with this panel. So we're going to move this over to here and place this down, spin it into position next to this path here. We'll put some more next to it. We'll get a few of the animal signs on as well, maned wolf and a capuchin. Put that at the exit to the area, and then we'll take care of the entrance. This is the join between the zoo's entrance plaza and the South America area. So we are right by the entrance. I don't want a massive archway or anything like that. It wants to be fairly small, just to let people know that down this path is the South America area. And then to the right, you've got the penguins. And then in the center, they can go through to the Madagascar House. And then we'll have something else away to the right in future. So we'll keep this pretty small, match it nicely with the theming that we've got at the moment. Just a mixture of the temple blocks. We've got some of the Indonesian brick in there. And then some of the South American designs. Some of the new paper flags. A sunken ponytail palm, of course. And then what would probably be the 2 most popular animals from the guest perspective, the capybara and the sloth. We'll move one of the columns at the back up so the sloth joins onto it, and then it is onto our second new animal. I knew we only had space for one new habitat in the South American area, so I've been racking my brains as to if we could get one of the other animals in as well and have them in one of the habitats that we already have in the area. So here we are in the From Amazon to Andes house. When I was researching the new animals that lived in South America, I found out something very interesting about the Saki monkey, and that is who we're going to be adding in here. There are several zoos keeping the white-faced Saki monkey in walkthrough habitats because they are very tolerant and perfectly happy to be in them. So I did a bit more research and found out that at least one zoo keeps them with capuchins as well, which means that they are the perfect addition to From Amazon to Andes. So I'm just putting together a little bit of extra climbing for them, so they've got their own little space, but they will be free roaming in this habitat alongside our capuchin and capybara. Once we've checked out our brand new bush dog habitat, we will come and take a look at the Saki monkeys in here. That's all the building done. Let's go and check out our completed South America. We've got a little South America sign across the main path, courtesy of one of Ricey's fonts. And here is the whole area. We've got the bush dog habitat away to the left, and then coming up on the little entrance sign that we built as well. Whole area looking good now. Let's check out the bush dogs. Here they come, exploring their beautiful, if I may say so myself, new habitat. You see them swimming through their pond here, getting up onto the log that they can use to get from one side of the pond to the other. The models on these guys are so good, they're absolutely adorable. The way he checks out his surroundings before he commits to getting into the little log that they can walk through is so cute. And then like the other animals, they have a little look through the holes as they walk through as well. Honestly, these are immediately one of my favourite animals in the game, I think. They're just so adorable. Had a lot of fun filming these cinematics. I think it was the longest set of cinematics of one animal I've ever had to edit from. But that's not all we're adding. Let's go across to From Amazon to Andes and check out the white-faced Saki. These guys are pretty spectacular. It is so good to finally have another South American monkey in the game. The male and the female are sexually dimorphic, so they look completely different. The male's got the classic white face that gives them their name, and then the female has brown fur and a brown face. We'll check her out in a second, but just look how cute these guys are. Checking out their new climbing frame, food enrichment, nibbling away on their food. Let's check out the female.
There she is. Like I say, she looks completely different to the male. Really good addition to our South American area, I think. I thought we'd take a quick look at the penguin cam. We've not seen this since we put it in there, but you can see the bush dog habitat in the background, and our penguin colony is coming along very nicely indeed. This is where we started today, and this is where we are now. South American area is complete. Very happy with that. Today we're going to be creating a habitat inspired by one of my favourite zoo buildings on the planet, for one of Planet Zoo's latest animals, the gorgeous new Ocelot. Let's go! We're going to start by building one of the most detailed things we've ever built, an old weathered slab of concrete, which is going to be the foundation stone for this massive aviary. And while we do that, I'll tell you about why we're building this. A couple of years ago, I went to Amsterdam, and while I was there, I visited one of Europe's classic zoos, Artis. And in amongst all the incredible buildings in that zoo was something absolutely beautiful. Now, regular viewers of the channel will know my infinite struggles with the Dutch language, but I believe it is called the Vogelhuis, which means the birdhouse. It was originally built back in the 19th century as a monkey house, and then at some point it was converted into a birdhouse, and then more recently into a walk-through birdhouse. And ever since I saw it, I wanted to recreate this building in Planet Zoo. But obviously we're pretty short on flying birds in Planet Zoo, and pretty short on small monkeys and things like that would be suitable for it as well. And I ended up using all the species I had earmarked for this house, like the sloth and the capuchin, for our From Amazon to Andes house instead. And then when the America's Animal Pack came out, one of the animals in there, the ocelot, is something that I thought could actually work in this house. I've seen cats kept in this style of aviary before, and with the ocelot being pretty small, I think we can create something that would work really well for it. It's going to be absolutely packed full of plants. It's basically going to be a jungle in an aviary. It's definitely one of the most complex builds that we've attempted in this zoo. So let's get stuck into it. We've got a big slab of plaster here, which I'm about to cover up with a piece of concrete. I've used some of the smaller plaster blocks as they've got a nice rounded edge on it, which is going to make this look better. And then we've completely covered it in decals, and by colouring them to the same or just slightly different to the concrete, and then mixing in some bits of moss and darker concrete and things like that, we can get this really weathered look, which I really like. We're going to use this one as a building block for the entire aviary, and then later on we'll go in and customise each one so we get different textures and decay on each piece. I didn't intend to do this, but pretty much the entire frame of the aviary is going to be constructed with pieces from the America's Animal Pack and the Zookeeper's Animal Pack, because they have got loads of really useful small pieces of metal in them, which is really, really useful for building stuff like this. The aviary is really tall. It's so impressive when you're standing in front of it. And we're going to put some custom mesh in a second. But before we do that, we're going to make the framework that the mesh is going to sit in. So we're using some of the Grasslands Animal Pole and some of hinge number 2 here, just to get the supports for the mesh and have them attached to the main supports for the aviary. And then we're going to grab another new piece and use this to make another support which sits at the top of the first really tall piece of mesh before we get onto a slightly shorter piece of mesh, and then the beautiful curved roof which we'll build in a second. We'll use the new Fiesta Ranch Gate hook to make the pins that are going to hold this support in place. We'll just have a couple of those on either side of it. I'm so glad they made this flexi colour. Absolutely love this new piece. We'll copy these two over to the other side, and then we can move on to the mesh. The real building has very modern, very thin mesh. So tiny little squares, really thin material, and basically if you're not right next to the habitat, it essentially disappears. You can't even see the mesh, and by mesh standards it gives you a really good view. We don't have anything like that in Planet Zoo, so we're going to make our own. We're going to take the square mesh pieces, and once we've got them arranged perfectly in this frame here, then we're going to double them up and then move them in between the lines, so that what we end up with is mesh where the holes are half the size that they would be normally. It takes a lot of work, and once we start creating the curved mesh at the top, it's even more work, but it is really worth doing because it gives it a completely unique look, much closer to the real habitat. Just one more piece of mesh to place and we're done. So we'll get that into the right spots, and there we go. That's one panel of mesh done, and then we can start building the roof. We're going to build the roof using the curved metal pieces from the Zookeeper's Animal Pack. So we're going to point one of these inwards. We'll colour it the same as the rest of it in a second, and then we'll take another one and curve that in the opposite direction so that they're going to meet in the middle. Originally I built all of this using the 2 meter metal pieces. I realised it wasn't curved enough, didn't give us enough height, so I'll go back and replace them with the 4 meter pieces in a second. I'm just going to show you how we get the curved mesh in. So each piece of mesh we placed in,
and then spun so it roughly follows the curve of the metal poles. And then once we've got one in the right place, we can just keep copying it and duplicating it so we can get that smaller, finer mesh that we created at the bottom. Once we've got all the mesh in, then that is one section of the beautiful curved front of this aviary created, and we can take that one section and start duplicating it and using it to create the front of the building. This section here is being grouped. We're going to grab it, and then with angle snap turned on, we're going to rotate it twice and then move it so it exactly joins up with the original. There we go. And then we will do that again. Grab it, rotate it twice, and move it into position. You can see where we're going with this. Once this little bit is in place, we can carry on the other side. And then finally, we will move this one last piece into position here. There we go. We've got the beautiful arched section of aviary that forms the centerpiece of this build. And then we can start building the sides. We'll drop this piece in here. And then if we zoom out and take a look at it, you can see it's exactly the same as the front piece, so we need to turn this into the actual sides. We're going to use even larger curves here, and then bring this across so it reaches to the back of where we want this aviary to reach to. We use some of the straight metal poles to bridge the gap between the front and the back to create a new section that we can build from, and then we can copy this down both sides, do the same rotating trick to get some curved ends to the aviary in, and with that done, the shell of the aviary is complete. Let's take a look. And then we can move on to the building that sits behind the aviary. In the original building, this is a walkthrough area where you can go and see Inca terns and lots of other beautiful birds. But for the purposes of this build, we're going to be using this as the shelter for the ocelot. So we don't need to do any detailing on the inside. There'll be no guests going in here, but I do want to make the outside look just as beautiful as the original. So we're going to use some of the classic pieces here and this beautiful roof from the Twilight pack, which is Flexicolor. Really useful. I love that shade of blue. That's copied directly from the original building. And then we'll use some of the Indonesian bricks and recolor those for the walls. And always a good idea if you want to make the building look more realistic, split the ends off into a separate group, and then you can just recess those slightly under the roof, makes it look much more realistic. I'll switch those windows out for better ones in a minute, but it's time now to move to the inside of the aviary and start doing the planting. First thing we're going to do is create a false floor here using mulch pieces so we can get the bottom of the habitat up to the same level of the concrete bricks that we started this with. Give much better viewing for the guests of the ocelot if we do that. So we'll fill this all in with the mulch pieces, using all sorts of different sizes, making sure they always overlap so we get a smooth look to it. A few circular pieces in the front here to fit the archway, and then we'll start dropping in some of the tropical plant panels just to fill in a few gaps and give it a bit of a different look. If we sink them down into the mulch, you don't get that square look, you can get a much more natural look, and we can cover up the edges of those later. And then we need to turn this into an actual habitat. So we'll clear some space for a door in that mesh, drop a door in, and then replace these bits of the wall, as always, with some panels so that we can recess the door into the wall, make it look more realistic. And then for a finishing touch, we'll get some of the grunge decals in as well, where the metal is touching the brickwork. I think we're also going to drop in just a little lip at the bottom of all those concrete bricks, just to increase the realism, and then we can get stuck into the proper planting with some custom plants and trees. There are some really distinctive palms and all sorts of tropical trees and plants in this aviary, and I want to create some new plants ourselves to replicate those. It's easy to forget how good you can get tropical planting even in a part of Europe that isn't very warm, like the Netherlands. And believe me, in real life, it looks like a real jungle in here, and that is what we want to recreate. We're going to use some of the smallest dune palms here to create our own custom palms. There's a couple of these right at the front of the habitat, and then there's some big tall palms that go right the way up to the roof of the aviary behind, with vines all over them that the ocelot's going to be able to climb between. That's kind of another mini centerpiece within the centerpiece, so I want to create that here. We're going to use the date palm as a base. I want to use the middle-sized one because the leaves at the top are the right size for this habitat, and then we're essentially going to spin it upside down and copy it on top of itself to get the trunk longer so that it's tall enough. If we use the largest of the date palms, the leaves will actually go way outside of the mesh, which we don't want, so we're going to have to go custom here. Once we've got the palm in the right place and at the right angle, that looks good. We'll have a quick check to make sure that the leaves aren't sticking out the top of the aviary and get it as high as we can without that happening. And now we can place it down and then clone it and use it upside down to extend the length of the trunk. There's the thicker piece at the bottom of the trunk, and we're just going to copy loads of those in until we get a seamless looking trunk that takes us right down to the level of the mulch. We'll use the very end of the largest date palm just to make that progression of the trunk look a bit more natural. And then we'll copy in 2 more of these trees to frame this one. And then it's time for something that we've not seen on the channel for a long time, Planet Zoo Masters. This technique is all about visibility, so the view through this mesh is not great, and there's a trick they use in real zoos which we can replicate here. If we select the mesh by hitting I to go into multi-select and then holding Alt and clicking it, and then change the color to make it much darker, you can instantly see through the mesh way better. They paint mesh black in real zoos to achieve this effect, and it works just as well in Planet Zoo. And the FlexiColor Select technique using I and then Alt makes this so much easier. We'll do the rest of the mesh like that so we can see all the beautiful plants we're about to put in, and then it's back to the build. I'm not happy with these palms yet. I think they need some more work doing on them. So we're going to use some of the saltwort bush and some of this dry grass to get some more interest on the trunk, make it look a bit more like a real palm tree. And then something else I noticed in the real habitat was this big sort of shock of yellow foliage that was actually coming through the mesh out into the guest area. So I wanted to create that. We're going to use the dry saltwort bush again, and then some of the dry Nataria bushes as well. We'll spin the Nataria upside down to get some fronds coming out of the main body of the plant. We'll use a few copies of that and position them till it starts to look natural, some of them a bit higher than the others. And then we'll do the same thing with the saltwort plant upside down as well. These 2 plants are some of the most versatile in the game. We use them so often, especially the Nataria bushes, but the saltwort bush is really good as well. And then we can put it into the habitat, and with a few adjustments we get this really natural looking plant that appears to be growing through the mesh. We're also going to put some epiphytes on the trees as well, and then we'll get the vines in that the ocelot's going to be able to climb along, so we get a bit more visibility of the ocelot in the habitat. We'll take these from one of the palms at the back up to one of the palms at the front, get it in the right position so it joins up with the existing vine, get the angle right, and then extend it out so it appears to be resting against the mesh. But before we complete this build, we need to take a quick detour to the bush dogs. Last week I told you that I couldn't find a care manual for the bush dogs, and asked if there were any zookeepers out there who knew about bush dog care and whether or not they would need anti-climb barriers. And a brilliant German zookeeper apprentice called Quirks replied and told me that bush dogs can climb chain link fences very easily, and the answer is yes. So here is the bush dog habitat with its new anti-climb barriers. They are modified versions of the ones that we built for the main walls. Our bush dogs are not going to be escaping anytime soon, and a big thank you to Quirks for the information. Back to the build. All the rest of the plants are in, and what we're going to do now is get some rock walls in to make the back of the habitat look more natural and block out the view of the bottom of the building. So we're going to use the South American style rocks that we created for From Amazon to Andes, and with those in, it's time to do some final finishing touches on the concrete at the front, just putting some more different decals in with scratches in the rock work and things like that, just to make sure each panel is unique and it doesn't look like it's being copy and pasted. And we'll also put some grunge decals on the top just so it's not shining perfect white. And then we're going to build some little custom signs to let people know what's in here using some more new pieces from the America's Animal Pack. We've used the same signs throughout this zoo for consistency, but seeing as this is a recreation, I thought it would be fun to recreate the actual signs that they have at this habitat IRL. So we're going to use these tiny little pieces from the new pack, and then the hooks as well, to create a really delicate, slim sign that's just a little different from the other ones that we have throughout the zoo. Another new piece on the top. We'll angle that down, and then we can put the smallest billboard on there. With some custom graphics, we'll have a lovely little sign. All that remains is the finishing touches on the inside of the habitat, starting with a little sleeping platform for the ocelot. I say little, this ended up a lot bigger than I wanted it to be. Cats always seem to want to sleep in something that's only fractionally larger than them. The whole, if it fits, I sit. But this is Planet Zoo, so I had to make it bigger than I wanted. But we've got some of the sleeping hay up here, so that they will hopefully actually sleep up here. Might see a little shot of that in the cinematics at the end. Now finally, we'll just drop in the enrichment items, and that is our beautiful Ocelot Aviary completed. Let's check it out. I've probably said this before, but this might be my favourite thing in the zoo. I'm not sure I've ever been as happy with the recreation as I am with this one. The level of detail on here, the way the mesh works, I think it's really close to the original, apart from the fact that we've only recreated the centre of the original building rather than the whole thing. And it does seem to work really nicely for the ocelot. He's only pretty small, and he's got a lot of room to move around in here. And like I said, with the palace cats, it's not about how large a cat's habitat is, it's about how varied it is and how many opportunities to display their natural behaviours it allows. There is a lot of vertical space in this habitat, of course, and it's also full of branches and trees for them to climb. And how beautiful does he look on his sleeping platform in the evening sunlight here? This is where we started today, and just below the Africa section at the top, here is our latest building. So whereabouts in the zoo will we be building next week? Right here behind the Madagascar House. Let's go. Our Flamingo Lagoon is going to be based on the Flamingo Lagoon at Zoo Leipzig, and it will all be netted over rather than just having them with their wings clipped in a little pool like we did in San Bernardino Zoo and Tecton Zoo. The real habitat is 1,500 square meters, which is what I'm measuring out here. We're going to have 50 American flamingos in here, and now we've finished sizing it up, let's start building. One of my favorite features of the real habitat is the supports that hold the mesh up. Rather than just having metal poles that you often see, they have giant fake trees that go all the way up to the mesh at the top, which in that habitat is suspended 10 meters above the ground. So we're going to build some fake trees that will serve as the supports for this habitat. I've wanted to build one of these in this zoo since day one because it's going to be completely different to all the other flamingo habitats we've built on this channel. In this one, the flamingos will be free flying. Well, they would be in real life. Obviously in Planet Zoo, they're only going to be doing a little bit of flying, but IRL, this would be a proper flamingo habitat where they can actually fly. There'll be scarlet ibis in here as well, more on those later, and when it's finished it should be one of the prettiest things in the zoo. Originally I was going to build this for the greater flamingo and it was going to go right next to the savannah, but for me the American flamingos suit this concept much better, so we're going to build it slightly away from Africa, just behind the Madagascar House. I'm just putting these log poles either side of this concrete support so that we get the look of the fake tree that we're wanting. We've got a few branches in there and we'll build some more in a second, and later on we're going to put nests in here for the scarlet ibis. So it's probably not escaped your attention that we do not have scarlet ibis in Planet Zoo, but our old friend Drac has made amazing scarlet ibis props and they are on the workshop, and by positioning them in branches right at the top of these trees, which is where I saw them nesting at Zoo Leipzig, we're not going to be able to tell from down there that they aren't real animals, and if they're sat on a nest they don't really need to move either, so I think the prop animals will work really well for that. But obviously the main focus of the habitat is going to be the 50 American flamingos that we have in here. Alright, we've got a nice little branch together here, and now we're going to start placing it up the length of the trunk here, make a few variations of it and put some metal supports at the top, and then the final thing we're going to do with this is tilt it just like it is in the real habitat. That's starting to look good now. Let's get on to the mesh. Confession time, we are not going to be building the mesh. This is the mesh from a recreation of the Condor Aviary at San Diego Zoo by Captain Callum, who very kindly placed it onto the workshop. And when I was researching the mesh for this build, I spoke to Callum and asked him how long it took just to build the mesh for the habitat, and he said 4 days. 4 days just to do the mesh. Now, we do not have 4 days just to spend placing mesh. We've got an entire habitat to build and a deadline. So we're going to be taking the incredible mesh that Captain Callum built and then editing it to suit our needs to fit the habitat that we're going to be building here. It's already almost exactly the right size for this habitat, which is why I was looking at it, but we just need to take one section out of the middle and then start moving the mesh around to get a seamless join, and there we go. Beautiful modern aviary mesh that exactly fits the habitat. Big thanks to Captain Callum for providing that. Now we're going to do a little bit of landscaping and get the paths in, and then we can bring across those supports that we just built. So we're going to raise the terrain slightly so that we can get the path at an appropriate level above the water, and then we'll just draw a nice snaking path in here with an area in the middle where the guests can wander around and look at both sides of the lagoon. We're going to have water both sides of the path, and the right hand side is going to be where the majority of the flamingos are going to be. Now we use the flatten to terrace tool to get some shallow water in here. We don't want it to be too deep. Flamingos are waders rather than swimmers, so this is a good kind of depth for them. We'll raise a little bit in the middle to make an island for them, and later on we're going to do a little trick with the barriers to make sure they spend the vast majority of their time on this island, because that's what you always see in flamingo habitats like this. They're almost always on this central island, with a few of them dotted about in the water rather than just covering the entire habitat like they would do naturally in Planet Zoo. And there we go, that's starting to look nice already. Let's get those supports in. These should bring a unique look to the habitat with the branches and the texture and the fact that they're at an angle. So what we need to do is line them up with the top of the mesh here where the existing support pole is, adjust the height and get it to exactly fit into this mesh. And then we'll move on to making a little pathway to get the keepers onto that central island. Always tricky when you're building any kind of island habitat in Planet Zoo because the keepers can't walk through water. Got to make sure they can get on here. So I want a really small path which we can then disguise with some elephant grass for reeds. This is what they've actually got in Leipzig. There is a path onto the central island. They don't have to get their wellies out to get onto the part where the flamingos are. You only need a really thin path for the staff to walk on in this game. I think a meter will do it, maybe even a little bit less than a meter. So that's going to be sufficient what we've got there. And then we're going to go in and start doing some terrain painting. So we'll get this all filled in with sand. And then we'll get some soil underneath the water just to darken that a bit. Later on we'll recolour the water, get it a bit more realistic looking. And then it's onto the rock walls. Love building a new set of rock walls, and I want a new set for this habitat because the rockwork in the real habitat at Zoo Leipzig is really distinctive, really dark grey, covered in moss and cracks and all sorts of foliage growing in it. So we're going to create a new set to use throughout this habitat. What we're going to do is create one line of rocks that we're really happy with, like this one here, loads of different decals on it. We're going to put some mulch at the top so we can get some plants in it. And once we've got this one looking perfect, then we're going to create 3 variations of it. And just by adding or removing the odd decal here and there, we'll end up encircling the entire habitat with these walls, and you won't see any sort of repeating patterns or anything like that. It should look really seamless. I'm building these so that the plants at the top will join up with that line in the mesh you can see there, one of the support cables for the mesh. So it's going to look like the mesh is affixed into the top of the rocks. And because these walls are so high and they encircle the entire habitat, when you're in here, you're not going to be able to see out, and it'll really feel like you're in a little Flamingo Lagoon. You'll just have the odd building or large tree peeking out over the top of the rocks. If we put the water back in now, you can see that it lines up nicely with that line of moss at the bottom of the rocks. That looks really realistic. So I want a tree here to sort of frame the view. This one's really nice, but it's not quite tall enough to get it to where I want it, so I'm just going to duplicate it and then place it upside down below itself to extend the trunk. And then we're going to do the finishing touches on the terrain work around the Flamingo Island, because that's going to be the main focal point of this habitat. We'll just get a bit more height on it so the flamingos are more visible, and then we're going to put an edge in all the way around it to make it more realistic, so we've got like a concrete edge that all of this sand and dirt is piled on. Otherwise, eventually all the sand would just end up eroding into the water, getting destroyed by the flamingos, and the island would disappear. We're going to use this new window ledge from the America's Animal Pack, because if you place it upside down, it gets wider as it goes downwards, which means it's a really useful piece for doing stuff like this, because it'll sit into that terrain better. So we'll get the window ledge into exactly the right position. We want it just below the level of the sand and a little bit more above the level of the water, and that looks good. And then we can start copying this around and getting it to fit that island. Just looking at the sand, you want the left and the right hand side of the ledge to have an equal amount of sand on them, so it's going to look nice and smooth as you copy it around. We'll end up with something that looks really, really good from the water side, and then not quite as good from the land side. And we're going to use some of the faux tree roots as rocks to cover that part up, so that both sides look nice and smooth. This one's a bit too thick, so if we get the thinnest one and start moving this so it lines up with the concrete there, cover up the sand. If we just colour it so it's the same colour as the sand, it's just going to look like little bits of rock work and concrete at the edge of the sand, just to make sure that everything stays in place. Just need to copy these around the whole island, and there we go. Nice smooth looking island there. Let's start planting it up. We're going to sink some ponytail palms in, as always, just for a little bit of foliage there. We'll get one of the forage pools in. I don't want that on the island. That's sort of the dry land for the flamingos, so we want the forage pool next to it, and then they're going to spend the majority of their time on the island, and then at feeding time they'll move over to the forage pool. And then I thought it'd be cool to replicate something else from the real habitat at Leipzig, which is nests for the flamingos. So we're going to use the recolorable conservation plant pot, turn that upside down. Already looks pretty nesty if we get the colour right. And then we're going to use some of the pinatas to cover up the hole in the middle of it and break up the outlines a bit. I did not think I would have to use the pinata pieces, but they do the job here. They're just the right size to cover that hole and stick out the sides a bit. If we zoom out, they look really natural. Then it's time to put in the nests for the ibis. We're going to use upside down creosote and Netaria bushes for this. And then we'll get Drax Scarlet Ibis props in and plop one of them into a nest here. We'll have a few of these around, with them being way above the height of the guest. You're not really going to see that these are prop birds. Time for a fence. So there's a simple but attractive bamboo fence in the real habitat, so I thought we'd replicate that here, just using these bamboo pieces. What I liked about it is that there are 2 crossbars on the fence. One of them is in front of the uprights from the guest perspective, and one of them is behind it, which just gives it an interesting look. So we'll just do that and then use some rope pieces to make it look like the crossbars are tied on to the uprights. I showed you how to do this in San Bernardino Zoo, but if you're wondering how I've got all the rope pieces listed in the menu there, that is a custom filter which I've created just by going through and tagging all the rope pieces with a rope tag. Makes things much easier. And once we've got those in the right place, we've got one nice fence, then we can just use that to come down both sides of the path so you keep the guests out of the water. Alright, we're almost done with the inside of the habitat now. A little bit more planting to go. We want to get these verges between the path and the lake looking really nice, so we'll fill that all in with grass and then a few plants, some of the elephant grass, maybe some of the custom grass that we made for our South America section a few episodes ago, and then we can move on to the entrance. We're going to have a little hut that the guests walk through to get into the lagoon. It sets the scene, makes the entrance look nicer, and also it gives us room to put a double door system in. We're going to have those really heavy ropes that you have to push aside to get through at one end, and then the standard PVC doors at the other end, and that'll make sure that none of the birds in here can get out. As you can see, it's a mixture of bamboo and corrugated iron to give it quite a rustic look. We'll put one of the new flamingo signs on there, and then we'll get the name on here as well. As we do so often, we're going to use the Australian signs, sink those into the bamboo so you can only see the text, and then we'll get the name in here, and then we're going to use the reverse of the bark pieces to build an actual sign to make it look like the name of the habitat is painted onto it. We'll get these so that they cover up this text pretty much, and keep playing around with the bark pieces till we get a solid looking sign, and then we can bring the Australian signs forward so that the text can be seen again, and then we've got a simple but effective sign for the habitat. And once we're happy with the sign, we'll take the front of the building and recess it under the roof, same as we did last week. Instantly makes it look better, and then we'll work on the rope door. I tried all the different rope pieces, and the rough rope multiplied a few times so that it's longer is the most realistic looking rope. It's better than the standard Planet Zoo rope, so we'll use that. And then we'll use our little blueprint dude to get the scale of the door so that we can bring that down. We'll fill in the gap with some more wall pieces, and then we can do some detailing. We're going to use the smallest bamboo pieces for this and just make an arrangement that goes diagonally up the front of the building and down the sides, and then we can clone that to the other side. And then we just need to move the sign forward a bit so it fits, get a floor in, and then we can move this into position at the front of the habitat. You can see how close we are to the Madagascar House here. Space is always at a premium in little city zoos like this, so this entrance is going to help to separate it from the Madagascar House and just announce that this habitat is here. And with the entrance in place, it's time to turn this into a habitat. So we're going to do some sneaky building here. We're going to have one piece of the chain link fence there, which is where the keeper gate is going to go, and then we're going to switch to null barriers. We're going to start running this around the edge of the habitat, but when we get to the water, we're going to bring this in. Because we've got escapes turned off, it means that the flamingos won't walk past this barrier. We can ensure that the vast majority of the flamingos are on their little island where we want them to be, and then there'll be a few of them dotted around in the water, and it will get us the exact look that we're going for. And that's the habitat complete. But before we check it out, the last time we built for flamingos on this channel was episode 1 of San Bernardino Zoo, so I thought it'd be fun to recreate the cinematics from that episode with the flamingos being brought into the habitat, seeing as we've got a little city and a pretty well developed zoo for the keepers to run through. Here they are. Let's check out Flamingo Lagoon. We'll start with the view from the Madagascar House. This is the first build in this part of the zoo here. I like how that looks. The surroundings are kind of temporary, not completely finished yet. And then we'll take a walk inside and see what it's like. I'm really happy with how it looks as you walk in through the entrance. Feels really realistic, and it really brings to mind the real habitat which I went to at Leipzig. And I love the new American flamingos. They're so much better than the greater flamingos in terms of the model, or more specifically the textures. And the colours are amazing. They look so good against the dark rock walls and all the green foliage. And the mating animations are amazing. They look so majestic. There we go, that's Flamingo Lagoon. I really hope you like that. You can see it just popping up here behind the Madagascar House. Back in episode 1, we built our penguin habitat at the front of the zoo. Later we built the huge Madagascar House behind it, and ever since then, this area between has been empty. So today, we're going to finish it. According to the La Gibbon Care Manual, the recommended size for a Gibbon Island is 30 metres by 7 metres, so we're going to measure that out here. And there should be an off-show area of at least 1.6 by 2 metres per gibbon, and the water surrounding it needs to be at least 5 metres wide in order to prevent them from being able to jump off the island and escape. And again, according to the care manual, that water needs to be 9 metres deep. So I measured out 9 meters deep and thought, that can't be right. Gibbons are about a meter tall. What is going on? So I checked a care manual for a different species, and they give it as 0.9 meters deep. So I guess the Gibbon care manual has a typo in it. So we're going to go with a meter deep, 5 meters wide, and then surround the whole island with these blue blocks just to represent where the water's going to go. And then once we finish putting this little template for the habitat together, we'll move it into position and then start creating it for real. So we're going to move it back so that it sits just behind the penguin house and next to the Amazon to Andy's house. You can ignore that little holding pen in the top, that's going to get removed. And there we go. This is going to sit to the left of this path, and on the right we've got our beautiful lawn, which we'll do a bit more work on later as well. Time to start building. The main inspiration for this habitat is the Gibbon Island at Tiergarten Schönbrunn in Vienna. It's a really nice one, and it's a good size for the space that we've got available here. So the first thing we're going to do is build the island itself. So we're going to take these pieces from the tropical pack, which are great because they've got the 3 different colours that you can change, so we can get a slightly greener look to the bit at the front, which sits just above the water, and then a more usual kind of concrete colour for the rest of it. That's going to sit this in really nicely once we've got the water in. And then we're just going to use this piece and the smaller version of it when we're doing the corners, so we can get things nice and smooth. And we're just going to create a fairly organic shape that matches the template that we created, just with a bit more of an interesting shape to it. A few more curves. You can see we're getting a nice sinuous shape already, and by using this smaller piece we can get the curve at the end of the island a lot smoother than if we were just going to use the large piece. And then we can start looking at the water. First up, we want to see where the water level is, so we'll dig a little hole here and then we will just fill it with water. And now we can go in and see exactly where the top of that water is. There's the water level there. So our island's quite a lot higher than that. We want it to be just kind of peeking out of the water. So we'll take the island and move it down so that the lip at the top is just above the water, and you can still just see the indentation beneath it. So let's get it to exactly the right position. There we go. Looking good. Now we can put the moat in properly using the flatten to surface tool, completely surround the island with it. And then we'll use those same tools again to put some land back in just above the level of the island. Don't worry about all the jaggedy bits around the edges, we will smooth those out and cover them up later on. And then we can put the water in, and by changing it to a dark green and reducing the transparency, we can get a really realistic look to it. There we go. That is the basics of the island. Looking really good already, so let's get some foliage in. And this is where we're going to start doing some of the things that we can do in sandbox mode that we can't do in franchise mode. So one of the issues that we had with the Gibbon Island at San Bernardino Zoo that we built was the land requirements for the gibbons are huge, despite the fact that IRL gibbons basically spend their entire lives up in the trees. There's really no need for them to have a large ground area. And the second problem was that they spend so much of their time in Planet Zoo on the ground instead of climbing. So what we're going to do is cover the entire land on this island with sunken trees. It's going to look like foliage, give us a really nice bright green look with a few bits of darker green mixed in, and that is basically going to destroy the traversable area on the island, which forces the gibbons to spend the vast majority of their time on all the climbing that we're going to build for them later. With the trees in, we're going to sort out the join between the concrete and the substrate using the periwinkle leaves. Remember when this was the only piece in the game that looked like grass? Used to use this in every habitat we ever made, but it's been a long time since we've used it. It really brings to mind what I was seeing when I was at Tiergarten Schönbrunn at the edge of this island. So we're going to use it here. Good to see it back again. We're also going to use some of the grapevines as slightly lower bits of shrubbery at the edges of the island, and chuck in a few arrowwood bushes as well. That's the basics of the ground cover done. Before we move on to the next stage, we need to quickly check somewhere else in the zoo. Over at our Ocelot Aviary, you can see we now have standoff barriers present and correct in front of the aviary and surrounding it. Thanks to all of you who pointed out in the comments that with an ocelot in here, we should have a standoff barrier. Let's get back to the Gibbon Island. Onto the climbing. This is really important. We want the gibbons to be climbing pretty much all the time that they're in this habitat. So what we're going to do is start making custom trees and then all sorts of other climbing for them so they can use this to get across the whole of the island and in and out of their little house that we're going to build for them without having to get onto the ground. So I've gathered together loads of the climbable pieces, pretty much all of the natural looking climbable pieces in the game, and we're going to start making our own trees for them to climb on. So we're going to try and make this look as much like real dead trees as possible, and then it can be mixed in with some logs and all sorts of other things. The habitat at Schönbrunn combines live trees, dead trees, and then arrangements of logs and things like that, and loads of ropes to get them all about the island. It's always really tricky to do this in Planet Zoo because the branches that we have all look really different to each other. We've got a load of pretty big branches that look good together, and then we've got the climbing branches. There's 4 of them, 4 different sizes, but they all look completely different, all from completely different trees. It is really difficult to get something that looks good, but we're going to do that today, mainly using the African branches from the base game actually, which is what we've got here. But you can see the issue already here. They're all pretty large. It's hard to get realistic branches coming off of the main trunk. There's a few things that we can do to sort that out. Firstly, we're going to make the main trunk of the tree a bit thicker by combining 2 of these pieces together and just rotating them and moving them into place. And then we're going to combine it with the dead yellow Ipe tree. Ipe? I don't know how it's pronounced. I'm going to say Ipe. And that gives a good trunk and starts to make the rest of the branches look realistic. And we end up with a completely climbable dead tree, which is great. Next, we're going to start putting in the live trees. So we've got a larger one on the left, and then I've got this Sudanese frankincense tree on the right. Really like it, but it's nowhere near tall enough. So we'll extend the trunk using the climbable log, and then we'll cover the whole thing in ivy. All the trees at the real habitat are covered in ivy, which is very useful when you are combining loads of different trees and sticks and logs together to make new trees, because all the joins can be covered up. Now we've got a few good looking trees in there, we can start putting in some of the extra climbing, like logs and things like that, that will connect up the various trees so they can traverse the entire habitat without ever having to go down to the ground. So we're going to put a log in here, and then we'll position another one underneath it and just start getting a really basic little climbing frame together. And then we can start putting some netting in for them to sit in, and then making sure everything joins together and looks nice and natural. And we'll get as many different pathways through here as possible. So with a couple of gibbons in here and 3 once they've bred, then there should be lots of different ways that they can get about the habitat. We'll get lots of excitement and things to look at in here. Another issue we had with the Gibbon Island San Bernardino Zoo is it was so huge, and you can only keep gibbons in pairs, maybe with a juvenile if it's one of theirs as well. They don't live in large groups, they're not happy in large groups. So if you build a massive habitat for them, and you've only got 2 or 3 little monkeys in there, or apes I should say, then there's going to be a lot of time where there's basically nothing happening in the habitat. So building a smaller one like this is going to make for a much more dynamic habitat. Now, where are these 2 ropes going to lead? These are going to lead into their indoor habitat, so let's start building that. We need a very specific building for this because this is going to join directly onto the island. They need to be able to get in and out of here. We need a building that basically they cannot climb. We need something where we can get them in and out of the building, but the walls are sheer and unclimbable, so they're not going to escape. So we're going to have a really tall building made mostly out of glass with some wooden beams. This is very similar to what they actually have at Tiergarten Schönbrunn, but I've replaced the metal parts of the structure with wood. I guess it'd be wood cladding in real life over the metal. Just makes it a bit more attractive and makes it sit more nicely into the habitat. We'll use these new pieces from the America's Animal Pack to create the part where the glass will join onto the wood so that it looks like it's securely fastened. We're going to build one huge sheet of glass using this glass pane here, which is FlexiColor. You need to turn the colour down a bit to get it nice and see-through. And then we'll start building separate viewing windows in with these pieces of wood. Building it this high not only makes it look impressive, it also means that the guests will be able to see the gibbons climbing on the inside of the habitat as well as on the outside part. We're going to put some window panes in at the top. These kind of do double duty. They let air into the building, but also they prevent the gibbons from being able to jump up onto the roof when they're on the ropes that are going to lead into this building. So we'll copy these across here. These are just some of the thin glass panes, and then we'll use some of the European cast iron fence post to make them look a bit more solid and more like actual windows that are coming out of the wall. Got another little piece there just to act as a support. Again, we'll use that new piece from the America's Animal Pack to tie everything together. And there we go, we've got one panel of building, and we're going to use this to make the entire building. It's going to be a really simple building, and it's essentially going to be rectangular, but not quite. So it'll look like a rectangle, but it'll actually follow the path that you can see going past the building here, and it will follow the fence on the other side. So it's going to be thicker at the end that the gibbons come into it than it is at the other end, but it will just follow seamlessly along next to the path and give the guests a great view wherever they're stood. There we go, you can see the basic concept there. Let's get on to the fun bit, which is getting the gibbons in and out of the building. We've got separate smaller glass pieces at the front of the building here in order to leave an opening in the middle. And now we're going to slide one of the PVC doors into the opening so that the gibbons can get in and out through this part here. Because they're going to be climbing on these ropes rather than walking on the floor, that means their hitboxes will be much smaller, so we don't actually need a massive 4x4 meter door here. We can make this into 2 much smaller doors and they'll still be able to get in and out. Speaking of doors, we're going to use the backside of one of the Planet Zoo doors to fill the gaps in there. Just gives us a nice neutral kind of black that will fill that in. And later on we'll add some more decoration on there, give it a bit more of an Indonesian flavour. This isn't a highly themed habitat, as you've probably noticed. We're letting the natural trees and the water make it look nice and lush. We don't need giant Balinese temples everywhere or anything like that. Should look really nice, just with all the vegetation. We'll join the entrance to the rest of the habitat with some climbing platforms to make sure they can get in and out, and then we can do some decorating. So we're going to use some of these bark panels to give them a bit of privacy and prevent the entire building from being glass-sided. And then we're going to place a load of logs in the gap behind the habitat and all the off-show areas that you can see behind it, just to start screening out that view. We'll put loads of them in and have each one at a slightly different height. Just gives a slightly abstract but natural looking barrier, which we can also fill in with hedges and bamboo, so that the island becomes the focus and you're not distracted by the buildings behind it. And once the bamboo's in, we'll move on to the finishing touches to make sure this whole thing is as beautiful as possible, starting with some reeds and using that little trick we did in the ocelot habitat with this Cecropia sapling to make some new kind of plants that will join the water onto the land. I also noticed there was some sort of grating under the water. You've always got to make sure that in the very unlikely event that a gibbon actually fell into the water, they're going to be able to climb back out again. So there's lots of things like this just under the surface of the water, along with branches that extend from the water onto the land, so if any of them did fall in, they could climb back out again. So we'll bury this under the water, and we're going to shade it green slightly just to further sell the effect that it is under the water. We'll put some dead leaves in, and then we'll move on to the guest path. I've copied the edge of the island across to the edge of the path, so we've got a continuity there and it doesn't just suddenly disappear into the water, and we'll use some of the pathing we created for our South American area. That fits in really nicely here, and then we'll drop in some Indonesian style wood pieces just above the gibbon mural that I've made there. Like I said earlier, no crazy theming, it just makes things look a little bit nicer, and we'll do something similar at the front. We're going to take this Indonesian piece, make the colouring a lot more subtle so it blends in nicely with the backs of those doors, just to give a little bit of an Indonesian flavour to it. And then finally we'll put the enrichment items in, making sure all of them are on the island. The keepers can't get onto the island, which means they will put all the food in the building, which means that the gibbons will constantly be going from the island to the building, and that is the Gibbon Island complete. Let's take a look. Here we go, a few of Lion's signs in as always. This is looking really lush. Pretty happy with that building as well, considering how simple it is. Let's get the gibbons in. I am so happy that entrance works. I can't believe they can get in and out of there. It's a shame they always run on top of the ropes. I spent so long filming this trying to get some brachiation on there. They will brachiate throughout the rest of the habitat, but for some reason not on that rope there. You can see our female just swinging around up here. We have a blonde male. I was really happy to get 2 completely different colours considering we're in sandbox mode. Let's check them out in full motion. That looks so cool. This will be one of the first things you see in the zoo, depending on which way you come through the entrance. I've done some tidying up on the lawn as well, so that finally looks as it should. Put a cherry blossom tree in there. We're starting a brand new area in the zoo today, based on the woodlands of Europe. You can see here, there's a new drone cam in the sky, so we can keep track on our progress. Let's go! Here's the view from the drone. You can see the 3 main habitats that this area is going to comprise of. And the first thing I want to do is get all the terrain and the paths done and plan out exactly how this area is going to work. Because we've got a lot of terrain changes to do here, I'm not going to put actual paths in to begin with. We're going to draw them in with sand. As we change the terrain paint will stay, so we're still going to be able to see all of this once we start putting in all the hills and valleys that we want in here. This is where the entrance to the area is going to be, and then these 2 paths at the top will join it up to our African area, and then this path here will take us round these habitats, so that the guests have a choice of which way to go as they come into this area. And then we're going to add a path here down past the reptile and amphibian house, and finally a path here to connect it up to the Madagascar House. Alright, let's plan the habitats. So we're going to have 3 habitats and an exhibit in this area, and we're going to use different terrain paint to mark those out. So we've got some dark soil here, and then we'll use some of the lighter soil for this habitat, keeping roughly to the size guides I put in, and then finally some rock for this habitat here. This large one is for the red deer, And the first one with the dark soil that we did is going to be for wild boar, and we're going to build both of those habitats today. Let's take a look at the drone cam. There we go, everything laid out nicely. Time to get the terrain in. The key to smooth terrain, as we know, is to use the transport trick to get some smooth gradients in. So this path is going to go up at an angle of about 3 degrees, and then we're just going to wind it round the path guides that we painted in, so we get this smooth slope going up here. And then once we get level with the deer habitat, we'll flatten it out and carry on around this path here. And then once we get past the habitat, we'll bring the angle down and start getting the path to go back down to ground level again. So this whole area is effectively going to be on a slight rise in the terrain, and then there's going to be a big hill in the deer habitat as well. We'll do the same for the other paths, and then we can delete those bits of track, and we have the beginnings of the terrain for the area. One of the key things I want to achieve in the deer habitat is to get a hill at this position here, so we can get some shots of the stag looking majestic stood at the top of the hill. We're going to frame them with trees as well. So we're going to start getting a realistic hill in here. We're going to leave that little trench you can see between the path and the habitat, because we're going to have a stream in there, and just makes everything look really nice and adds a bit of movement to the view as well for the guests. The story of this forest is that this is one of the original features of the zoo. It would have stood here for hundreds of years, and the zoo have basically retained this part of it rather than flattening it. So ever since the zoo opened back in 1850, there will have been a forest here with some sort of habitat in it. Probably pretty simple wooden fences back then, and now we're going to upgrade it to a really modern forest. That's the basic terrain work done. Let's take a look through the drone cam. You can see where we're going here now. It's time to start planting. We created this area of forest way back in the elephants episode to use throughout the zoo. Basically a mixture of arrowwood bushes, some foxgloves, and a few European temperate trees and shrubs. And this little group is going to comprise the majority of the forest in this area. And then we're just going to go in and add way more trees. One of the other things I really want to achieve in this area is for the guests to feel completely immersed in the forest. And the main inspiration for that, same as last week actually, is Tiergarten Schönbrunn in Vienna. At some point in that zoo's history, they acquired a large area of forest that joined onto the boundaries of the zoo at that time. And I think they came to an agreement with the government where they would take over that forest on the condition that they wouldn't remove any of the forest, they would just add habitats to it. And that feel is what I want to replicate here. It's looking really nice already, and we've got trees completely surrounding that first path. We need more though, so we're going to use these trees and keep adding these to the blueprints that we just put down until we get a really dense forest. When guests are in here, I want the feeling that all the habitats are basically just clearings in the forest. Obviously they'll have fences around them. These aren't wild animals, but that is the vibe that I want the guests to have when they're in here. Okay, it's probably about time that we actually built something. So this is the only thing in here that's actually directly taken from Tiergarten Schönbrunn. They have lamps throughout the forest which are built into dead tree trunks, which I really like the idea of. So we're going to use these African painted sticks and one of the Australian lamps, just make a few changes so we can get a really natural looking trunk with the lamp attached to it, and then we'll use some other pieces to make the lamp actually look like it is fixed on to the trunk. And there we go. These are going to go all over the area. Let's move on to the fencing. This is the entrance to the forest, and we're going to do a little bit of theming here. This is going to be pure theming, so we've got some gates in there. Even if they were closed, you could drive a truck through the gap. They are just there to look good and to sort of set the scene that we are entering more of a European foresty area. And then we're going to use the new fences from the America's Animal Pack, our first generic wooden fences in the game, would you believe? So don't want to waste those. They go quite nicely with those gates as well. And then it's time for the sign. This is the same beautiful font by Weiser that we used for the Hjordiger. It fits really nicely for this forest area. And we can also do something that's always fun, use a piece we've never ever used before, this tree from the Arctic pack. And with that done, we can move through the forest to start building our first habitat in here for the red deer. We're going to path our way from the entrance to the habitat. So we're going to be using the natural path so that the sand that we've put down will be replaced by more sand, which is actually a path that the guests can walk on. We'll curve that round past where the deer habitat is going to be built, and then we'll start building the habitat. We're going to deepen that trench that I spoke about earlier here, and then put some water in it. It's going to be really shallow. We're going to have tiny little waterfalls in here as well. It'll just look like a stream running through the forest, and then we'll get our first tree in, and we're going to purposefully place it so that the roots are sticking out of the ground slightly, and then augment that with some strangler fig roots to get that edge of a stream kind of look. We'll put a few more trees in, and then we'll start using the mossy rocks to get away from the bare terrain at the edge of the stream. Once we've just got little bits of the rock poking out like this, then we can start duplicating that along there. That adds some interest. And then we'll move on to some of the faux rocks. We use these to make the bed of the stream. So we're going to have some larger rocks here where the little waterfall will start. And then as we move them along this area, they'll get lower and lower. And then eventually we'll start using the smaller faux rocks as well and keep getting those lower and lower until we've got this realistic looking stream bed. And we'll put one of these special effects pieces in at the top to create the start of the waterfall, and we'll put another one in towards the bottom just to add a bit of movement to the water. It's so shallow you can barely see it, so I want to get some special effects pieces in just to sell that a bit more. Next up, we'll add some of the ground cover that we often use to add some more variety to the bottom of that stream bed. I want this to be really, really natural looking when it's finished. We're going to drop some of the tropical plant panels in, some creosote bushes, some of the grass panels, anything to get some green on the edge of those rocks there. We can even use some of the basket ferns. They look just kind of like the ferns that you often see in European forests if we sink them down in there. We'll do a little bit of terrain painting and roughening just to get this looking a bit more natural. And then we'll get the 2 trees in that are going to frame the deer when they stand on top of the hill. And then it's time for the grass. So we're going to be using 3 different types of grass in this habitat. The buffalo grass that we always use, plus the dring grass, which we haven't used for a long time, and some of the Yorkshire fog grass as well. We're going to have patches of different grass throughout the habitat to give it a really natural look and a bit more visual interest. The dead creosote bushes are really useful as well, just to have a little bit of dead branches poking up here and there, like you see in forests. All the grass will be sunk down to a greater or lesser extent till it looks the way that we want it to. And then we can add some rocks to the hill. Just dropping in a few of the standard rock piles that we use throughout the zoo makes it look so much more solid, so much more structured, and so much more realistic. We'll just move some of these bramble bushes around to sit those rocks into the landscape a bit better. The hill is really starting to come together. Let's jump up into the drone cam and see how the whole area is getting along. Even at this stage, it's kind of hard to tell where the forest ends and the habitats begin, which is exactly the effect that we're looking for. Let's turn the beginnings of the deer habitat into an actual habitat with some fences. We're going to go with the basic chain link fence here with one modification, and then rely on foliage in front of it so that it essentially disappears. It's off at the back of the habitat. There's a hill in front of it as well, so we don't need anything too fancy back here. We'll just replace those posts, which I always think never look strong enough to actually hold the fence up, with some logs, and then we'll drop in some of the shelters that we originally built for the Tarkin, because they're going to work just as nicely for the deer, and they've got that nice generic look which works well in a forest anyway. And then it's on to the enrichment items. We're going to add the Scotch pine scratching post to the tree that we've already got here and use those bushes to blend it in. That gives the deer a reason to go up the hill, which is where we want them. We'll add one of the suspended feeders onto this tree here, and then we'll put our standard herbivore feeder in here and just get rid of the top so it doesn't have that African look. That's the deer habitat finished. Before we move on to the wild boar, we're leaving the forest to add in a surprise animal. Here we are in front of the Madagascar House, and last week I said I wasn't entirely sure what to do with this part of the big lawn that sits in front of it next to the Gibbon Island. Well, I've decided what we're going to do. We're going to add a free-roaming peafowl. The peafowl is such a classic animal, not just in zoos, but in stately homes and parks. And I think one of those is going to look really good right in front of this Madagascar house on this giant classic lawn. So we're going to fill this area with null barriers, and then we're going to hide a keeper gate under our dodo statue here. We'll paint the grass back in that got removed by placing down the habitat gate. Make sure the dodo statue completely covers up the habitat gate itself. And then we just need to make sure that our peacock has something to eat. Drop a couple of feeders into that conveniently placed flower bed next to the cherry blossom tree. And because we're in sandbox mode, escapes are off, that is all we need to do. And now we can say hello to Percy the peacock, who will now live on this lawn and strut about looking impressive, and just generally increase the classic vibes of this part of the zoo. Let's get back to the forest and start building the wild boar habitat. The key to a good looking habitat for pigs is mud, lots and lots of mud. We're going to raise the ground here so it's level with the path, and again leave a gap here, and a much bigger gap this time so the pigs can actually get down there. It also keeps the boar away from the guests, because wild boar can be pretty nasty. We'll smooth all the terrain off, put some trees down to give us that clearing in the forest look that we want. Once we've got all the trees where we want them, we can take a look at it. This is already starting to look like a nice little clearing in the woods. All it needs is some fences and the rock work we created for the deer. There we go. These are all fences we've used before, although I've added some wire into the front one. Now we can start making it look properly muddy. We're going to do that by adding a forage box into the middle of the habitat, And then we're going to start adding in the mud bath enrichments all the way around it. So we're going to get as many of these as possible into the habitat. You can only place them within a certain distance of other enrichment items, so a little bit of fiddling around will get that in. We've got one at the front here, which is completely destroying the terrain, so we'll just drop a couple of pieces of path down, and then we can put it down without affecting that terrain, and then just delete the path. We'll sink it down a bit as well, so the mud bath is level with those rocks in front of it. There we go. Once we've got rid of the path, that's going to look really good. And now we need to sink them into the terrain. So firstly, we'll use the push brush to remove the wooden edges of each enrichment item, and then we'll go back in with the pull brush and bring the middle out of it as well so that we can have as much mud as possible. I'd like to blend it in with the heavy soil, but unfortunately the colour of the mud bath is really light, so we'll have to blend it with the light soil instead, which doesn't look quite as muddy, but it gives us more of a dry kind of look, which I guess in the warm climes of Central Europe where this zoo is based is probably more appropriate than the soggy wet mud that I'm used to seeing in England. We're going to bring a big tree into the centre of the habitat to provide shade and just look nice. That'll go next to the forage box there. We'll put a tree guard around it as well. Wild boar love to strip the bark off of trees. And then we're going to add a load more detail to the ground in here. We'll go around with the tropical leaf piles, put loads of those everywhere. They're really good for softening the edges of the forage box. We'll cover the whole thing in faux rocks and then sink them down so they're just poking up through the ground. That'll give a lot of variety to the ground cover. We'll also go in with some of the individual faux rocks as well. So if we get the smallest ones and just dot these all over the habitat like this, and then we'll get one of the slightly larger ones in as well, put those in a separate group a bit further back, and then we can just select them and drop them so just the very tips of each rock is poking through, and we'll put some branches and things like that in there as well. We'll just place them in with random rotation all on so they're sticking up in all different angles, and then we'll go in and rotate them so that they sit naturally into the ground. We'll add in one of Lion's signs, a slightly different one this time. I'm using slightly different signage in the forest just to give it a bit of a separate identity. And then the last thing we're going to do is put one of the fruit feeders down at the bottom here. Not a fan of the bright yellow colour, so we'll cover the top of it up with one of these wooden posts. Put a base in at the bottom to make it look a bit more stable because wild boars are powerful. And that is the boar habitat done and the first part of the forest done. Here's the view from the drone cam. Let's get in there. We're only halfway there, but this is already starting to feel like a forest, I think. Here's the wild boar habitat. One of the boar just making their way down to the little depression at the front where their food is. Look at the big male asleep in the forage box. Obviously just had a big meal. I feel like you can almost smell the mud from here, so I'm really pleased with that. Let's make our way around and check out the red deer. It's a very obvious trick, but if you want something to look impressive, then put it up high, and it will do. And this stag and one of the does look pretty impressive stood on top of this hill here. This is the view that the guests see. Let's take a tour of the whole area. I cannot wait for the rest of this forest to be filled in. Once we've got all the rest of the trees and the paths and the other habitat, it's going to be so dense in here. I think it's going to be really, really cool. We've got a big habitat to build next week and an exhibit as well. I'll leave it up to you to guess what's going to go in there. But the habitat is for an animal we've never built for before. I am really excited to get them in here. Here's our progress today. That is a big area of the zoo filled already, and here is where we're going to be building for the Eurasian lynx. This habitat is going to be based around a rocky outcrop in the middle of the forest, which is going to allow the lynx to spend time on the ground, up on top of the rocks and up in the trees. And as well as making the rock face as beautiful as possible, we're going to be focusing on realism in this habitat as well. And we're going to start by making a realistic fence that would be required to keep lynx in that meets all the requirements in the lynx care manual. We need it to be at least 3 meters tall. We need an anti-climb barrier. We need hot wire, and we need mesh small enough that the lynx can't put its paws through it. So the standard steel mesh in the game actually has a really good anti-climb barrier that you can activate, so we're going to base it on that, but the mesh is way too wide and it doesn't have any hot wire or any way of fixing it into the ground to prevent the lynx from digging their way out. So the first thing we're going to do is modify this fence. We've added hot wire using the string piece and some concrete at the bottom using the plaster panels, and now we're going to use some more of the string piece to add extra divisions into the mesh just at the bottom of the habitat where the lynx might be able to get its paws through. And once we've done that, we've got one really solid fence that's going to keep the lynx in. Problem is, it's not the most attractive thing that we've ever built. The challenge for this habitat is going to be surrounding it with this fence and then making it so that the fence can barely be seen. I've copied the pieces we used to customize the fence onto each of the fence panels, so that's the fence done. This is what it looks like from up in the drone cam. And now we can get to work on the more interesting bits. Firstly, we're going to get some more forest in using the forest blueprint that we've used throughout this area. We'll just sink one of them down here. This is going to provide a backdrop to the habitat from the 2 main viewing points that we're going to build, and then we'll get on to the first viewing point. Now, lynx are really, really shy. They're also very crepuscular, so they're almost entirely active early in the morning and early in the evening. So with the viewing for this habitat, we need to really restrict it so that the lynx aren't going to get stressed out by all the people looking at them, which means we need to be really careful about where we place it to make sure the guests can get the perfect view if they are lucky enough for the lynx to be active when they're in the zoo. The first viewing area is going to be in this building that we're constructing at the moment. We're going to use rustic stone walls and have a bio roof on it as well, so it sits really nicely into the landscape. We're just getting the basics of it done here so we can get the shape and make sure it's pointing in the right direction and fits in nicely with the fences, and then we can start detailing it. The advantage of having the viewing in the building is if the building is unlit, so it's dark inside, and then it's nice and sunny outside where the lynx are, then the viewing for the guest is going to be really good of the lynx. But from the lynx's perspective, as you'll know from real life, if you try and look through a window when it is darker on the inside than it is where you are, you basically can barely see through it, which means the lynx aren't going to be disturbed by the guests in here. And the glass will also reduce the sound of the guests as well. So having blocked it out just with the normal grid pieces, we're now going to replace some of them with panels so we can start getting the proper shape of the build. So we're going to have 2 viewing windows on this side here. And now we've got some panels in, we can start deleting the original walls, and then we can use more panels to get the gap where we're going to have the glass go. So we'll get one on this side, we'll get one on the other side, and then we'll get one in the middle as well. And with a couple of arches at the front, that's the basic shape done, and we can get the building into the position it's going to go and start editing the barriers to remove some of the fences and get the glass in. We're going to take the fences we've placed down and drag this across so it meets up with the front of the building there. And then we'll go over to the other side and do the same thing to this fence panel here. And once they're roughly lined up at the front, we'll need to align them so that they're going in a straight line through those window ledges there, so that we can then replace it with glass. This enables us to use the habitat glass rather than the glass pieces, which has better visibility. And now the guests will come right up to those viewing windows and look through the glass at the lynx. Now, one of the issues we have in Planet Zoo is that there's no global illumination, so the lighting engine on the inside of buildings doesn't work super realistically like it does in Planet Coaster 2. And what that means is that it's not as dark indoors as it should be. So what we're going to do is place some extra trees in the section of forest that sits in front of this habitat and make sure as little light as possible is going into the viewing area, just so it's as dark as possible in there. Back up in the drone cam, this is where the viewing gallery is going to sit. Let's do some more work on it. We're going to put a floor in just using the Arctic wood pieces. We're going to add some trim using this plaster trim all the way around the bottom of the building to make it look more realistic. And speaking of realism, the hard edges on the rustic stone is not realistic, so we're going to fix that now. We're going to load in the barnyard building kits that we made last year and take the stone wall blueprint from there to start getting a much more irregular edge and a much more three-dimensional shape to this building. It's going to look so much more realistic. I think I made 8 building kits. They're all on the workshop. If you want to search for them on there, just search ZSH Plays. We've got one for pretty much every building theme in the game now, and this barnyard one is the most recent. What we're going to do is drop these along the bottom of the walls and the edges of the walls, and then just delete the bits that we don't need, and we can start using these stones to make the sides of the building just look so much more 3D and realistic. For the rest of the sides of the building, we'll use a load of hosta randomly rotated up the side of it. If we make sure the hosta goes inwards as it gets to the top, it will look like it's climbing up the side of the building. And you can see it's already looking way better. We'll do something similar using the variegated ivy on the roof. Just join this up underneath the grass on the wood panel part of it. Again, that's going to break up the outlines, cover up some of the panels, and just make it all sit together really cohesively. And then finally, we'll individually place some faux rocks all the way around these arches here. Again, that super sharp edge just doesn't look realistic. So once we place these around, using random rotation always works better for rocks, and then sink them in, we can start to break up their edge and get a much more organic look to those archways. We'll copy the rocks from one archway to the other. We want 2 ways in and out of this building just to make sure there's no congestion for the guests, and then we'll move on and start working on the bio roof. Love making these, they always look so nice. We're just going to use a combination of the big blue stem grass and the buffalo grass. Put some of our upside down Nitaria bushes draped over the front, and then fill the rest of it in with some of the various wildflowers that we have in the game. I always forget that the periwinkle has flowers. I only ever use the leaves. And once we've got those in, we'll take a look at it. Looking good. You can see into what will be the habitat there as well. And that roof looks really nice from up here. Let's finish the inside of the viewing gallery. I've put some Arctic wood walls in here just to cover up the stone, but the walls that you actually see will be made from logs. We're going to use the climbing logs from the habitat tab. They're the best logs in the game, I think, and just randomly rotate those along this central part of the building here. They're really going to help with the rustic cabin in the woods look that we're going for here. And then we'll use some slightly shorter ones to fill in the windows as well. We want to make these a bit more interesting so they're not just perfectly square. So we'll have them slightly curved at the top just by changing the height of the logs. And then we'll build a little shelf for people to rest on as they look out the viewing window towards the links. Just use some bits of timber for that. And then some of the, I think it's the East Asian wood pieces to join that up to the floor. I've made the shelf slant downwards. I think that's more comfortable for people to lean on. Always see it done that way in zoos. Also gives you somewhere to put some signage. So we'll get some of lion signs in. And then one of the things I saw again and again in all the reference photos I was looking at when I was getting inspiration for this building was there's always a bin in there. Now the bin needs to go in the corner, but we don't have any paths there to get the bin onto. So all you need to do is hold down Control, place one random piece of path down exactly where you want it, place the bin on the path, and then you can just delete the path and you've got the bin in the right position. That's the building done. Let's move on to the inside of the habitat and start building the rocks. We're going to build a sort of mini pride rock kind of thing here, like a ledge at the edge of a rocky outcrop that the lynx can stand on. I want to try something a little bit different here. I want some horizontal lines in the rocks, so we're going to mix in some of the conservation walls and then cover those up with the natural rocks and see if we can get a really interesting look. The conservation pieces will be almost completely covered in the rocks, but you'll just see them peeking through here and there. It should be pretty unique. The rock work in here is inspired by a red panda habitat that I saw at Zoo Prague. The rock was kind of striated, I think is the word, so it had these lines running through it, and I really like the look of that. The actual shape of the rocks was nothing like this. It was just a tiny little ledge for the red panda to stand on. This is going to be a lot bigger, but I just wanted to try and capture that look. I'm going to mix some mulch and some of the mossy rocks in as well, just to keep things looking interesting. And then we'll add in the ledge with this big rock. This, I think, is my favourite rock in the game. We need to surround it with other smaller rocks so it's not sticking out so obviously, make it look more organic. We want as many spectacular looking things as possible in this habitat to stop the guests from looking at the huge fences that we need to surround it with. And once we've done that and finished off adding in the mulch pieces, we'll take the stacked rocks that we've used throughout this zoo to start joining this on to the rest of the terrain. We're going to end up with one long rock face that runs almost the entire length of the habitat to separate the two levels that the habitat is on. Later on, of course, we'll have trees in there as well so that the lynx have three levels that they can access. Very important for lynx habitats and most cat habitats really to have as many different vertical movement opportunities for them as possible. These stacked rocks are made of the temperate rocks, which is great because the rest of it's made from the tiger rocks, and those two complement each other nicely whilst being slightly different. And then any places where it's obvious that it's being copy and pasted, we'll just cover up with a few more tiger rocks. We'll end up with a really nice looking rock wall. We just need to drop a few more of the conservation pieces in to get those lines, and then a few bits of ivy and other plants to add a little bit of interest. I really like this ivy plant base. I've been using that a lot recently. We'll put some bracken in as well. This looks really good. The only problem is you always have to sink it down into the ground because the stems disappear when the camera is too far away. And the creosote bushes, which I think are featured in pretty much every habitat in this zoo. They're so good. And then we can move on to the climbing. I want to keep this pretty simple because the cats in this game are not as good at climbing as the monkeys. And if you put too much in, they tend to get confused and start glitching out. Our ocelot is displaying some very strange behaviours at the moment, unfortunately, just because there is so much going on in the ocelot habitat. But I love the look of the habitat too much to replace that. But here I want to keep things simpler. So we got some really simple stuff that we've just made with a few branches. And then I'm going to drop in the climbing that we made for the gibbons a couple of weeks ago, and just take a few pieces of that for visual interest to make sure there's not too much going on so they climb it a bit more naturally. And then we'll put in the enrichment items. So we want enrichment items to basically drag the cats from one side of the habitat to the other. So we're going to have food at one end and then toys and water at the other end, and that'll make sure they're constantly crisscrossing the habitat, using their climbing, getting up onto those rocks where I've hidden one of the blood scent markers. We've got a little shallow pool down at this end of the habitat with some logs that they can climb in and out. Water is another thing that is recommended for lynx habitats, which kind of surprised me. I wouldn't really realise they were into water really, but apparently that is good for their well-being. So we'll get that in there with some more of the stacked rocks. And then we're going to build some little nest boxes for them. Apparently they like to sleep either on or under something, and providing nesting boxes is good. And we're going to have two lynx, so we need two of these. It's a super simple construction, just a few of the twilight wood panels and then one piece of small habitat bedding and it's done. And we can move on to some more realism. So with any dangerous animal, you shouldn't just have one door into the habitat, because if that doesn't get locked or if that gets forced open or anything, then you have an escaped dangerous animal. You need two. So I thought with the focus on realism in this habitat, we'd actually build one of these for a change. It would be bigger than this IRL, but I just wanted something to sort of suggest this. You can't really see it from the guest path. You can see a little bit of it from the guest viewing, which is why I'm going to put it in here. But we've just got a secondary gate in what is effectively a cage, so that should a lynx get through the first door, they're still going to be contained within the habitat, and the keeper will be able to get them back into the habitat before they leave. The door is just made from two of the mesh pieces that have that plastic surround, and then we're going to surround that with the smallest mesh pieces so everything fits together nicely, and then finally just put a bit of a door frame in, and we've got a simple little security system. Then we're going to drop one of the massive waterfall pieces into the pond that we built and disguise that so you can just see the water, and we'll put one of the waterfall bottom special effects in to create some ripples across the little pond. And that's the inside of the habitat done. Let's check it out. Looking very nice from the drone cam. There is one more thing we need to do to finish this though, and that is add in the second viewing area. So what we're going to do is surround the entire habitat with these logs. We'll have them all at random heights so it looks nicer, and we're positioning them at a height so that it prevents the guests from being able to see into the habitat, which preserves the privacy of the lynx, but is low enough so that when they're on their ledge, the lynx can see over it, so they've got a 360-degree view of the horizon. In this section of the fence here, we're going to create two little peek-throughs for the guests so they can still see the lynx, one at adult height and one at kid height. So we'll just replace the top logs with some of the shortest logs and then move the bottom logs down, and we can start getting some gaps in the fence for the guests to see through. We'll move this one down even lower so that kids can peek through here, and then we'll just put a simple frame in to both of them to make it look cleaner. And that's the habitat done. I like how it still melds into the forest despite those huge fences. Let's get in there and take a look. I really like how the viewing gallery is hidden away amongst the trees. And the lynx are so gorgeous. It's as dark as we can get it in here. Let's take a look at the outside. Yes, the lynx looks so good up on that ledge. They're such beautiful animals. I cannot believe this is the first lynx habitat we've ever built. I've literally never had a lynx in this game in any way description, not even in an episode of Planet Wild. It's definitely worth the wait. Here's the rotary feeder, doing its job of getting them from one side of the habitat to the other. Let's take a look at the whole thing. This forest is turning into one of my favourite ever areas that we've built on the channel, I think. I'm so happy with how it's progressing. And we have one more episode in which we're going to complete it. This is the area we're going to be filling today, with a new path that will take guests from the lynx habitat round to Life in Cold Blood, our reptile and amphibian house. And appropriately enough, it is going to be filled with amphibians that can be found in Europe. What we're focusing on today is a beautiful landscape that's going to complement the forest that we've planted, but also be slightly more structured to lead people through it. And it's inspired by me finally finding something I've been looking for a very long time, which is a real zoo that has exhibit boxes like we have in Planet Zoo. Yes, one does exist. It's in Switzerland, and it has a name I'm not even going to attempt to pronounce today, but I'll put it on screen for you. And that is going to be mixed with a really beautiful little exhibit I saw at the Innsbruck Mountain Zoo in Austria, and some of our own ideas. We'll discuss exactly what we're going to do with the exhibit boxes in a minute, but firstly we need to sort out the landscaping. So we've used the vehicle tracks to create a nice smooth gradient in here, and we're going to extend this to the surrounding area. And what we need is to make this landscape sit in properly, because we've got a big rise in the terrain for the lynx habitat and a slightly smaller one for the wild boar habitat that comes after it. And now we need to get that looking completely natural. So what we're going to have is some retaining walls made from rocks and plants and flowers that look really beautiful, and that's going to tie this area into the next area and get rid of that big hill that suddenly appears out of nowhere for the lynx habitat. We're putting the paths in here, so I've gone for the twilight path, which has got a rustic kind of look to it, and we'll join that up to the sandy dirt path that we've used throughout the forest, and then we'll get our exhibit boxes in. Alright, this is how the area is shaping up. You can see it start to fill in on the drone cam here. Let's get on to the rock work. Almost all of this is going to be built using just two rocks. This tiger rock and then the same rock again from the temperate set, so we get a slightly different colour. And this is the part that's inspired by the zoo in Innsbruck. It's a really gorgeous little wall, and we're going to recreate it pretty much exactly here. So we're just placing the rocks down with random rotation on, getting them into a vaguely natural kind of look. And then once we've got one layer of them, we're going to start placing them on top of each other. And once we've got 3 layers, that'll be the first part of the wall. And then we can simply take that and continually copy it behind itself, getting higher and higher until we meet up with the terrain that you can see at the back here. We'll scatter a few of the faux rocks in as well, just to get a bit of a different size. We'll need some smaller rocks to fill in the gaps between the bigger ones, so it looks like it is going to stand up. And we're going to add little bits of foliage poking out as well. This plant from the Oceania pack is amazing for this kind of stuff because it's got these really lush green leaves on one side, and then it's got these yellowy brown roots on the other. You can actually use both sides of the plant to make 2 completely different plants, and they look like the kind of plants that you see growing out between the rocks in things like this. And now we've got one section of the wall looking good, we can start copying it around to join it onto the lynx habitat. It's going to be so satisfying when this area is finished. The whole European forest will not only be complete, but it's going to join on perfectly to the reptile and amphibian house. In a future episode, we'll sort out the join to bring it around to the Ocelot Aviary and then into Africa. By cutting out different chunks of the original wall that we built, we can make sure that it doesn't look like it's just one piece. And then we can finish off the planting, including a new plant I don't think we've used before, which is the stalks of the daffodils from the America's Animal Pack. They make a nice little grass there, and we'll fill the rest of it in with some buffalo grass. We're going to add a specimen tree in. I think a little apple tree will look nice there. And then finally, we'll fill it all in with some cornflowers and a few other wildflowers, just to add a splash of colour in there. We'll add the flowers and the tree in later, just a couple more pieces of buffalo grass, and then we're going to move on to making the path look really nice. If we zoom out and take a look at it, the path itself looks really nice, but it needs a curb, and the curb on this twilight path is kind of spiky. It's very gothic looking, not really what we're looking for here. So we're going to make our own using a different piece from the twilight pack. This little, I think it's a window ledge. We'll get it to a colour that complements the stone, sink it down into the ground, and then we can just copy it around the whole path, making sure that we adjust the angle of it so it follows the slope as it goes up, and the same here as it goes down. And we'll take this up past the exhibits, finish it off there, and there we go. Path looking much nicer already. Time for a fence. We're going to build a fence that looks different to any that we've built before. It's only going to be 3 pieces, but it's going to look really realistic when it's done. We've got these European marquee beams as the main body of the fence, string for wire, and then the little bracket piece from the America's Animal Pack to secure the wire onto the rest of the fence. And that's it, with a bit of recolouring. That looks really nice. And we can just copy this along the same place that we just put the curbs, and we've got ourselves a very nice fence that looks like it prevents the rocks from falling out, keeps the guests off the rocks, and also adds another layer into the design, which is always a great way of making areas look good. You've got the fence, then the rocks, and then the foliage. This area is already starting to look really good. I love how you can see one of our lynx in the background there. Let's move on to the rest of the area. At the top of the area, there's a little gap in the path in front of the exhibits. Had to do some serious positioning of these exhibits to get them onto a slope like this. So we're going to cover it up with some of these rocks from the Oceania pack. They match pretty closely in with the twilight path that we've got here. Once we've got them in and recolored them, that's going to be pretty seamless. There we go. And then on the other side of the exhibits, I want to have a little implied staff path so that the staff would have a way of getting into these exhibits without being on the same path as the guests. So behind the fence, we're just going to use the mud panels coloured to look like sand, so we can separate this one path into what looks like 2 paths. These mud panels are absolutely brilliant for covering up any wonky Planet Zoo pathing, because you can make them look pretty much exactly like sand. With that done, it's time to add the animals and start working on the exhibits themselves. We're going to have 3 species in this area, and we're going to add the first 2 of them now, the crested newt and the fire salamander. The crested newts live in what's effectively an aquarium, although there's a little bit of land in the middle, so I guess it's a paludarium. And it's little aquatic exhibits like this that I saw in the zoo which inspired this build. The fire salamanders have a lot more land in theirs, of course, being salamanders rather than newts. And we're going to customize the exhibit boxes, taking some inspiration from the real zoo and then adding some of our own touches as well. We'll start with my favorite piece in the game, the bronze sculpture plinth, which is what we use to make the entrance to this zoo. We're going to use this to make the base of the exhibits look much more attractive. That beautiful weathered texture on the bronze just looks amazing. The color really complements the rocks that are below it and then the green water above it. And for the tops of the exhibits, we're going to take inspiration from the real zoo, because that was a very basic metal construction, nothing too fancy. but it just allows us to cover up the tops of these exhibit boxes with something fresh, so it doesn't just look like a Planet Zoo exhibit box anymore. We're going to use both sides of this Twilight piece because of the rivets on one side and lack of them on the other, so we can get a nice texture on there, and we'll use that same piece to create the sides of the exhibit as well. If my math is correct, these exhibit boxes have a volume of 64 cubic meters, and with quite a lot of water in there, and then all the lighting rig at the top as well, I feel like just having glass with no supports at the sides is stretching credibility, though feel free to correct both my maths and engineering knowledge in the comments if you know better. But once we've got these in at the side, I think it looks a lot more sturdy, and it just adds some more detail to it as well. And we'll use some of those America Pack pieces as well to add a few extra nuts and bolts on there. Frontier seems to have started doing a real mixture of very heavily themed pieces which aren't really my bag, and then really small generic pieces that are absolutely vital for building going forward. We'll also add in one of the aquatic lights so we can get a bit more brightness in here. We'll put one of Lion's signs on the front and then customize it so it's nice and flat up against the glass. I don't know where we'd be without these signs. The creativity to make these in the first place still blows my mind. And then finally for the structure, we'll add some more brackets on as well. That's just a little detail I saw at the zoo in Switzerland, which I liked. I think I'm happy with the outside now. Just got one little thing I want to do on the inside, which is add some ivy to this tree. And then we'll move on to the other set of exhibits, which is going to be slightly different. We are pretty short on native European amphibians in this game, but we do have another amphibian that is found in Europe, even though it shouldn't be, and that is the American bullfrog. This is an invasive species throughout much of Europe. I thought it would be really interesting to have a separate exhibit for those, with some education for the guests, all about invasive species and the effects that they can have on ecosystems. So we're going to build a little frog house here, separated off from the native species, with a cute little rock display in front of it, which we're just making here using the mud pillar technique, and this is where the American bullfrogs are going to live. I've spun a section of the rocks that we created earlier around the mud pillar to create a very roughly circular pile of rocks, and then we'll use the same technique to create a concrete base and top for it, and then use the same technique again to spin some mesh around it, and then all we need to do is make sure that none of the rocks are poking through the mesh, and we'll get this seamless and rather cute little display with a couple of plants on top that will sit outside the little sheltered area where the bullfrogs go. One of the things I want to achieve in this episode, as well as creating this area which feels like it's part of the forest whilst also having its own identity, is to try and get some amazing shots of these exhibit animals for the end of the video. I feel like they always get shortchanged in Planet Zoo because of the limitations of the boxes that they're in and the fact that they're on little random animation loops rather than being, in some respects, alive like the habitat animals. So I'm going to be spending a very long time stretching the cinematic camera to its limits to try and get some proper close-up shots of all the little animals in this area living their little lives. I want BBC Nature Unit standard cinematics at the end of this episode, so we will see if we can achieve that or not. That's the basics of the little frog house done. Now it's time to make it look attractive. So we're going to have this orange panel in front of it with loads of information about the animals on it, and then we're going to put a roof in, and we'll have this looking like it's balanced on top of these plaster pieces with some columns next to them. I wanted something thinner than these plaster pieces, so I'm going to replace those with one of the classic sculpture pieces here. They've got rounded edges and the flexi-color, so we can basically get the same effects that we had with the plaster panels, but with a little round edge to it, which looks much nicer, and they're thinner, so they fit in better with the metal columns that we've got next to it. These exhibits are facing the sun, so we need something in front of them to keep them in the shade so we don't get glare on the glass. The other exhibits have the sun behind them, so the viewing is going to be really good into there anyway. Just move them up a bit so we've got a clear gap between them and the floor. This little house is heavily inspired by one at the Innsbruck Mountain Zoo. I'm not actually sure what animals they've got in there. I think they're newts, but it'll do just as well for our bullfrogs. And then we'll add some extra detailing and some signage using more of Lion's signs. This time I've extracted just the lettering and design from them, so we can just paste those onto this wall here. We'll add some more structure and detailing with a couple of different pieces here, and then we'll move on to finishing off the exhibit box part of it. Firstly, we're going to create a join between the glass and the rest of the building using some girder pieces. This will ensure that the glass isn't just disappearing into the concrete, so it looks like it's actually fixed into something. And the black girders provide a nice contrast with the light grey of the building as well. And then we're going to recreate something I saw in the real exhibit, which I really liked, which is kind of almost like a Venetian blind effect at the top of the glass. We're going to do that using the European cast iron fence post, which is basically the same piece as the marquee beam that we used earlier, but a little thinner, so it's going to work better for this particular part of it. We'll just completely fill the space with those, and then we'll delete every second one of them, and that will give us the Venetian blind effect that we're looking for. We'll copy these across to fill the space, and then we'll add some more concrete in above them to reduce the size of the glass. And I don't think an American bullfrog really needs 4 meters of vertical space. And then finally, we'll add grunge decals all over the building to make it feel like it's been here for a while and look more realistic. And that's the building finished. We are not quite finished though. We've got one more thing to do before we can declare the European forest complete, and that is sort out this path from the new area we've just created down to the reptile and amphibian house, as well as all the usual stuff like adding in a hedgerow, more rocks, plants, grass, etc., just to make everything feel complete. I want to make this long side of the reptile and amphibian house look more exciting, so people have got something to look at as they walk past it to get to the entrance. What we're going to do is create a mural. So on this wall we're going to place every single one of the relevant signs that we've got for the animals that are held within this house. Then we're going to copy across the sign that we made for the front of the house, and then finally we'll pick our favourites of the little signs and create a mural that surrounds this text, just something that looks cute and would make people want to come in this house, check out the Asian water monitor, the axolotl, the tree frogs, and the spectacled caiman, and all the other animals that we've got in there. It's a shame the diamondback terrapin signs are so huge because they are really cute, but they're just going to make everything look out of scale if we use those, so we'll just concentrate on these smaller signs that go nicely together here, and once we've got those into the positions that we want, there we go, it's done. We'll jump up into the drone cam, take a look at the whole European forest, and then we'll dive on in to the new area. Here we go. Pleased with that signage, I think that looks really classy. The shade on these exhibit boxes is pleasing as well. I think each one of the exhibits has its own identity, which considering they're all just exhibit boxes is pretty good. Here's the whole area. Time to take a look at the animals. This was not fun to film, but I am really pleased with the final results. Here we are inside the fire salamander exhibit, and here's the Danube crested newt. Particularly like this shot where we've got the 2 newts at the same time. You really have to fill these exhibit boxes to the max or past the max to get the visibility on the animals that you want, but it can look really good when you do that, especially if you manage to get a newt sitting on their log. How good does that look? Let's check out our invasive friends here, the American bullfrogs. They do not do a lot of swimming, but I managed to catch this one. And there we go. That is the entire amphibians area and the end of the European forest. I've had a lot of fun doing an exhibit build again after quite a long time. Let's check out our progress today. This is where we started today, and this is where we are now. Ever since we built the zoo's entrance plaza, it's had a big hole in it that you can see here, and today we're going to fill it. What could be a better entrance animal to accompany our penguins than the adorable little koalas? 2 of the zoos that are the biggest influences on Belmont Zoo, Zoo Leipzig in Germany and Tiergarten Schönbrunn in Austria, have koala in their entrance area, and I thought it would be very appropriate if we followed suit. And this habitat is going to be based on the Koala House at Tiergarten Schönbrunn. It is built into a beautiful old building, although probably not as old as it looks. It was built in 1955, originally as a rhinoceros house. It held them until the 90s, then they swapped them for Barbarossa, and in 2002 they decided to dedicate it to the breeding of koala. It is such a gorgeous building, and whilst it's not the biggest, seeing as a koala basically needs a tree and some eucalyptus to be happy, they don't need a huge amount of space, so we're going to build this the same size as the real habitat in Vienna. Now this building might look simple, but nearly all of it is going to need to be custom built in order to get the look that we want. Pretty much all of the grid pieces that we've placed down so far will be replaced at some point, so I've just made some custom windows there, and because you can see the sloped roof going through the windows, we're going to replace that with some of the trim pieces. These match up nicely with the others, and although the grid pieces, if we just copy them in their own little group, then we can build up another section of sloped roof that looks exactly the same as it did before, except now it's going to stop at the windows rather than poking into the rest of the building. I want this to look absolutely perfect when it's finished, so little touches like this are really important. Once we've done that, we'll move on to some chimneys. We do have some chimneys in the game. I think they're all red brick though. In fact, there might only be one chimney, but whatever, it doesn't have the look that we're going for, so we're going to use some plaster blocks to build the sloped chimneys that the original building has. There's so many nice little features on this building, it's really well put together, and I want to get this as close to the original as possible, both on the inside and the outside. The most active koalas I've ever seen in my life were in this habitat. I actually caught them climbing between their branches to get to their food, and that is one of the key things we're going to concentrate on the inside of the habitat, is making sure that the koalas spend all their time up in there climbing rather than on the floor. Now we've got the first chimney complete, we'll just copy that down to the other side of the roof, and then we'll get onto some detailing on the walls. One of the things you notice when you look at buildings for inspiration or just recreation is the sheer amount of tiny little details that they have on them. You'll pretty much never see a building that is literally just flat walls. So for example, in this building, there's these tiny, almost like columns that extend very slightly out of the main body of the wall. And then there's a much more obvious trim around the bottom, which we'll build using these plaster pieces. Easiest way to build stuff like this is to put them into a group. And then once you've got a few of them, you can just keep selecting more and more of them and copying more and more of them at the same time. Get you to the end of the wall nice and quickly. And then we'll just join it up with the rest of the trim and move on to the doors. This set of doors is the exit. So when people come out of here, they'll be able to move on into the next part of the zoo or head straight to the restaurant. And then at the other end of the building, we'll have the entrance, which will join right onto the plaza at the start of the zoo. This will be one of the first places that people can come to. Got some classic trim on this door. And again, we'll adjust some of the other pieces to make sure it all flows nicely into the trim. And then we'll delete the wall piece and replace it with panels so that we can see through these glass doors. The real doors are a lot smaller than this, but these glass doors are my favourite in the game because you can actually see through them. So I've made them bigger so that we can use these. And while we do that, let's talk about the plans for the rest of the entrance plaza. We're going to have the penguins on the left as soon as you come in, and then we're going to have these koalas on the right a little bit later. And that will leave us with a fairly sizable plaza. You need lots of space in an entrance plaza so people can walk around easily and arrange to meet people there and things like that. Well, these are the new lights from the America's Animal Pack. Been waiting for a chance to use these. I really like these, and they pretty much exactly match the real ones at Vienna, so great to be able to put those in there. We'll pop a sign on there as well. But getting back to the plaza at Zoo Leipzig, what they have is a selection of small but popular animals: koala, koi carp, tamarins and marmosets, and lorikeets, I think. And it's called the Founders Garden. It's the only part of the zoo where the zoo's original buildings remain. And I wanted to have something similar to that here. So soon, in a future episode, we're going to come back and finish the rest of the plaza. And we're going to call it the Explorers Plaza. Seeing as that's where the Explorers Fountain is, it will be dedicated to the members of the Explorers Club. Back to this build, I'm using one of the Indonesian timber planks to build these window frames here. Depending on which way you spin it round, you can make it thicker or thinner for various different parts of the window. I really like the colour scheme of the sort of mustard yellow with the green and the white, and it's purely coincidence that this matches exactly the colours of the Hürger that we built as a restaurant a few episodes ago. That building has nothing to do with Vienna Zoo. Maybe Austrians just like yellow and green together. But I thought that was particularly suitable, seeing as you can see the restaurant behind this building. And once we've got the windows done, we're going to move on to another little detail that really makes this building stand out. I'm not even sure what this architectural feature is called. It's like a cross between some coving and a grill or something, just this wooden archway that sits on top of the walls. So we're going to create that using the mud pillar trick. We'll duplicate and spin it so it's the opposite of where it was before, and then individually rotate each piece so we get a really smooth wooden archway. These tiny little pieces with the little recessed parts as well. Should look really good when it's done. Once we've got a few of them, we'll select even more of them, copy those round, and then once we've got a full circle, we can just chop off the bottom part, and that gives us the arch shape that we need. And then move this into position. It's got some slats going across it as well, so we'll put those in. As always, we'll just fill the space and then delete half of them so we get them nice and evenly spaced. We've built the entire building so far on the grid, i.e. I haven't moved or rotated the original pieces that we placed down, which means everything will always line up perfectly. And there we go, that's the exterior of the building complete. Looking good. Now we can put it into its final position and move on to the interior. The interior of the building's a lot more modern than the exterior, and we're going to start it with the guest part of it. So we're going to put the lava rocks path down here, place that on the grid, and then we can easily get the guests in and out. And then we're going to use the Australian walls to split it off from where the koala are going to live. This again is heavily influenced by the real habitat. They use this really cool idea I've not seen before, where they have two sets of mud walls with some sandy soil in between them and then plants in there. So the guests are kind of looking over and through plants into the koala habitat. And we're going to do that just using the Australian walls because they're such a nice piece. Give a bit more of an Australian flavour to the inside of the building. And we'll use some of the new thick logs from the America's Animal Pack to hold up the ceiling. This cover is bamboo in the real habitat, but I'm going to use some of the palm thatch because we don't really have anything suitable for that. And then to join it onto the habitat, we're going to lay the glass barriers along here. And then we're going to make sure that the joins between each pane of glass line up exactly with the logs that we placed in. And once we've got those in and all of them are lined up, Then we can take the logs that we put down and move those so the glass is exactly in the center of it. We'll get a really seamless join between the guest and the animal part of the building. We'll get the glass to the right height, and then we'll use one of the mud panels recolored to stand in for sand and position this between those two walls. We'll need to widen the walls a little bit so that it fits. But it was a really good job of standing in for sand here. We'll fill that in down the length of the walls, and then we can start putting some plants in here and sprucing the place up a bit. We'll use a selection of Australian or at least Oceanian plants in here, nothing too fancy. We'll have lower plants where the guest's going to be standing, and then higher plants to cover up some of those logs. And then we'll start adding some more Australian items in here, a couple of koala signs to set the scene. So many good pieces in the Australia pack. This beautiful Aboriginal artwork, we'll try and use this in pretty much any Australian area that we build. Because it's so big, this piece of art completely blocks the view as you come in through the entrance doors, which stops guests from standing there and blocking up the entrance. I wanted to get some benches in as well, but I want them right up against the wall. And the problem is, if we use real benches for that, because the guests kind of stand around the benches in groups, they'll end up clipping through the walls and looking really weird. So we're going to make our own. This was quite difficult, actually. I want it to match the size of the in-game bench. This one from, I think it's from the Conservation Pack, is pretty realistic. It's kind of bench you see in lots of zoos and parks and things like that. And a lot of the pieces are only half a metre tall, and we have very few half-metre long wood pieces in this game. We've got this round one here, which isn't ideal, what with it being round, but we'll make the best of it. And then the rest of it, we'll use the 1 metre pieces and just sink them into the ground. So we'll make the arms of the chair here, and then we'll move on to the part that you sit on, the seat. And you can see how curved that is on the bench that we're modelling this on. So we're just going to go in and rotate these into a similar position to the bench that we've got already, and then just keep copying those along till we get the right shape. And then we'll use the half-metre pieces again for the supports at the back. One of the longer pieces to go on. It's not going to be quite as elaborate as the bench that we're modelling it on, but that's fine. Don't need anything too crazy here. And then we'll just place more of those along the back. Now, it's not going to be this colour, we'll sort that out in a minute. Just a few final details to add on. Cover up some of the joins between the pieces. I want these arms to look really solid. Get the colour right. And there we go. These will slot in nicely along this wall here. They'll just do a good job of scenery without making the building look weird with guests clipping all over the place. Next up, we need to get the keepers in here. So I've sunk a habitat gate into the wall here, and then we're going to do some little adjustments to the trim, and then bring one of the classic door pieces in and just slide that into the right position so that once we get rid of the wall and put our panels in, then we've got what looks like a door that will have been since the 1950s that the keepers will walk through to get into the habitat. Alright, time for the koalas. So what we're going to do is put down one more of the mud panels and use this to get an interesting texture on the floor here. We'll keep it this colour. I think that works nicely and it matches the real habitat. And then we'll start livening up the rest of the building. What I want is so that you can still see little bits of the classic building poking through, but in the foreground there's different layers of fake rocks, mud walls, foliage, branches for them to climb on, and all sorts of stuff like that. So it's the more natural part of the habitat that takes the focus. So we're going to use some of the stalactite pieces and the fake trees just to make a little section of a kind of mud wall. And then we'll just copy that around into the shape that we want to define the different parts of the habitat. We want to block off the door that the keepers come in through in terms of the guest viewing, and also create a little space where we can have some planters where we can get some plants in as well, just to make things look nicer. Putting some climbing in now. I want to keep this really simple. The climbing in Planet Zoo is probably the jankiest aspects of the entire game, and having built some beautiful climbing which can be troublesome for the animals to access in the Gibbon Island we built a couple of weeks ago, what I want to try and do here is build something so simple even the Planet Zoo animals are going to be able to use it. So we've got these a couple of African branches which we're going to use a couple of times to create the beginning and the end of the climbing. And in between them we've just got 2 logs. These are the painted logs or the painted branches which are part of the base game, and we just coloured those a realistic wood colour, and we'll put those in there. And in a second we'll use a couple of tricks to make sure the koalas exclusively use those. Before we do that though, we've got an issue with the arboreal feeder here. It's the only enrichment item that the koalas can use apart from their eucalyptus trees, which are way too big to fit into this habitat. But wherever we try and put it, it's too close to the habitat barriers to place down. So all we need to do is take the barriers, which are null anyway, and move them outwards so the habitat is bigger than the building, and that is going to enable us to place this wherever we want to place it. This is the height that I want it at. However, the game will conspire against us. We need it low enough that the keepers will be able to access it. So in the final cinematics, you'll see I've dropped it down a bit just so we can get it into place and the koalas will use it. And speaking of the final cinematics, we've only got one thing to do before we get to them, which is to build a little custom feeder for the koalas. So something I see in pretty much every koala habitat I see is the little hollow logs filled with eucalyptus that zoos use to feed them. And they're actually part of the enrichment feeder in the game, but because they are way too big to fit into this habitat, we're going to have to make our own. So we'll use the mud pillar trick again, just rotate some of these wooden poles around it, attach a couple of the rope loops from the Oceania pack to it, and that's all we need. We can stick that onto the climbing that we've already built, and that is the habitat complete. Let's check it out. This is such a beautiful building in real life, and I think we've definitely done it justice recreating it here. I love how you can see our swans in the background as we swoop down to the building here. I've put a couple of trees on the outside and some custom planters. These are two of the Brazil nut saplings copied on top of each other. I thought they matched the real trees really nicely. And here's the inside with our custom benches. Let's check out the koala. This climbing, for once, actually works really well. Because we've kept it super simple, they basically climb up the African branches, and then they climb along the painted logs, and then down into their feeder. And as you can see from this guy here, just sit there looking really cute, eating their eucalyptus and generally doing what koalas do. This is where we started today, and this is where we are now. I really hope you enjoyed that. In a future episode, we will be completing the Explorers Plaza and dedicating the whole area to you guys. And today, we're going to be building a predator-prey exhibit that makes it look like lions are living in the same habitat as the giraffe, zebra, wildebeest, and warthogs that live on our savannah. Let's go. A predator-prey habitat relies on what is essentially an optical illusion. We need to get our guests standing at the exact right height that the lion habitat we're about to build appears to be the same habitat as the savannah that we already have. We're going to achieve that by raising the terrain in this habitat and then constructing a ditch that leads into the savannah. And if we get our angles exactly right, you won't be able to see the ditch at all, and there'll appear to be no separation between the lions and the savannah. To keep our animals and our guests safe, this ditch needs to be 25 feet wide by 15 feet tall. That's 7.6 by 4.5 meters, which is what we're just measuring out here. And then we're going to start digging out the terrain and getting the ditch that will separate the habitats built. This habitat is not just some crazy Planet Zoo idea. It's inspired by a habitat in a zoo in the US called Caldwell Zoo. I've not been there, I've just seen photos of it, but this exhibit is pretty famous. It's certainly one of the best examples of this kind of thing that I've seen. It is going to be very cool to see this when it's done. And we're going to have a bit of lore as well, because the entrance is going to be through the zoo's old lion house. I figure with Belmont Zoo being around since 1850, they would of course have had lions from the get-go. You can't have a zoo without lions. And I'm imagining that in the early 20th century, they built a lion house that was the most popular part of the zoo. So rather than knocking it all down, they've kept the facade of the building and used it as the entrance to this area. So later on, we're going to build a classic lion house entrance and use it to get our guests into this very modern lion habitat. This part of the habitat is going to be a moat, because I want the view into the lions and the savannah from here to be completely unrestricted. So there's going to be no fences or glass, just completely open with a moat separating the guests from the lions. The moat is inspired by London Zoo's previous lion habitat, which is one of my favourites when I was a kid. And we're also going to take a bit of inspiration from their current lion habitat as well, because that's one of the best I've seen. We're using the Jeep tracks here to get some smooth paths in to get the guests from the entrance to the habitat up to the viewing areas, and then another one here to get them from the savannah, so you can get into this from both ends. It will either be the entrance to Africa or the climax of the African section, depending on which way you're walking around the zoo. And once we've got those in, we can delete all the tracks, and we've got the terrain that we can build our paths on. Here we go, this is the basic layout of the habitat. It's about 1,700 square meters, which is pretty much the minimum you'd want for a breeding group of lions, and then room for cubs as well. Now we can get on to the paths. This is where the entrance is going to be, and these paths were not fun to do. We're going to start by gridding across here, and then what we need is some steps to start taking people up through the building, because the building itself is going to have steps on it. We'll do the basic layout of the paths first, getting it up those smooth slopes we created, and across to the two different viewing areas, and then down the other side to join it back up with the path past the savannah and the pygmy hippos. And there we go, that's the basic shape of the habitat with all the paths in. We'll get onto the steps later, because first I want to start building the actual habitat and getting it looking good. This is the final habitat in our African area, so we've already got a huge amount of African rock work and some beautiful mud walls as well in our Indian rhino habitat, and we're going to use those to build most of the rest of this habitat, starting with the all-important ditch. In order for this to work, what we need is a steep, sheer slope on the savannah side of things, which is where the mud walls come in, so that the lions can't get out, and then a much more gentle slope on the other side, so that there's no danger of them falling in and hurting themselves. We'll curve this mud wall around here, making sure it's at the exact height that the guests can't see it, and then we're going to use the ramp tool and start putting in a much gentler slope on the other side. This does give a potential issue, which is that the lions can't be seen if they go down this slope, but normally what you do is just make the bottom of the slope a very unattractive place for them to be. Little rocks, spiky bushes, things like that, so it's not a lot of fun down there, and then make sure there's loads of enrichment and things to do in the rest of the habitat, and that will ensure the lions spend as little time down there as possible. And with the ramp in, we can start getting the moat to look good. So we use the African rocks that we've used throughout this area to tidy up the edges of the terrain. We're going to fill it completely with rocks, except for the little slope that we put in. That is going to enable the lions to get out of the water if they end up in there. Lions can swim, but like domestic cats, they really don't like it. You will occasionally see them in the water if maybe a tasty little pigeon or a duck or something lands in there. I've seen videos of lions jumping into the water in their habitats to get them. We'll put another sheer wall in using the mud walls to make sure that they can't climb out of the water on the guest side of things. And then we'll move on to some more rock work. I've stolen some of the mountain in the savannah, and we're going to use that arrangement of rocks to build some smaller cliffs surrounding this habitat. So that ties it in nicely with the savannah. That means we've got two completely different types of rock work in here, which makes it look more varied. And if you put one more piece in here, move the camera down, you can see it gives us kind of a window into the savannah. It looks really good. Then we can move on to one more bit of rock work, which is to give the lions some rocks to actually stand on. These will be rocks they can climb on. All the rest of the rock work you can see will have completely sheer concrete at the bottom of it so that they can't get up on there. But this will be somewhere they can climb up to, and it also happens to give the guests the perfect view of them looking out over the savannah. Now we're going to make the habitat more interesting with a lot of terrain variations. At this stage, I'm not actually getting the terrain to the correct height for the optical illusion into the next habitat, just concentrating on getting it looking good. We'll get the exact height in later. We need to make sure that the guest paths, the viewing, and everything is perfect before we make the final changes. Here's where we are now, starting to look like a habitat at last. Now it's time to get the barriers in. We're going to be using three different types of barrier for this habitat. Firstly, glass, which is going to provide the guests with really close-up viewing of the lions. This is the part that's based on London Zoo's current lion habitat. We'll get these into the right position. Then we'll move on to the next barrier type, which is the wood logs. All of these will be covered up with rocks and concrete, but it will prevent the guests from trying to look through parts of the habitat that they shouldn't. And then along here, we'll be using null barriers because we don't need any sort of barrier. We've already got the mud walls in there. And we'll just keep doing that all the way around, alternating between the wood logs and the null barriers, depending on whether the guests are going to be standing there or not. And then we'll just raise the height of the glass to get a big, impressive viewing window in there. About 3 meters should do it, I think. And then we can move on to the planting. I've got another barrier in here now, so we've got a higher one to keep the guests out and a lower one to keep the lions in. And in between them, we're going to use creosote bushes. We'll use the normal creosote bushes, a few dead creosote bushes, and then one of the ones with flowers on it as well, just to get a really vibrant look in there. And with the 2 guest viewing spots done, we can finally get the terrain to the correct height to achieve what we want. We're in Explore Cam here to get to the exact height of the guests, and that height of terrain completely blocks out the join between the 2 habitats. If we check it out, you can see that it is starting to work. All we need to do now is fill this with grass to match the savannah, and then hop back into the Explore Cam, and there we go. You literally cannot see the join between the 2 habitats. Very happy with how this is looking already. I'm going to do the rest of the foliage and just put a little house in for the lions as well, off camera, so we can move on to building the entrance to the area. But before we do that, we've got something very cute to see in the lynx habitat. I've never seen the lynx kittens in this game before, and they do not disappoint. They are ridiculously adorable. Any excuse to get back into the forest. It's one of my favourite habitats that we've ever built on the channel, I think. We should have some red deer babies coming along soon as well, so we will check those out in a future episode when they arrive. Let's get on to building the lion house. We're going to start with the steps that I mentioned at the start of the episode, the bit that was not fun. So we're going to be building custom steps, and in order for the guests to look correct as they walk up them, that means we need the path steps underneath them. So after lots of struggling, what I've done is used the elevated length option and taken that down to the minimum, which enables us to put very small steps in. And then with a combination of gridding the path and lots of full starts, we've managed to get 2 small steps in here, which will direct the guests through 2 of the archways that we're going to build, which are the main feature of this entrance. The building itself is inspired by a photo I came across on ZooChat, which I've been wanting to use ever since. It was the entrance to a bird park on Catalina Island, just off the coast of California. I think it dates from the beginning of the 20th century, and it shut down, I don't know when, many years ago. I don't really know know anything about the place other than what the entrance looked like and the fact that it was a bird park, but it had a really cool kind of Spanish colonial revivalist style entrance, much like the one we used in San Bernardino Zoo actually. I thought it'd be fun to do another one of those. The main feature of it was these really tall, thin archways. They were really elegant. That's what caught my eye. But as you can see here, all the entrances in the game are much thicker and less elegant. So I went through all the pieces to find the one that most closely matched one I was looking at. And this piece from the Twilight pack, it's a window arch, had the much taller, thinner look that I was going for. So we're going to use this as a template and then use this block from the Twilight pack to create our own archways. So all we need to do is take this block and line it up with the inside of the arch piece, and then place another one down and rotate that so that it fits into the inside in the next part of the curve, paying close attention to the angles until we get to the top of the archway. This piece has got a really good texture on it, and because it's textured and it's not quite flat, you don't get any Z fighting as you move it about, which is really useful. Once we get to the top of the archway here, then we can just select what we've done and clone it round to the other side, and we will have an almost complete archway, just one more piece to place in the middle, and again rotate that so it's the correct angle for the top of the arch. And then we can extend the bottom of the arch down to the ground with some more of the same piece. And then finally, we'll use that same piece again to fill in the rest of it until we've got one solid archway. It looks really good with this texture. We'll just use one of the European pieces to add some detail into the archway just below where the actual arch is. You can already see here the view the guests will have as they walk under these arches, the juxtaposition of the old Spanish colonial architecture and then the ultra-modern lion habitat and all the rockwork behind it is going to be really cool. Now we can just select half of it and copy it across to get the front of the building. We're going to have 5 archways. The first 2 will function as the entrance and exit for the guests, and the last 3 will be covered up like they used to have a purpose, but they don't anymore. We'll put some really nice tiles on there as well. We'll stick some of the new lamps on from the Americas pack, and then we'll copy the whole thing behind itself to form the back of the entrance, and then just fill the rest of it in with plaster pieces and a pretty basic shingle roof. Once that's done, we can do something that is one of my favourite things to do in Planet Zoo, which is to use a new piece for the first time. It is the window guards from the America's Animal Pack. We're going to create some old gates between these archways to direct people through the parts of the entrance that we actually want them to use. We'll drop in a few of the European iron beams, and then another piece I don't think we've used before, the Fiesta Ranch Gate fixture, to attach it to the walls. We'll get a couple of those in, and that's all we need. Looking good. We're going to drop some vending machines down here as well. Just thought that'd be a nice little touch and give the rest of the building some purpose. Very rarely use the vending machines in the game, but I actually quite like them down here. And then we're going to come back to the front of the building and start detailing. We love this lion statue on the channel. Any excuse to use it, and we will. And what could be a better excuse than a lion house? So we're going to have 2 of those facing each other. They fit perfectly into this alcove, and then I'm just going to raise them so it looks like they're standing on the new bricks that we've just placed down. We'll cover up the middle of it with the enormous lion head statue, but we're just going to use the back of it just to give us a nice shape to cover up the join between the 2 statues there. Adds a real touch of class to the building, I think. And that being said, let's have a look at what it looks like now. I've done a bit of landscaping around it so we can start to see what the final result's going to look like, but it's missing a sign. There was some really striking lettering on the Catalina Bird Park. We can't quite replicate that exactly here, but we can get pretty close using this curved sign. We'll just sink that into the wall, get the colours right, and then we'll make another one and use the spaces before and after the words to shrink that down to the right size. We'll drop a couple of bins in behind the archways just so when our guests come in here they don't walk through the arch, they stick to the parts they should be walking into. And then while I was going through the African pieces in the game, I came across this kind of zebra pattern planter and I thought it would make a really good enrichment item for the lions. So we're going to suspend this from the acacia tree here just with a few rope pieces. This is something you'll see in big cat habitats a lot. Every day the keepers would go in and put food in a container and it will be hidden or placed somewhere in the habitat different to where it was the day before. Try and get it in a different place every day so the cats always have to hunt for their food. Makes their lives much more interesting. And we've got ourselves a little hanging feeder there. Pretty pleased with that. Back to the entrance, I realised this North African fountain would work really nicely with our lion statue. If we recolour it so it matches the walls and then get it into the right position, gives us a little water feature. And then we're on to the final stage of the build. You can see I've added in some signage and an abandoned safari jeep, because you must have that in every African area you build. What we're going to do now is build a wall just to tie the whole area together and guide people into the lions. This is based on some South African colonial architecture I found. I mean, it's super simple, it's just 2 pieces, but we'll add some decorative ends to the wall as well. These 2 grid pieces, it's called the mud wall top. It's basically the same as the 1 meter mud wall, but the top of it, rather than just cutting off and being completely rectangular like most of the wall pieces are, the top is actually textured properly with a slight curve to it. It's an amazing piece, which I kind of forgotten about, to be honest, but I'll be using it a lot more in future because it does really well as a mud wall or a plaster wall. We'll use the plaster cone piece to create the ends. This is the smallest one. Just move that into position, we'll recolor it so it matches the rest of the walls, and then we're going to make some clones underneath it so that it perfectly joins on with the lower parts of the wall. Make sure it's in the center. We'll copy this across to the ends of all the walls, and that is our lion house and our predator prey exhibit completed. Let's check it out. I've got to be honest, I wasn't 100% sure whether to add the colonial style building at the front, but looking at the finished result, I'm really glad we did. I think it really sets the scene, it gives a sense of history to this part of the zoo, and as the guests go from the entrance to the lions, I think it works really well. Here they are exploring their new habitat. Let's take a look at it from the savannah and the guest viewing. Here she comes, love that view. And we'll go back now and see what it's going to look like from where the guests are standing. There we go. You can even see it from the giraffe viewing. That is the predator prey habitat. It was not easy to build, but I'm really happy with how that turned out. I said earlier that you can't have a zoo without lions, and I'm really happy that we finally have them in Bellemont Zoo. Let's take a look at where we started today, and just behind the Madagascar House, this is where we are now. Next week we have another big animal to bring into the zoo. Looking forward to that. We're building our first ever Gharial habitat. It is fiendishly complex. There is a lot that we need to do. It is going to be very difficult to build. Can we do it? In an attempt to make this build more manageable, I'm introducing the Gharialometer. This scientifically accurate and incredibly complex device is the exact size of the male gharials in the game, and it's going to let us measure out how big we want this complex to be. We want this habitat to fill this area at the front of the zoo here, with entrances from the Koala House, the restaurant, and one coming in all the way from this path over here behind the adventure playground. The build is based on the Gharial Breeding Centre at Prague Zoo. It's going to have an outdoor pool and an indoor pool, so that in our Central European Zoo they can be outside during the summer and have a sizable indoor house whenever the weather is not as good. Now, any build that combines water, paths, and 4.5 metre long base game animals is going to be a challenge, and this is no exception. There's so many things I want in this build, but the main thing for me is for it to be realistic. I want it to look super realistic, fit in nicely with the rest of the zoo, and we'll get as many of the features in as possible. Some of them may have to fall by the wayside due to the aforementioned issues, but we will do the best we can. We'll start with the indoor area. Like I say, I want it to look realistic, but I also want them to be able to dive underwater so that we can get underwater viewing in. According to the game, that means we need the water to be at least 3 meters deep, which is a lot deeper than you would normally see in an indoor viewing area, but we'll start at that level and see what we can do. I want this habitat to fit perfectly into this area, and it's really important that we leave some space for the guests to get past the habitat. We don't want to force them to walk through the habitat and the indoor area to get to the next part of the zoo, which is going to be the all-important gift shop. We need to give them the option to walk past the habitat as well. So the way we're going to do that is to have the building with a diagonal wall, so that one wall is perpendicular to the boundary wall of the zoo, and then the other wall comes in towards that. That will give us enough space to be able to put a path in so that the guests can walk past the habitat if they want to. Nothing more frustrating than trying to get from one part of a zoo to another and having to retrace your steps exactly through 15 habitats you've already seen, because there's no sort of through path, so we definitely want to avoid that here. Let's start turning this into a habitat. So we'll dig the terrain out so that we can get the water in, and then we'll start putting the barriers in. I want curved glass barriers along the front here, so the little bit of land you see is where the guests are going to be. So we'll put one straight bit in so that we can get an angle, and then we'll switch to the curved glass, put a nice curve along here so it joins up with the entrance wall, and then we'll put the water in. Make sure it's the right height for our gharials. And then we'll use the Jeep transport to get a slope going down into the building so that the paths are a bit lower, so that we can get the guests so that the surface of the water is just below head height. That should give them a really good view of the gharials when they're on the surface. I've got to say, of all the gharials I've seen in zoos, which isn't many, they're not that common in zoos, and they're sadly very rare in the wild. I've seen this habitat at Prague Zoo, Zoo Leipzig, and a long time ago I saw them at San Diego Zoo, and I've never seen them underwater. They're always either chilling on the surface or they're sat on a sort of rock in the middle of the water. They like to bask. I imagine they're one of those animals that only really swims when they need to actually catch some fish, which is the only thing they eat. And along with most reptiles, if they don't have to move, they won't. That's the basic terrain done to get the guests down to the correct height. What we're going to do now is smooth that out using the flatten to surface tool to maintain the slope that we've put in there. We'll just make that a bit wider so it looks tidier. And then we'll go and put the actual paths in. So we'll hold down control so we can get one path exactly where we want it in that door, and then we'll run it alongside the habitat and then do the same thing at the other end so that we can get a kind of snaking path through there. And then we'll bring the path out to join on to the Koala House and the restaurant. And once we've done that, we can move on to the outdoor habitat. So we're going to have a much shallower pool here. The reason for the ridiculous measuring devices is we have to make sure that with the hitboxes on these animals in the game, it's going to be big enough for them to turn a complete circle in the water, otherwise they won't use it. And according to the Crocodilian Care Manual that I was looking at, they need to be able to submerge themselves at least something like 7 inches or something under the water. So we'll make sure it's at least that deep. And then onto the clever bit, or so I thought. What I've done is put null barriers all the way around that habitat, and then these 2 glass barriers here that are holding the deeper water in, I've switched off the option for them to be habitat perimeters, which means this is all now one habitat. Now we're going to be feeding the gharials in the indoor pool with the underwater fish feeder. It was my understanding that the keepers don't need to be able to actually touch that to fill it, obviously with it being underwater. What I didn't realise is that they do need to be able to access the pool of water that it's in, and having that pool completely surrounded by glass means they can't do that and they won't fill it. Now at some point, and I've spared you this in the video, I spent literally hours turning this into 2 separate habitats, but no matter what I did, the underwater fish feeder stayed invalid in the options at all times. The keepers would never fill it and the gharials would never use it. And seeing as we're in sandbox mode, none of our animals actually need to eat anything, I've decided to just leave it as it is here because it looks good, the gharials in the game will be absolutely fine, and having the habitat look realistic is the top priority here. Let's start making things look a little bit nicer around here. So we'll start decorating the outside of this building, and inspired by Prague, what we're going to do is basically cover it in bamboo, which is going to be coming out at all sorts of crazy angles and different heights. So I placed it down with random rotation turned on, which makes it really easier to then just spin everything and it'll automatically go in a slightly different direction to all the others. And once we've got a nice arrangement of that, we'll just copy this around the building and make sure that the tallest parts of bamboo are above the level of the roof. Enables you to have a really simple build, just painted in go away green, and then a few bits of bamboo and some actual growing bamboo as well, and it starts to look really nice and just sinks away into the background and allows the guests to concentrate on the gharials, whether they're inside or outside. This bamboo is a bit yellow for my liking, so later on we'll switch that out for the FlexiColor bamboo so we can get more of a natural look to it. We're also going to add a way for the gharials to get from one pool of water to the other. The reason we have to use 2 pools is we've got 2 different water levels here, and you can't do that in Planet Zoo. I imagine in real life you could just sort of drain one of the pools so it's down to the level of the other one or something like that, but no facility to do that in Planet Zoo. So we've got 2 separate pools, and then we'll just use one of those animal doors in there to make it look like you could open it and get them from one to the other. Time for some text. So I've made a little bit of typography for the front of it using one of Christina's amazing fonts. I just want it to have a line underneath it, like Asian text often does. So we're going to use the front side of these hinges, which is what this entire font is made out of, just to create a line that goes under the word gharial, just brings it together, makes it look really good. And then we'll move on and start getting the paths to look a bit better. I've gone with the wooden board paths here to match what I saw at Prague, but the curbs on them are absolutely enormous, as they always are in Planet Zoo. So we're going to make our own using these Indonesian timber planks. We'll just sink them down into the ground on their thinnest side and then run them along and make sure they always match up both with the curve and the height of the path. And then we can move on to the walls. I've dug into the tropical building kit for this one. We've got this beautiful wall I originally built for a Balinese habitat in San Bernardino Zoo, but I think it'll work really nicely as an Indian wall as well with a few modifications. So we'll start with this as a base, and then we'll just remove some of the more obviously Indonesian elements, change the colour a little bit, and get it looking more Indian. At the real habitat, there's a combination of a fence and a hedge at the side of this habitat, but neither of the hedge pieces that we have in the game were really working for me, didn't really look the way I wanted, so I thought we'd go with something a bit more original instead. We'll have some curved glass viewing for the guests here, just experimenting with which end to place it in to get the nicest curve, and then we'll use our mud walls for the back of the habitat, do a bit of recolouring on the wall, add in some more Indian elements in and around it, especially that little temple piece over the keeper gate. And there we go, habitat's starting to come together. Before we move on, let's leave this area for a second because we have some very cute new arrivals in the forest. Firstly, our red deer have had 2 fawns. They are as adorable as you would expect. A couple of little Bambis running around in the habitat. And we've also got some cute little piglets or hoglets in the wild boar habitat as well. Right, time to get back to the Gharial habitat because we're going to invent a new technique for lining water. This is African kiln number 2. And I've been looking for a new way of lining the artificial ponds in the zoo. I didn't expect this would be the piece I was using, but if you combine them in the right way, you get a really interesting texture. Look at all the little cracks on it. It looks like concrete or plaster or mud, the exact kind of thing that zoos would use to line ponds like this. You have to be very careful with them because they have animated sparks and smoke coming out of them. But if you're using them underwater and you make sure that the oven part of it isn't at the front, then it actually works really nicely. Always fun finding a new piece to use, especially one as niche as an African kiln. We drop this down into here, so we've just got the top of it poking out, and then copy it along, just rotating it every time so we get different shapes and different textures going on. We get a really sort of natural yet man-made look to the join between the land and the water. It's tricky to work with, but I think it's pretty successful. We'll just get one more in at the end here, and then we'll leave the bit to the right of it a bit more natural looking and sandy. This bit's just under the water, that's fine. If we zoom out and take a look at it, looking pretty good. Now we can move on to getting some more visual interest into the habitat. So we're going to take this log and have this sticking up out of the water onto the land, and then take some of the arrangements of plants that we've made for the rest of this area. You can see them next to the path there. Just place one of those into the habitat, and then we'll move on to the indoor habitat and start getting that done. If you like the thumbnail to this video, that's based on a photo of a gharial in the real habitat, and I want to make sure we can get a perfect recreation of that here. So we've got the giant fake tree, and we're going to put some liana vines around it, just playing around with the different vines until we get an arrangement that looks nice, that kind of goes around the tree and then down into the water. We'll add some branches in as well, using a mixture of the climbing branches and one of the faux branches. And while we're here, we'll start using the same arrangement that we used to line the pond on the outside to add some land into this part of the habitat as well, so the gharials have somewhere to go that's out of the water. And then we'll use one of our usual rock formations underneath it to join it onto the floor of the habitat. And then we'll get back to the sort of photo area that we're trying to recreate exactly and start filling it with some more foliage. We're going to place down multiple copies of the smallest banana palm to create a slightly custom plant there. And then we'll use some of the basket ferns up on the wall to start filling that space in. We want this to be really dense. We're going to have to use billboards with images of plants on for the majority of this wall, just to make sure there's enough space for the gharials to get onto the land because they're hitbox. But this bit at the end, we'll sort of sacrifice their space there and use that to get some really nice planting in. Some vines, some roots, a few scaevola bushes, and we'll just get a really impressive little visual area, which will be the first thing that the guests see as they come into the habitat. Speaking of the guests, their half of this building is still a mess, so we need to tidy that up. So we'll go in with some of the Indonesian brick panels and use those to create a floor. Just recolor those. We've got some terrain changes in this area, so we can't use the normal floors or their feet are going to disappear. We'll use the panels so that we can line it perfectly and get a floor that looks solid but actually follows the contours of the terrain. And then we'll cover up the panels in the glass with some bamboo. Seen this in, I think it's Singapore Zoo. I think they use steel supports to hold the glass up, and then some big hollow bamboo wrapped around the steel, so it looks like the glass is just being held up by little bits of bamboo. It's a nice little effect. We'll put some trim in as well, of course, can't build anything without trim. That'll sit everything together nicely and make it look even more realistic. We won't use the actual plaster trim piece for this, we use one of the wider plaster pieces so that it's visible on both the guest and the gharial side of the habitat, and then it's onto the roof. We want to get some natural light into the gharial side of the habitat, so it's darker on the guest part than the gharial part for better viewing. So we'll use some of the modern glass pieces to create some skylights, and then we'll fill the rest of it in with some of the grass panels so we can get a bio roof up here. We'll use some of the plaster panels to create a ceiling on the inside, and again we'll make sure those are nice and dark. We've got some of our favourite copper pieces to create the walls, And then I thought it'd be fun to get some running water in here as well, so we'll use some of the waterfall pieces to line the bottom of the walls, along with some more of the bamboo that we used on the outside. We'll recolor those so they fit in nicely, and then it's on to the final touches. Put in some massive screens at the back and put some forest on there. That'll bring it to life without interfering with the Gharial's hitboxes. We're going to place a green light up by this tree so we can get the green glow that you see in the thumbnail. And then finally, having discovered that there is absolutely no way we can get the Gharials to swim underwater here without making it even larger than it is, and it's already bigger than I want it to be, we're going to take advantage of the fact that we no longer need 3 meters of water depth, bring the floor up to a much more realistic level, fill it in with plants and rocks, and we're done. Let's check out the habitat. I love, by the way, the directional signs that we have throughout the zoo now. Well worth the 600 pieces each that they are every time we place one down. And here's the Gharials. The males are absolutely enormous. I've never seen a Gharial anywhere near this big in zoos. Definitely the most bizarre looking of the crocodilians, but they've been one of my favourite animals ever since I was a little kid. I saw a David Attenborough documentary about Gharials, and they're just so bizarre. I absolutely love them. The only reason we've never built for them on the channel is building a realistic Gharial habitat in franchise mode is impossible. They need a massive land area, and they spend half of their time running around on the land, which is something they physically can't even do in real life because their legs don't really work like that. So it needed to be in sandbox mode so we could keep them in the water 99% of the time. Despite the issues and the lack of underwater swimming, I'm actually pretty happy with how this one turned out. Let's take a look at where we started today. You can see the Gharial habitat coming in. We've got a big long path next to it as well that will take people round to the adventure playground, the gift shop, and whatever else we might be able to squeeze in up there. This is the space that I've reserved for an ape house since we started the zoo. The path on the left will take people through to Asia, and then the other path will take people round to the indoor habitat for the bonobo. It looks pretty big, but we're going to need to surround it with a moat that is 7.5 meters wide, which is going to eat into quite a lot of that space. So we're going to have to get creative about how we use the space to make sure that the bonobos have got enough room. These markers show where the moat is going to go, and once we've put them in, you can see we've got just over 1,000 square meters, which is sufficient for an outdoor habitat, but they'll need an indoor one as well. So we're going to build that in between the savannah and the Tarkin habitat here, which is kind of dead space at the moment, and that enables us to get a much better size. We need an absolute minimum of 1,200 square meters for the bonobos, which is enough for a group of 10 or so bonobo, which is how many we're going to have. That's the smallest group size you should have in a habitat according to their care manual. All these barriers are temporary. We just need to know exactly how big it's going to be. And with the indoor area, we're up to 1,484 square meters, which is big enough. Let's start building. The inspiration for this habitat comes from 2 different zoos, the Great Primate Zoo in the Netherlands, Apel, and Wilhelmer Zoo and Botanical Gardens in Stuttgart in Germany. The thing I loved about Apel, and I'm almost certainly pronouncing that wrong, as always with Dutch zoos, is the entrance, which is what we're going to be building here. It is really cool and probably one of the most intricate things we've ever built on the channel. It's going to be quite a challenge. And then in the Wilhelmer Zoo, they have this amazing climbing structure in their bonobo habitat, which is really crazy, and we're going to be building that later. I want the habitat to have its own entrance to make it more impressive. This is the only grey ape in the zoo, and it's a pretty big habitat, so we really want to announce it to guests as they come down this path here. So we're starting with a wall, which I'm building using one of the pieces from the Twilight pack, which I don't think we've used before, which is like a little window ledge, but if you double it up, it makes a really nice brick. And then on top of that, we're going to have all sorts of crazy wooden shapes made from loads of different pieces. It's really kind of random looking, almost like it's about to fall down, but it looks really cool. So we'll just fill in these wall shapes with mulch and then some bamboo. This will provide a nice backdrop, and it also hides those staff buildings there. They serve the Flamingo Lagoon and the lions, and will also serve the bonobos once it's done. And once we've got all of that filled in and the staff buildings hidden away, we're going to use these pieces to create this bizarre wooden structure. We'll start nice and simply with a tree stump here, and then we'll get on to the more difficult stuff. This is one of the climbing branches, and this and a few of the other branches from the habitat and nature and construction tabs are going to be used to put this structure together. It forms an archway that goes over the path, so the guests will walk under this to get into the bonobos. We're going to place it in such a way that as you walk up to it, you can see the bonobo habitat in the distance through the archway. I've not been to Apel myself, but I think this just sits next to a little path that takes people up to a viewing gallery. Although I could be wrong, I just had the one reference photo to go from, but as soon as I saw it, I knew I wanted to get it into Belmont Zoo and use it as the entrance to the habitat. We'll use the smaller climbing log here on top of the longer one, and what we need to do is create longer branches just using these 2 branches repeated that actually look natural and kind of snake their way across the path and go down into the bamboo beds on either side, up into the air, form a sign, all sorts of things. So it's a lot of just placing these down and then being really careful with how we place and rotate them to get them to sort of look the way that we want. If we can get this right, it might be one of the builds I'm most proud of, to be honest. Not 100% sure that we can put it off as we start building it here. We're going to work on the sign now. So we're using these bamboo panels, which are a really cool piece. It's little random planks of wood in the original, but we don't really have any small enough, and we certainly don't have any random looking enough to get that to work. So we're going to use these bamboo panels instead. We're going to curve that over this flower bed here, and then we'll use one of Wyatt Andrews' amazing fonts to get the name of the animals up here. This takes a lot of doing because each one of these planks is going in a slightly different direction and at a slightly different angle. So we've got to place each letter individually and make sure it's in exactly the right spot so it's not just floating in midair, but it's also not intersecting with the planks. And then we also need to rotate each letter so it follows nicely the curve of the sign. So it takes a long time, but well worth doing. Once it's in, then we can start putting the final touches to this little entrance display. We're going to fill in this part of it with some planks, and then we'll fill in these twisted branches here with more of the bamboo panels, but they're a little big for this part at the end and they don't come in any other sizes. So for this part we'll take these really small wooden pieces, colour them so they're the same as the bamboo panels, and then just start placing these in at the same angle. And from down on the path where the guests are going to be, you can't really tell where the bamboo ends and these begin. And that's pretty much all the wood place that we need to put in there. And if we zoom out, there we go, that's the entrance complete. Really happy with how that looks. Let's move on and start building the main part of the habitat. Firstly, we need to dig out the moat. So we'll just fill in between the path and the fences. Those fences will just be null barriers when we're finished. You won't actually see any chain link or anything like that in here. And then we'll put some water in, and as usual colour it green and slightly reduce the transparency, gets a much more realistic look. And then we'll start getting some rocks in around the edge of the land to cover up the bare terrain. We're going to use a set of rocks we've used throughout this African area, but later on we're going to recolour it to more of a grey to get away from the sort of savanna-y feel that they have here. And then there's a part of the habitat that will join the moated part onto their indoor habitat. We need a rock wall for that. So we're going to build one of those using some of the plaster cones and some of the faux rocks just to cover up that space there. For Bonobo, you need at least 5 metre high wall with an overhang as well. So we'll get one of those in here. We've used the plaster cones for walls before in the Indian rhino habitat. They've got a really good shape to them, which makes them great for stuff like this. As long as you spin each one round before you place it down, you get a really random kind of texture to the front of the wall, which prevents it from looking too samey. Once we've got one of those in, we can just line up this piece of wall here. We'll chuck in one of the other rock piles we've used in this area as well, just to finish it off nicely at the end. And that's that wall done. We've just got one more to go on the other side. We're going to place the same wall up against the back of the Tarkin habitat just to make sure that it's smoother so they can't climb it, and we've got the overhang in as well, stop them from getting in with the Tarkins, and we can move on to some terrain work. We want the terrain in the habitat to look interesting, and we also want lots of height variations for the bonobo to keep them interested. So quickest way to do that is to do it quite roughly with the terrain stamp tool. So we'll just put various different heights of terrain around the habitat, and then we can go in with the smooth tool and start making it all look good. I thought it might be nice where the land meets the water as well, just to have a little waterfall. So we'll drop in one of the waterfall effect pieces and then just move the rocks that we've already got there to cover up the edges. They're all randomly rotated so we can get a really natural look to this without too much effort. Just move those along there, move one of the plants, and there we go, nice little waterfall. And then we're going to use some rocks to join the lower part of the terrain onto the higher part of the terrain. Gives it a much more interesting look than just having the terrain sort of rise up like a hill if you've got a bit more of an edge to it. Once we've got the rocks in place, we'll raise the terrain up to meet them so it all looks nice and clean. And then we'll use some of the natural rocks mixed in with those faux rocks to get a bit more texture and a bit more of a shape into it. We just put them around the edges. That's going to start to look really good. And then we can fill the whole habitat in, as usual, with the buffalo grass. I don't know how long I've spent placing buffalo grass in this game, but luckily, due to the power of editing, you don't have to watch it all. So there we go. That's the grass in. We're going to move on now to an electric fence. So why an electric fence? Well, much like chimpanzees, bonobos do not like water. They're not really swimmers. It's not something they enjoy. It's not something they encounter very often where they live. They will avoid water wherever possible. But like all primates, they can move through water if they need need to. So the electric fence just acts as a secondary barrier to make sure they're contained. With that done, we'll do our usual little trick with the forage feeder and bury that into the ground. And then it's time to move on to the crazy climbing frame that forms the centerpiece of this habitat. I came across Zoo Wilhelma in a photo on ZooChat. They have an enormous aviary for their bonobos. With the design of this habitat, we don't need any mesh or anything like that. But in the center of the habitat was this enormous climbing frame. It looked like something out of the Wicker Man or something. Absolutely crazy. And straight away I thought, let's have that in Bellemont Zoo. It's an entirely wood structure. It is really, really tall, and it is just a crazy collection of planks, logs, tree trunks, all sorts of things going up into this big wooden tower that looks really imposing and provides an enormous number of climbing opportunities for the bonobo. Now, this took a long time to build, and the whole time I was building it, all I could think about was the hours it was going to take me to modify it once we had the bonobo into the habitat to get them to actually use it. But when I added the bonobo into the habitat, they used it instantly. I didn't have to move a single piece. I could barely believe it myself as I looked at it. I'd set aside an hour just to fiddle around with it to get it to work. I literally haven't touched this build since I added the bonobo in. They used every single plank on this build instantly. I don't know if it was magic or if the bonobo in this game were just brilliant at climbing. Luck, not sure what it was, but you will see them climbing all over it in the end cinematics. We've got some little sleeping pods for them made out of the climbing platform and some of the African baskets. And the final thing to do with the climbing frame is to join everything together with some big thick ropes. We're using the thinnest climbing log for this, probably the best tool for this, I think. And we'll just manually join every part of this climbing frame up together with those and then copy them around. It's not perfect with it being made from a log, but it gives that kind of vibe of the sort of fire hose kind of thick climbing that you often get in ape habitats. And then we're going to give them a tire to swing on as well, and we're going to attach it to the climbing frame using a piece from the Zookeeper's Animal Pack. I think I said this when the pack came out, could only possibly ever have one use in a zoo, and that is to recolor it and use it as a fire hose, and I think it does a really good job at that. It's the maypole ribbon, and it's got this really interesting kind of twisted texture to it, and if we place that on top of the tire and then we give it a sort of desaturated kind of red colour, it'll give us that look of a kind of fire hose, which is often used in ape habitats to attach things together. And there we go, that's the climbing frame done. There's 3 posts positioned around this habitat, and those are going to be the viewing points for the guests, and we'll fill in the gaps between the posts with some reeds and some fences, and the rest of it will be viewing. The advice for creating bonobo habitats is to make sure that guest viewing is A, on the same level as the bonobo so they don't feel threatened by things above them, and B, that it is subtle and separated into different points so there isn't a big wodge of guests staring at them. They're mostly surrounded by foliage and there's just little peek-throughs for the guests. The final stage for the build is to complete their indoor habitat, so we're going to put some implied chutes in here that they can get in and out of the habitat with. We're going to copy the entrance to the whole area and place this over the entrance to the building just to make that look more impressive. We'll put some mud panels in for the floor and use a bit of a gradient to cover up a terrain change that we've got in there. We'll copy the floor onto the ceiling and recolor that, and that's that taken care of. And then we're going to put in some grids of metal that go across the ceiling so that we can hang climbing things from it. So you'll see in the end cinematics we've got a tire hanging from this, various other things. It's something you see a lot of in indoor ape habitats. So we'll make something pretty simple, just using some mesh, a few of the European marquee beams, and some LED tubes. They are the perfect size for this, and if you turn the lights off they won't shine up or anything like that. We'll copy that all across the ceiling, and then we've just got one more thing to do, put the substrate in. So I looked at a lot of different ape substrates for this, and one of the most popular ones is a really deep substrate of straw, soil, etc. that can be positioned into the habitat above some grates with drainage. Nice and soft, and I thought some mulch and some of the straw sleeping pieces would work well for that. So we'll just place those in, and that's it. The habitat is built. Let's check it out. I love how this entrance looks. All credit to Apple for creating the design, nothing to do with me, but I think we've recreated it really well. I cannot believe how much climbing is going on this structure. It's absolutely crazy. It's the first climbing structure I've ever built that hasn't needed huge amounts of readjustments after building to get the animals to actually use it. And it's really good to finally get one of the great apes in Bellemont Zoo. Originally I had a massive ape house planned for this zoo based on Zoo Leipzig's Pongo Land, which features every species of grey ape. But after a few areas were done, I realized that there was just no way we're going to get something that big into Bellemont Zoo, so I decided to concentrate on one ape. And seeing as we've never used the bonobo before on the channel, and we're right next to the Africa area, that seemed to be the sensible choice. There's a tyre suspended from that grating that we built here, and here's the bonobo. There we go, this is where we started today, and just behind the Madagascar House, this is where we are now. Bellemont Zoo is looking very full indeed, but I think we've still got 5 episodes of building left before this zoo is completed. The announcement of an Asian animal pack when we've already finished the Asian area in the zoo could be a bit of a problem. However, we have more space than you might think. By virtue of removing these 2 little patches of forest, we can build 2 new habitats today. We're going to jump straight in with some new pieces and build a habitat for the incredible lion-tailed macaque. So excited to build a habitat for a new primate in the game. And some of the pieces in this pack are amazing for Asian theming. We've got these panels with the little bells attached to them here that we're going to hang on to one of our Ganesh statues. And then we're going to customize this statue with these wood panels. These are so good for that kind of Asian festival vibe, but if you recolor them, you can get some really interesting effects. They make perfect woodcuts, and we can even make them look like stone. So what we're going to do is take some of these and start making a stonework pattern for the side of this Ganesh statue, and we're going to use this sort of theme throughout the whole habitat. It's really intricate. There's loads of different designs in 3 different sizes, and if you start rotating them as well, you can get some really interesting Indian-themed patterns going on. And if you saw the islands area at San Bernardino Zoo, you'll know that this kind of thing is one of my absolute favorite things to build. If you change the colors of all the flexi-color options on the pattern to brown, it makes an amazing kind of wood-carved effect. But we need stone, so if we color this to gray and maybe get some highlights in there, it looks like incredible stonework. Very happy with that. We're going to continue that theme around this entire habitat. Originally, I decided we were going to build this habitat using mesh and some of the new panel pieces. But what I really wanted was the ultra lightweight, very thin mesh they use in modern zoos. And unfortunately, in Planet Zoo, what we have is this. It's so big and so ugly. So after maybe 4 to 6 hours of constructing this piece of mesh here, a nice little curve on it, placing it all the way around the habitat, using the new pieces to create columns and supports for it, I just didn't like it and decided we were going to go in a different direction. I took a little break to check on our baby flamingos, and while I was there, realized that the rock walls would be perfect for the back of this habitat. So we're going to place those in, and later on we're going to replace that mesh with a completely new design, which I am much happier with. The layout of the habitat is inspired by the lion-tailed macaque habitat at Berlin Zoo. We're going to have these rock walls at the back, and then we're going to surround it all with glass, and then behind the rock walls will be an indoor habitat for them as well. The way the rock walls are going to work is that at the bottom it's going to be completely flat so that they can't climb it, and then it'll be more textured towards the top once it's out of their kind of jumping range. And then we'll put some cute little doors in that they can use to get from the indoor to the outdoor part of their habitat. And then later on we'll make these about 10 times bigger so they can actually fit through it. Love the hitboxes in this game. But it looks really cute, especially once they're recolored to fit in with the rest of the rockwork. Now we can move on and build the walls which are going to create the indoor part of the habitat. And we're going to use even more of the new pieces for this. Loads of different wood paneling, and even some of the flower garlands, because if you recolor those, you can get some really interesting textures to enhance the paneling and get even more design options in there. This wall is inspired by a photo of a temple in India that I saw, which has the exact kind of intricate stone carvings that I really like. So I'm just experimenting with all the new pieces to see what we can do with them and what kind of designs and patterns that we can get on there. We're also going to mix in some of the pieces from the tropical pack with their Indonesian theme fitting really well with the Indian theme, as you would expect. And again, I'm colouring everything in brown to get a kind of wood carved effect, but I decided in the end to go with the stone so it matched better with the Ganesh statues, which we're going to use as kind of towers at the corners of the building. So once we got the one piece of wall done, we can start using that to create the whole wall, get a nice curve on it. And once that's done, we're going to take a small section of it and use that as a standoff barrier for the outside part of the habitat so we can get some more of that theming running throughout the entire build. This will help prevent the guests getting their fingers nipped off, and now we can tackle that mesh. This is where the majority of the Zoo Berlin influence comes in. What we're going to do is put in straight glass panels, each one 4 meters wide, and then we can decorate those with some of the new pieces and get an Indian kind of vibe going in there. These are a lot more complex than the ones at Berlin Zoo. It's just normal kind of metal framing there. And once we've covered all the glass with those, it looks so much better than that clunky mesh. We can start decorating the main viewing areas and then filling in some of the other glass panels with foliage. So there are spots where the guests can see in and spots where they can't, so that the monkeys aren't surrounded at 180 degrees by the guests. We're also going to put some of the twilight decals in to get some designs that look like they're etched onto the glass. We make them grey and put them sort of in the glass, so they're neither in front or behind it. That softens the colours a bit, makes it look a bit more effective. And then we'll use our new plants, the Chinese lantern. It comes in an unflowered variant, gives us a really nice bright green kind of shrub effect that sits nicely in between the standoff barrier and the glass. So we have a kind of plant border. We're going to drop some azaleas in there as well to give it a really kind of Asian feel. The way we're going to do that is get random rotation on and just place a few of them down into a little arrangement that looks natural, and then we'll group that and copy that along this little border here. Now we can get onto the centre of the habitat. The lion-tailed macaques are amongst the most arboreal of the macaques. They spend about 90% of their time up in the trees, so we're going to need a lot of climbing in this habitat. And it's also recommended to have some water for them as well. So we'll start with the climbing. We're going to make some fairly natural looking climbing, a lot more natural than last week's crazy Wicker Man contraption. So we use all of the logs and the natural branches to make something that looks good. This is partly inspired by the climbing in Berlin Zoo. As well as the two trees, we're going to have a platform for them, and then we'll connect everything up with ropes in a bit. And then we're going to put the water in. We're going to use some of the mulch and stalactite arrangements that we originally made for the Pygmy hippo habitat to create a simple little pool there. And then we'll cover up the joins between the mulch and the terrain with some buffalo grass. This new area of Asia isn't actually a complete surprise. The little patch of forest that we had here, which eventually we hid a butterfly exhibit in, the only reason it was there is because way back in episode 3, when we built the elephant habitat, I wanted something in the background so the cinematics in the episode looked good. So I just dumped a load of forest in the gap between the paths. I knew I wanted a circular path here so we could get people from the elephants through to the Eurasian Steppe we built later. So a cute little patch of forest worked very nicely, but there was always the potential that we could replace that with something more interesting, and today is the day. There's no way there's going to be a new primate added to Planet Zoo without them going into Belmont Zoo. These ropes are going to run all the way around these climbing structures. I want loads and loads of different pathways that the macaques can take to get around their climbing, so hopefully we can see them on their climbing apparatus pretty much the entire time that they're in here. Apparently the usual group size for lion-tailed macaques in the wild is 13, with a 2-to-1 ratio of females to males, so we're going to have 13 of them in here. The habitat's about 800 square meters, I think, so there should be lots of action. With all the climbing done, that's the outdoor part of the habitat pretty much finished, and we can get on to the indoor part. So we're going to put a roof in using yet more Indian and Indonesian style pieces, and some of the South American temple pieces as well, actually, to get the style of roof that I saw on the temple that I am basing this on. One day we really do need to do a full Asian zoo on the channel so we can just build stuff like this all the time. Because that would be a lot of fun. One of my hopes for this pack was that Frontier would finally make the Indian set completely flexicolor. Sadly, that did not come to pass, but there are pieces in that pack which have always been flexicolor, and we're going to use one of them here, and then we're going to have some of the new panels hidden away underneath it to get a more interesting design. Almost finished with the macaques, and a little tip if you're using the water special effects: if you color them so they are roughly the same color as whatever material is behind them, the water looks much more realistic rather than just being shiny white. And because we can't get any actual water into a space this small, we're going to use the emissive panels just to suggest that there's a water surface there. And with that, the macaque habitat is complete. Time to get on to the Blackbuck. This is the space that we have available for them. It's pretty sizable, actually, about 1,300 square meters, and very conveniently, we already have a stable here. This is our generic hoofstock barn that we originally built for San Bernardino Zoo, and I placed it here so that there was something behind all the trees here, just so that as you were walking down this path, there was a building in the background suggesting that this was maybe a holding pen for animals, something along those lines. But now it's actually going to have animals in it. So we're going to place some knoll barriers around here. Make sure we place them a little bit back from that fence we've already got there to keep the guests and the animals separate. We'll join it up there, put in a keeper gate, and then we'll just take the fence that we built for the elephant habitat and use that to enclose the space. The vibe I want for this habitat is like you've stumbled across a little farm or a small holding in India,
with some blackbuck roaming around. Nothing too high budget, but still really attractive. So let's get the terrain sorted out. We're going to use the dirt brush to make that look a lot more interesting and get a mix of dirt and short grass in there. We'll drop in one of our herbivore feeders and a few other items from the Indian area, like this tree and rocks arrangement from the elephant habitat, and another one from the rhino habitat. And we'll add one more of our Ganesh statues in as well to mark the end of the elephant habitat and the beginning of the blackbuck. I like the forest that we've got surrounding this habitat, but it could definitely do with more of an Indian vibe. So once we've got that in position, we'll drop in some bamboo. Just make sure that's low enough to cover up the boundary fence of the zoo so it's not distracting. And then we'll drop in a load of our ground cover blueprints, put these all around the habitat, and then individually lower each piece into the ground so it's just poking through. Really adds a lot of variety and randomness to the look of the habitat, makes it look much more realistic. You can see from up here that it is starting to take shape. You could do with just one more thing though, some buffalo grass. There we go, can't build the habitat without that. Let's move on and start turning that generic hoofstock stable into something a bit more interesting. I really want to get some Indian vibes into this building, so we'll start off with some of these new flower garlands, put those on the hooks that we already have there. And then we're going to get some more paneling at the top, but rather than turning it into stone or just plain wood, we're going to retain the colouring on this one. Once we've coloured the building itself, then we'll match these colours up to that so it fits in nicely. So we're going to change the colour of the natural wood to make it look like it's painted and get a really vibrant Indian blue on there, and then we'll change those panels so they fit in nicely with that theme. And then we can drop the whole building down so it's a bit more of a blackbuck height rather than zebra or whatever we initially designed this for. There we go. And then we've got one final piece of theming to put in here, which I wanted to do in the Indian habitat we built in the wetlands, Florida, a very long time ago, but we didn't have the pieces for it. And now we do, which is to run some Indian style telegraph wires across the habitat. These would serve no purpose, of course, it's purely for theming. But if you've been to India, the presence of obscene amount of wires above your head at pretty much all times is a big part of the experience. We can't do the kind of bundle of cables going everywhere that you often see there, but what we can do is use the string pieces to make some realistic telegraph wire that goes across the habitat and then out the other side of the habitat where it will end in the middle of a staff area, but nobody will be able to see that. Same as the ropes in all the climbing frames, we'll just do that manually, get a curve on it, join it up, and then the final stage is to join this staff building here, which we already have for the Eurasian area, onto the habitat, and that is all the habitats done. There we go. Very excited to see the new animals in here. Let's check out the Macaques Blackbuck and, of course, the new butterfly. The flower garlands make such good decorations for signage. Let's take a look at the macaques first. Very pleased with all of the new pieces we've got for these Asian style themes. I'd take an entire pack of those, to be honest. Here come the macaques. I love the way they strut about. They've got such a lot of personality, and the models on these guys are really good. The manes look great. Don't know why they named them after their tails when they've got that giant lion's mane, and they really are using this climbing frame a lot, which is great. Here's what it looks like to the guests. We've got that temple feel down, and here they are inside having a little nibble. Let's make our way over to the blackbuck habitat. I'm pleased we've managed to squeeze two new animals into an area that was finished, but I'm especially pleased that it doesn't feel like they've been squeezed. Both the habitats are pretty sizable, especially this one here. The blackbuck, I've got loads of room to roam around, and hopefully it feels like this has always been there and always been part of the plan. The blackbuck look absolutely amazing, instantly some of my favourite hoofstock in the game. The males look so impressive and the females are really pretty as well. Let's head to the butterfly house to see our final new animal. I've mixed up the species in here now. We've exclusively got the more tropical species in here, including the brand new Malabar rose, and here he is. I love swallowtail butterflies with that extra bit on their wings. It's so beautiful, and I like the butterfly house even more than I did when we built it with these in it. Here's where we started today, and right in the top left you can see the little change that today's episode has brought about. We've got an undeveloped area between the reptile house and the adventure playground, and we're going to build a habitat for the tanuki. We've never built a habitat in a full-on Japanese style before, so I'm looking forward to this. We've got quite a decent sized area here, so what I want to do is theme the whole area around the Japanese garden, so both inside and outside the habitat will be themed, and we can get a little area here to set the scene for the pair of tanuki that are going to live here. These gravel paths mark the boundaries of the habitat, and now we can start building the garden. So there are four main features in Japanese gardens: rocks, water,
with plants and moss. They love a bit of moss in Japanese gardens. We're not really in the right climate in Belmont Zoo to have loads of moss everywhere. It's a lot drier in Central Europe than it is in Japan, but we can certainly take care of the other three. And the way I want to do it is to have a Japanese-inspired building at the back, which can be their indoor habitat, and then we'll have a little ornamental pond in the middle of the habitat, and then surround it all with beautiful rock work and planting. And then we're going to theme the paths and give the habitat its own little entrance as well, so we get a little slice of Japan in this part of the zoo. We'll deal with the pond first. I want the water to be higher than the level of the ground so that it's really visible to the guests from the path. So what we need to do is build a little hidden glass wall that we can put the water into. So we'll build that in the rough shape that we want, and then we'll need to individually move each of the panels of the glass downwards to meet the water. There's always at least one that the game won't let you move, which is really annoying. If there's too many of them that it won't let you move downwards, then just delete it and start again. But you can see the concept. We've got the water slightly above the level of the ground, so it's nice and visible from the path here. And then we'll move on to the main barriers. So we're going to have alternating rock walls and glass viewing windows throughout the habitat, and then we'll just use null barriers to fill in the rest of it. And once those are all done, we can move on to the entrance to this little area. For the entrance, we're going to build a torii, a traditional Japanese gateway. These are originally for Shinto shrines, I think, but are quite popular for any sort of Japanese theming these days. We've got a piece specifically designed for those, or a few pieces actually, in the East Asia set. So we're going to use one of those, but try and make it a slightly smaller and less overly themed version than the one you'd normally create in the game. So using more natural wood. This is based on an early example of this kind of thing, which I saw in my research. Just using various wood pieces. Super simple, but once it's surrounded by plants and trees, it's going to look really nice there. I want this gate to frame the habitat as the guests walk up to it. So if we take a look at it here, you'll be able to see the building and the garden through it as you walk up to it. Let's get back to the little pond and start making that look good. I've redone those barriers, so now we've only got a little bit that we couldn't get as low as we want, and we'll make sure that those are all covered up with rocks. We're going to use this rock from the Oceania pack to surround it and cover up the glass, and then we'll put some much larger rocks in and around it to break up the look of it and get it looking like an ornamental pond that you might see in a Japanese garden. So you can see how the rocks go up a little bit on the left-hand side to cover up the barriers, and then we'll start dropping in some of the natural rocks from the temperate and tiger sets to get a kind of half natural, half man-made kind of look to it. We're also going to use the stone walls from the East Asia set to create a border. This building set is so good, probably the best set in the base game, I think. I've hardly ever used it because we've never built in a Japanese fashion. By the time we started building Asian-inspired builds on this channel, we had the tropical pack and a lot more suitable options. I actually got a bit paranoid about this habitat as I was building it, because by about halfway through, it really looks like something from kind of Planet Zoo Day 1, because everyone used to build everything out of this set because it was probably the best set in the game at the time. Luckily, I realised we just needed to do loads of detailing with pieces that weren't from this set, and we'd get something looking a lot more original by the end. We're going to build a bridge here so the Tanuki can cross the water, although they can swim as well if they want. And this is taken directly from a Japanese garden that I was looking at. Really like this design of 3 long pieces of stone next to each other and then a break halfway across the bridge. It's quite a striking design, so I thought we could use that. And we'll have a water feature as well, big feature in Japanese gardens, so going to use some of the waterfall special effects pieces. Don't want something as big as the actual waterfall piece, so we'll just use the little special effects pieces to create some splashes. We'll drop in some of the underwater rocks that we made for the red deer habitat back in the forest, and then we'll start decorating it with bamboo. Really want to get the temperate vibe of a Japanese garden here, which will be appropriate for the Tanuki. I'm also thinking of asking the people that live in those houses outside the zoo here if they'd mind remodelling them in a more of a Japanese style to suit this habitat, but that might be a bit of an overreach. I want a cherry blossom tree in the middle, and none of the ones we've got are quite big enough, so I'm going to combine the dead cherry blossom tree with the largest just to get a custom tree there, and we'll cover up the join with some more bamboo. And then we'll move on to the building. I want a Japanese style circular window for the Tanuki to get in and out of the building, but on the plaster piece with the circular window in it already, it is really big, so I thought we'd make a smaller one using some of the new pieces from the Asia Animal Pack. These are the LED pieces, but they're recolorable, so we're going to create a circle with those, get them coloured to more of a natural wood colour, and then we'll get rid of the plaster walls and replace them with plaster panels that we can rotate around the circular window that we've made, so we get a seamless hole in the wall with the wood style surround. Despite the enormous hitboxes in the game, we can still get the Tanuki through this little hole in the wall as long as we have them climb through it rather than walk through it. We're going to use logs and some climbing pieces so that they can get through this, and due to the fact that for some reason the hitboxes are much smaller when they're climbing than when they're walking, they'll be absolutely fine to get through here. Because the plaster pieces are pretty small and they don't have a particular pattern on them, we don't have to spend ages working out exactly how to rotate them around this. We can just do it manually, place them in, spin them around a bit and line them up with the edge of it, and then we'll cover up the gaps with a larger piece of plaster, and that's the little sort of door / window thing done, and we can move on to making this building look a bit more attractive. So I'm going to go with a pale yellow, which is quite popular in Japanese gardens. Really nice colour for the building, goes nicely with the dark wood, and then we'll put a clay tile roof on, again just using the East Asia set. We'll use the corner pieces to create an edge, and then later on we'll put a sloped roof on top of it as well. The way it slopes downwards into the centre here will be covered up with the next bit of roof that we put on. And then finally we'll add some of the East Asian water wheel spar or something it's called. It's a really nice natural wood piece. Looking good, and then we'll get back to the animal side of the habitat and add some climbing. We're going to keep this pretty simple for once. Just a couple of platforms attached to the tree with some logs between them so that the Tanuki can climb up here, get onto each platform. We'll have an enrichment item or something to persuade them to get up there, and then we're going to put a more formal water feature in, again copied from something I saw in a Japanese garden. So a simple piece of bamboo that's going to pour water into the bowl at the bottom. And we're going to use the top of this bucket. It's a piece I've definitely never used before, to hold the bamboo onto the rocks and keep it in the right position. And then we'll use one of the special effect pieces to squirt some water through the bamboo and into the bowl. While we finish that off, I've had quite a lot of comments recently about how many more animals are going to be going into Bellemont Zoo. So let's talk about that for a minute. I've updated my plans a little bit since the release of the Asia Animal Pack. This little area here was originally going to be for Asian small-clawed otters, but when the Tanuki was added, I really wanted those into the zoo. So they've taken that spot, but I think we are still going to have otters. I have another spot in the zoo set aside for those now, along with another pretty sizable animal that I'm really excited to add into the zoo. They will be going into the spot in between the Madagascar House and the lions. Alright, we're just finishing off the viewing windows in here. The habitat is starting to look pretty nice now. Let's get on to detailing and planting. So we're going to put in some of the new bamboo lanterns from the Asia Animal Pack, and then put some wood boards around the bottom of the walls of the building for contrast, and then we can start putting some more rocks into the outdoor part of the habitat. Such a big feature of Japanese gardens, little arrangements of rocks, so we want lots of those. And then we're going to start putting some Japanese trees in to really frame the view. So we've got some of the Japanese maple here, and we'll get these in precisely the right place to frame the view between the gate and the habitat wall and the building. And we'll put one on the other side as well, so it forms almost like a kind of tree tunnel that you look through. If that one's in the right spot, we'll copy it and move it over here. Do the same thing over here so we can get the view absolutely perfect. I don't want to cover up the cherry blossom tree either. I want to make sure that that's visible. We'll just move it a touch to the right, and there we go. Next up, I thought it would be cute if there was a little kind of pathway for the Tanuki to kind of walk around the habitat in with some buried rocks. Another thing you often see in gardens, just the rocks just kind of slightly poking up above the surface. So if we run those around, obviously they'll be able to walk all over the habitat wherever they like, but it just kind of looks cute that they have a little pathway there. These Oceania rocks are so versatile, using them for two completely different things in the same habitat. We'll put some metal pieces down the side of the glass so it looks like it's properly fixed into the walls, and then we'll use this little wooden piece from the Zookeeper's Animal Pack. If we colour it grey, we can make it look like rock. That'll sit nicely on top of those walls, just add a bit of detail. Sticks out like a sore thumb like this, but a quick colour change and that is going to sit in really nicely. With that done, we'll add in the obligatory buffalo grass. Got to cover every habitat with this. And once we've got the habitat covered and then we sink it down, that really starts to bring it to life. Next up, I want to add in some traditional Japanese lanterns. I really like this one, but it does have a naked flame in the middle of it, which is not really what you want in a habitat. So what we're going to do is cover up the flame part with the top of one of the other Japanese lanterns and match the colours, and we get a unique little lantern that we can scatter throughout this habitat. There we go, looking good. We'll have a couple of these just in different little spots in the habitat that'll further sell the Japanese garden vibe.
We'll do a bit of detailing around the window/door that the Tanuki used to get in and out of the habitat. You can see we've got the login as well, so they can actually climb in and out of it now. And speaking of climbing, according to the Zoopedia, to keep the Tanuki in, you need a 3-meter high non-climbable wall. I've got no idea where Frontier have got that number from. I couldn't find a care manual for the Tanuki, and I couldn't find any information online about how high they can jump. But when I was looking at real habitats in ZooChat, I could see some with glass walls of about the height that you see in this habitat here, maybe 125 centimeters, something like that. If you know more about Tanuki's abilities than I do, please let me know in the comments, because I'd really like to know if the walls we have here are sufficient or not. Time to head inside the habitat and get this sorted out. Tanukis are primarily nocturnal, so they'll probably be spending quite a bit of time asleep during the day when people are visiting the zoo. So we've got viewing into this inside habitat through a couple of circular windows just behind where the camera is here. We'll put a floor in. And important to remember in Planet Zoo that the terrain that the animals are standing on affects their behaviour. So if herbivores are stood on grass, they will occasionally nibble away at it. If meerkats are on sand, they'll dig burrows into it. So I don't know what the Tanukis do on the various different terrain types as I build this, but I'm going to paint the rock texture underneath these floor panels just to make sure that if they have any interactions with grass or sand or anything like that, they're not going to be doing them here. Once we've got those in, we'll move on and make some little sleeping boxes for them. The Tanuki use the burrow, so we're going to put a burrow down that they'll crawl into, and then we're going to build a little kind of nesting box around it so they've got somewhere to sleep at night. And the way the burrow works is you can really cover up most of the entrance and they'll still be able to get into it. It doesn't follow the normal rules of their hitboxes, and we'll cover up most of the entrance to the burrow, and we'll get quite a natural looking little nest box for them there, and then we'll just copy it next to them and we can add the finishing touches to this build. One of the things I saw a lot of in my research was plants in an almost kind of perfect little semisphere, and some of the topiary pieces do really well for that if we sink them down. I'm not sure exactly what plant it is. You can let me know in the comments what sort of plants normally look like this, or whether they are cut to look that way in the Japanese gardens, but the topiary bushes do a great job of standing in for those. We'll also put some of the temple pieces around as little kind of stepping stones, some appropriate flowers, and that is our little Japanese area done. Let's take a look at it. Here come the Tanukis. They are so cute. I've only seen these once in real life. Hope to see them again in a zoo soon. I love the way the cherry blossom tree casts a reflection into the pool. You can see the Tanuki on the bridge there, and then one up in their tree. Put one of the tennis balls up here to encourage them to climb, because there's not really anywhere else for them to go up here. But it does give them a pretty imperious view across the rest of the zoo. You can just see the children's playground in the background. I thought this would be a really appropriate spot for a cute little animal. And we've got one trotting down their little path here on the way into their indoor habitat. Kept it pretty bare bones in here, inspired by my trip to Chester Zoo this week. Don't always go crazy on the indoor houses. And here he is getting into his burrow. This is where we started today, and just below the reptile house, this is where we are now. Next week, I've got something that we have never done before planned for the zoo, a Zoo Nights experience in order to transform the zoo into a wonderland of nighttime lights. Let's go. Zoo nights are very popular in zoos, and the addition of some of the new lighting pieces in the Asia Animal Pack inspired me to try and create one for Belmont Zoo. If you're not familiar with the concept, essentially the zoo opens again after it closes. Each zoo does them differently, but typically they fall into two different types, either taking place in the evening during summer, when it's still pretty much light, no children allowed, drinks served and things like that, or it takes place in the evening in winter when it's already dark and it's all about light shows and the experience. The way I want it to work in Belmont Zoo is that it would run through September, open about 6 p.m, so people would enter the zoo just as the sun was starting to go down, and then stay till maybe 8 or 9 when it's completely dark. The zoo will be lit up in spectacular fashion, and there'll be all sorts of extra stuff for the guests to see as well, along with some of the animals. Very excited to show you the final results of this, something we've never seen before on the channel. So what are we doing here? Well, the Zoo Nights experience begins, as you would expect, in the zoo's entrance plaza, and that means we need to finish the entrance plaza. We started building this way back in episode 1 when we put the penguins in,
and we've added lots of stuff around it since then, but we've never really finished the area itself. So what we're going to do is build 3 new things in here, all of which will function both during the Zoo Nights experience and during the day. And the first one that we're building here is a fish pond. This is inspired by the entrance to Zoo Leipzig, where they have a really cool koi carp pond in the entrance, and I want this to provide a focal point and a meeting point for guests before they get to the Koala House. Being very careful with the positioning here. We don't want it to spoil the view down to the Madagascar House, because that's really important. The reason it's taken so long to get to finishing the plaza is it means deleting some of these paths, and oh my god, this pathing took so long to do, but it's time to take the plunge. Before we get the paths in, we need to add the water in so that we can then run the paths around it. So we're going to do basically what we did with the Tanuki habitat last week, and I said last week that it was really random whether the game would let you move each pole downwards or not. And this kind of proves that, because it worked perfectly on the fish pond. So we've got the water in exactly where we want it, and we can start to run the paths around the pond and then fill them back in on the rest of the area, and then, like we did before, just cover up any gaps with the rustic decals. You can see the struggle here. Creating a large area of pathing that isn't square is probably one of the hardest things to do in Planet Zoo, but eventually we'll get there. And then we're going to lower some of the walls so that we've got proper viewing into the fish pond. Won't be any fish in here, of course, although we will be using some of Drax's koi models hidden away under water lilies, etc. So you can't really see them, but there's just a suggestion that they're there. We're going to build a little island in the middle of the pond now, featuring the zoo's logo, which is all going to be lit up during the Zoo Nights experience. Just using the European marquee beam to create the sides of it. And then we'll fill it in with the smallest mulch pieces so we can get loads of plants in here. And there'll be a kind of riverbank effect on the edge as well, with this kind of zigzag curve made using some more of the marquee beams. And then we can start filling it in with foliage, using a mixture of the sunken ponytail palm as always, and a plant I discovered during the Tierra del Fuego build, which is the cabbage tree, which if you sink it down does a really good job of providing some more plants like this. We'll drop some water lilies in, and then we'll move Drax koi models underneath the water lilies. So if you look closely, there's just a suggestion there's some fish in here. And that is the fish pond and all the architecture of the entrance plaza completed. And as the sun sets over the plaza, we can move on to creating Zoo Nights. The first thing we're going to build is a photo point. This will be here so that guests can take a selfie in front of it during the day, and then it will be lit up at night so they can take photos of it. So it's going to be one of the first things people see at the Zoo Nights. So it needs to be big and it needs to be 3-dimensional. So we're actually going to use the Boogaloo font, possibly for the first time ever on this channel. It is not a font I like, but it's got that kind of big friendly vibe that zoos like for things like this, and most importantly it's 3-dimensional, so we'll use that for the word zoo, and then we'll use the 2D fonts and then just copy them behind each other a load of times to make the smaller letters. The hashtag, gotta have a hashtag for signs like this, actually glows. It's one of the new pieces from the most recent update. We'll colour some of them black so we get a bit of a drop shadow on it. Do the same thing with the larger letters and colour those to match the zoo's logo. We'll put a vista point in so that guests will actually come and visit this, and then it's onto the new pieces. So we've got these new neon edged pieces from the Asia Animal Pack. I said these were going to be really useful in the overview, and this is exactly what I had in mind for them. We're going to create a border all the way around the larger letters with the smallest 0.25 of a metre piece. We'll trace the edge of the letter Z with these pieces, making sure to follow it really closely. I'm really glad the word zoo only has 3 letters in it and 2 of them the same, because that took a long time. Just one more piece here to complete the Z, and then we can do the first of the O's and then just copy it across to the next one. Now it will glow at night, and we'll see that at the end of the video. This is the centerpiece of the Zoo Nights experience, the Swan Lake with the Madagascar House behind it, and we're going to transform it into a water and light experience inspired by Disney's Animal Kingdom. So the first thing we're going to do is light this statue with a mixture of pinks and blues, and position the lights in such a way that each animal is a different colour. So we're going to have a kind of purpley pink for the 2 deer on the side, and then we're going to have a blue for the lion and the gorilla. I really like that kind of hot and cold colour palette. Always works nicely for light shows. I've never actually been to Animal Kingdom. I'm basing this on some research that I did this week, but I would love to go there. They don't have the best animal collection, but they've probably got the best theming of any zoo in the world. It'd be an amazing thing to see. We'll just position the last of these lights. You can see where it's going here. Obviously it'll be a lot more spectacular at night. And then we're going to use a really fiery red to illuminate the big willow trees that we've got behind the lake. We're just going to position these spotlights around till we get the trees to look exactly the way that we want them to. Once you've got it rotated into the right way, if you switch to the world axis, it makes it much easier to move. I remember really struggling with these spotlights when I first started playing the game. And then we're going to move on to some more new pieces from the Asia Animal Pack. I'm pretty sure in my overview I said I would never use these pieces, and here we are 2 weeks later, but they're absolutely perfect for this. In the central light show at nighttime in Disney's Animal Kingdom, they have these giant floats of glowing flowers with fountains and things like that. We don't have room for anything quite that spectacular in Belmont Zoo, but we're going to replicate that, creating little floating islands of light with these. Next up, we're going to create some subtle ground lighting around the lake so that people don't just walk into it when it's dark, and then we'll move on to lighting the rest of the zoo. So lighting the zoo isn't something I've really bothered with, simply because I never play it at night, and it just adds an extra layer of things that need to be done throughout the entire zoo, which makes everything take longer. But now that we're going to have a Zoo Nights experience, suddenly lighting the zoo becomes worthwhile. And with this being a classic European zoo, we've got some amazing lampposts in the base game that we can use to do that without having to create a load of custom lighting. We've done the main path down to the Madagascar House. I'm even going to put some in the park at the back of the zoo. I get a lot of questions about this park. Can we turn it into part of the zoo so that we can expand it and get more animals in? And the answer is no, because I had a big issue with San Bernardino Zoo, where once it started to get to the size that it eventually reached, even when I was paused, the frame rate was really bad and it was not fun to build in, and I was determined that Belmont Zoo wouldn't get as big as that, which is why I chose a small city zoo for this project, and I intend to keep it that way. We will not be expanding into the park. Back in the entrance plaza, we're making sure that the Explorer's Fountain is nice and visible at night as well as during the day, and then we're going to move on to the tree that sits in the plaza as well, and put some string lights all over the branches. These are really tricky to place, but once you get them lined up nicely with the branches, it looks absolutely amazing at night. Some of the stuff that we're adding here, like these lights, will always be in the zoo, they just be on at night, and some of the zoo night stuff is going to only be visible during zoo nights, and we're going to do a sneaky little trick later on to make that really easier to achieve, so we can basically turn zoo nights on and off. Next up, we're going to add loads more lighting into Café Bellemont using the sunken lights that we put in here originally. A few more lights on the inside of the restaurant. We're going to put candles down on the tables, probably those fake candles. I would imagine IRL don't really want any naked flames in the zoo, apart from one, which we're going to add at the end of the video. And then we'll move on to the Japanese garden we created last week. This is going to be another one of the parts of the zoo that is open for zoo nights, because the Tanuki are primarily nocturnal, so this is going to give the guests a great chance to see them, with some fairly subtle lighting in their habitat and some not so subtle lighting around the garden so it stands out. And then we're going to move from the red of Japan to a much cooler blue for the Life in Cold Blood reptile and amphibian house, which will be open during this experience as well. Guests don't normally have access to the entire zoo when real zoos do stuff like this, presumably because it's much harder to manage guests at night, and also the expense of putting these kind of lights everywhere. And then we'll move on to building something which is sorely lacking in the zoo at the moment, which is food and drink stands. Beverages are a big part of these experiences, and we're going to start with a slushy stand with optional alcohol. And before the zoo is finished, we can start copying variations on this design all around the zoo to get a lot more of this kind of thing in here, because at the moment, Café Bellemont is the only place to eat and drink in the zoo. Just haven't found the time to add a load of these in. So we're going to get a really nice one built now, and we're going to build all of it out of Flexicolor pieces. So in future, we can copy these around the zoo and update the look of them to fit in with whatever area they're going to be in. This one is going to be yellow to match the Koala House behind it. I'm using one of the picnic table parasols as the roof. It just fitted really nicely, and then we'll build around that with lots of Flexicolor wood pieces from the Twilight and Tropical packs. We need a kind of false wall here to cover up the central stand for the parasol. That's going to look weird if it's in there. We'll put one of the little African doors in so it looks like they can actually get in and out, even though they jump over the counter to get in the game. We've got some of the fabrics from the America's Animal Pack at the front and the sides. We use some air conditioning ducts to create the metal countertop for our vendor here. We'll put some more of the new LED pieces underneath it so it's bright and it can be seen from the other side of the plaza when the guests first come in to zoo nights. Some of the string lights at the top, and then finally some of the conservation lights to make sure that these menus, which are based on one of Lion's blueprints as always, are nice and visible at night. And once those are in, that's our little generic food and drink stand done. Now we can move on to something which I saw at London Zoo, toasting marshmallows on an open fire. This is such a cute idea. Normally an open flame is absolutely the last thing you'd want in a zoo, but with these events being adults only and closely supervised, a little marshmallow toasting station is a great idea. We've got this little open fire already. We're going to put some picnic tables around it, and then these lampshades from the conservation pack, which are quite cutesy, fit well with the theme, and then some little spikes for people to put the marshmallows on, with a few of them actually in the fire as well. And then we can move on to the final stage of the build. The area that the Zoo Nights experience will cover will go from the entrance plaza and the penguins at the bottom of the screen, through the Koala House, the Swan Lake, all the way up to the Life in Cold Blood exhibit, and then round through the Japanese garden and Café Bellemont, and then onto the zoo's exit. And in order to keep people where we want them to be, we'll be placing barriers across the parts of the zoo that they won't be allowed access to. It'd be great to use the guest barriers for this, so the guests can't get into those parts of the zoo, but unfortunately, because they block the staff as well, all the animals are going to starve, so we'll just put these in as a kind of visual guide. And as we place each one of these barriers down, along with all the visual elements that we don't want to be visible in the zoo during the daytime, we're keeping them all in the same group. And we're going to put a big sign down here saying Zoo Nights, and if we sync this underground, whenever we want to activate Zoo Nights, all we need to do is click on that sign under the photo booth and then drag it up or down, and all the elements for Zoo Nights will appear and disappear with a single click. And that's everything we need to do. Let's check out Zoo Nights at Belmont Zoo. We'll start in early evening as the first guests arrive for Zoo Nights. And here it is in the dark. Lighting in the plaza working really nicely. Here's the penguin cam. The guests are actually photographing the photo point, which is awesome. And here's the slushy stand. Let's move over to the next part of the zoo. We've got a view from the gibbon habitat here towards the centerpiece, the Swan Lake. Love the lighting on the Madagascar House. Let's check out the lake. This looks so atmospheric with the guests walking around and all the lights. I think the central statue with these floating flower islands around it is my favourite part. But you can also see the blue of the Life in Cold Blood exhibit at the back as well. Here it is. Open as well, so we've got our Asian water monitor in here. And then the Japanese garden. You can see one of our Tanuki just exiting their little house here to explore their habitat. If the Gharial is still awake, you'd be able to see those as well. And then finally, grab yourself a toasted marshmallow and then sit down in Café Bellemont and maybe get something more substantial to eat. And that's Zoo Nights. This is where we started today. Lot of work done. This is where we are now. Next week, we're going to be building the penultimate habitat at Belmont Zoo for one of my favourite animals, just next to our Ocelot Aviary here, with a waterfall for otters. I love otters. I've seen them in pretty much every zoo I've ever been to, and I never fail to enjoy seeing them. They're just so much fun to watch and so engaging. Doesn't matter which species it is, I've seen most of them, although not all of them, maybe one day. And seeing as this is, by my reckoning, maybe the 6th otter habitat we've built on this channel, I want to make sure that this is the best one we've ever built. And the way we're going to do that is by taking the best bits of all of my favourite otter habitats and combining them all together. We're going to take some of the designs from the otter habitats at Zoo Leipzig, some of the landscaping from Zoo Leipzig and Prague Zoo, an improved version of the viewing from London Zoo, and as much as possible of the sheer size of the giant otter habitat at Yorkshire Wildlife Park, and try and make the best otter habitat we've ever built. We're using the transport trick here to get some smooth terrain in for the paths, because the way the habitat is going to work is that if you're coming from the direction where you can see the beginning of the track there, then the first thing that the guests are going to have is a view of the otters above the water and on land, and then as they progress, the water is going to get deeper and they're going to be able to see the otters swimming around underwater before finally arriving at another viewing area that allows them to see them over land. And then something that I've taken from the Tiergarten Schönbrunn in Vienna is a double path. So at their South American habitat, which funnily enough doesn't actually have otters in it, there are two paths, one right up next to the glass of the habitat that gives you an underwater view, and then one directly behind and above it that gives you a panoramic view of the whole habitat. And I want to incorporate that as well so that people can always get the best view of the otters. This habitat is right next to our Ocelot Aviary, and we're going to turn this into a little mini area in the zoo called Ocelots and Otters. So we need to join them together and tie this all in and make it look really nice. And we're going to use a mixture of live bamboo, bamboo stalks, and then foliage as well to place throughout this area, join up all the paths and make it feel like its own little hidden area in the zoo that is exclusively for the otters and the ocelot. So we're just going to make one nice bit of foliage, and then we can use this to join all the paths together, cover up any little bits of terrain that are left over after the paths, and just generally make this area feel like a cohesive whole. When we built the Ocelot Aviary, I had no idea where to put it. It was just a building I'd always wanted to have in the zoo, and with no flying birds, the ocelot seemed to be the perfect animal to add to it. I placed it here in a blank spot, and now we get to fit it in with the rest of the zoo. And there we go, that's starting to look nice. Let's finish up the paths. The main thing we need to achieve here is to realistically join the upper path onto the lower path. So we're going to do that with a retaining wall. So we're going to make a big section of stacked rocks like this using these natural rocks and a bit of foliage and stuff like that as well, so we get something that looks nice. And then we can just place variations of this all the way down the terrain that you can see here to join the lower path onto the upper path. Just need to make one of these, and by rotating it and placing it in different positions, we can get something that looks nice and varied down the length of the path. And once we filled it in with those, we're going to take some of the smaller rocks from the retaining walls that we built for the forest and add those in as well for variety. And we're going to end up with something that looks pretty simple but really nice. You don't really want this to be a focal point. It's not something to distract people's attention. It just makes the separation between the upper and the lower paths make sense. And there we go. Looks much more realistic now with the retaining wall in. We've got one more thing to do, and then we can move on to building the actual habitat. As always with Planet Zoo, the glass barriers with the water in and the paths do not join together because of the distance you need to have between paths and water. We're going to fill in the gaps with some of these Indonesian temple bricks, and when you're down at guest level, they fit together seamlessly. With that done, we can move on to the habitat and start getting the differing water levels in. So we need two different water levels here. We're going to join it together with a waterfall. We've got two different heights of glass to enable us to put the water levels in where we need them. And then we've got one piece of glass joining the two that we can get super low that will be covered up with the waterfall that we build later. Now we're going to build the walls. So we've used a lot of different mud and rock walls throughout this zoo, but I want to build some new ones today. These are inspired by the otter habitat in Gondwanaland at Zoo Leipzig. We're going to use some upside down tree trunks and then some of the tree roots as well. We'll mix the tree roots in to kind of join up the tree trunks and get some really interesting textures in. Love this upside down tree root. You can see how it just adds some kind of gnarly different variations to the texture. It stops it looking like three tree trunks stuck together. We use a few temple pieces in the bottom as well. And then once we've got those in the right place, there's a decal in there as well. We're going to drop in another tree root at the bottom just to thicken up the base a little bit. Once we recolor that, we're going to have a really nice looking mud wall. And as usual, we'll create a variation of that, and then we'll use those two variations next to each other to create the entire wall. We'll move this new one next to the old one, and then we'll start alternating these down the back of the habitat. And if we take a look at it, there we go. That's a really natural looking mud wall there. Pleased with that. Let's move on and make the waterfall. We're going to use the piece that we just made along with many others to create a waterfall. And what I want this to do is to enable the otters to actually use it, so they can get from the upper pool across the waterfall and then into the lower pool, as well as walking across the grass that's there as well. So we got lots of different movement opportunities for these otters, and we get to see them gambling around the whole habitat. So we'll get one of the waterfall pieces in. I went through so many different variations of this. What I wanted to do was just use the special effects pieces so that we could control exactly how the waterfall looked. But the problem is the particle effects on them start so far below the actual special effects piece. It would have required about 100 special effects pieces floating in midair above the waterfall, and I just couldn't find a way to cover them up. So in the end, I decided to go with the actual waterfall pieces. We'll use two of those, and then we'll use a load of rocks and foliage to cover those up. So at the end of it, you can't actually see the waterfall pieces. All you can see is the water itself, and then we'll have a few special effects pieces creating a little waterfall going down that back mud wall that you can see there. This, I think, is my favourite part of this habitat. It's really effective when it's done, and the fact that the otters can actually use it, which you'll see in the end cinematics, really adds something to it. I think when it's finished, this is the most complex waterfall that we've built on the channel. This is the penultimate habitat in the zoo, so we really want to get this right. We're going all out with every different special effects piece I can think of to make this water look realistic. There's the special effects piece floating in midair. We'll cover that up with some ponytail palms, and there we go. There is our waterfall. Looking forward to seeing our otters gambling about in it. Let's move on and take care of the rest of this lower part of the habitat. So we're going to use a modified version of those wall pieces to create the sides for this part of the water. We'll copy that all around here, and then we will sink the terrain down so that in this half of the habitat it's just above the lower level of the water, and then we can leave it higher in the rest of the habitat so it matches up with the other pool. And doing that enables us to just drop these rock walls down a little bit more as well, anything to show off some more of that beautiful city backdrop. And then we'll put a slope in so the otters can more easily get into the water from this part here. And I want to highlight this area here using a mix of all my favourite things that I've seen in otter habitats, primarily drawing from the habitats at Zoo Leipzig and Prague, with some logs and some mossy rocks and some bracken and a few other things, so that the part where they are most likely to enter the water looks really attractive. And while we do that, let's talk about what's coming up for Bellemont Zoo. There are 3 things that we need to complete this zoo. Firstly, the zoo's final habitat, which is a habitat for a type of animal which I think all great zoos need. Next week, we need to build a gift shop. And as well as that, we need to build an exit, because at the moment, the guests have got no way to get out other than walking back through the entrance. And it won't just be a gift shop, because I've got an idea to incorporate an animal into it as well. Back to the build, the landscaping above ground is looking good. We need to move on to below the water. We're going to line the bottom of the pools with some mud panels, which we will recolor to look more like concrete. They've got a really nice texture to them. And then I want to add in a little touch, which I saw in the river otter habitat at Prague Zoo, which was a little platform tied to the bank with some rope. I'm assuming they put food on here for the otters to swim around and either get up onto the platform or knock off the platform to eat, depending on what the food is. So we're going to build that here with a piece of wood from the Twilight Pack and then some of the rope pieces. And what we're going to do is actually tie it onto the bank. We use some rope knots, some of the small rough rope piece, and some of the little kind of hooks from the America's Animal Pack, and get this looking as close as possible to real life. It's only a tiny little detail, but I really want to get this right. Things like this are why going to real zoos, or at the very least looking at Zoo Chat and websites like that where you can see real habitats, are so important for making good Planet Zoo builds, because you see things that you would just never think to do if you hadn't seen them IRL. We've got various platform floats and things like that in the game, but the idea of just having a little wooden platform floating in the water tied to the bank by a bit of rope that the zoo can put food on, it just would never occur to me to put into an otter habitat until I saw this at Prague Zoo. And now we're going to add some food. So one of the things that zoo animals often get fed is called kibble, or it is in the UK anyway. I'm not sure if that's an international term, but kibble is kind of like almost like biscuits full of vitamins and nutrients customized for each species, and the little rope pieces, if you recolor them, do a really good job of simulating that. So we'll cover this little platform with those, and then we'll move on to finishing off the rest of the habitat. We're going to place a mud bath for the otters, and as always cover that up with the terrain, and then we'll also put some ferns and creosote bushes around this edge just to make it look nice and natural. I'm not sure I've ever seen otters use a mud bath, but they do have, or giant otters do at least, I saw this at Yorkshire Wildlife Park, they do use communal toilets, or create and then use communal toilets, I suppose, which is pretty amusing to watch. That behaviour is not simulated in Planet Zoo. And then we'll add the finishing touches to underwater using some of our root arrangements from our aquatic building kit. We originally built this for the giant otter habitat in San Bernardino Zoo, and it's still one of my favourite bits of kind of generic scenery that we've ever built. Always just makes natural looking underwater area look so much better. So we'll have those in both sides of the pool, and then we'll move on to a little building for the otters. Now, from what I've seen of them, giant otters are very hardy animals. I've seen them kept indoors in tropical temperatures that you might expect for a South American animal at Zoo Leipzig, and I've seen them kept outdoors in the north of England at Yorkshire Wildlife Park, and they seem to thrive in pretty much any temperature you can throw at them. So they won't be spending too much time indoors. We don't need any kind of guest viewing in here, but they will need some kind of house for particularly inclement weather. Maybe there could be a little mini pool in here where they can teach the baby otters how to swim. They have that at Yorkshire Wildlife Park. They do a lot of breeding of the giant otters there, and I was lucky enough to see them actually teaching one of their little pups how to swim on one of my visits. In fact, if you've not seen it, I would highly recommend my tour of the Yorkshire Wildlife Park over on the ZSH Zoo Tours channel. It might not have the biggest budget of a zoo in the UK or indeed anywhere, but the enormous habitats they have enable you to see some amazing animal behaviours that you don't often get to see in zoos. This building is going to be really simple. It is pretty much entirely hidden away by the rock walls that we built, and without any guest viewing, we don't need to go crazy with it. We're just going to wood panel a basic breeze block building and have that at the back of the habitat peeking out so that we know that there's somewhere the otters can go, even if we don't spend much time looking at it. Alright, it's time for the finishing touches to the habitat. First off, the decals. So we're going to put some moss decals on the floor of both the pools, and then we'll also add some moss decals to the posts. This is the kind of place that moss and detritus would gather in a habitat. Just makes it look more realistic if we have that in there. And then we'll add some final touches to the foliage in the habitat, maybe a custard apple tree, some giant rhubarb, a few roots on the rock walls of the waterfall. The strangler fig roots are so good for just adding a little bit of detail and a bit of texture. A little feeding tray on the waterfall just to give the otters another reason to come up here. And then finally, some extra pathing to create this last viewing area for the guests, where if the otters are up on this bit of ground here before they get into the water, we've got another view of them. And that's the habitat built. Let's take a look. I don't think I've ever seen the guests put their arms around each other. That's really cute, but that's not important right now. What's important is the otter habitat, and here it is. I think we've used this long space down the zoo's boundary next to the ocelot really nicely here. And just look at this view of them swimming around underwater. It's so cool. I originally planned this for Asian small-clawed otters, but when I realised how big it was, I realised the giant otters would be a better fit. And I'm happy with that because they're so much more visible from back here. I've seen people say they think giant otters look scary, but personally I think they are absolutely adorable. Aside from the obvious choice of the Asian small-clawed otters, I think they are my favourite otters. They have so much personality, and so often in zoos I found myself just standing at their habitat for like half an hour just watching what they do, and I'm very happy that we finally have them in Bellemont Zoo. This is where we started today, and this is where we are now. There are just 2 spots left in the zoo to fill. This is where our gift shop and exit is going to go. We need to make sure that it joins onto 3 paths, one coming out of the Gharial House, one next to the Gharial House, and one coming down from our Japanese garden and playground. One of the things I want to achieve with the gift shop is to have some exhibit animals in it that you can see both from outside the gift shop and when you're inside the gift shop as well. I think that would be cool. Add a bit more interest to it. So we'll get onto those later, but firstly we're going to build the facade of the gift shop itself. And I found a really nice one for inspiration. Its location will be no surprise to you, but it actually was a surprise to me. It's at Singapore Zoo, and the reason it's a surprise is I found it by accident doing some research. It's a brand new gift shop. They've only just built it. Wasn't there when I went to Singapore Zoo, but it's a really nice one. So we're going to use that as inspiration, both from the outside and the inside, and then chuck some of our own ideas in as well, like the animals and some custom stuff to sell in the shop that I want to make as well. This building will need to be a really specific shape because we've got a very specific space left in the zoo for it. And what we're going to have is a curved front of the building, and then the back of the building is essentially going to fill in the space that you can see behind what we're building here. So in order to get the curve, what we need to do is build one section of the building attached to a mud pillar, and then once we've got this one piece perfect, then we can start rotating it around to form the front of the building. Main construction materials are going to be metal and wood, with some glass as well. We've got some orange tinted glass there, and we're using this anchor plate to create an overhang at the front of the building. So there's a bit of a kind of awning at the front that people walk under before they get into the gift shop. And we'll use some decals to put some detailing in under the roof, and we'll get some more detail in later as well. The building at Singapore Zoo is maybe 4 or 5 stories tall. It is really big, which fits in with Singapore Zoo very nicely because it's absolutely massive. But Bellemont Zoo is a lot smaller, so I'm just going to make it a 2-story building, and we'll have some implied staff areas above the shop, maybe some offices for the PR staff and people like that. So we're making the 2nd floor here with a big window and then some wood paneling that we'll put in above that. Once we've got that to the right height, we're going to randomly select different bits of the wood and very slightly change the colour so we get some different textures to the wood here, and we'll also move some of them slightly forward and some of them slightly back just so we get some more realistic looking wood paneling. And then we're going to put a bio roof in with some mulch, and we'll drape some plants over the front. We're going to use the new Chinese lantern as a hanging plant. I thought that might work if we get a couple of those in there. And then, as always, we'll use the upside down Nataria bushes to do that as well. Those turnstiles you can see in the back have basically just been lying around in the zoo since episode 1, waiting for the exit to be built. They are a blueprint by one of my favourite Planet Zoo YouTubers, although they didn't make Planet Zoo YouTube videos for long, Mars Bandit. I would highly recommend his videos if you want some well thought out, nice, chilled Planet Zoo vids to watch. And that's our one section of building complete. Let's turn it into a proper building. We need quite a large curve on the front of the building, so we're going to put the two sides of the building pretty far away from each other, and then we'll move the part of the building that we're going to keep into the right position. We need it to be far enough away from the exit gates that we can get a decent sized gift shop in there, but not so close to the paths that we don't have room for some nice landscaping in front of it. So I think about here is going to be fine, and then we can start rotating the building round to form the front. You'll see as we start rotating it that for obvious reasons the plants hanging down the front of the building are going to be exactly the same on each section. So later on I'm just going to mix those up so they're not all the same. And we just need to keep doing this until we filled in the space that we want for the building. We want to leave a bit of space on either side so we've got some room for trees and bamboo just to sit it in nicely. And then we'll take a look at how it's shaping up. It's looking pretty good. Got a lot more work to do on it to get the front of the building finished. But before we do that, we're just going to quickly put down the actual gift shop piece. This is only the second gift shop we've ever built on the channel. And you'll see as I place it down, I've completely forgotten how they work. The only way the guests can get in is via the little floor mat, and I put that at the back. So we'll move that round the other way later on. Time now to put in the animals. With this being the first zoo we've ever had a proper reptile and amphibian house in, we're actually running pretty low on exhibit animals, but there is one left that I'm a big fan of, and that is the blue-tongued skink. I want them to have a really attractive and quite lush little habitat to live in here. So as well as using 3 exhibit boxes, we're going to customize the interior, because despite the classic Australian desert look that they've got in these exhibits, the eastern blue-tongued skink lives in the plains around and the lower reaches of the Blue Mountains near Sydney, which is actually a pretty green and pleasant land rather than a desert. So we're going to customize this and get lots of nice greenery in there. We'll put custom backdrops in as well and really try and sell the fact that this is one large exhibit for a number of skinks rather than 3 stuck together. We've got this effect under the exhibit boxes where it almost looks like the sand is kind of extending down the front of it. I've done that with the Tropical Pack Steppe, I think it's called, because it's got 3 different colours that you can change on it. I really like the look of that, and then the black goes nicely with the rest of the building. And then we'll actually go into the exhibit and start putting some custom planting in to bring it to life. So I'm going to put various ferns and small palms in here, all from that part of the world, to ensure it looks nice and green. And we're also going to cover up these cacti, which don't really belong here, with some more plants to make it a bit more realistic. Once we've got all of those in, we can start putting in some custom panels. I really like the 3D rock that you get in this exhibit, but I don't like the blue paneling above it. Now you can put your own images in here, but if you do that, you lose the 3D rocks. So I'm going to put billboards over it behind the rocks, but in front of the back panel. We'll find a nice copyright-free image of the Blue Mountains in Sydney and use that to create the backdrop for the habitat. And we're actually going to colour the exhibit boxes themselves blue, so that when the light reflects off them, you get a bit of a blue sheen to the inside of the exhibits. The Blue Mountains are named because of the kind of blue haze that hangs above them, and it's pretty subtle, but you can kind of see that once that's in there. We're going to sink a door into the back of one of the habitats so it looks like the keepers can get in and out. We'll just have the frame sticking out like that, like the image extends over it. And then we'll move on to finishing off the exterior of the building. So we're going to put our Bellemont Zoo sign into this panel here. We'll put some lights in to brighten up this area, and then we'll clear out some space for a door. The guests will only actually use one of these doors, the one with the placemat behind it, but we're going to make it look like they can use both. So we'll remove that central pillar to give us some more room. And then we should probably put the rest of the building in, seeing as it's just a facade at the moment. So we're just going to take one of the sections that we created and then build the rest of the building out of that. So the top floor will just be this same piece in a shape that fits it in nicely with the back of the zoo. And the ground floor will just be a fairly standard wood and plaster construction. And then we'll move on to actually getting the doors in. I really like these grid pieces from the Modern Glass set, but they are actually slightly larger than the doors. But I realised if we have the doors open, you can't tell that they are slightly too small. So we're just going to do that, and that's the doors done. And now we've got something else to take care of. I mentioned in the Zoo Nights episode that the zoo is sorely lacking in food and drink options for the guests. We've got the restaurant here, we've got the little drinks court here, and then we've got some vending machines in the Lion House here, and that is it. So this end of the zoo has no amenities for the guests whatsoever, and we need to add some. And to do that, we're going to bring back some old favourites, our drink trucks. We built these for San Bernardino Zoo. I really like the branding, a little tribute to some of my Planet Zoo pals, so I thought we'd reuse them in Belmont Zoo. So now we've got a JP Shakes down by the Butterfly House, a Roman Ices next to the Ocelot, another one next to the Gibbons, and then finally a Beezy beer in the restaurant just tucked away behind the Koala House. With that done, it's time to start the interior of the gift shop. Firstly, we're going to cover the walls with some simple plaster panels, and any parts of the exterior that are kind of poking through, like these anchor plates, will be covered up as well, and that will give us this really clean looking interior. We've got one of the opaque glass ceiling pieces for the floor as well to get that shiny kind of look you often see in gift shops. And as well as all the usual shelves that you'd expect in the gift shop, there's a couple of custom pieces that I want to make. Firstly, this, which is going to be the centerpiece of the shop, which is a kind of island based on a tree with gifts all around it. This is based on something at the actual Singapore Zoo gift shop that I was using as inspiration. So we're going to take these curved wooden pieces, attach them to the mud pillar, and then we'll spin these around to create a kind of stylized modern tree. And then we're going to take some of the shelves of the drawers at the bottom and use the same trick to rotate these around the trunk of the tree so they match seamlessly with the circular shape. Well, that was a lot of S's. We'll take an art shape and put that at the top, colour that green, and then we're going to use these leaf signs, which I don't think we've ever used before, to create an irregular edge to the tree to make it look a bit more interesting, and some more of the primitive shapes to solidify the trunk. And now we just need to pick a colour scheme that complements the tree nicely, and we've got ourselves a little centrepiece. We'll put some lights on it to make sure it's brightened up. Gift shops are always super bright in zoos, don't want people missing anything. And then we'll fill this with plushies and puzzles, make sure the kids aren't nagging their parents enough to buy them gifts. And then we'll move on to my favourite part of this build, which is a custom poster stand. I really wanted to get something that was unique to Belmont Zoo in this shop, so I spent ages thinking, how can we do that? And I realised the easiest way to do that would be via something using a billboard, because then we can get custom images on it. And considering the sizes of the billboards that we've got, posters were the way to go. So what we're going to do is take two of the smallest square screen panels, put them on top of each other, and that gives us an approximation of the shape of a poster. And then I've created some custom graphics that we can place on there based on the various signage around the zoo. So we've got this maned wolf based on the advertising hoardings at the front of the zoo, and if we copy the panels behind each other, we end up with a double-sided poster. We've got some graphics from the Madagascar House, some from Life in Cold Blood, and a few others, and we'll create various double-sided posters here. We'll place them so that they are rotated so it looks like people have been browsing through them. I used to spend so long browsing through poster racks like this when I was a kid, choosing exactly what poster was going to go on the wall of my room. And then we'll build a stand to keep them up on top of the usual poster and umbrella stands that the game gives you. So we're going to use a couple of the tiny little pieces from the America's Animal Pack to create a stand, and that will go over the top of these posters. These two pieces are featured in pretty much everything we've built on the channel since the day that pack came out. Everything I upload to the workshop, I always have to select that it requires the America's Animal Pack because I just can't stop using these pieces, so apologies if you don't own it. And then we can use the grasslands pole to make it look like the posters are actually fixed onto the stand. They need something to swing around so that people can go through each poster and check them out before they purchase them. And then finally, to finish it all off, we'll add posters to the bins at the bottom. I'm going to move the stand up a tiny bit just so that they don't clash. And there we go. That's our custom poster stand. We're almost done. Just a few more things to add into the gift shop, starting by rotating some of these smaller shelves around the tree that we built. We'll delete the ones at the back. We're going to have like a half circle so people can get access to the tree part of it and also get to the shelves in front of it here, which are going to have yet more plushies on them. I think that's enough plushies for the gift shop now. It's time to add some other items in. So we're going to put some shelves along the back wall here. One of the things I notice in any zoo gift shop I go in is you very rarely can see the walls. They're always absolutely covered with shelves and hanging displays. So we'll put some hats and caps on here. We'll put some t-shirts and totes down this wall here, heading towards the skinks. We'll put another one of the zoo's logos just to help with the branding on the wall there. And that's the interior of the gift shop done. Time to join it on to the rest of the zoo. We're going to use the same ornate path that we used in the entrance to give it a bit of continuity with the exit here. We need some really wide paths, going to get a lot of traffic through here, and then we'll hide some paths under the sandstone here to make sure people can walk right up to the exhibits, and most importantly, get through the door of the gift shop. Annoyingly, considering how gift shops normally work in zoos, there's no way to get them to go into the gift shop and then straight through it to the exit, but we'll just have to live with that. Once that's done, we'll just do some planting with some flowers and some of the bamboo and foliage displays that we created last week, and then the final touch is to add a hidden butterfly exhibit So back when we built the Asian area, we had a little invisible butterfly exhibit next to the path with just a few European butterflies in there, so you might see one fluttering past at points. But a few weeks ago we deleted that to make way for our lion-tailed macaque habitat. So I thought we'd put another one in here, just so as people walk down the path from the Japanese garden, might be a butterfly fluttering past. And that is the build done. Let's check it out. I'm very pleased that we've got our invisible butterfly habitat back. There's just something about a butterfly just sat next to the path in a natural way that is really pleasing. And here is the gift shop. Our guest has finally found a gift shop to visit, so she's going to go in and browse. There is a lot of choice in here, so not sure what she's going to look at first. And I can barely believe this happened. She started with the poster rack. Because these are billboards, guests will actually go up and look at them. Let's take a look at the whole thing. Pretty busy in here. It might actually need even more clutter than it had. I was worried about the guests being able to path their way through it. Happily, the numerous gift shop issues with the game that we had when we tried to build one in San Bernardino Zoo were fixed a long time ago, and they work really nicely now. I literally filmed all of this as soon as it was opened, no issues at all. Our guest has made her purchase, and now we can check out the blue-tongue skinks. I love these little dudes. I actually got an urge to build another Australian area, just placing these into the zoo, but there's definitely no room left in Belmont Zoo for that. And finally, let's take a look at the zoo's exit. Pretty simple, just some security gates leading out onto the street. And if we hop up into the drone cam, this is where we started today, and this is where we are now. It's hard to believe that 10 months ago, this was the whole of Belmont Zoo. We have done a lot of building since then, and today it is time for the final build. Let's go. We've built a few sea lion habitats on this channel now, and each one has been bigger than the last, from Tecton Zoo to San Bernardino Zoo to the enormous Tierra del Fuego build a couple of months ago. And this time we're going to go in the opposite direction. We're going to be building what would have started out as a classic mid-20th century sea lion habitat, upgraded and redesigned for the modern day. We've got a fairly limited space available here, and the main influence on this build is going to be the sea lion habitat at Artis in the Netherlands, but ours will be a bit larger than that. I checked with Google Maps, and I think that's just under 300 square meters. And this one, the pool alone will be 300 square meters, and then they're going to have a land area as well. We're going to have raised paths for the guests. We're going to have slightly underground paths for underwater viewing. And when you combine water, raised paths, and lowered paths in Planet Zoo, it's pretty much the toughest thing to do. So this build is going to take some doing. The first part that we're going to build is the pool. This is going to be kind of teardrop shaped, although I figure when it was first built, it would have been circular. So we're going to build a circle first because we need that part of it to be correct. And then later on, we're going to add the teardrop part of the shape. So I've got the concrete in using the mud pillar technique, and now we're going to get the glass in to hold the water. We've got a straight piece of glass to get the angle, and now we're going to do some curved glass and just snugly fit it around this concrete so it's never poking out of either of the sides and it is completely hidden by that. We're going to be holding all the water in this habitat in using the glass. We won't be using terrain to keep any of it held in. Once we've got that complete, we'll just put the last piece in here, and then we can delete that straight piece that we put down first. Adjust any angles that need adjusting using the Z key, and that's the glass in. And now we can start digging down to the correct height. We've got a 3-meter piece of concrete there. That's the minimum depth requirement for the sea lions to be able to dive, which we very much want them to be doing in this habitat. Otherwise, the underwater viewing is not going to be particularly exciting. So we'll use the stamp tool to clear out all the ground here down to the right depth. It doesn't matter if the part that we're digging out sticks out past the habitat a little bit, because all the ground around here is going to be covered in concrete using some panels that we'll do later. With that done, we can select all the glass and get the bottom of the glass to the right level, and then we'll get the top of the glass to the right level. We want the glass to be poking out slightly above the concrete because that's actually going to be visible. That is going to be part of the barrier that the guests will stand behind. And then we can put the water in. You can see we've got the right height there, just above the 3-meter mark, and we can start putting in the raised paths for the guests. We've got snap to habitat barriers turned on, so we can get a nice smooth curve around the side of the pool there. And then we're going to bring this down to the ground, leaving enough space for the teardrop part of the pool. And then we'll dig down the underwater viewing and connect that up to the main path. This is a very heavily edited version fraction of the 30 minutes or so it took to get these in. And there we go. That's the basics of the habitat complete. It is a very snug fit, as you can see, and we can move on to start making it look less terrible. The first thing we're going to do is create a concrete floor that will cover up all the paths that we just put in and the terrain and the gaps in the terrain where the water is and everything else. And we're going to use the mud panels. They've got a really interesting texture to them once you give them a much lighter shade like this. And we use the same mud pillar we created the pool with to spin these around so we can get a completely level piece of ground that covers the whole area and makes everything look nice and smooth. And then we'll break a bit of it off and start making that follow the line of the lower path, so that when we're done, the guests will just be walking around one large concrete area with no visible paths. I really like these mud panels. I think they're actually much more effective than the plaster panels for doing stuff like this. When we built the Houston Zoo Sea Lion Recreation at San Bernardino Zoo, we had to cover the entire thing in plaster panels, and sometimes it just looks a bit fake. They've got such little texture on them, you never really see big areas of concrete that are that uniform, whereas using the mud panels here, it just seems to give a much more realistic look. Really happy with that. Let's move on to some more work on the pool. We'll get rid of the grey, don't want that, and then we'll clear away some of the concrete to open up the underwater viewing windows. And then we're going to bring this glass at this end down so that we can start putting in a second load of glass along here, which will create the land part of the habitat. So the water will just be in front of this new wall, and then it will be land from there onwards. Again, we'll make this one even lower so it's at the exact level of the water, so we can just fill in behind that with a mixture of terrain and some more concrete, or mud panels to be more precise. We need some actual terrain in here so we can get the keeper gate in. That was a whole load of fun, but not very interesting to watch, so I've skipped straight to me actually placing the gate. There you go. And then we're going to put in the teardrop shape part of the pool just to make it a bit more visually interesting and give the sea lions some more space. And once we've got the last new piece of glass in, we can start adjusting the concrete that was a circle before to exactly match up with the new bits of glass. This is going to run down next to this path here, so we get a smooth curve and a smooth incline up to the guest viewing area. You can see how long this takes to do. This is why we created the circle at the beginning, because we can automatically get everything in the right place then, and it's only this bit here that we have to do manually. We'll join these up to the underwater viewing part, and then we can move on to the rock work. Most of the sea lion habitats that I've seen use huge amounts of fake rock to simulate the coastal environment that the sea lions live in, and quite a popular motif that I've seen is to have diagonal lines through the rocks, like they've been stacked diagonally. Not sure where that comes from, to be honest, but it's something I see a lot, so I thought we'd replicate that here with a mixture of the faux rocks and some of the natural rocks, which are small enough to get that diagonal look. We'll get a waterfall in and then another one below it to join it up to the water, and then we'll cover it with variations of the rock work that we just made. So we're happy with the look of it, and we get something that looks like this. We're going to finish off the rock work with a mixture of the diagonal rocks we just made, a few of the pointed rocks from the lion habitat, and some new rocks just to join everything up and make it all look like one solid piece of rock work and a beautiful backdrop to the habitat. Next up, we're going to start creating the land portion of the habitat. We can basically ignore the actual terrain that we've got in here. That was only there so that the habitat gate would work. What we're going to do is create the exact shape of the kind of coastline that we want using plaster bricks. Once we've got this first one joined up with the waterfall that we just built, then we can take it and start copying it behind itself until it meets up with the land. And then we will cover the land in the mud panels. We'll end up with a kind of natural but also fake looking land, which is exactly what we want for this habitat. I was surprised that not that many of you guessed sea lions would be the final animals in this zoo. I've said before that I think to be a great zoo you kind of need sea lions. They're such an archetypal zoo animal and such an amazing animal to watch. When I think of the best zoos that I've been to, Schönbrunn, Prague, Leipzig, Artis, Singapore, they all had sea lions, although to be fair, neither Chester or London hold them these days, so I guess you don't have to have them to be a great zoo, but I think it certainly helps, and these have been planned to be in Belmont Zoo since day one. We've had them in all the major zoos on this channel, although I think for once the next zoo will not be having sea lions in it, although I am still finalising my plans for that, so who knows. Anyway, back to this build. We got some more plaster here which we're going to use to cover up the curve on this path, and then we're going to use two of the different brackets from the America's Animal Pack to cover up the glass divides, just to make it a bit more interesting and get away from the kind of default look. And then we're going to use some of Roman's giant palms pack to bring a bit of a California feel to this area, along with some more deserty kind of plants. I've seen palms pretty much exactly like this growing at Artis in their scimitar horned oryx habitat, so you can definitely grow stuff like this in Europe. And then we'll put some more of these stacked rocks across the viewing window at the front here, so that there's still a view into the habitat, but it looks a bit more interesting. If this habitat's looking a little bit monotone at the moment, don't worry, that is all going to change when we start getting the foliage in later. For now, I want this kind of orangey rock pretty much everywhere, and then we'll introduce some pops of colour to it a bit later on. We'll just get this one last piece of rockwork in the right place. With that done, we could probably do with barriers on this raised path to stop our guests from falling off it, but we can't use the path barriers because they're always on both sides of the path, which will spoil the look of the habitat. We only want it on the outside of the path. So we're going to make our own, and seeing as this is the last ever episode, I thought it would be appropriate to use the first ever fences that we built for the penguins. We'll just change the colour and remove the glass and use those. And because we've temporarily got the path barriers in, we can use those as a guide for the angle that we need, and then remove them. And now we can get rid of the path barriers, and we've got a really good looking path there. Time for the foliage. So what we're going to do is use a mixture of fig trees and marula trees and have those poking through all the rockwork so it looks like plants that are growing all over it. We've used the fig trees to do this before. They've got a really nice kind of pop of very vivid green, but for the majority of this we're going to be using the marula trees, which have a more European looking, slightly darker green, and they do a really good job of just bringing the whole habitat to life and adding a lot of colour and visual interest to it. Then we're going to hide one of the little African doors into the rocks, so it looks like the keepers have got some way of getting in and out. And then it's onto the underwater viewing. At Artis, there is a really striking underwater viewing window for the sea lions. It was built much later than the rest of the habitat, and we're going to replicate that here. So we've got a mud wall in just to get us on the grid, and we're going to put another mud panel on the outside of it, which will be the wall. And then on the other side, we're going to put a plaster panel in, which will be the inner wall. And we'll do the same trick for the ceiling as well. It's going to be black on the inside. We want it to be as dark as possible in here. So once we've got a light coloured outer wall and a black inner wall, we'll create a light coloured ceiling and a black roof as well, just using these same pieces but rotating them. And we're just going to build one section of this and then use that to create the whole building that the underwater kind of tunnel effect is in. This is basically the colour scheme that they have at Artis, but it's even more important that we have it here, because without any kind of proper indoor lighting engine in the game, if we want it to be dark inside, then we just need to make everything black. So that is what we'll be doing. If we go inside our little slice of building here, then we can start detailing the ceiling. We're going to use these fence posts to create metal strips that run across the ceiling, and then in between them will be lights. We'll stick a very small piece onto the metal so we can get the distance between each piece of it correct, and copy that across the ceiling, and then we'll put the lights in. These are going to be blue, which will create a really interesting atmosphere in here, and we're going to have quite a lot of those. Bizarrely, as I was researching this habitat, I was always intended to use Artis as the inspiration. I discovered that Artis have just removed all the sea lions from their zoo because their habitat was no longer deemed sufficient. So their sea lions have now gone to Singapore Zoo. Luckily, our habitat is larger than theirs, so hopefully our sea lions will be perfectly happy. We've got one of the slices of the building done now, so we just need to copy that and rotate this around the wall here. We'll make each piece follow the line of that curve in the habitat you can see there until we've got the whole thing covered. We can get it nice and dark in there and get really good viewing into the sea lions. You can see it's starting to take shape there. We'll put a rock arch over the front of it along with a few other rocks to tie it in nicely with the rest of the habitat. And then we'll colour the inside of all the concrete here black as well, so nothing distracts from the view of the sea lions. I've hidden some lights underground inside the tank as well, so the underwater area is brighter than the guest area. We'll colour the floor black as well, and that's the indoor viewing done. On to the finishing touches now. We're going to add some hatches so the sea lions can get from the on-show to the off-show part of the area, using the ones that we created for the bonobo habitat, and then we'll just adjust all the rocks so they fit in nicely. And then we'll move on and put a bio roof onto the underwater viewing area so we can get some more plants up there and introduce a few new colours into the scenery. We'll just cover the whole thing in mulch and then put some plants down. There we go. And then we're going to make some differing depths for the tank using some more of the curves that we created earlier, so that there's different levels of water that the sea lions can swim in. That's important for their enrichment. I'm guessing because it replicates their natural environment where they live on seashores, so they'll go from very deep water to slightly shallower water, and then on the kind of shelf of sand or rocks leading up to the beach. So this is all just copying the same plaster curve down until it reaches the bottom. And then we're going to add in a little island, just using a couple of large rocks and then the stacked rocks we already created. Scatter around some of our kelp columns we originally built for Tecton Zoo, and that is the final habitat complete. Let's check it out. The habitat begins with our final zoo banner, and this guides people in on the path past the Madagascar House. They can go left into our new sea lion habitat, right into the forest, or past the sea lion habitat and onto the lion house. Like I said, it's not the biggest sea lion habitat we've ever built, but I think there's a decent amount of space in here, and the circular construction means they can swim continuously without stopping, without bumping into any walls or anything like that. You can get a glimpse of them underwater here, but to see it properly, let's check out the underwater viewing. This is my favourite part of the habitat. I think it's really effective in here. The underwater viewing is really good. Got some of the new neon lights around the side for a bit of interest in there as well. I just think this one feels really realistic. Here's an overview of the whole habitat. And here is the final Bellemont Zoo map. Sea lions are the missing piece in the puzzle.
Thank you so much for watching. If you want to see a full tour of the zoo, then click on the tour video on screen right now. Thanks especially to everyone who joined the Explorers Club throughout the course of Bellemont Zoo. And there's plenty more full zoo builds in this playlist if you want to check them out. Bye.